Wanzhou Nest. It's a mid-sized secret. This place is home to 7 massive central bases, and Bailin City stands tall as one of them. Property prices here? Absolutely astronomical. Every square inch of land is worth its weight in gold, but right in the heart of this bustling metropolis sits a sprawling private estate, tucked between mountains and rivers. The City Lord's Manor. The young man living there is the young lord of Bailin City. But he's hiding a massive secret. He's an isekai traveler from another world. In his past life, Bai Zian was a soldier who died in the line of duty. But fate wasn't done with him yet. His soul was reborn into this world, a place filled with spirit beasts and beast tamers. Now, Bai Zian didn't just possess some random guy's body, like in most stories. He was actually reincarnated, born into a brand new body while keeping every single memory from his past life. After finishing his morning shower, he caught his reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but smirk. Even after staring at this face for over 10 years, he still has to admit, he's ridiculously handsome. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the air, and a creature emerged from the void. Bai Zian turned his head, completely unfazed. It was a gold-tier red-eyed silverfish. The fish swam through the air toward him and spoke. "Zian, breakfast is ready." "Got it. Tell Dad I'll be down in a bit once I'm finished getting ready," Bai Zian replied. "Don't keep everyone waiting," the fish reminded him before diving back into the spatial gate and vanishing. That fish? It's a gold-tier spirit beast, the life-bond companion of Bai Zian's father. In this world, having a beast like that makes you a certified powerhouse. Downstairs, his family was already waiting. There's his beautiful mother, and sitting right next to her is his little sister, Bai Ziyu. His father was at the table grumbling about something, as usual, but at the head of the table sat an old man with silver hair and a sharp, commanding presence. Bai Jingsong, the city lord of Bailin and Bai Zian's grandfather. "Grandpa, when did you get here?" Bai Zian pulled out a chair and sat down to join them. "Today is the annual awakening ceremony. As the city lord, I have to be there to give a speech and motivate the students. Zian, you're up this year too. It's time for your ritual. Why don't we head to the awakening hall together later?" "Sure thing," Bai Zian answered casually. He'd actually been waiting for this moment for a long time. The awakening ceremony. Its full name is the 9-Province Federation's annual Beast Taming Awakening. Every year, the Federation hosts this ritual to unlock the hidden potential of the youth. If you succeed, you get to join the Beast Tamer Academy and master the art of spirits. But if you fail, you're stuck in a normal school, destined for a normal life. It's exactly like the college entrance exams from his past life, one single moment that decides your entire future. In this world, your talent for beast taming is your social status. Without it, you're invisible. But Bai Zian wasn't sweating it one bit. Why? Because a month ago, he already awakened his talent on his own, and it's a grade A. It's called intuition, a mental-type talent that gives him insane, almost supernatural combat instincts. Sometimes he even gets special premonitions or can sense exactly what a spirit beast is thinking. It's a top-tier ability with 0 weaknesses. It's not just about sharp reflexes. In the heat of battle, he can sense danger and find the path to victory instantly. He can even communicate with spirit beasts, making the process of taming and commanding them a breeze. So, the official ceremony was basically just a formality for him. That's why he's so calm. A grade A mental talent. Self-awakening, something that powerful is almost unheard of. His grandfather knew his grandson was a genius, the kind of prodigy that elite clans would fight to get their hands on. Bai Jingsong was proud, but he was also worried. Zian was still young. If he went out into the world now, those old monsters in the powerful families would swallow him whole without leaving a single bone. He needed to toughen the boy up and teach him how to be truly composed and steady. Bai Jingsong watched his grandson sip his tea and finally spoke. Bai Zian looked up quickly as his grandfather said, "Zian, don't take this ceremony lightly. The awakening stone used by the 9-Province Federation is a very special, top-tier treasure. In the entire Federation, there is only one of its kind," his grandfather warned. That stone he was talking about? It has a legendary history. Back when this era first began, monstrous beasts swarmed their world, nearly wiping out humanity. We were on the brink of extinction, and in that moment of absolute darkness, the ancestors of mankind discovered it. The awakening stone. Way back, the first beastmasters relied on that very power to awaken their talents. It's the only reason humanity survived at all, kicking off the legendary era of beastmasters. You could say this special awakening stone is the literal foundation of the 9-Provinces Federation's entire civilization. To actually become a beastmaster, you've got to clear 3 major hurdles. First, awaken your beast talent. Second, construct your beast space. And finally, sign a contract with your very first monster. Now, the kids from elite families and ancient sects usually have geniuses who awaken early. But even they wouldn't miss the annual awakening ritual for anything. Their goal? To soak up the raw power of the awakening stone and use it to supercharge the construction of their beast space. After going on for a while, Bai Jingsong finally got to the point. That awakening stone is top-tier stuff, and its energy is going to be a massive help for Bai Zian. That's why he needs to take this ritual seriously. Zian isn't stupid, he understands exactly what his grandpa is saying and nods like a pro. Before this, he was way too busy studying beast lore and preparing his talent to really dig into the details of the awakening stone. But now that he knows how broken it is, no way he's letting this chance slip through his fingers. A real man doesn't waste time overthinking. He puts his game face on, performs the ritual, and builds that beast space. That's what matters. Suddenly, boom! Zian's dad slams the table, nearly giving him and Bai Ziyu a heart attack. What's with the attitude? His mom immediately steps in, hands on her hips, and shuts her husband down. Just like that, the big guy deflates instantly. I wasn't being mean, just a bit loud, he mumbles. After dinner, the private driver whisks Bai Jingsong and Zian off to the Awakening Square. Bai Jingsong sends his grandson toward the Great Hall first while he goes off to prepare his big speech. The second Zian arrives, the place is already packed, and let me tell you, when he shows up, every girl's eyes light up like stars. Young Master Bai, hey, long time no see. They swarm him instantly, leaving poor Zian blushing and scratching his head. Young Master, you've been gone for a whole month. You're definitely ready for this, right? It's only been a month, but wow. You've somehow gotten even more handsome. These were all his classmates from the academy, the one directly managed by Bailin City. It's the most elite school in the city, filled with the children of generals, high-ranking officials, and the ultra-rich. And naturally, as the young city lord, Zian is the undisputed leader of the pack. Suddenly, someone shoves through the crowd and charges straight for Zian. Angie! It's a chubby guy with a belly that bounces with every step, yelling at the top of his lungs. Zian dodges to the side like a ninja, and the big guy faceplants right into the floor. Classic. He scrambles up, totally unfazed, and keeps going. Ange, I haven't seen you in a month. I missed you like crazy, did you miss me? Look, Yuan fatty, can you stop talking to me like a heartbroken ex? If people hear you, they're gonna think we're a couple. Zian looks at him with pure disgust. How could you say that? We've been besties since we were kids. Yuan fatty, you're hopeless. Honestly, I feel bad for Yuan Potian. What a waste of a badass name on a guy like you. They really have been childhood best friends. With a name like Yuan Potian, meaning Crusher of Heavens, Zian used to think this guy was the main character. But as time went on, Yuan Potian just kept getting rounder and rounder. That protagonist theory? Yeah, that died pretty fast. Just as Zian is mourning his friend's lost jawline, an arrogant voice cuts through the air. Bai Zian, gone for a month? I thought you'd chickened out. If you surrender now and play nice, maybe I'll go easy on you this time. The owner of that voice? Feng Tianwu, daughter of the deputy city lord, Feng Yangyan. She's got the looks, and she's got the skills. It's just a shame she's so incredibly arrogant and obsessed with winning. This whole bet on who awakens the better talent, that was all her idea. She clearly isn't afraid of being humiliated, but Zian is honestly feeling embarrassed for her. What's with that look? You thinking about backing out now? Feng Tianwu tilts her head back like a little phoenix. The bet is still on. I can't wait to see you crushed and forced to do whatever I say. 1 month ago, she declared that the loser would have to grant the winner any one request. She obviously thinks she's invincible, but Zian? He's basically 90% sure he's already won this thing. After all, A-rank talent is second only to S-rank, and S-ranks are like unicorns in the 9 Provinces Federation, especially since the Myriad Spider Nest is just a minor secret realm under the Federation's control. As Zian walks away, Yuan Podian scurries after him, looking worried. He cautiously warns Zian to be careful, because Feng Tianwu definitely didn't come empty-handed today. Apparently, he heard from his dad that the Feng family got their hands on a secret treasure to boost her awakening process. It's no wonder Feng Tianwu acts so cocky. It's fine, Bai Zian thinks. The Feng family has deep roots and a mysterious background. Using a few secret tricks is just par for the course. He shrugs it off, completely unbothered. He isn't actually annoyed by her, and he's not even bothering to stay on guard. Why? Because his intuition tells him this girl isn't a threat at all. There's no malice here. She's just a competitive rookie, desperate to prove she's better than our boy Zian. Before long, the square is packed with students. Bai Jingshong steps onto the stage. As the city lord of White Phosphorus City, he gives a quick, fiery speech to get everyone's blood pumping. As soon as he finishes, the candidates are guided into rows to enter the Awakening Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, the Awakening Stone is just floating there. Pure, ancient magic. They're guided to their seats and told to sit cross-legged to begin the process. Zian knows what's coming next. The 9 Provinces Federation is about to activate the stone and use spatial projection. This allows the divine energy of the stone to reach every single corner of the hall at once. Honestly, it's an absolute miracle of technology and magic. At first, Bai Zian dives in with total confidence. He can feel the raw, untamed talent already burning like wildfire inside his body. But then a massive variable hits. This awakening energy suddenly spirals completely out of control. It feels like falling into a bottomless pit. Agony rips through his entire body as the energy surges upward, straight for his head. Zian desperately tries to wrestle the power into submission. The brain is the most vital part of the body. If this energy fries his mind, he's a vegetable for life. He needs to break out of this state. Right now. But just then, his grade A intuition gives him a nudge. This isn't a disaster, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A grade A talent rarely gives a false lead, and there's no way it would betray its own master. So, Zian makes a choice. He trusts his gut. He stays in the trance, stubbornly holding his ground and fighting to master that chaotic power. The energy fluctuations around him become so violent they actually alert the ritual supervisors. When they realize it's the city lord's grandson, total panic mode. Alert the city lord and Elder Wu. If anything happens to this kid, we're all dead meat. Someone sprints to Bai Zian with the news. Zian's awakening has gone sideways. The weirdest part? A massive spectral eye has appeared right over his head, and nobody has a clue what this omen means. When Jingshang sees that eye, his own eyes widen in pure shock. These anomalies usually only happen for grade S talents and above. How is this even possible? Zian already awakened a grade A talent. You don't just get a second one out of nowhere. Only one explanation flashes through Jingshang's mind. Could his intuition have mutated into grade S? In the beast-taming world, creatures mutate with special powers all the time, and humans are just another type of living being. We can have mutations too. For humans, a mutation almost always means their beast-taming talent has evolved into something legendary. But throughout history, mutated tamers are incredibly rare. You can count them on one hand. And every single one of them became a legendary figure for the ages. Thinking about that, Jingshang is more terrified than happy. If this is a mutation, then this awakening is incredibly dangerous. One wrong move and it's over. He tries to rush into the hall to save his grandson, but Elder Wu, the man in charge of the ritual, stops him cold. Old Bai, don't make this harder than it has to be. This hall belongs to the Federation. Even as the city lord, he's strictly forbidden from stepping foot inside right now. Wu tries to reassure him, mentioning the Federation's safety protocols. The kid is going to be fine, Jingshang. A genius like this? You've got some serious luck, Old Bai. Wu is impressed, but Jingshang is still a nervous wreck. Meanwhile, Bai Zian is still in the trenches, wrestling with the awakening process. Suddenly, a line of text flashes before his eyes. The world has 3 branches, heaven, earth, and man. After seeing those words, Zian lets out one final, agonizing scream and snaps his eyes open. He's back in the Grand Hall, and the awakening stone is still hovering overhead. He's gasping for air, his mind reeling from those mysterious words. Heaven, earth, and man? It sounds absolutely insane. But what happens next is even crazier. A notification hits his brain. He has awakened a mythical-grade mystic talent called the Eye of Apocalypse. It grants him godlike intuition and the power of prophecy. He can literally see the start of the heavenly way and perceive everything within a certain radius. Zian is so stunned his legs nearly give out. This is beyond anything he ever imagined. In the world of beast taming, talent isn't just a vibe, it's everything. It's split into 9 distinct ranks from the bottom up. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, double S, and the absolute peak, triple S. Now, a triple S rank talent is supposed to be the literal ceiling for any beast tamer. But our boy, he just awakened a mythical level talent. Bai Zian is standing there, completely stunned, because he's never even heard of a rank like this before. Unless, this is something that transcends triple S rank, entirely a hidden mystic tier power. Honestly, that system notification alone was enough to give him a heart attack. At this point, the massive hall is buzzing as most of the other candidates finish up their own awakening process. You've got the lucky ones who hit A rank, the ones crying tears of joy over a D rank, and then there's the crowd literally sobbing because they didn't awaken anything at all. But here's the kicker. Bai Zian can see every single detail about them clear as day. This is the power of his new ability, the Eye of Apocalypse. This isn't just a buff, it's an absolute game breaker. With just a glance, nothing within his range can hide its true nature from his sight. Just imagine the tactical edge in a fight. Before the battle even starts, Bai Zian already knows his opponent's talent, their beast's specific abilities, every single weakness, and exactly which skill will take them down. At that point, winning isn't just likely, it's a mathematical certainty. The more he thinks about it, the more hyped he gets. So he decides to give his new cheat code a test drive on the students around him. Most of them are rocking C and D rank talents, though there are a few standouts with A rank potential. Looks like this generation actually has some real geniuses in the mix. But then, a thought hits him. Wait, if he can see the truth behind everything, what about that massive awakening stone? Bai Zian looks up, staring intensely at the stone, and the info dump he receives is enough to give him total culture shock. That stone? It's not a rock. It's actually a living life-type spirit beast. We're talking a double S-rank life transfer talent, a low-level godly aptitude, and skills that are off the charts. Gold tier awakening quality, a life-stealing move, and an orange tier spring from withered wood ability. It's actually the seed of the ancient life tree, but it's currently in a deep hibernation because it's severely malnourished and can't grow. Bai Zian is absolutely floored. He never expected to stumble across a literal god-tier beast from the legends just sitting in a hall. Suddenly, the intercom blares through the hall, ordering all candidates to line up by their student IDs to officially record their results, but Bai Zian's mind is still spinning. This awakening stone has helped countless tamers find their path, and is basically the cornerstone of the Juzhou Federation's entire era of prosperity. And it turns out to be a god beast. He's left wondering, do the top dogs in the Federation even know about this? If they do, they've got a hell of a plan. If they don't, man, that's a scary thought. Think about it. This stone has 3 massive skills, 1 gold tier godly skill and 2 orange tier peak abilities. If this thing ever wakes up from its slumber and fully revives, it would send shockwaves through the entire Juzhou region. It's clear this world is way deeper and more dangerous than he ever imagined, but he doesn't have much time to overthink it, because it's finally his turn to be tested. He steps up and places his hand on the testing device, just like everyone else. The machine whirs to life, but it spits out a result, claiming Bai Zian has an A-rank spirit-type talent. Intuition. A-rank? Bai Zian says it out loud, knowing full well his talent has mutated far beyond that. It's like the machine heard his inner thoughts, because it immediately starts freakishly glitching out. Beep, beep, evaluation failed, evaluation failed. Rank exceeds A-rank, beyond measurable limits. Cannot identify. The constant beeping starts drawing looks, making both Bai Zian and the staff on site start to sweat. That is, until Elder Wu steps in with a kind, knowing look. He explains that these standard machines can only handle talents up to S-rank. Bailin City hasn't seen a true S-rank talent in ages, so it's only natural the staff wouldn't know how to handle it. He notes that Bai Zian's awakening was accompanied by massive omens, and his base talent was already a straight A rank. So, Elder Wu makes the call. He tells the staff to officially record Bai Zian as having awakened an S-rank super intuition talent. Now, even S-rank is a massive understatement for what Bai Zian actually has. But he figures, hey, maybe keeping some cards hidden is for the best. Once the S-rank announcement hits the room, his classmates swarm him with congratulations. A legendary S-rank talent? That's insane. Everyone knows young Master Bai is about to skyrocket to the top now. I mean, think about the pedigree. His grandfather is a diamond-rank Beast Tamer, and now the grandson awakens an S-rank talent? Talk about being born with a silver spoon, some people just have all the luck. Haha, Bai Zian just gives them a shy, awkward response. They're this hyped over just an S-rank? If they knew the truth that he actually has a mythical talent that blows triple S-rank out of the water, it would literally break the internet. Still, realizing that his talent is literally unmeasurable by modern tech is a pretty big discovery. As he leaves the testing zone, he spots his grandfather waiting for him. The moment they lock eyes, Bai Jingshong asks anxiously, "Little Anne, well, so, how does that mutated talent feel? Does anything feel off?" Bai Zian feels a pang of guilt. He lowers his head, murmuring, "Grandpa, I feel fine. Honestly. It's just a bit of a letdown that I couldn't set up my beast taming space during the awakening." Bai Jingchong just laughs, patting his grandson's shoulder with a warm, grandfatherly smile. "Xiao An, listen to me. What you just mentioned? That's nothing. Not even a blip on the radar. Going from an A-rank talent to a mutated S-rank? Now that is a massive deal. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters to me." He reassures the boy that the City Lord's mansion has more than enough resources to fast-track his beast taming space. No need to stress over the small stuff. Zian actually considers coming clean. He's right on the edge of telling his grandpa that he didn't just hit S-rank, he actually awakened a god-tier mythical talent. But right then, the Eye of Apocalypse flashes a warning. Keep it secret. Zian clamps his mouth shut instantly. Message received. If even his own family can't know about a mythical talent, he's going to have to be a lot more careful from here on out. He's itching to test his new toy. First up, the intel function. He sets his sights on a 10-meter radius, scanning everything around him. Nothing gets past him. Humans, beasts, doesn't matter. If it's in his range, it's exposed. And man, he is absolutely loving it. Just imagine when he levels up. We're talking a worldwide scan, basically becoming an all-knowing god. He's riding high on that thought, ready to go chill with his grandpa, when suddenly, he spots something bizarre. A massive pillar of light erupts from the awakening hall, soaring straight into the sky. Look closer. That's not just light, it's a fire phoenix spreading its wings, looking absolutely fierce. A phoenix? Is that the cry of the phoenix? Or phoenix fire? Bai Jingchong watches the phenomenon, his eyes narrowing. Phoenix flame. An S-rank talent vision. He confirms it has to be a kid from the Feng family hitting the jackpot. Zian feels a little awkward. He'd been planning to flex on Feng Tianyu, imagining the look of total defeat on her face when he beat her. But now? They both look like S-ranks to the public. Even if Zian is secretly a god-tier mythical, on the outside, they're just equals. And yeah, he is not happy about that. Not one bit. With Feng Tianyu finished, the main event is over. Zian's had enough excitement for one day and asks his grandpa if he can head home. He doesn't get far before grandpa calls out for his top lieutenants Bai Ji and Bai Xiao. These two? A pair of twins with some seriously scary power. Bai Jingchong isn't stupid. He knows an S-rank talent puts a massive target on Zian's back. From now on, the twins are his shadows. They are to follow him everywhere, no solo missions, no exceptions. Looking at these two gold-tier beast tamers, Zian realizes his grandpa has already thought of everything. He's locked down. Honestly, being followed around 24/7 isn't his vibe. But you don't exactly say no to Bai Jingchong. He just has to roll with it. Then, Grandpa hands over a key. It's for the treasure vault. Go home and use the spirit wall crystals to build your space, he says. Finally, Zian cracks a smile. Now we're talking. Perks of being the city lord's grandson, you're loaded. These spirit wall crystals are pure concentrated energy, the ultimate fuel for expanding a beast taming space. Usually, tamers only touch these things when they're desperate for a breakthrough to reach the next realm. They cost a fortune, at least 19,000 credits each, and even if you have the cash, they're almost impossible to find. But the city lord's mansion? They've got a whole stash ready for him. Zian heads straight for the vault the moment he gets back. He tells Bai Ji and Bai Xiao to stay outside. Nobody gets in, period. The twins just nod, orders are orders. It's high security stuff, retinal scans, blood samples, the whole 9 yards. Finally, the massive vault doors begin to groan open. Inside? A century's worth of the Bai family's deepest secrets and rarest treasures. Everything in here is a legend in its own right. He picks up a random item, a rainbow spider heart core. Last year, families were literally killing each other in the streets just for a chance at this thing. The Feng family eventually auctioned it off for a staggering 150 million credits. And of course, it ended up right here in the Bai family's hands. But Zian isn't here to window shop. He finds the spirit wall crystals tucked away in a reinforced chest. Most people would flex just owning one of these. In this box, there are 300. That's 300 million credits just sitting there. Unreal. And get this, there are over a dozen boxes just like this one scattered all around him. This means Bai Zian is literally standing in the middle of a mountain of cash. Talk about winning the reincarnation lottery. This kid was born so far past the finish line, he couldn't even see it if he ran backward 100 miles. Now, keep in mind that the power of a beast space and a person's innate talent are always linked. To put it simply, an F-rank beast tamer only needs a single spirit crystal to build their space. An S-rank needs about 30, so a mythical tier talent like Bai Zian, he's looking at burning through 200 to 300 crystals. Easy. But just as that thought crosses Zian's mind, before he can even ask the question, a status window pops up right in front of him with exactly the info he needs. A normal mythical space costs 333 crystals, while an enhanced mythical space jumps to 666. But a perfect mythical beast space? That will set him back 999 crystals. Zion is stunned. Does the Eye of Apocalypse literally just answer whatever is in his heart? This is way better than any search engine I've ever used. And the Eye of Apocalypse? This mythical tier talent clearly has a ton of hidden features Zion hasn't even touched yet. Just thinking about the possibilities is enough to give him chills. But first things first, he needs to actually build this beast space. Embracing that filthy rich energy, Zian doesn't hesitate. He picks the perfect mythical space, dropping all 999 spirit crystals in one go. While Zian is busy grinding away in the treasure vault, his father is back at the mansion, absolutely loving the flood of congratulations pouring in. Ever since the news broke that Bai Zian awakened an S-rank talent, the world has gone crazy. Every high-ranking official in the city is suddenly desperate to get on the city lord's good side, or more specifically, Zian's good side. Even Madame Feng was fishing around to see if little Zian was engaged yet. Ha! Can you believe the nerve? Zian's mom is beaming so hard her face might get stuck. To her, he's always been her baby. But after that awakening ceremony, it's like he grew up in the blink of an eye. Still, Zian's father is starting to look a little restless. It's been a full week since the kid stepped into that vault. He tries to act like the tough, strict dad, but deep down, he's terrified something went wrong. On the other hand, the grandfather, Bai Jingsong, is as cool as a cucumber. Relax, he tells his son. Little Zian's S-rank talent is one of a kind. Building a space like that is obviously going to take more time and energy than a normal person. Bai Jingsong is just trying to keep the peace. But the second the words leave his mouth, the old man feels a massive surge of energy. It's so powerful that he actually bolts upright, his cool grandpa act completely forgotten. He knows his grandson has done it. After burning through 999 spirit crystals, Zian has successfully created a space so massive it's actually terrifying. When Zian finally opens his eyes to look at his creation, even he is caught off guard. This place is insanely huge. Your average textbook says a starter beast space is just a white room, maybe 10 square meters or so. But Zian's space looks like it could swallow thousands of those rooms whole. It's got mountains, it's got water, it looks exactly like a real, living world. Just then, the system pings him with an update. Thanks to his talent, his perfect mythical space comes with some serious bonus perks. First up, it drastically shortens the time it takes for his pets to grow up. Second, it can instantly clear any negative status effects. And third, it has a chance to trigger a pet's hidden, latent potential. Zian can't help but let out a whoa. Bonus effects? He's heard of the concept before, but your run-of-the-mill beast space never has anything like this. You usually only see stuff like this in extremely rare, freak-of-nature cases. Yet here he is, just starting out, and he's already got 3 effects that are basically god-tier broken. There's a universal rule in this world. The more potential a beast has, the longer it takes to grow. Some beast tamers actually die of old age before their legendary pets even reach their full power. It's a tragedy, really. But in Zian's space, those powerhouses will reach their peak in record time. Just these 3 perks alone are enough to make him the most powerful young genius in the entire history of the 9 Provinces Federation. And let's talk about that negative effect removal for a second. Normally, if a pet gets frozen, poisoned, or burned in a fight, it's game over. They're basically sitting ducks. Most tamers have to waste a ton of time and resources just to get them back on their feet. But for Zian, he's playing by a different set of rules entirely. For Bai Zian, though, he just pops them back into his beast space. Give them a little time, and boom, they're back to peak happiness and max combat power like nothing ever happened. But here's the real kicker, the hidden talent stimulation effect. This right here is the most broken part of the whole setup. See, a beast's talent is usually set in stone from birth, and only the most legendary, top-tier treasures can ever hope to buff or change it. Yet, with just his beast space alone, Zian can do exactly what those mythical items do, and he can do it as many times as he wants. It looks like our boy made the right call. Dropping 999 spirit secret crystals to build a perfect mythical grade space was worth every single cent. Zian was beyond satisfied. I mean, let's be real, a normal family could never pull this off. If you asked average parents to drop over 1 billion Chow credits on their kid's beast space, they'd laugh you out of the room. Guess he really won the reincarnation lottery this time. Satisfied with his work, Zian pushed open the massive doors and stepped out of the treasury. Waiting right there for him was the entire Bai family. The second they saw him, they rushed over, hearts in their throats. Zian, how do you feel? Are you okay? You haven't eaten or slept for a whole week, you've lost so much weight, they cried. But for Zian, back to the real world meant one thing: food. Usually, he was bored of the high-end delicacies they served. But today, he was eating like a man possessed, shoveling it in like a starving ghost. Bai Jingchong and the parents sat across from their golden child, watching him intently. Only after he finally finished his massive feast did Zian remember something. Oh, by the way, Grandpa, I used 999 spirit secret crystals for the space. Silence. That news hit the room like a literal bolt of lightning. 999 crystals, that's over 1 billion credits. Zian's father took it the hardest. He literally collapsed into his chair, legs turning to jelly as he started muttering to himself. Zian, you're going to bankrupt us all, aren't you? Bai Jingchong didn't have a total meltdown like his son, but he was definitely breaking a sweat. Thank God the Bai family is loaded, otherwise, they'd never be able to afford a grandson this expensive. I had no idea an S-rank variant talent would be this hungry for crystals, Jingchong muttered, wiping his brow. Zian really wanted to tell him that it was actually because his talent was mythical grade, not S-rank, but he couldn't exactly say that out loud, so he just focused on his plate and kept eating. Finally, when his stomach couldn't hold another bite, Zian stopped. Right then, Jingchong remembered something important. Just a little while ago, his life-bound beast, the red-eyed goldfish, had finally laid its eggs. He told Zian to go take a look. If any of them caught his eye, he could make one his very first contracted beast right then and there. The moment he heard red-eyed goldfish, Zian bolted upright with excitement, which was a mistake, because he almost lost his entire lunch right then and there. Once his stomach settled down, Jingchong led him straight to the beast egg vault. The staff here were meticulous, not a single mistake was allowed in this place. See, the Bai family are water-type specialists. They've perfected the art of raising aquatic beasts, using secret methods to ensure a steady supply of high-quality companions. On top of that, they have all the resources needed to make them grow fast. That's why every Bai child's first beast is always a water type. With the family's backing, they can hit the pro ranks of beastmasters in record time. Zian had heard about the vault before, but seeing it in person? His jaw hit the floor. The sheer scale of the place was absolutely insane. Most of the eggs here were silver tier, capable of reaching gold rank once they hit maturity. For anyone else, that's a dream. But for a mythical talent holder like Zian, not even close. He needed the best of the best, the absolute peak. That's why Jing Chong took him straight to the heavy hitter, the diamond rank red-eyed goldfish. They call it a fish, but let's be real, it looked way more like a dragon. As Zian stared at it, his Eye of Apocalypse kicked in, flooding his vision with data. Race, red-eyed goldfish, water system, level, peak diamond, rank, talent, S-rank excellent water flow, potential, peak diamond. But there was a catch. Its origin essence was damaged. It had 3 skills. The blue-grade excellent water flow, plus water arrow and roaring waves, both blue-grade as well. On paper, this beast was incredible, but that damaged essence was a serious problem. Zian frowned. What could have possibly happened to hurt a beast this powerful? Jing Chong waved his hand, and the massive fish swam right up to him. "Old friend," he whispered. "Zian has successfully awakened his talent. I'm hoping you'll let him meet your little ones." The red-eyed goldfish gave a slow, respectful nod. While this was happening, Zian was already searching his Eye of Apocalypse for a way to fix that damaged essence. That's when he noticed them. 2 beast eggs sitting right next to the goldfish. On one side, we've got a white-scaled fish egg. This one is solid, a water type with an A-rank talent called Ripping Current and entry-level diamond potential. Not bad, right? Its skills Ripping Current, Water Spear, and Bubble Shield range from blue to green rank. Zian, take a look. See which one speaks to you, Bai Jingshong urges. But Bai Zian? His eyes are already glued to the other egg. It's another white-scaled fish, sure, but this one is different. It's a freak of nature packing 2 separate talents. Alongside that A-rank Ripping Current, it's got an S-rank talent, Godspeed Flow. Plus, its potential is a whole tier higher top-tier purple rank. And the skills? It's got 4 of them. We're talking 2 purple rank skills, Godspeed Water and Ripping Current, plus 2 green rank ones, Water Spear and Bubble Shield. The Eye of Apocalypse reveals the catch, though. Because its potential is so insane, it's burning through energy way too fast. It's malnourished. One wrong move, and this little guy won't even survive. Zian stares at it, stunned top-tier purple quality plus 2 innate talents. To think a descendant of a red-eyed goldfish could actually produce a monster like this. No more thinking. He picks it instantly. But seeing this, Bai Jingshong is completely baffled. Zian, this egg is withered. It's dull. The life force is fading. It looks like it was born with a defect. Honestly, it might not even hatch. Jingshong goes on, even apologizing to his old friend, the red-eyed goldfish, for being so blunt. He feels bad talking down about her offspring. But hey, his grandson's future is on the line here. But here's the thing. Bai Zian doesn't budge. He insists on the weak-looking egg, claiming his intuition says this is the perfect partner for him. In reality, you probably couldn't find a better water-type beast in the entire Myriad Nest world if you tried. Seeing that look in Zian's eyes, Jingshong stops arguing. If the boy is that certain, he won't stand in his way. However, there's one more step. To claim the egg, they need the mother's permission, the red-eyed goldfish herself. Zian figured he'd have to do some fast talking to win her over. But as they turn around, the mother fish does something incredible. She uses her mouth to rip a scale from her own belly and attaches it to the egg Zian chose. Wait, is she giving this to me? He can't even hide his shock. Zian, that's her main scale, Jingshong explains. It's a treasure that stabilizes a water beast's core and boosts water-type skills by 10%. Looks like they don't need to ask for permission anymore. That scale is a thank you gift from the mother. By choosing the weakling, Zian just gave that little life a real fighting chance at survival. I promise you, Grandpa, I'll give it everything I've got. Zian clutches the egg and the golden scale, his voice steady. It's a promise to his grandfather, but more importantly, to the mother fish. Back in his room, he gets to work. He places the egg and the scale into a clean tank together. Then, he starts dumping in the good stuff heart-linking flower solution, dragonbeard root, snow lotus seed, scale dew grass, purple orchid leaf, sandwood fruit, red blood ginseng, and blood rank grass. Every single one is a top-tier refined herb. Honestly, the whole mixture looks like a bowl of straight-up poison. But the second it touches the egg, that shriveled, sickly shell suddenly starts pulsing with legendary levels of health. The Eye of Apocalypse is a total cheat code. It turned a dying egg into a perfect, flawless specimen. Now, Zian can finally breathe easy. He moves fast, initiating the contract with the white-scaled fish, and boom, success. The moment the contract locks in, the shell cracks. The little fish wiggles out, ready for the world. For the next month, Zian raises it inside his beast space. And man, it pays off. The fish awakens a brand new S-rank talent, Underworld Power, along with the skill Eroding Nether Water. Its potential even jumped up to mid-tier monarch rank. This fish is just like its master, born with serious main character energy. Even though it's just a newborn, this white-scaled fish is already slapping down rank 5 beasts. Talk about a bright future. Zian couldn't be happier. His fish is built different. None of the other water-type beasts in the house can even touch it anymore. But if he wants it to grow from unranked to the Black Iron realm, he's going to need some high-level combat. In this world, the ranks go from unranked to Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Purple Crystal, Monarch, Epic, Legend, and finally Godhood. Right now, they're in the unranked stage, the growth phase, which is split into 9 levels. Once a spirit beast matures, it hits the Black Iron rank, and that's when the real evolution paths finally open up. To get there though, you've got to grind. Training in the wild isn't just a suggestion, it's a must. Bai Zian knows the drill. He grabs his white-scale fish and tells his attendants, Bai Zi and Bai Xiao, to pack their gear. Their destination? Bamboo Fire Street. Now, get this. The world of the 10,000 cocoon nest is massive. We're talking 7 main megacities, each surrounded by 7 smaller satellite towns orbiting them like moons. The place Zian is heading to, Bamboo Fire Street, is a hotspot in White Forest City, one of those satellite towns. It's built right next to a volcano, crawling with fire-type spiders known as fire bamboo spiders. Most of these creepy crawlies are bottom-tier trash. Even the talented ones barely hit Black Iron rank. Perfect XP fodder for his white-scale fish to level up. The trio makes their way to the high-speed rail station, ready to move out. But just as they're about to clear the gate, a voice screams his name, loud enough for the whole station to hear. Bai Zian, how dare you dodge me? Oh boy, here we go. It's the little phoenix of the Feng family, Feng Tianyu. Zian doesn't even bother turning around. In his mind, they both awakened S-rank talents, so their old bet was a wash. Case closed, right? Wrong. Feng Tianyu is absolutely fuming. Sure, we tied, but you vanished right after the awakening ceremony. Not a word, nothing. Am I really that beneath your notice? Zian honestly didn't think she'd take it this personally. Apparently, she's been hunting him down ever since the ceremony ended. Seeing him at the station, ready to skip town, she thinks he's literally running away from her, and that just fans the flames of her rage. You heartbreaker, you traitor. She screams it at the top of her lungs. And honestly, Zian is dying of cringe right now. Like, what is this girl even saying? Anyone listening would think he played her or broke her heart. Talk about a public relations nightmare. He tries to ignore the drama and board the train, but she lunges forward, trying to grab him. Wait, don't you dare leave. If you don't hear me out today, I am never letting you go. Too bad for her. Before she can even touch a thread of his clothes, Bai Xiao steps in with a gaze cold enough to freeze time. Miss Feng, have some self-respect. Tianyu flinches. She's staring right into the aura of a high-level guardian, and the pressure is suffocating. Facing a gold-tier beast tamer, even an S-rank genius like Feng Tianyu is completely outmatched. She awkwardly pulls her hand back, but she isn't leaving without making her point. She chased him all this way for one thing. She wants another bet. The terms? Once they start the academy, their pets have a showdown. Zian gives her a half-hearted sure, whatever, and finally boards the train. On the outside, he's stoic. On the inside, he's about to lose it. This little phoenix is a total, grade A headache. If their families weren't such close friends, he would have smacked some sense into her a long time ago. The intercom blares. Train to Bamboo Fire City is now arriving. Zian takes a breath, pushes the drama aside, and focuses on the mission. The zone between the main city and the satellite towns, it's a death trap, pure wilderness. Monsters roam every inch of that land. Aside from professional hunting squads, nobody is crazy enough to wander out there alone. But people still need to travel, right? So, they came up with something wild. A transport beast called the 1,000-ring centipede. It's basically a massive, living train. Its body is hard as reinforced steel, acting like a natural shield. We're talking 100 meters of pure armored muscle. Each segment of the centipede is modified into a passenger cabin. The stronger the beast, the safer the ride, and the more expensive the seat. Usually, money is a joke to someone like Zian. Born into a wealthy family, he could buy out an entire carriage if he felt like it. But he's always been low-key, even in his past life. He doesn't need the flashy stuff. However, he gets a rude awakening the second he tries to board. He walks toward the first-class cabin, scans his ticket, and beep. Error. Second class only. The attendant literally escorts him back to the cheap seats in front of everyone. It's humiliating. It hits him instantly his grandpa had a hand in this. Before he left, Bai Jingchong told him he needed to live like a commoner during his training. Get some grit. Experience the real world. Maybe even get scammed a few times for character building. But Zian didn't think the old man would go this far, downgraded to second class, and his bodyguards were sent home. The cabin is a complete zoo, noisy, crowded, and smelling of sweat. Zian can't help himself. He activates his Eye of Enlightenment. He realizes the loud group across from him are students from some random academy in Rock Ore Street. He scans their pets for a second. These kids have been in school for a year already, and their pets haven't even hit black iron? Talk about pathetic. Suddenly, the second-class seat doesn't feel so bad. Seeing the massive gap between a true genius and the average crowd? Yeah, it's a nice ego boost. Normal spirit beasts? Against a guy with a literal cheat code like him, they don't stand a chance. But Bai Zian's confidence takes a hit the second he spots a girl named Xiao Gubai. Turns out, she also has an S-rank talent, a mystery-type skill that literally steals the luck right out of people. She has been sitting all alone in the corner this whole time. Just then, another student walks right past her. 1 second she is walking fine, the next snap. Her ankle gives out as she passes Gubai, and she goes crashing backward. It was her own clumsy fault, but she immediately jumps up and starts screaming. "You jinx! Why the hell did you trip me? Ugh, what rotten luck. If I am hurt, can you even pay for the hospital bills?" Gubai seems used to this treatment. Even though she didn't do a thing, she just hangs her head and mumbles an apology. But the bully just keeps barking. "Don't even talk to me." Meanwhile, Zian watches her in silence. This girl is just like him, an S-rank talent holder from the same mysterious branch. With potential like that, she should have caused a massive stir during testing. So why didn't Guangyan City report her to the higher-ups in Bailin City? Instead, they just left a top-tier genius to rot in this backwater town at some low-rate academy with zero standards. Something feels off, way off. Zian decides right then and there he is getting to the bottom of this. The high-speed train flies past, and before long, they enter the borders of Zuhuo City. The train stops, and Gubai dejectedly walks off. Zian follows her like a shadow before calling out a name, Bai Xiao. Suddenly, his shadow flickers, and she appears like a ghost. "You called, young master?" Turns out, even though Grandpa forbid them from hovering, Xiao was still ordered to watch from the shadows in case he needed backup. "Look into her. I want her full file." Zian gestures toward Gubai, who is walking ahead. Xiao, usually cold as ice, actually cracks a knowing smirk. She leans in and whispers, "Young master, don't tell me you have fallen for her at first sight?" Zian shuts that down immediately. He just thinks she is special. If he can recruit her before she realizes her own worth, the power of the Bai family would skyrocket in the future. Now, back to business. This city is crawling with bamboo fire spiders. Zian summons his silver carp immediately, letting it loose on the spider nest. The spiders are not high level, but they are aggressive and there are tons of them, so the silver carp has to put in some actual work. Same result though, in just over 1 minute, it completely wipes out 4 level 5 spiders. Real combat definitely beats training in the arena. Zian notices something weird. Usually, Water Spear just pokes a hole in a spider's head. But this time, the attack made the spiders literally explode. He is genuinely confused. Hydro Burst talent increases the impact of all water-based attacks. His own talent screen provides the answer. Oh, nice. He didn't realize his fish had that kind of kick. Time to find some bigger spiders to squash. If you want to grow, you have to fight things stronger than you. That is the only way to polish those skills under pressure. Skill mastery is broken down into tiers: beginner, proficient, expert, master, and finally, perfection. Right now, his fish has 5 skills, but if he doesn't push it, those skills will stay at the lowest level, dealing pathetic damage. Think of it like a swordsman's strike. A beginner might only be able to cut through a bamboo stalk, but a master at the perfection level? One swing can literally split a mountain in half. That is the power of mastery. Different beast, same skill but a world of difference in power. While he is lost in thought, another swarm of bamboo fire spiders surrounds him once again. He and his carp spend an entire week grinding in the field. By the end of it, the fish's power has surged like crazy. There were moments where it actually got tagged by the spider's silk, but instead of backing down, that pressure just made its counters more savage and way more lethal. Zian watches every move. At this rate, another week should be enough to push his carp all the way to level 9. Suddenly, Bai Ji appears behind him out of thin air. She has the report. Her and Xiao finally finished digging up the dirt on Xiao Gubai. Her parents died in a car crash when she was just a kid. It is like she was born under a dark star, bringing bad luck to everyone she knows. After that, none of her relatives would go near her. To make things worse, her parents left behind a massive pile of debt. Honestly, if it wasn't for her recently awakened talent and the protection of the Awakening Hall, there's a high chance those debt collectors would have sold her off already. Once she joined the academy, Xiao Gubai actually made a few new friends. But here's the kicker: nothing but disaster followed anyone who got close to her. Because of that, she was totally shunned and despised. Thankfully, she's got a heart of steel and wasn't about to let a little bad luck break her spirit. After class, she's constantly on the grind, working part-time just to survive, and saving every extra penny to pay off those massive family debts. The crazy part? Every single place she works at either goes into a slump or just straight up goes bankrupt. Bai Zian realized right then Xiaogubai's talent actually attracts pure misfortune. Still, her background is clean and she's got an incredibly firm mindset. She's definitely the determined type. He asked Bai Ji if anything weird happened on the day she awakened her talent. Bai Ji nodded. Yeah, things definitely got strange. See, Xiaogubai was the very last person to be tested that day. And the second she successfully awakened, the entire machine just fried itself. Even the staff working in the building that day started having freak accidents left and right. To save time, they just swapped in a new machine to retest her, which is why her official report says F-rank talent but Bai Zian. He knows the truth, it's actually S-rank. Things were getting interesting now, really interesting. It turns out Xiaogubai's talent doesn't just affect people, it even wreaks havoc on inanimate objects. He immediately ordered Baiji to head to South Mine City to clear Xiaogubai's debts and then have her transferred to the Beast Taming Academy in Whitescale City. Looking at him, Baiji got that same smirk Bai Shuo always has. She couldn't help but think looks like the young master is finally in love. I mean, talk about a power move. Using his wealth to clear her debts and force a school transfer? Is this how rich guys show their affection? Total CEO vibes. Bai Zian knew exactly what kind of nonsense was going through her head. He was just about to set her straight when suddenly he heard someone screaming for their life. They spotted Xiaogubai being hunted down by a bamboo fire spider. Without missing a beat, he sent his white scale fish into action, saving her life in the nick of time. Baiji saw this hero saves the damsel moment and immediately pulled a vanishing act to give the two of them some private time. Bai Zian just sighed. She didn't even give him a chance to explain. Over there, Xiaogubai was sprawled on the ground. He couldn't just leave her there. That's not how a man acts. So, Bai Zian decided to step up and help her. But Xiaogubai was terrified her bad luck would rub off on him, so she struggled to her feet on her own. Then, she realized, wait, he's the guy from the train earlier. The two of them introduced themselves, but Xiaogubai was quietly sizing him up. One shot. That's all it took for him to take down a black iron rank bamboo fire spider. This guy was seriously powerful. Seeing her dazed, Bai Zian spoke up first. Why are you here by yourself? Where's the rest of your class? At the mention of her classmates, she looked totally awkward. She explained they got separated when a mutated bamboo fire spider ambushed them. For anyone else, that's a nightmare. But Bai Zian? He got so hyped he grabbed Xiaogubai's hand and told her to lead him there right now. She turned beet red at the sudden contact and quickly pulled her hand back, completely flustered with embarrassment. But, it's dangerous. And I might just bring you bad luck, she whispered, looking down. But did Bai Zian care about a little bad luck? Not even a little bit. He grabbed her hand again, insisting she lead him to the mutated spider and promising that his white scale fish would blow her mind. He was genuinely excited about this. This was perfect, 2 birds with 1 stone. He could train his fish and show Xiaogubai just how powerful he is. It would make it so much easier to recruit her to the Bai family later. Little did he know, Baiji was still hiding nearby, watching her master like a hawk. When she saw him grab her hand, she was basically fangirling like a teenager, watching a spicy romance drama. But then she saw Bai Zian's smile, and it sent a literal shiver down her spine. There was a cold, sharp glint in that smile that felt almost murderous. Anyway, Xiaogubai soon led him to the mutated spider's den. This spider had a low natural rank, but it actually possessed 2 separate talents. He knew he had to play this carefully. A lowly bronze beast with 2 talents? That only means one thing, there's some high-level treasure hidden deep inside that cave. With that in mind, Bai Zian summoned his white-scale fish, ready for war. Before the fight, Xiaogubai tried to talk him out of it, warning him that a mutated spider wasn't something new students like them could handle. But Bai Zian just gave her a cool look. It's fine, just stand back and watch the show. He ordered the white-scale fish to start with a water spear barrage to clear out the smaller spiders first. Once the mutated leader showed up, they'd finish it off with a devastating water flow rupture. The fish gave a little nod and charged right in. The mutated spider was instantly startled and woke up with a vengeance. It saw the enemy was only an unranked level 8 beast and got absolutely furious. How dare this weakling invade its territory with such little power? Seeing the threat, the mutant boss immediately orders its minions to swarm forward and tear the enemy apart. But Bai Zian's white-scale fish is no pushover. The sheer power it uses to wipe out the fire bamboo spiders leaves the mutant leader absolutely stunned. In a single move, the white-scale fish annihilates almost every subordinate. Talk about a power flex. This sends the mutant spider into a total rage. It unleashes its full power, desperate to shred the fish into pieces. The heat is insane. The massive fire barrage actually evaporates the water the white-scale fish is using. Sensing the danger, Bai Zian immediately shouts for it to use flowing godspeed to dodge the incoming fire. The white-scale fish obeys perfectly, slipping through the flames and narrowly escaping a disaster. Flowing godspeed is the real deal, a skill that boosts its speed across a massive area. Combine that with the fact that its surface control has reached the great success stage, and dodging those attacks becomes as easy as breathing. Of course, this only makes the spider even more frantic. The attacks are coming in fast and heavy, a non-stop barrage, yet the white-scale fish dances through them with zero effort. After some slick maneuvering, it even manages to get right above the mutant spider's head. But Bai Zian yells out a warning to his spirit beast. Don't let it bait you. Focus on clearing out those annoying small fry first. That's when the real battle begins. Snapping back to its senses, the white-scale fish quickly shifts its focus to the remaining fire bamboo spiders lurking around, watching its entire army get slaughtered right before its eyes. Yeah, the boss spider's anger has officially hit the boiling point. Bai Zian can tell they've finally pushed this monster to unleash its ultimate, most devastating move. And he's right. This attack is on a whole different level. The white-scale fish stays cool, using flowing god speed to weave through the chaos, before firing back with rupturing water flow, aiming straight for the spider's legs. Bai Zian watches the fight with wide eyes, not wanting to miss a single second of the action. The power of rupturing water flow is easily on par with a water spear strike. Plus, it's water versus fire elemental advantage, baby. At this rate, victory is practically in the bag. But honestly, everything is going a bit too smoothly, and it's starting to make Bai Zian feel uneasy. And just like that, his gut feeling was right. This spider isn't just strong, it's been playing a dirty game from the very start. Even though the fish dodged every attack, the mutant spider was leaving behind tiny strands of silk in the air with every single move. The longer the fight dragged on, the more this cave became a massive, invisible trap. Now, the white-scale fish is starting to lose its mobility. If this keeps up, Bai Zian and his partner are going to be sitting ducks. Seeing the trap close in, he orders his spirit beast to end this right now with eroding dark water. The little fish gets the message loud and clear. Time to bring out the finishing blow. It unleashes a massive surge of energy like a devastating tsunami, attacking from every single direction. The mutant spider can't even react before it's game-over victory for the white-scale fish. But man, that last move took everything. Exhausted and injured, the fish starts to collapse, but Bai Zian is right there to catch it. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. The white-scale fish has successfully leveled up to rank 9 unranked. Mission accomplished. Now all it needs is some well-deserved rest inside the spirit beast space to recover its strength. That's when Xiao Gubai timidly steps forward and asks, "How's the fish?" Bai Zian smiles. "It's fine, just drained. A little rest, and it'll be back to normal." He then walks over to the massive corpse of the mutant spider, getting ready to harvest the loot. But before he can even pull out his knife, Xiao Gubai snatches the job away. Turns out, she's a total pro at dissecting spirit beasts. Her technique is flawless. Bai Zian steps back and lets her do her thing, while he uses his Eye of Apocalypse to scan the cave for any hidden treasures or rare resources. But before he can find anything, Xiao Gubai calls out to him, sounding absolutely hyped. Zian, you've got to see this. I found it inside the leader's body." In her hand is a handful of awakening origin stones. These are legendary stones packed with the source of awakening, capable of helping a being unlock a brand new talent. He hadn't even finished scanning, and she already found the biggest prize in the cave. Seems like her hidden luck talent is the real MVP when it comes to treasure hunting. Before today, Bai Zian had only ever seen 2 things with awakening power. One was the Awakening Stone back at the 9 States Federation Hall, and the other was his own Spirit Beast space. And yet, here is Xiao Gubai, casually finding something just as powerful. In this federation, anything that can awaken talent is considered a top-tier national treasure. Xiao Gubai doesn't have an appraisal skill, so she has no idea how insane this find is, and Bai Zian decides to keep it that way for now. He knows she's a good person, but a temptation this huge? It could make anyone have second thoughts. So, playing it cool, Bai Zian just says, "I'm not sure what this is either. Let's wait until we get back and I'll ask the seniors at home." Xiao Gubai just nods happily, her hands already back to work on the spider's carcass. Seeing her in that state, Bai Zian knew the time was right. He took a breath and made his move, inviting her to come back to his home. Xiao Gubai froze mid-action. She turned her head, looking at him with total confusion. "Wait, are you actually inviting me?" Bai Zian just nodded. Dead serious. Xiao Gubai turned back to the mutated spider's corpse and slammed her knife into it one more time. To her, Bai Zian was a powerhouse. But her? Since she was a kid, she'd been nothing but a jinx, a walking disaster who was hated and shunned by everyone she knew. In her own mind, she was a monster. She didn't just doubt his invitation. She couldn't even process it. But he knew better. She wasn't a monster. Just unique. Bai Zian gently took the knife from her hand. He didn't want her venting her trauma on a dead spider anymore. It was time to look forward. He doubled down on his offer, telling her to come work for the young lord of the Bai family in White Phosphorus City. He promised her that if she came, he'd lead her to see the breathtaking sights of Spirit Tamer City, a world far beyond anything she'd ever imagined. "The Bai family?" Xiao Gubai asked, her voice trembling. Are you talking about the family of the diamond-tier Beast Tamer, Bai Zian? He confirmed it was true. So, what do you say? Will you join our family? Bai Zian asked, reaching out his hand with a confident smile. Looking at his hand, Xiao Gubai had a sudden, wild thought. Maybe, just maybe, she should try one more time. Maybe this time, things would be different. She reached out and took his hand, whispering a quiet yes. In that moment, she vowed to work twice as hard to repay the man who reached out when she was at her lowest. Once the deal was sealed, Bai Zian told her he had a special gift for her. Talk about a warm welcome. He cleared away a thick layer of spider silk, revealing a hidden clutch of mutated flame bamboo spider eggs. These weren't just any eggs. They were mutated from birth, which meant they were basically the start of an entirely new, powerful species of spider. If they could pull this off and raise a new type of spirit beast, the benefits for the Bai family would be absolutely massive. He told Xiao Gubai to pick one egg for herself. Consider it her signing bonus for joining the Bai family. A condition for joining? Xiao Gubai asked cautiously. Do you mean, you want me to sign a brand new contract? Bai Zian nodded. See, in this world, contracts between tamers and beasts aren't always permanent. As a tamer grows stronger, those low-level starter pets just can't keep up in a real fight. Trading up for a beast with higher potential is just common sense. But there are only two ways to do it. 1. Break the old contract and face the consequences. 2. Kill your old pet. Yeah, it's as brutal as it sounds. Xiao Gubai stepped forward, hesitating for a second, but then she picked the egg with the highest potential. He was right, she really did have a nose for treasure. Her talent for finding rare items was a goldmine. But first, she had to handle the old contract. The first method causes a massive backlash that can even be fatal. The second is just cold-blooded murder. Bai Zian wondered which path she'd choose. Xiao Gubai didn't even hesitate. She wasn't a killer. She chose to break the bond with her old beetle pet. As the contract snapped, the backlash hit her like a truck, and she coughed up a spray of blood. Bai Zian rushed to her side, panicked. Are you okay? She gasped through the pain. I'm fine. Even hurting, she made sure to say a proper goodbye to her beetle. They'd been through a lot together. It wasn't just a pet, it was a companion. Saying goodbye was heartbreaking. She watched the beetle fly away, keeping her eyes on it until it disappeared into the horizon. Watching this, Bai Zian was more certain than ever. He hadn't just found a talent, he'd found someone with a real soul. After the heavy stuff was done, the two of them headed to the black market in Bamboo Fire City to do some shopping. A shady merchant there was putting on a big act, pointing at a pile of spirit stones. Listen, kid, I told you 9,000, and I already dropped a 0 for you. No more bargaining. But Bai Zian, he's way too sharp for these cheap tricks. He just stood there, looking cool and totally unimpressed. Boss, he said, sounding even more annoyed than the merchant. Do I look like a naive kid you can just scam? This core is a wreck. It doesn't even have passive energy. Hearing that, the merchant dropped the act. He started mumbling excuses, saying that even if it's a bit broken, it might still hold the original imprint of a spirit beast. If you're lucky, a beast of the same element could learn a god-tier skill from it. Bai Zian played along, nodding like he was considering it. I guess you have a point, boss. Secretly, he knew the odds of a broken core having a skill were 1 in a billion. If it weren't for his special eyes, he'd never have noticed this one. Suddenly, his system chimed in. Item identified. The Scarlet Flame Swift Core. This was a Super Monarch tier beast core. Even though it was heavily damaged, it contained a legendary skill. Heavenly Purple Meteor. He smirked a look so wicked it actually startled Xiao Gubai. Who would have thought a tiny black market would hide a treasure like this? Looks like Xiao Gubai's luck was already rubbing off on him. The merchant, sensing he might lose the sale, finally got honest. Look, let's be real with each other, the guy said. 90,000. That's my final offer. But Bai Zian just sighed like he'd completely lost patience. He started to walk away. And hey, it works every time, just like how our moms do it at the grocery store. The merchant panicked and grabbed his arm. Wait, 10,000, 10,000. That's rock bottom. I'm losing money here. Take it or leave it. Bai Zian smiled. Deal. Hold on. Who is this guy? Out of nowhere, a purple-haired dude struts into the scene, announcing he's snatching that spirit stone for himself. I've got my eyes on this core too, he says. Just looking at that punchable face, you can tell he's looking for a fight. Mr. Purple Hair tries to look cool while flipping his hair and bids $20,000. Zian just brushes his hand away, thinking this guy has some serious nerve. Trying to steal his prize right out from under him? Zian snaps back. Listen, buddy, cutting in line like this is a real trash move. The guy just laughs it off without a hint of shame. The owner hasn't sold it to you yet, so I'm free to outbid you whenever I want. He points at our boy with a mocking smirk. Besides, you're supposed to be a beast tamer. Don't tell me you can't even scrape together 20,000 bucks? He starts gloating. I'm the nephew of the Zuhuo city mayor. I could probably find you a little job so you can at least afford to eat. Great, a spoiled brat with high-level connections. But then, the guy's eyes drift over and lock onto our leading lady. He spots Gubai standing behind Zian and his eyes light up. He didn't notice her before, but now he's staring at her soft features thinking she's absolutely adorable. With a look that's beyond creepy, he can't help but comment on how she's a rare beauty. That's the final straw for Zian. He's done talking. He proposes a simple solution, a life or death duel to decide who walks away with the prize. He steps in front of Gubai, thinking to himself that this guy is the classic weak villain acting like a big shot type. One look at this jerk's face, and you might as well see the word villain tattooed on his forehead. Time for some practice, Zian mutters as he activates his Eye of Revelation. You think playing the hero and saving the girl is going to work? You're just asking for a death sentence, the guy screams. On cue, the spirit beast by his side starts spitting actual flames. The system notification pings. Species Red Flame Altar Ball. Fire Element. Peak Silver Tier. Talent. Lava Body. Quality. Mid-tier. Black Iron. Skills. Flowing Fire and Blue Flame Burst. Go on, good boy. Kill him, he commands. The altar ball lunges at Zian, looking ready to tear him to pieces. Zian doesn't even flinch. He calmly scoops up Gubai and gracefully dodges the attack. This is actually getting interesting. For someone usually protected by his clan, a real life-or-death battle with another beast tamer is a rare opportunity. The enemy beast charges again with even more fury. Zian just gives a slight smirk. He literally just took down a bronze-tier beast earlier today. He's curious to see how strong a black iron tamer actually is, but for now, he's just casually dancing around every single strike. The purple-haired guy starts trash-talking, calling Zian a piece of trash and telling him to stop hiding. By now, a massive crowd has gathered, and the whispers are starting. Wait, isn't that Joji, the mayor's nephew? This is bad. That guy is famous for being a massive bully. I heard he loves using dirty tricks in a one-on-one, someone whispers. Meanwhile, his beast is getting more and more desperate, attacking like a crazed animal. Gubai yells out in worry. Zian, be careful. Even the old merchant sighs, thinking this kid is definitely a goner. But Zian? He's totally chill. Fine, he thinks. If you're tired of me dodging, let's settle this face to face. As the beast lunges in, Zian moves his hands in a perfect, fluid circle. He catches the creature and spins it around like he's rinsing rice in a bowl before delivering a final, decisive palm strike that sends it flying. The once fierce beast is now whimpering on the ground like a scared puppy. The mayor's nephew is fuming that Zian didn't give him any face or respect. You brat. Don't you know you're supposed to respect the master before you hit the dog? I'm going to make you regret this. Ignoring how badly his beast is hurt, he barks out another order. Altar Ball. Use Flowing Fire. The loyal beast obeys, charging up a massive fireball and launching it at Zian in a spiraling trail of heat. Zian dodges just in time, watching the ground where he stood cave in. It's time. He calls out Scaled Fish. Water versus fire is the perfect counter. Come forth, Scaled Fish, Zian shouts, summoning his water-type spirit. But the second it appears, Zian feels something is off. Suddenly, a massive snake appears out of nowhere from behind. It lunges with its jaws wide open, trying to swallow Zian whole, but he barely manages to twist away. Typical. The purple-haired jerk was using a hidden beast for a cowardly sneak attack, and he's actually proud of it. I can't believe you actually dodged that, he sneers. The system pings again. Species Firefly Snake. Fire Element. Mid-tier, Silver Level. Talent. High Speed. Quality. Mid-tier Black Iron. Skills. Sky. High Sparks and Basic Venom. Even Scaled Fish looks disgusted by such a low-down tactic. Zian narrows his eyes. This just got a lot more complicated. Scaled Fish. Let's end this quickly, Zian commands. His beast moves in perfect sync, but the purple-haired guy is still overconfident. Do it. Bursting Flame, he yells. It's 2 against 1 now, and things are looking grim for our boy. Scaled Fish gets surrounded by exploding fireballs. A massive blast goes off, and the fish disappears into a cloud of thick, red smoke. Mr. Purple Hair starts laughing. You're just a rookie tamer with a tiny fish. You really thought you could challenge a black iron rank like me? What a waste of a decent beast, he mocks, looking at the smoke. He looks at Zian with pure arrogance. It's over, kid. You lost. But Zian, he isn't reacting at all. Sensing that Lin Yu is perfectly fine, Zian smirks and throws his opponent's words right back at him. Drawing conclusions already? Don't you think it's a bit too early for that? Right on cue, Lin Yu erupts from the cloud of dust without a single scratch on its body. Pissed off, it lashes out with its tail, delivering a brutal slap that sends the purple-haired guy's spirit beast spinning. That one savage strike is enough to send the ritual hound flying, knocking it out cold on the spot, leaving only Yan Li left in the fight. Yan Li tries to use its long, serpentine body to coil around Lin Yu and trap it, but our fish is way too fast. It effortlessly dodges the wrap and charges a high-pressure water sphere, blasting it straight into Yan Li's face. And just like that, Yan Li is officially out of the game. The purple-haired guy stands there, jaw dropped, stuttering in pure disbelief. How? How is this possible? It's supposed to be a bottom-tier trash beast. Meanwhile, Lin Yu finally looks satisfied now that it's vented its anger. Zian recalls Lin Yu and gives his opponent a pitying look. Honestly, your soul beasts were actually pretty strong. Too bad they picked a loser for a master. Talk about a burn. For a guy as arrogant as him, there's no way he's just going to take that insult lying down. Losing his mind, the guy decides if he can't win a fair fight, he'll play dirty. You little brat, he snarls, suddenly whipping out a hidden dagger. The purple-haired coward lunges forward, screaming about Zian being nothing but a low-tier tamer. What are you so proud of? Die. But then, bam! Out of nowhere, Bai Zian drops from the sky and plants a boot right in his face. Talk about a grand entrance. She strikes a flawless pose, completely ignoring the guy she just leveled, and turns to Zian with a bright smile. Young Master Zian. A secret letter from the City Lord has arrived. Under her boot, the purple-haired guy can only groan in pain, his pride and his face both completely crushed. Zian doesn't even spare him a glance as he finishes his business with the merchant. Alright boss, here's the 10,000 credits. Now, give me that spirit core. Scene jump to the sprawling city skyline. Inside a private room, Zian is deep in thought, standing before a pile of rare medicinal herbs. The voice from the City Lord's letter echoes in his mind. Little Anne, I finished gathering all the data you requested regarding Lin Yu's evolution. I see you've decided to skip the Bai family's standard evolution path and use your intuition to forge an entirely new one. Your grandfather trusts your judgment. But remember, walking a path that no one has ever dared to tread is extremely dangerous. Zian weighs his options. Lin Yu has already surpassed the Black Iron rank, meaning it's officially time for its very first evolution. If he followed the Bai family's secret method, Lin Yu would eventually become the gold-patterned Crimson Eye fish. Not bad, but not legendary. But the Eye of the Fairy Stream has revealed a path that is simply impossible to turn down. We're talking about the legend of the Kunpeng, from a fish in the deep sea to a leviathan that soars through the heavens. Fish to whale, whale to kun, and finally, kun to peng. To reach that ultimate form, it has to evolve 9 times in total. Zian can barely contain his excitement at the thought of taming a literal god of the sea and sky. He summons his partner once more. Come on out, little flying fish. It's time. The fish is so excited it flies straight into his back like a guided missile. Damn it, Zian wheezes, feeling like his spine just exited the chat. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Zian? You okay in there? Zian ignores the voice, grabbing Lin Yu and giving it a playful, frustrated squeeze. He pokes the fish's cheek and grins. Alright, no more playing around. We're evolving you right now. Lin Yu looks back at its master with those big, pathetic, please be gentle eyes. No time for second thoughts. Zian begins the process, laying out all the rare materials he fought so hard to get. As the materials blend together, the first stage of evolution kicks in. Lin Yu's body begins to warp, its fins and tail stretching out, growing longer and more elegant. Finally, the process reaches its peak. A bright light flashes, and Lin Yu emerges looking completely transformed, going from a tiny fry to a majestic predator. System check. Species, white shadow giant scale fish. Element, water. Rank, junior black iron. Innate talents, divine speed, soul-chilling power, and the devastating torrent burst. Grade, A. Rank phantom steps. The system pings again. Quality, monarch grade. Skills, mastered water, dash, and beginner. Level corrosive dark water. It also picked up torrent blast, phantom white shadow, and a host of other utility skills. This thing is a literal powerhouse. Its stats are light years beyond any normal scalefish you'd find in the wild. Plus, it inherited the illusion abilities of the white water whale, making it a nightmare for enemies to even land a hit. But then boom! A sudden surge of energy causes a small explosion. Lin Yu's body suddenly balloons in size, growing way faster than Zian expected. Holy hell, why is it getting so big? I'm gonna get crushed. He panics as the giant fish pins him against the wall. If he doesn't do something fast, he's going to be the first tamer killed by his own pet. Buddy, go back to the soul space, now. Thankfully, Lin Yu is still a good boy. It obeys instantly, vanishing into a streak of light as it returns to the taming dimension. Zian collapses, gasping for air. Man, that was way too close. I almost got flattened. His room, however, is a total disaster zone. Another knock at the door. Bai Zian, hearing the commotion, calls out in a worried tone. Young master, are you hurt? Zian looks at the wreckage of his apartment and sighs. I'm fine. Just testing out some new skills. Go find me a new room, will you? Seriously, this place is trashed. There's no way he can sleep in a room with a hole in the wall. As he gets up to pack, he realizes he missed something. There was a second note hidden inside the letter. It's short and to the point. Azure Essence Dew located in Blazing City. Xian's eyes light up. Grandpa really came through with the intel. If he wants Lin Yu to keep growing, he absolutely has to get his hands on that dew. Time to see if Red Flame City is actually hiding any real treasures. Let's head straight into the heart of the city. The streets are alive with the sounds of street vendors shouting their lungs out. Fresh spirit cores and beast eggs right here. Come take a look. Get your spirit beast distribution maps for Red Flame City. Don't miss out. The Black Fang Adventure Team is recruiting. We've got insurance and we cover your food and housing. Xian isn't feeling the vibe at all, looking pretty annoyed. Ugh, it's way too noisy here. I've walked through almost the entire market and haven't seen a single thing worth buying. He sighs to himself, thinking he's wasted his time. But the second that thought crosses his mind, he regrets it. Suddenly, the system's voice pings in his head. Ding, detected. Black iron, tier fire finch spirit core. Wait, there's more. Bronze tier fossils detected. Pig owl feathers detected. It looks like Xian is about to stumble onto a massive gold mine. As the two of them scout the area, a voice drifts over from the crowd. Word on the street is this auction is going to draw a massive crowd. Two guys are sitting nearby, gossiping like crazy. One says, I heard they're even auctioning off diamond tier resources this time. The other guy jumps in. Yeah, and that old lady from Blue City who spends all her time hunting diamond rank materials, she's definitely going to be there. They're really getting into it now. With her involved, there's basically no point in even wondering who's going to walk away with the diamond loot. Xian overhears this and his heart sinks. This is bad. That Azure Cloud Path is absolutely critical for his plans. If the City Lord of Blue City steps in, this auction just got a whole lot harder. Suddenly, a loud shout from a shopkeeper behind him snaps his attention back. Hey, you buying or what? If you aren't paying, keep your hands off the merchandise. Gubai is standing there, awkwardly holding an item. Excuse me, boss. How much for this rock? The shopkeeper, Dayu, loses his mind. A rock? You calling this a rock? This is a treasure, kid. One you definitely can't afford. Now beat it and stop blocking my real customers. Right then, the system screen flashes. Detected. Glimmer fruit diamond. Tier material. Xian can't believe his eyes. He stares at the object Gubai just picked up at random. A diamond tier resource. Just sitting there? Without wasting a second, he rushes over and claps a hand on her shoulder, looking at the vendor with a massive grin. Boss, give me a price. I'm taking this. Dayu doesn't hesitate to throw out a ridiculous number. 30 million Kyushu coins. He's smirking on the inside, thinking, here we go, another rich brat with more money than brains. Gubai's jaw drops and she starts shaking. Xian, that's insane. Let's just forget it. It's way too expensive. Dayu is practically gloating now. Listen, kid. If you want to show off for a girl, you've got to be ready to pay the price. Xian just grits his teeth and slams his card down. Swipe it. In his head, he's laughing. 30 million for a diamond tier resource? That's the steal of a lifetime. The vendor is over the moon once the payment clears. Thank you for your business, sir. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over them as a spirit beast circles in the sky. The crowd below starts buzzing with excitement. Look at that. What kind of beast is that? It's so majestic. It looks like a crane. And there's someone standing right on its back. A voice thunders from above. Phoenix Crown Cloud, Wing Crane. Let's show them some spirit. The system immediately pulls up the beast's data. Species: Phoenix Crown Cloud Wing Crane. Type: mid-level, rank, mid-tier diamond. Talent: Stormcall rank A potential, high-tier diamond. Skills: Blue Stormcall, Blue Cloud Wingblade, and Green Cloud Rain Dance. Jing Chong looks down from the sky and shouts out a warning to his old rival, the Old Red Ghost. We've arrived! The crane soars through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering, brilliant purple and pink dust in its wake. On the other side, someone else appears, riding a red flame crow. The man on the crow laughs loudly, his voice full of energy. Well, if it isn't the famous City Lord of Whitescale City. He stands there with his hands on his hips, looking over at his guest. Your arrival makes my Red Flame City shine even brighter than usual. Jing Chong clearly isn't in the mood for small talk. Old Red Ghost, you're a grandmaster. Stop pretending to be all civilized and polite. The man just gives a mock respectful bow. You're the guest here, old man. After you. Down below, Xian is stunned into silence. He realizes his grandfather came all this way personally just to make sure he gets that Azure Cloud Path. As the sun begins to set, the two winged beasts fly off together toward the horizon. The next day, the scene shifts to a magnificent, sprawling palace. The old man looks at his grandson with a worried expression. Xian, are you absolutely sure about this? Xian doesn't blink, his resolve steady as a rock. Yes, grandfather, I am determined to win the Azure Cloud Path, no matter what. Suddenly, a cold voice rings out from behind them. Old man Jing, what exactly do you want from me? Dong Li speaks with a deadly serious tone. If you're here about the Azure Cloud Path, don't waste your breath. The highest bidder takes it. period. This is the city lord of Blue City, Dongli, and her granddaughter Jiqi is hiding right behind her. She's staring them down, and Xian feels like he recognizes her. That girl. Jingchong immediately bursts out laughing. Isn't this your granddaughter? I heard you've been hunting diamond-tier resources all over the place just to find a cure for her illness. Dongli's eyes flash with pure rage. You're talking in circles. Are you trying to threaten me? A terrifying surge of power erupts from her. I'm a diamond-tier beastmaster just like you. Do you really think I'm afraid? Xian raises his hand, bracing himself against the overwhelming wave of green energy she just released. This is the first time he's ever faced the raw power of a diamond-tier beastmaster head-on. It's brutal. The sheer pressure makes it feel like his lungs are collapsing. He can barely even breathe. Unlike the tense energy in the air, Jingchong remains incredibly calm. He looks City Lord Dongli straight in the eyes and tells her she's misunderstood. This fight for the Azure Cloud Dew is just like an auction. Highest bidder wins. Jingchong has already manifested a powerful protective barrier. He notes that she doesn't seem to have any specific need for diamond-grade resources, so he proposes a deal to settle everything peacefully. The sight leaves the young man absolutely stunned. Only silver-rank beast tamers or higher can manifest a shield like that. Dongli finally calms down, her brow furrowing as she asks, "What kind of deal?" Jingchong pulls out a box and reveals its contents. "I have a diamond-grade resource here, the Dawnlight fruit." He makes his move. "If I take the Azure Cloud Dew, I'll sell you this fruit at cost." But suddenly, Xian steps forward and whispers, "Grandpa, wait a second." The boy looks at Chi-Chi and flashes a warm smile. This little girl is suffering so much. Maybe we should just give her the Dawnlight fruit as a gift? Jingchong's face is a mask of stone, but inside, he's absolutely reeling in shock at his grandson's words. He thinks to himself, selling it was one thing, but giving it away for free? That definitely wasn't part of the original plan. Dongli can't believe her ears. She stares at them, skeptical. "Young man, diamond-grade resources are incredibly rare. Why on earth would you just give it to us?" She watches them with a heavy, sorrowful gaze, but Xian just keeps that bright smile on his face. "Didn't you say she needs diamond-grade resources to get better?" Chi-Chi's face turns bright red as the boy continues. "I like this little girl, so I'm giving the Dawnlight fruit to her." Jingchong eyes his grandson with pure suspicion. Xian isn't the type to be blinded by a pretty face. And besides, even if he did like her, this girl from the Dong family is far too frail to be a suitable granddaughter-in-law. Still, he has to play along. He gives a forced, awkward laugh and hands the box over. "I apologize, you'll have to excuse us. My grandson is a bit too straightforward. If he says he's giving it as a gift, then a gift it is." Deep down, though, Jingchong is thinking that straightforward is just a cover. His grandson's sharp intuition must have picked up on something big to make him change the plan like this. Dongli looks down at the box in her hands. She takes the child's hand, ready to depart. She turns back one last time. "Lord Jingchong, I've accepted this gift, so I won't fight you for the dew anymore." Jingchong watches them leave and simply replies, "My thanks, City Lord Dongli." Shyly, Chi-Chi turns back to look at the boy. "Big brother, what's your name?" Xian gives her a brilliant grin. "The name's Xian. I live in Whitescale City. Once you're feeling better, make sure you come visit me, okay?" She carves his name into her memory and turns away, lingeringly whispering, "Brother Xian." But as the boy watches them go, he mutters to himself, "Giving away a diamond-grade resource for nothing?" His expression shifts, becoming terrifyingly cold. He's definitely not the type of person to just throw money away for no reason. Suddenly, his system pings with a notification. Spatial species, the Void Larva. It's currently at the 9th level of the unranked stage. It possesses an SS rank spatial talent called Void Wormhole, with early-stage epic potential and an orange-tier Void Wormhole skill. The system notes that these natural spatial spirits have massive potential once they reach maturity. Here's the catch. During its growth phase, it needs massive amounts of energy. If it doesn't get enough, it starts draining the Beast Tamer instead, becoming a lethal burden. He watches her walk away, thinking to himself, an SS rank epic tier spatial beast talent that can be strengthened. If this girl manages to survive, she's going to become a legendary powerhouse. But the system notification isn't finished yet. Talent strengthening power. An SS rank support type talent that can boost the abilities of all selected beasts by 100%. Xian smirks meaningfully. That Dawnlight fruit was worth 30 million, but if it buys her eternal gratitude, it's more than worth the price. Meanwhile, the auction hall is packed to the brim. The hostess steps onto the stage, declaring that today, power will lead to victory. She's ready to kick things off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's grand auction event. The spotlights hit the very first item. Let's not waste any more time. The auction officially begins. Now, as the first item is revealed, the crowd starts buzzing. It's a gold-tier beast egg, the purple rockhawk. Starting bid, 1 million. Word on the street is that purple rock hawks are notoriously difficult to raise and even harder to train. Zian and his grandfather watch from their private room. The boy looks at the item, completely stunned. The hostess raises her hammer, ready to go. A genuine gold-tier beast egg at a fair price. Do I hear any bids? From inside one of the rooms, a voice calls out, 1 million. The audience is shocked. Must be someone with money to burn, probably just buying it as a pet. It's hard to understand the world of the ultra-rich. The hostess, meanwhile, breathes a sigh of relief. The first item is usually the hardest to sell, so she's feeling lucky. Back in the room, Jing Chong looks at the boy with concern. Zian, are you sure about this? A purple rockhawk isn't exactly easy to handle, but Zian is staring at his system notification. Species, purple rockhawk, dual type, wind and thunder, talent, lightning, potential, early, stage amethyst, skills, flash lightning, thunderclap, and wind slash. Zian turns to reassure his grandfather. Grandpa, my intuition is telling me this egg is way more than it seems. He smirks to himself. He can't believe the auction's high-end scanners actually got the appraisal wrong. Gold tier versus amethyst tier? Those two levels are worlds apart. The hostess slams her hammer down. Congratulations to the guest in seat number 3. The purple rockhawk egg is yours. The next item is brought out as the entire hall erupts in applause. 1 hour later, the auctioneer finally looks down at the ledger. It's time for the grand finale, the Azure Origin Dew. The spotlights swing over, illuminating a shimmering stone that practically glows. There's no starting price. It's a free-for-all bidding war. Every raise must be at least 1 million Kyushu coins. The room explodes instantly. 10 million. Someone screams from the back. 10 million? For a diamond-tier material? Dream on, another voice mocks. 30 million? No, 50 million Kyushu coins. One guy begs for everyone to give him face. But come on. Against a diamond-tier material, your reputation is worth less than dirt. Zian is about to bid 100 million, but his mentor stops him. Stay calm, kid. Not yet. Let the small fry fight it out first, then we'll drop the hammer. Zian frowns, clenching his fists. This Azure Origin Dew is the absolute key he needs to awaken his second talent. He looks down at the blue stones he took from the mutated fire bamboo spider leader. How exactly should he use these awakening stones? Suddenly, his system pings with a notification. While researching the stones, he's triggered a heavenly revelation. Method 1. Carry the stone as an accessory. Over time, the energy will influence you, giving a small chance to awaken an F to D tier talent. But you can only try this once a year. Method 2. Embed the awakening stone directly into your own body. This boosts your chances significantly, offering a talent between C and A tier. That spider boss probably swallowed one by accident. It basically followed that second, more brutal method. Then there's method 3. Use the stone as a core ingredient for a Hidden River secret solution, combining it with Tears of Heaven and the Azure Origin Dew. Soak in that solution for a full day and night, and you've got a shot at an S to SSS tier talent. Zian is gunning for that top tier, no doubt. The only problem? Gathering those legendary materials is a nightmare. He knows the Bai family vault already has the Tears of Heaven and the secret leaves. Now, he just needs the Bai family's influence to secure this dew. Down on the floor, the price hits a staggering 500 million. Dayu is smirking like he's already won. With this Azure Origin Dew, he'll finally break through to the diamond rank. But then, a voice from the VIP room above shatters his dreams. 700 million Kyushu coins. Dayu immediately starts pleading. Look, I'm Dayu, a top-tier gold rank Beast Tamer. This material is life or death for me. I hope you can understand. Then he shouts his final offer. 800 million. The entire crowd is in a state of pure shock. Everyone knows Dayu is just one step away from diamond rank, so he's going all in. But whoever is in room 3 clearly isn't someone to mess with. Is it another powerhouse? People notice that City Lord Lamb, sitting in room 2, hasn't even made a move yet. Yet here's Dayu, barking like a dog. Suddenly, a massive pressure erupts from the VIP room as a voice sneers. A gold rank tamer thinks he's hot stuff, huh? Dayu freezes, his face turning pale. That pressure, it's a diamond rank beast tamer. Even the auctioneer is trembling. This is the powerhouse the City Lord personally welcomed yesterday. Who is this guy? A cold cough echoes from the room, making the girl on stage shudder. 900 million Kyushu coins. Going once. Anyone else? Dayu immediately bows, his arrogance gone. I was disrespectful. Senior, please, do not take offense. The crowd whispers and laughs at his sudden cowardice. I mean, who's dumb enough to pick a fight with a diamond rank when you're just a gold? That's just asking for a death sentence. The auctioneer regains her composure. 900 million. Going twice. This is your last chance, folks. She's beaming now. 900 million. Sold. Everyone is wondering why the City Lord didn't even try to outbid room 3. All eyes are on that window. The girl in red points toward the booth, officially congratulating the guest in room 3 for winning the Azure Origin due. Suddenly, the door to the room is kicked open. It's Old Man Chi. Old Man Bai. How the hell did you get that city lord lady to stop competing with you? Jing Chong just smirks. That was all my grandson's idea. Chi looks at Zian and immediately starts roasting him. This kid? His face is white as a sheet and he's skin and bones. Can he even handle being a tamer? Zian ignores the insult, focused only on the item. His second talent is finally within reach, but then, Chi slaps Jing Chong on the back. Fine, it's a deal then. Zian looks up, totally confused. Wait, a deal for what? Jing Chong turns to him with a grin. Zian, in 3 days, you're going to have a duel with City Lord Chi's granddaughter. Zian can only blink. Huh? As the sun begins to set over the Scarlet Wing City mansion, a girl kicks a door open with enough force to wake the dead. You old geezer, I'm back. She marches up and grabs her grandfather's beard. Old man, why did you call me back so urgently? If this isn't important, I'm shaving this beard off right now. Old Man Chi is yelping in pain. My little darling, let go. My beard is gonna fall out. He laughs nervously. You're almost at bronze rank, right? I found you an opening to get a beast with diamond rank potential. The girl freezes, her eyes widening. Wait, what kind of opportunity? He points a finger right at the boy. All you have to do is take him down. Elder Jing stands by Zian's side, hyping him up for the clash. Xiao An, don't miss this chance. Win this, and we're heading straight to Red Fang Valley to find you a flying spirit beast. The air between the two sides is thick with unspoken rivalry. Old Man Bai, you're awfully early. Let's just settle this now. Waiting is a waste of time, and we've got spirit beasts to pick out in the valley. Before Old Ghost Chi can even finish his smug rant, Ren Ni is already eyeing her opponent with a curious spark. She's definitely interested. Wow, Xiao An. You're actually pretty handsome. I'm Ren Ni, what's your name? Her sudden energy catches him off guard. Zian, he mutters, feeling a bit flustered. Old Ghost Chi isn't having any of it and barks at them to start. Ren Ni drops into a combat stance instantly. Listen, handsome. I'm playing for keeps. Suddenly, the system interface flashes white. Character: Ren Ni. Talent: A. Rank Spirit Manifestation. Realm: High Tier Black Iron. Her beasts: a High Tier Black Iron Wing, Fang, and a Level 9 Golden Beaked Hawk. She summons her first beast, and man, it is ready to burn. Wing Fang, a fire and wind hybrid. High Black Iron rank with a blue gunpowder attack talent. Wind and fire begin to swirl violently around it. She points to the sky, barking an order to her beast. Wing Fang, take the high ground, now. Ren Ni levels a finger at him. Call out your pet, Zian. Don't say I didn't give you a fair shot. Zian doesn't make her wait, thrusting his hand toward the sky. Come forth, white shadow giant scalefish. A massive silhouette appears in a burst of light and immediately faceplants onto the ground. Wait, what? The fish looks up at Zian with a totally embarrassed grin. I tried to lose weight, boss, but I think I just got rounder. Ren Ni loses it, doubling over in laughter. Your beast is, actually kind of adorable. Zian feels his soul leaving his body. This fish is going to be the death of him. Back at the auction, he'd picked up an elastic star pill that was supposed to let the beast shrink or grow at will. He didn't expect shrinking to look like, well, this. Ren Ni seizes the moment. Wing Fang, end this. Wing slash. The bird dives, wings glowing like blades. Zian and his fish barely move in time, feeling a sharp gust of air graze the top of his head. He ducks another lethal swing, his temper finally hitting the boiling point. All right, enough. Water gun. Blast that bird out of the sky. The scale fish launches a high-pressure water mine. Pillars of water erupt everywhere, leaving the firebird shrieking in confusion. Ren Ni reacts instantly. Wing Fang, get out of the splash zone. Pull up. The bird beats its wings, desperately trying to gain altitude. Zian can't help but grin. Nice work, buddy. Ever since the evolution, the speed and impact of that water gun have gone through the roof. But then something else streaks through the air. The system pings again. Another beast. Fire and wind type. Level 9. Unranked, but with an A-rank fire swirl talent and diamond tier potential. It launches a volley of blue fire arrows. Zian curses under his breath. He completely forgot she was a dual summoner. But his scalefish? It just tanks the flames. Luckily, it's just a level 9 beast, so the damage is barely a tickle. Zian pats his fish's head. Sorry, big guy. My bad on the lack of experience. I'll make it up to you. Ren Ni's eyes sharpen as she gears up for another move. High defense, huh? Let's see how you handle this next one. Both of her birds dive together, radiating a terrifying combined pressure. Zian quickly checks with the system via telepathy. How much of a boost does an A-rank talent actually give? The system flashes a warning 3 times. The birds begin circling in a perfect, synchronized loop. Zian looks at his fish, his heart racing. They're going for a pincer attack from both sides. Seeing Zian hesitate, Old Ghost Chi starts gloating like a madman. Give it up, old man Bai. Your grandson is toast. My Renni's coordinated strikes are impossible to block. Elder Jing stays cool as a cucumber. Don't celebrate yet, Chi. You'll live longer if you keep your blood pressure down. Wingfang charges head-on while the Golden Hawk spits a torrent of flames, masking the area in a thick, choking fog. Elder Jing frowns. Xiao An, why aren't you attacking? Old Ghost Chi cackles again. Relax, Bai. She'll try not to hurt him. Too much. But when the smoke clears, everyone freezes. A barrier? How? He's only at the black iron rank. Massive currents of water swirl around Zian, like a protective cocoon. He finally lets out a confident smirk. He's realized that barriers aren't just for silver rankers, you just need the right amount of juice. And his internal space? It's basically a bottomless well of spiritual energy. He gives the final command, his voice cold. Time to wrap this up. White shadow giant scale fish. Execute the plan. The fish erupts with power. Boundless great sea. The water gun combines with the skill, and the fish swells into the shape of a gargantuan whale. Old Ghost Chi's jaw hits the floor. Old man Bai. What the hell is that kid? Elder Jing shudders. To be honest, I have no idea. The scalefish churns the air into a literal ocean, sending massive water pillars slamming into its opponents. Wingfang is swallowed whole by the pressure, and the Golden Hawk is swatted out of the sky, crashing hard at Ren Ni's feet. Ren Ni snaps. Her cool exterior shatters. Wingfang, blazing charge, take him down with you. The bird ignites into a ball of pure fury and dives. It's a kamikaze run. The bird's eyes glow with a suicidal flame, its beak sharpened like a spear, aiming right for Zian's heart. Smoke and fire everywhere, absolute chaos. Old Ghost Chi's jaw dropped, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "This girl is insane." She's refusing to back down, even now. It's a suicide move. That level of reckless aggression? It's only going to end with her taking way more damage than her opponent. Right in front of her, Jingzi, charged with a massive aura of blue energy, was diving straight in, while Wingteeth was also hurtling forward with terrifying momentum. Down below, Zian was watching every second, his eyes glued to the fight. You could practically feel the tension radiating off him. Seeing Jingzi showing zero signs of slowing down, Zian broke out in a cold sweat and screamed, "Don't hurt her!" A split second later, boom! The two spirit beasts slammed into each other. A massive wave of blue energy surged forward like a tidal wave. On the other side, raging, searing flames that made the air feel hotter than a furnace. Suddenly, Jingzi pivoted, lunging straight for Ren Ni. Her eyes went wide in pure panic. Seeing Old Ghost Chi pacing nervously, Jing Song tried to calm him down. Relax. Little Zian knows exactly what he's doing. Trust me, he's not going to actually harm your granddaughter. Hovering in midair and realizing she was trapped, Ren Ni threw her hands up in total defeat. I give up. Fine, just let me down already. Zian flashed a satisfied grin. He quickly formed a hand seal and spoke softly. Thanks for the win. The four of them turned and headed toward the interior. Old Ghost Chi spoke up first. A deal's a deal. Your grandson can go in and pick one item, but you? You're staying out here, old man. He was secretly feeling pretty good about this, thinking to himself. There's no way this kid can tell the difference between trash and treasure. Meanwhile, Jing Song was thinking the exact opposite. Little Zian's intuition is sharper than my decades of experience. You have no idea what's coming, Chi. Old Ghost Chi raised his hand. Red energy swirled around his palm as he slammed it onto a glowing green switch. A blinding flash erupted. The sheer radiance of Scarlet Fang Valley was so intense that Zian and Ren Ni had to shield their eyes. Hand on his hip, Old Ghost Chi looked at the two of them and gave a stern reminder. Listen up, kid. I'm giving you exactly 1 hour. Whether you find something or not, you're coming out when the time is up. He then turned to give instructions to Ren Ni. Nini, keep an eye on him. Don't let him cause any trouble. Zian didn't miss a beat. Got it, Master Chi. I've memorized the rules. Behind him, Ren Ni just crossed her arms, looking totally annoyed. Fine. With that, Old Ghost Chi stepped aside to let them pass. Zian stepped cautiously into the depths of Scarlet Fang Valley. The moment he set foot inside, the surrounding environment triggered a flood of information in his mind. Scarlet Fang Valley wasn't just a cave, it was a fragment of a dead star. The Chi family's ancestor used secret arts to refine it into a mini-realm. It was overflowing with fire energy, though it was constantly leaking away. Zian's eyes lit up with excitement. He reached out to observe the energy more closely, unable to hide his amazement. This place, it's incredible. Ren Ni, standing nearby, puffed out her chest with pride. Of course it is. My family's fire system secret realm is legendary. Without this place, do you think we'd be standing this strong today? The entire landscape was a burning, glowing red, radiating an oppressive heat. All around them were scorched, skeletal trees that looked completely desolate. Zian followed Ren Ni deeper into the red haze, striking up a conversation. Miss Ren Ni, since we're here, Mind introducing me to some of the spirit beasts in this valley? Rennie stopped in her tracks and pointed a finger straight up toward the sky. Zian looked up, following her gaze. There, she started. Those are wing teeth. Massive birds with orange plumage and eyes that glow like embers. See? There are 4 black ones leading the pack. She continued her tour. They're dual-type wind and fire. But honestly, I don't think they're going to like you very much. Zian looked away, sweat dripping down his forehead, and gave a dry laugh. They don't just not like me. That's pure hatred in their eyes. Rennie just looked at him, totally confused. Suddenly, a flock of birds with brilliant yellow feathers appeared out of nowhere, swarming across the sky in every direction. Seeing one of them diving straight for him, Zian reacted instantly, backpedaling as energy began to swirl around his body. Rennie quickly stepped in front of him, reaching for a card while shouting out a command. She held up a glowing red card, and a blast of light surged out, instantly forcing the birds back. Their eyes went wide in shock as they retreated. Rennie turned back. She pointed a finger right at Zian, looking totally smug and arrogant. A water user like you being here? It's like dropping a cup of water into a boiling deep fryer. You're lucky they didn't all attack you at once. Zian just nodded, scanning the area. Fair point. So that's how it is. Zian walked up to a nearby nest, staring intently at the creatures inside. Immediately, the information started scrolling in his vision again. Wingteeth species, fire and wind types, talent, sky, fire impact, high diamond potential, skills, blue tier smokescreen strike, rising wind blue tier, another wingteeth, fire wind, talent, red fire, only mid-silver potential, skill, green tier red sparks, another one, fire wind, talent, waning sunset flame, mid-gold potential, skills, blue tier waning flame and green tier red sparks. After processing it all, Zian reached out and poked one of the birds on the head. The bird was absolutely furious. But Zian just shrugged it off. Average. Let's keep looking. He hopped over to another nest, his eyes wide as he analyzed every single bird, making them jump in surprise. He kept moving from one nest to the next underneath that orange-gold sky that looked deceptively peaceful. An hour later, Zian was still working, determined to find the right one. Rennie was sitting on a jagged rock, resting her chin on her hand, clearly losing her patience. Hey, are you done yet? We're almost out of time. Zian stayed quiet, completely lost in his own world, and honestly, things didn't look great. Diamond rank was already the absolute ceiling in this place. Rennie saw him totally blanking her and just lost it, screaming, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" But Zian didn't even flinch. He just sat there, chin in hand, looking dead serious. Fine, whatever. I'll just take that diamond rank 1, he muttered. Even if he didn't form a contract himself, he could still bring it back for the Bai family. Behind him, Rennie was basically foaming at the mouth, her screaming reaching a whole new level of crazy. But then, right in the middle of his thoughts, something caught his eye, a bird with vibrant gold and orange feathers. Zian blinked, stunned, and slowly walked over with his eyes practically sparkling in pure fascination. This thing. The colors were unlike anything he'd ever seen. It had silky orange plumage, a bright yellow tail, and its deep blue eyes were half-lidded, looking totally unimpressed. Then the stats popped up. A mutated fire, type wingtooth with an SS rank talent blazing Sunday. Its current quality was only high bronze, and its foundation, severely damaged. But check out these skills. Sunpoint at orange tier, blazing charge at purple, smog strike at blue, and crimson fire at blue. Zian's jaw hit the floor. He couldn't believe it. No way. A mutated spirit beast? And it has an SS rank talent and an orange skill? How did I miss this before? He leaned in closer as the info continued. A fire type mutation. It had sacrificed every other attribute just to keep its fire element pure, giving it the literal protection of the solar flame. Its growth speed was insane, but there was a catch that solar flame required so much energy that it had caused massive damage to the bird's very origin. If he could just repair that foundation, this thing wouldn't just be diamond, it could reach epic rank. Suddenly, those diamond rank suggestions didn't matter at all. Zian gently picked up the winged tooth, examining it like it was the most precious thing in the world. While all the other blackbirds watched in total confusion, he whispered to the little guy, "Hey, buddy, you want to come with me?" The bird just sat on his palm, gave a cold, dismissive headshake, and looked at Zian like he was nothing. Zian caught the vibe immediately. Ah, I get it. No bribe, no friendship, tough crowd. Without missing a beat, he pulled out a shimmering pink crystal. It was so bright and shiny that the wingtooth couldn't help but sneak a curious little peek. Once it saw exactly what he was holding, the bird's head snapped back around, its little face twisted in pure shock. It hesitated for a second, but then it tried to act all tough. "I am the sun's avatar. You think you can tempt me with one tiny crystal?" Zian flashed a devious smirk, leaning in to whisper, "Come with me, and I promise you'll be eating these fire crystals until you're stuffed." The wingtooth started breaking a sweat. You could practically see the gears turning in its head as it struggled to stay cool. It was losing the battle against greed. Its eyes kept darting back to that crystal. Zian kept it steady in one hand while waving the lure with the other, playing him like a fiddle. The bird thought to itself, riches shouldn't tempt me. Poverty shouldn't break me. I absolutely will not be a slave to a crystal. It bowed its head, trying with everything it had to resist the temptation. Outside, the blue sky stayed peaceful and calm. A few seconds later, the bird was hugging that crystal like its life depended on it, eyes full of pure adoration. It figured, hey, it's not that I lacked willpower, it's just that he offered way too much. Rennie's eyes nearly popped out of her head at the sight. Zian just stood there, cradling the bird, and turned back to look at her with a surprised expression. But then a thought hit him. The city lord, Qi Cheng, was a legendary expert at raising these birds. If he saw this mutation, he'd definitely stop Zian from taking it. That would be a massive headache. So, he made a split-second call. I've got to sign the contract right here, right now. Rennie saw what he was doing and screamed, "Are you insane? You can't just form a contract out in the open like this." Suddenly, a swirl of red and green energy erupted, swallowing both the contract scroll and the winged tooth. The light was so blinding that Rennie had to shield her eyes. Zian looked like a man possessed, his gaze sharpening as a powerful surge of blue energy began to roar. Oh no, he thought. This was bad. The winged tooth lowered its head solemnly, slowly folding its wings. Zian's eyes went wide with pain, his mouth hanging open in a silent scream as the bird began radiating an overwhelming violent red aura. He could feel it was literally draining his water energy to stabilize itself. Rennie was pacing back and forth, completely panicking. She rushed over to help, but even then, she couldn't stop complaining. Seriously, you're a madman. She threw her hand out, blasting a stream of fire forward. The flames surged toward Zian, who had collapsed to his knees. He was trembling, face drenched in sweat, looking like he'd just been through hell. He panted heavily, thinking, man, contracting a mutated beast is no joke. That was way more dangerous than I thought. It almost sucked me dry. The winged tooth let out a long sigh of relief next to him. Zian channeled his power one more time, sending the bird into his personal beast space. Still clutching its crystal, the little bird closed its eyes and drifted down into its new home. Suddenly, a notification flared up. His mutated larva, the winged tooth, had triggered the mythical beast. Taming space effect. A new talent was awakening. Deep inside the space, the bird now, the fire spirit, S-Rank, was snuggling its crystal when it noticed something strange. A giant eye made of water appeared in the air, lifting it up. More data about the winged tooth started scrolling past his eyes. The fire spirit body was legendary. It reduced all incoming water damage and could actually hijack an opponent's fire skills to supercharge its own attacks. Talk about a total game changer. A sudden burst of crimson light erupts from Winged Tooth, tearing through the silent, oppressive night. Deep beneath the waves, a creature named Jing Zi pokes its head out, watching the scene with total confusion. The scene shifts to Ren Ni. She stands with her arms crossed, watching the drama unfold. She listens intently as Zi, An gasps for air, looking completely spent. My thanks to Miss Seach for the assist, he says. If you ever need anything in the future, I'll be sure to return the favor. He thinks to himself, feeling a wave of relief. If that sudden surge of fire spirit energy hadn't appeared when it did, today's contract wouldn't have gone nearly this smooth. No matter how you look at it, he definitely owes her one. Receiving his thanks makes Rennie feel a bit, well, awkward. Her face flushes a deep red as she quickly looks away, trying to keep her voice steady. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I did it for you or anything. If you died here, the Zich family would have a nightmare trying to explain it to the Bai family. She hesitates, then adds, we aren't afraid of them, but I'm not looking to start a pointless war. Hearing this, Zian just gives her a knowing look and replies, I appreciate the concern anyway, Miss Yeech. Rennie immediately snaps back, denying it with everything she's got, but Zian can only offer a helpless, wry smile. Yeah, right. At that moment, Jing Chong and Elder Shish are waiting outside. As soon as the two youngsters emerge from Wingtooth Valley, the elders turn to face them. Jing Chong rushes over to support his grandson, who is visibly trembling. Zian, what happened? Are you hurt? Zian raises a hand to show he's fine, giving his grandfather a reassuring grin. Don't worry, Grandpa, I'm okay. It just took a lot of mental energy to sign the contract with my second spirit pet, that's all. The old man's jaw literally drops as he gasps. What? Trying to form a contract without proper preparation is suicidal. Didn't you know how dangerous that was? Zian doesn't argue. He just looks up and flicks two fingers, opening a rift in space. From high above, Wingtooth drops down while clutching a glowing crystal. Jing Chong's eyes follow his grandson's gesture, landing on the little creature now perched on Zian's head. See? I told you I was fine. I noticed this little guy was special back in the valley, so I decided to make the contract official right then and there. Immediately, It wasn't just Jing Chong who was stunned, even Elder Sheech was frozen in pure shock. A realization hits Jing Chong. No wonder Zian took such a massive risk. One look, and you can tell this spirit pet has incredible potential. Elder Sheech just took a massive loss on this one. Elder Sheech realizes it too, and his heart sinks. He thinks to himself in a panic, this thing is a mutated wingtooth. Jing Chong grabs his grandson's arm and turns to give Elder Sheech a final nod. Well, Elder Sheech, everything is wrapped up here. We won't trouble you any longer. Farewell. Rennie watches them from behind with narrowed eyes. Elder Sheech can only force a bitter smile. Safe travels. But Rennie can't hold it back anymore. She points a finger and screams, Zian. Having talent doesn't mean everything. Real powerhouses are forged in the fires of 1,000 battles. Just you wait, the road ahead is long, and I'm going to catch up to you. Zian pauses for a second, then laughs. Well, I'm definitely not waiting around for you. If you've got the skills, then try to keep up. As they head out, he whispers to himself, let's meet at the peak. Back at Bailin City, the spirit beast touches down softly, stirring up circles of wind in the grass. Jing Chong doesn't forget to give his grandson a final reminder. Zian, go back and absorb as many fire element crystals as you can. You need to replenish all that energy you lost. Zian obediently replies, I know, Grandpa. As he walks away, a voice suddenly calls out to Jing Chong from behind. It's Kuai Cheng, the former city lord. Hearing his name, the old man turns around to see who it is. Kui Cheng is completely out of breath as he wheezes. You're finally back. Seeing him in such a state, Jing Chong scowls. Xiao Yuan, you aren't a kid anymore. Get it together and be serious. Kui Cheng leans in and whispers his report. The second he hears the news, the old man explodes in rage. Those little brats. The scene shifts. Outside, Bai Shi and Bai Ji are standing guard. Bai Ji raises a finger and speaks first. Man, the young master is really pushing himself, isn't he? He just got back to Bailin City and went straight into seclusion. Bai Shi listens but stays silent. Bai Ji continues. But why did the young master specifically order Gubai to stay away from the rest of the family? She clearly passed the promotion trial. Inside the room, Zian hears every single word. His expression turns a little weird. Bai Ji whispers again. Do you think this is some kind of overbearing CEO kidnapping situation? Bai Shi finally snaps. Stop gossiping about the young master and focus. Meanwhile, Zian is busy. He pours 5 vials of medicine into a bowl and stirs them together. He carefully grinds a green crystal into a fine powder. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sighs. The support ingredients for the awakening solution are all processed. Now, for the main event. Zian picks up the bowl of powder and creeps toward the dark water. He pinches his nose shut. Ugh, this smells worse than a sewer after a heavy rain. The Eye of Shichi better not be playing a prank on me. He dumps the powder into the black liquid, and they begin to merge. Slowly, the water shifts to a deep blue, bubbling and popping slightly. Zian winces and waves the fumes away. There's the change. And the smell isn't so sharp anymore. Suddenly, a system notification pings. Awakening solution detected. Zian strips off his shirt, revealing a rock-solid 6-pack physique. He mutters to himself, this tub of medicine cost me 10.9 billion. Don't you dare let me down. He jumps in, the water rippling as a look of pure satisfaction hits his face. Oh, man. That's the stuff. Zian is just chilling, soaking deep in a tub of medicinal herbs to recover. Suddenly, blue electricity surges from his brain through his entire skeleton, making his body glow with an eerie, otherworldly light as massive golden chains manifest in the air. These chains are heavy and intricately linked, dropping straight down like anchors and slamming into Zian's body. Outside, a massive thunderclap rips through the sky, lighting up the dark city so brightly it jolts a nearby drunkard right out of his stupor. Still half dazed, the man rubs his throbbing head and looks up at the pitch-black sky, his eyes wide with confusion. High above the skyscrapers, those golden chains are piercing the heavens, swirling through the clouds and creating a massive, glowing vortex. The sight makes his head spin even faster. It is absolutely surreal. Wait, is that an awakening energy? He mumbles. Did someone in the city just self-awaken? But the thought vanishes as quickly as it appeared. He shakes his head, telling himself it is impossible. The official awakening center is hundreds of miles away, and even if someone did self-awaken, there is no way the energy wave could reach this far into the city. Clutching his bottle, he sinks back onto a sofa with a weary sigh and a self-deprecating smirk. Clearly, he has just had way too much to drink. Back inside, those massive chains are still thrashing in the air, wrapping tightly around Zian before slowly shattering into a million glowing fragments. 2 days pass before Zian finally stirs from his deep, death-like slumber. He sits up, stretching his stiff limbs until his bones pop, and as he rubs his eyes, a strange golden chain pattern flickers within his pupils. Then, the system interface pings. It is the Chains of Heavenly Tao, an SSS rank rule-type talent. Normally, the laws of the world prevent lifeforms from perfectly fusing with primal elements. But this Heavenly Tao power, it can force a breakthrough, creating a direct resonance between a living soul and the very source of elemental power. Zian stares at the screen, whispering the words to himself, forcing resonance between life and the source. Absolutely insane. He bursts into a loud, manic laugh that echoes through the house, startling the servants downstairs. He needs a test subject immediately. Bai Shuo, he bellows. Outside the door, Bai Ji is breaking into a cold sweat at Zian's bizarre behavior and frantically signals to her partner. What is wrong with the young master now? Bai Shuo whispers back, looking completely lost. Who knows? Just get in there. Bai Shuo slowly pushes the door open, only to be met with a sight she definitely was not prepared for. Zian is still there, completely oblivious and rambling on. I have an emergency and I need your help, he says. Just stand still, don't move. Bai Shuo's face turns bright red, her heart racing from the sheer embarrassment. She bolts out of the room, shouting back, I'm so sorry, young master, I can't help with that. Only then does the reality of the situation hit him. Zian freezes, his face flushing crimson as he ducks back into the bathtub, trying to hide his shame. Total misunderstanding. After finally calming down and getting fully dressed, Zian tracks down Bai Shuo to get down to business. Bai Shuo, stand still and just relax, do not resist. Golden chains flicker in his eyes again as the chains of Heavenly Tao become physical. They coil around Zian's arm first before lashing out, tightly binding Bai Shuo from head to toe. She is completely baffled by the sudden move, but before she can even ask what's happening, a sharp, cone-shaped link swings high and plunges directly into her chest. Brilliant golden energy erupts from the point of impact. The power flows through the chains, creating a bridge between Bai Shuo and Zian as he concentrates, visualizing blue sparks of electricity connecting them. It works. A smirk spreads across his face as the system confirms. Heavenly Tao link established with host Bai Shuo. He has just acquired her B-rank water element talent. The golden chains remain, humming with power and keeping them tethered together. Bai Shuo, activate your defense, Zian commands. She instinctively follows the order, dropping into a focused stance and forming a hand seal. In the blink of an eye, Zian vanishes and reappears right in front of her, leaning in close with his hand on his chin, examining her like a specimen. His face is inches from hers as he intensely studies the golden chains wrapped around her body chains that refuse to disappear. Bai Shuo is trembling under his unwavering, silent gaze. What on earth is he doing, she thinks, her mind racing. Is he about to start another one of his weird games? Despite her visible panic, Zian is still lost in thought, calculating his next move. All right, time for the next step. Drop your defense, he says, completely ignoring how her anxiety is skyrocketing at the mention of a next step. Later, in a quiet back alley of West City, Bai Shuo's phone rings. Young master, I've arrived at West City, she reports. Zian picks up, his expression looking a bit strained. Got it, Bai Shuo. Interestingly, the golden chain is still there, stretching out through the door and following her into the distance. You can come back now, he says. The link isn't breaking. Bai Shuo hesitates, her voice trailing off as she tries to find the right words, leaving Zian looking totally confused. Young master, if I may be so bold. She pauses, carefully watching his reaction, convinced that he has finally lost his mind. First, you let me see you naked. Then you do all these weird things with these glowing chains. And then you just stared at my body for 10 minutes straight. Look, if you're under too much pressure, you can just talk to us. Bai Ji and I will help you however we can, but please. You can't keep doing this, she blurted out, leaving Zian, realizing just how bad this looks. Oh man, we've got a problem. Bai Shuo, seriously. You don't see anything at all on your body right now? Zian's question is beyond weird, but Bai Shuo is dead certain. Nothing. Why? Seeing her reaction, Zian gets dead serious. He's finally starting to crack the code on how these chains actually work. All right then, just head home. I'm hanging up. It's official, Bai Shuo can't see the crimson lock at all. Left alone with this absolute mind-bender of a situation, Bai Shuo feels a cold shiver down her spine. Who is she? Where is she? She doesn't have a single clue what's going on. Meanwhile, Zian is deep in thought, obsessively breaking down the rules. It makes sense now. As long as a link exists, no outside factor can interfere with the connection. Pen in hand, he scribbles and crosses out notes, hunting for the ultimate answer. He realizes the chain of Heavenly Tao has 3 specific traits. First up, stealth. No matter what he does with the chain, Bai Shuo won't ever detect its existence. Honestly, looking at it this way, it kind of feels like he's just picking on poor Bai Shuo. Second is control. The moment he activates the chain of Heavenly Tao, he can force a link with Bai Shuo and resonate with her natural talent. Thinking about the insane perks this chain provides, a smug, victorious grin spreads across his face. And the third trait? Absolute initiative. Usually, resonance requires both sides to agree, but as long as he has this channel open, he's the one holding all the cards. He's the boss of this connection. So, it's settled. Right now, this chain gives him 3 broken, overpowered abilities. But wait, there's more. He has 3 chains, meaning he can link up with 3 different Beast Tamers, and that's on top of his own Eye of Revelation. Zian leans back, chin in hand, doing the math. He could potentially wield 4 different beast-taming talents at once. Inside his beast space, he stands in a lush green meadow where 3 jagged rocks form a strange, claw-like formation. Above him, the sky is a masterpiece, lit up by a sea of shimmering stars. Suddenly, he notices something's off. Since when was his beast space this massive? The horizon seems to have pushed back, expanding way further than before. Over in the coastal region, water swirls around vibrant blue rock formations. Meanwhile, the volcanic terrain is a nightmare landscape of bubbling, glowing lava. Zian falls into a deep silence. It looks like every time he levels up, his beast space evolves, creating more specialized terrain for his team. Suddenly, something blurs past a mysterious object streaking through the air at blinding speed. It's Yi-Ya! He beats his wings, sending a wave of fire screaming forward. The attack slams into the water, triggering a massive chain reaction of explosions. That blast definitely woke someone up. Lin Yu surges out of the water, absolutely livid. Alright, my turn. The fish lets out a massive blast of power, firing a high-pressure water jet straight at Yi-Ya. Seeing the chaos, Zian screams, "Hey! You big blue fatty, stop right now." Lin Yu starts shaking, trying to explain. Wait, it's not what you think. But Zian isn't having it and keeps laying into them. You guys are partners, future brothers in arms who'll be fighting side by side. How can you be trying to take each other out like this? Lin Yu's eyes well up with tears, looking completely mistreated. Sniff, but he attacked me first. Yi-Ya immediately chirps in to back up his side. He keeps spraying water everywhere. Everything is soaking wet, and I hate it. He frantically shakes his wings, trying to get rid of the water heavying up his feathers. Zian goes quiet as the realization hits him. Oh, I get it now. Lin Yu was just following the plan and practicing his skills. But Yi-Ya clearly hates the damp environment. Suddenly, a new idea flashes in Zian's mind. Well, that actually works out. He reaches out toward Lin Yu, and a sphere of water gently envelops the fish. Lin Yu, I'm moving you to a much bigger spot. No more being stuck in this tiny little pond. With a thought, Zian teleports them both to the coastal terrain. He's honestly impressed with his own space. He can blink anywhere he wants in an instant. Talk about convenient. Looking at the vast ocean before him, Lin Yu's heart practically skips a beat with pure joy. His eyes sparkle as he dives deep into the crashing waves, finally shifting back into his massive, true form. He leaps out of the water, sending a spectacular spray of foam flying in every direction. Seeing Lin Yu this happy makes Zian feel pretty good too. Constantly shrinking your body must have been a huge pain for the poor guy. He glances down at Yi-Ya, who's perched on his arm. Now, as for you, little troublemaker. Zian teleports again, this time to the volcanic region. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The Phoenix Bloodfire Sycamore, a legendary tree where god-level spirit beasts go to undergo nirvana. Infused with the bloodline of a phoenix, this tree can massively boost fire-type talents. They arrive in front of the towering tree. This volcano? This is your new home. Zian walks around, checking the place out. He picks up a glowing stone from the tree with 2 fingers, looking a bit concerned. The fire energy here is incredibly dense. It's perfect for rapidly refilling the core energy that Yi-Ya has been missing. Yi-Ya, meanwhile, makes himself right at home, finding a pile of spirit stones to kick his feet up on. Seeing the bird being a total lazy bones, Zian's aura turns dark and murderous. Hey, that skill I told you to practice. You actually doing it, or what? Feeling the literal killing intent aimed his way, Yi-Ya freezes. He looks at Zian, then quickly strikes a noble and majestic pose to save face. I am destined to become an existence like the sun itself. Just watch, you mere mortal, I'm about to blow your mind. Zian rolls his eyes at the ego on this bird. He points straight ahead. Alright then, Yi-Ya, use your blazing sunflame and smash that lava rock to pieces. Yi-Ya takes to the sky instantly. He doesn't make Zian wait, exhaling a massive torrent of fire and using his wings to whip the flames into a devastating, high-speed projectile. Boom! The sheer force of the impact triggers a massive explosion, sending thick smoke swirling everywhere in a truly cinematic display. But despite that terrifying power, the giant boulder only loses a tiny chip of stone. Yi-Ya doesn't even notice, proudly flapping his wings and beating his chest while gloating. Well, human? Have you witnessed my true greatness yet? Zian feels his blood pressure rising, his face twisting in annoyance, yet he manages to force out a strained, awkward smile. Hey Yi-Ya, want me to show you a few tricks? I guarantee that under my guidance, your strength will skyrocket to a whole new level. The little guy just squints his eyes and tilts his head back arrogantly. No thanks. I'm destined to become a legend, a being as brilliant as the sun itself. His tail can't hide his excitement though, wagging back and forth. Zian looks at the stone in his hand. Yep, he knew exactly how this would go down. Think I can't handle a little bird like you? He teases, moving the spirit stone closer to the little guy. Yuya, take a good look. Do you know what this is? Yuya can't hide his pure hype, muttering a monarch-tier spirit core as he starts jumping around, wings flapping wildly, just dying to dive in and grab that treasure. Yuya lunges forward, but swipe. Zian pulls it away. He's got a plan, and he's not giving up this prize so easily. Zian's face morphs into a straight-up devilish grin. Not so fast. You really want it, don't you? Yuya starts trembling, looking at him with total suspicion. Yuya, how about a little wager? The bird flies up, nodding its head like crazy. Zian smiles, finally laying out the terms of the deal. Follow my training and release your skill. If you feel it's actually better, I win. If not, you win the bet. Yuya is practically celebrating. With conditions like these, he thinks the victory is already in the bag. This human is a total idiot, he thinks. No matter what happens, I'll just say it didn't work and I win for sure, right? Even with Zian's dangerously smug grin staring him down, Yuya doesn't think twice. It's a deal. Once the deal is locked in, Zian starts gathering a swirl of energy in his palm, patiently explaining the process to the bird on his shoulder. Look closely. When we release a skill, we have to condense the energy first. But Yuya isn't impressed, standing there with his wings crossed, looking completely bored. Zian completely ignores the bird's sassy attitude, continuing to manifest his move while breaking down the mechanics step by step. If you can compress the energy to improve the quality of the skill, your destructive power will be way higher. He focuses all his energy into a small water sphere, putting as much pressure on it as possible. Yuya tilts his head, totally confused by this weird-looking move. It seems like the first time he's ever seen someone do this. Before he can even process his confusion, Zian leans forward and hurls the energy sphere ahead with everything he's got. That beam of energy streaks through the air just like a high-speed bullet, slamming directly into a massive boulder nearby. The impact is so insane that the giant rock shatters into dust in an absolute heartbeat. Yuya watches the terrifying destruction and starts to tremble. How can a tiny little water ball be way more powerful than my own fireballs? Seems like he definitely underestimated this beast tamer. Seeing his spirit beast wide-eyed and breaking into a cold sweat, Zian can't help but let out a smug, satisfied smirk. The poor bird has no idea that this whole demonstration was actually a total setup from the very beginning. He hides a wicked smile behind the bird's back. That rock was already superheated by Yuya's fire hitting it with cold water. It was basically guaranteed to explode. But Yuya isn't about to be outshone. He immediately tries to copy Zian's technique, soaring high into the sky and condensing a massive, glowing fireball inside his beak, and then he launches that terrifying energy downward, even using his talons to kick extra power into the sphere. That massive beam of fire carries a truly overwhelming level of destructive force, screaming through the air like a meteor. Then, in just a fraction of a second, that formidable power tears straight through an entire mountain range. Rocks fly everywhere, and the towering peaks that looked so majestic just a moment ago are suddenly left in ruins, with the entire summit blasted away, leaving a perfect, circular hole right where the energy ball struck. The sphere moved so fast that it created a violent shockwave, sending a blast of wind that made Zian's hair stand straight up on end. Zian himself is standing there with his jaw hitting the floor, absolutely stunned by what he just witnessed. And when that energy finally hits the ground, boom! A massive explosion erupts, kicking up a mushroom cloud of dust and debris that looks just like a nuclear blast. The energy is so intense it literally lights up the entire region. Staring at the terrifying carnage, Zian can't help but gasp in pure disbelief. Yuya's talent is honestly off the charts. With just a little guidance, he managed to master the concept, even ranking his skill up to the minor accomplishment stage. Still a bit dazed, he doesn't forget to hold out his arm so Yuya can come down for a landing. A few seconds later, he regains his cool and flashes a smug smile at the spirit beast. Well, did you see the results of today's training, or what? He keeps the pressure on, sounding more confident than ever. Just stick to my training methods, and I promise you'll grow faster than you ever imagined. With the results literally staring him in the face, there's no way the little spirit beast is going to turn down a deal this good. Just like he planned, Yuya doesn't even hesitate before agreeing, chirping away in a show of total loyalty. The little guy has no idea he's just fallen straight into a trap, completely carefree, as he celebrates his brand new pile of spirit cores. Tuan didn't even glance back at the sinister, triumphant smirk on the Beastmaster's face. Instead, he was busy feeling pretty good about himself, thinking he'd finally caught the guy red-handed. The second Tuan stepped inside his house, he was hit with a wave of chatter and laughter. It was Ziyu and Potian, having a grand old time in the dining room. When little Ziyu realized her big brother was finally home, her eyes lit up like Christmas. She pointed a finger and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Ah, it's Big Brother." Po Tian jumped, startled by the sudden noise, and managed to blur out Brother An purely out of reflex. Tuan walked over, gently patting Ziyu's head while asking how things were at home. "Ziyu, be good. Where are Mom, Dad, and Grandpa?" Behind them, Ah Fu was being his usual professional self, quietly serving up food for the young master. At the mention of their parents, Ziyu's mood did a total 180. She puffed out her cheeks, looking absolutely fuming as she huffed. "They haven't come back yet." The poor girl looked totally heartbroken. Her eyes were actually starting to tear up as she turned to her brother, pulling on his sleeve like she was reporting a major crime. Seeing this made Po Tian feel his own loneliness even more. He let out a heavy, depressed sigh. "Yeah, my dad hasn't been home for days either." That stopped Tuan cold. A wave of unease washed over him. Uncle Yuan was missing too? What on earth was happening in White Phosphorus City? While trying to piece the puzzle together, he glanced at his system panel. But the words demonic script cult offered zero clues, just a bunch of vague, useless info. Po Tian saw him spacing out and frantically waved his hand in front of Tuan's face. "Brother An! Brother An!" The food was on the table, and Tuan decided to get straight to the point with his best friend. "Fatty Yuan, why exactly are you here?" Po Tian looked totally confused. Even though he had a million question marks floating over his head, he answered honestly. "Brother An, today is opening day. I came to get you so we could head to the Beast Tamer Academy together." Tuan scratched his head, muttering to himself, "Opening day? Right, he forgot. He's actually still a student." Po Tian's jaw practically hit the floor. "Brother An, you didn't seriously forget that school starts today, did you?" Honestly, at this point, the guy was just about speechless. Tuan quickly shifted gears and reorganized his plans. He waved Ah Fu over and gave a quick order. "Ah Fu, get the car ready." The butler bowed respectfully. "Right away, young master." Outside, the bustling city stood magnificent against a bright blue sky. And standing right by the car was a young woman who had clearly been waiting for a while. As they approached, Gubai gave a polite, respectful greeting. "It has been a long time, Master Tuan." She was stunning. That beautiful face, shoulder-length blue hair, and those shimmering purple eyes. It actually made his heart skip a beat. For a second, the whole world seemed to have a rosy filter over it. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Feeling a bit shy, Tuan scratched his head and struck up a conversation. "Gubai, how are you finding life in White Phosphorus City so far?" She blushed, her cheeks turning a soft red. She shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "Thanks to your help, my stay in the city has been wonderful." Soon, their blue Rolls-Royce was zooming through the streets, reaching the academy in no time. Tuan and Po Tian hurried down the hallway toward their class, with Gubai following quietly behind. Po Tian couldn't help but be curious. He leaned in and whispered to Tuan while constantly glancing back, looking totally suspicious. "Brother An, who is that girl behind us? I've never seen her before." Even as they reached the classroom door, he wouldn't stop yapping. "Brother An, there are tons of people from the subordinate cities inside. Just wait a second." But the moment they stepped inside, the entire room went dead silent. It was eerie. Every single head turned to stare at him. A group of guys with wild, colorful hair looked at him with pure disgust, their eyes filled with contempt as if they were looking at a sworn enemy. On the other side, another group started cheering like they'd just seen their favorite idol. "Welcome, young Master Bai, Master Tuan. Hey, Brother An." Looking at the chaos, Tuan could only sigh internally. A bunch of kids who should be training but were busy playing house and forming cliques instead. Po Tian was still hovering behind him, looking around nervously and whispering warnings. "You're the top freshman of our main city. Don't let these guys push you around." Surrounded by a thick crowd of people, Tuan felt forced to give a polite, brief greeting. "Hello, everyone." He was already dead serious about finding a way out of this awkward situation. It was settled. After today, he had to talk to his grandpa about taking a leave of absence. The more he thought about it, the more he realized this place wasn't for him. Training in a cozy school environment was light years behind the progress he'd make in a real life-and-death struggle. Images of surviving in the brutal wild flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, in a dark corner at the back of the class, someone had been silently watching the whole scene from the start. That person was Ao Tian, rank SS Dark Talent. His level? Untrained. And get this, he didn't even have a contracted beast yet. Standing behind him were two lackeys, one with rank S talent and another with rank A. A guy with a bowl cut whispered into Ao Tian's ear, "Brother Long, looks like that's the leader from the main city. Want to test him out and see what he's made of? I bet those nobles only got in through connections. He looks like a total pretty boy with no real skill." Hearing that, Ao Tian's rage flared up so intensely that even his rank S and rank A followers jumped back in shock. Tuan felt a surge of invisible heat. He turned his head and immediately locked eyes with a fuming Ao Tian. Tu-An flashed a devious smirk just as Gubai noticed the tension and stepped up to check on him. The two guys stared each other down, and the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. It was a total clash of elements fire versus water. Aotian was practically radiating fury and a terrifying killing intent. Tu-An, however, was way more relaxed. He calmly sized up his opponent. Great talent, sure. But no beast? He was nowhere near Tu-An's level. The stare-down continued until suddenly, Gubai jumped right between them, leaving both guys completely stunned. She stepped right in front of him, gathering every bit of courage to chew that guy out, shutting down his ridiculous interrogation on the spot. Back off, or don't blame me for getting rough. Once again, that stunning face of hers completely stole our young hero's heart. Aotian stood there, heart pounding and face turning a bright shade of red. He started scratching his head awkwardly, apologizing like crazy. So sorry, big brother, leaving his two lackeys behind him totally confused. Wait, big brother? Since when? Talk about a total surrender. But just then, a loud, bossy voice rang out from the classroom door. Zian, you haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you? There stood Tian Wu, looking proud and ready for a fight. Get out here and face me right now. For Zian, this was like hitting the jackpot. He couldn't help but celebrate inwardly. Little Phoenix arrived at the perfect time. A quick match was exactly what he needed to show these rookies what real power looks like. No need to waste energy on petty classroom drama. Thinking to himself, he glanced at the chaotic scene in the room, then casually slid his hands into his pockets and accepted the challenge with a smirk. You're on. Little Phoenix, why don't we use the school's indoor arena? Unless you have a problem with that? Tian Wu was practically vibrating with excitement. Not at all. She crossed her arms, a confident smile playing on her lips as she thought to herself. I've spent 2 grueling months training just for this very moment. She locked eyes with Zian, her voice full of urgency. Then let's go. Zian just gave a silent, knowing smile. Behind them, the entire class was already losing their minds, eager for the drama. The rumors started flying instantly. No way. Young Master Bai and Lady Feng are actually going to fight? And it's a spirit beast battle? Everyone was scrambling. Hurry up or we won't get a seat. Some shouted, while others were practically pushing people out of the way. A match like this is super rare, we can't miss it. Aotian's 2 goons were also whispering, with the black-haired one speaking up first. Those Hai have a history, the blonde one added. And now they're doing a full-on spirit beast duel? This is the perfect chance for us to see just how strong the students in Bailin City really are. Aotian nodded, his eyes serious. Yeah, let's go see what they've got. The sun beat down on the buzzing arena as the 2 figures stood in the center of the massive stage, ready to go. Zian gave a casual wave to his opponent. Let's just get this started. Little Phoenix, I really don't want to drag this out. She just put her hands on her hips, radiating pure confidence. Fine by me. I'm going to crush you in front of everyone so they finally understand the level I'm on. She started focusing her energy, and suddenly, a sphere of brilliant red fire began to form between her palms. Then, she summoned her spirit beast. Massive, glowing fire wings sprouted from her back, making the whole scene look absolutely breathtaking. A purple phoenix emerged, its eyes flashing with a light that sent chills down everyone's spine. The system immediately pinged with its data. Species, Hong Yuan, fire element, rank, low-level black iron. Talent, Phoenix Cry, a 4th, tier primary spirit quality. Skills, Phoenix Cry of the World, beginner, smoke shock, proficient, and primal fire, proficient. The description said it was a bird from the primordial world. Rumor has it these things carry the actual bloodline of the Phoenix clan, capable of unleashing a divine pressure that leaves enemies paralyzed with fear. Between the blazing spirit and the scorching sun, Zian was actually starting to break a sweat. He shielded his eyes from the glare, sighing to himself. Seriously, why is it another bird? He didn't expect a primordial beast, especially one that could grow all the way to the purple crystal rank. High above, Tian Wu spread her fiery wings even wider. Seeing this, Zian didn't look worried, he actually smirked. This is getting interesting. Seems the Feng family is hiding some pretty big secrets, and she's definitely feeling herself. She taunted him, her voice dripping with sarcasm. What's the matter, Zian? Does my spirit beast look a little too unfamiliar for you? She looked down at him with a smug grin, acting like he was just some commoner while she continued to brag. You've never even seen something like this, have you? Want me to tell you its name so you're not totally lost? But Zian didn't blink. He just rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation like a pro. The Feng family's resources are solid. I didn't think they could secure a Hong Yuan, especially since they aren't even found in the myriad spider nest rift. He looked up at her and flashed a bright, almost annoying smile, before dropping a cold truth. But here's the thing. The outcome of this fight? It's not going to change. Not even a little bit. She was stunned. How did he identify the Hong Yuan so fast? But Zian wasn't done poking the bear. Little Phoenix, you better make your move now. Because once I summon my spirit beast, You won't even have a chance to breathe. That did it. Tianwu screamed in pure rage. You arrogant jerk, shut your mouth. She ordered her phoenix to dive, unleashing a massive barrage of fireballs. Zian just scoffed. This move again? Seriously? He let out a light whistle and casually dodged the scorching flames. But the phoenix wasn't done. It screeched, charging up a massive sphere of energy right behind his back. He turned his head, looking totally bored. Called it. Always with the back attack. Boom! A massive fireball slammed down, completely swallowing Zian in a pillar of flame. There was nowhere to run. The crowd gasped as the arena turned into a furnace. Only Ao Tian stayed calm, watching the smoke. Is it really over, already? Tianwu wears a triumphant grin, watching her opponent get swallowed by a massive sphere of roaring flames. But then a hand casually reaches out from the heat. Xuan brushes the fire aside like it's nothing, taunting her to quit playing around and finally hit him with her strongest move. She's paralyzed with shock, cold sweat dripping down her neck. She can't wrap her head around what she's seeing, while the entire stadium erupts into a frenzy of whispers and shouts. They're both just freshmen. Yet this girl is already commanding her spirit beast with such terrifying precision. But the crowd is divided. Are you blind? Look at that guy, someone screams. He just blocked a high-level spirit beast skill with his bare hands. Pure insanity. Little Guo Bai is practically glowing with pride, shouting that Master Xuan is the coolest person alive. Meanwhile, Tianwu is cursing under her breath. This was not part of the plan. Realizing she's backed into a corner, she decides to go all in. Purple Mist Feathered Phoenix, end this now. Use that move. She leaps into the air, funneling every drop of her energy into the phoenix, helping it condense a massive, destructive sonic wave. Boom! The entire arena shudders as the sonic blast erupts, creating gale force winds that tear through the stands. Even the spectators are scrambling to cover their ears for protection. Shoo! An quickly manifests a shimmering barrier, bracing himself against the overwhelming pressure of that formidable sound wave. He's gritting his teeth, pouring everything into the defense as the crowd watches in breathless suspense. Seeing him struggle, Tianwu pushes even harder, ordering her phoenix to finish the job. Hurry! He's fading. Teach him a lesson he'll never forget. But Xuan staggers out from behind his shield with a smirk, mocking the fact that her best move actually managed to crack his defense. Infuriated, the phoenix shrieks and lunges at him like a predator diving for the kill. Xuan doesn't flinch. He instantly summons his own beast. White Shadow Great Leviathan, come forth! Suddenly, a colossal whale materializes, looming over the entire battlefield. The sheer scale of it is terrifying. Its mouth alone looks big enough to swallow 100 phoenixes in one single gulp. The purple mist-feathered phoenix might be a top-tier beast, but staring up at a monster that size? It starts shaking like a leaf. With a bored flick of its massive tail, the great Leviathan swats the phoenix out of the sky. The proud bird crashes into the dirt right at Tianwu's feet with a deafening thud. The legendary phoenix she was so proud of her entire identity just got swatted aside like a common fly right in front of her eyes. Xuan and his Leviathan look down at the wreckage with cold, victorious eyes. Through the thick clouds of dust, Tianwu sinks to her knees, fighting back tears as she finally looks up. I admit defeat. Xuan stares her down, his voice chillingly calm. Little Phoenix, didn't you forget something we agreed on? Her entire body trembles, eyes blazing with a mix of fury and fear. Sweat rolls down her cheek as the weight of her loss sinks into the victor go the spoils. What do you want from me? Just say it. Xuan leans in close, whispering something directly into her ear that leaves her completely frozen in shock. Tianwu's face turns a deep shade of crimson, looking like she's about to burst into tears. Just you, wait. Xuan just laughs, waving a hand dismissively as he tells the crowd the show is over and it's time to go home. Suddenly, the massive skyscrapers surrounding them begin to groan and shudder. Xuan stuffs his hands in his pockets, his brow furrowing as the ground starts to roll. Panic hits the crowd instantly. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? Screams fill the air as people scramble for safety, convinced the world is ending. Xuan looks up just in time to see something massive hurtling down from the sky. Debris explodes everywhere, and for a split second, even Xuan is too stunned to react to the falling wreckage. Suddenly, Bai Shi and Bai Ji appear, their hands raised to manifest a powerful barrier that deflects the falling stones and dust. They stand like shields, flanking Xuan to keep him safe. Xuan glares up at the chaotic sky, his jaw set. Bai Shi doesn't waste a second. Master Xuan, it's too dangerous here. We have to move. Bai Ji adds urgently. Please, you must return to the main estate immediately. Xuan looks at them, his voice sharp. Bai Ji, what the hell is going on? I don't know yet, Master, she admits, as the surrounding buildings begin to crumble and rain stone down upon the streets. Watching the destruction, a heavy, sinking feeling settles in his gut. This isn't just a natural disaster. As thick smoke chokes the air, something far worse is brewing. High above Whitescale City, the sky is suddenly swarming with high-tech spacecraft, blotting out the sun. A massive purple vessel etched with a predatory spider logo looms over the city. Inside, a crew of terrorists with shock red and yellow hair stand alongside monstrous creatures, piloting the fleet. Their leader barks out an order, her voice echoing through the bridge. Why hasn't the interior team finished setting up the defensive perimeter yet? A subordinate with golden hair rushes over to report. Number 2 just sent word the earthquake caused a slight delay, but they're back on track. A wicked smile spreads across her face. Perfect. The earthquake actually worked in our favor. She turns back to the console. Get the Hellfire explosions ready. It's time. Down in the city, the streets are a maze of downed power lines and collapsed ruins. Shu An, Bai Ji, and Bai Ruo are speeding through the chaos in an armored vehicle. Shu An stares out the window, his expression grim. Eye of Heaven's revelation. Show me what's really happening. A glowing blue eye appears in his mind, radiating an eerie, mystical light as his system begins to process the surrounding data. Searching for the cause of the White-Scale City earthquake, the system chimes. Divine revelation received. 2 planetary spheres are currently in a state of direct collision. The system's holographic display shows 2 worlds grinding against each other, the spatial boundaries tearing and creating a violent chain reaction of shocks and roars. Shu An freezes, his eyes wide with realization. What? A conflict between 2 different worlds? He leans back, his mind racing as he tries to imagine the fallout of 2 secret realms merging. He dives deeper into his consciousness, standing before the massive eye of Heaven's revelation. The system's voice echoes in the void, searching for the world known as the Myriad Spider Nest, and one other unidentified world. A message from the heavens flashes across the screen. The revelation of the heavenly Tao warns of a coming disaster as buildings crumble and debris rains down on the earth. It all started 3 months before the worlds were set to merge. In the 10,000 Spider Nest secret realm, massive tremors shook the ground as the roars of giant beasts echoed through the air. 3 months later, the friction between these 2 worlds is expected to settle, leaving behind a massive crack in the very fabric of space. That's when the initial merger begins. Within a year, the 10,000 Spider Nest will fuse completely with this unknown world, creating a high-tier secret realm like nothing we've ever seen. Our main character, Zian, just smirks. You can practically see the wheels turning in his head as he calculates his next move. This isn't a disaster for him. Honestly, it's a golden opportunity. While driving down the highway, Zian hears massive explosions. Buildings are already going up in flames, and the fires are so intense they're tearing right through the city's protective barrier. He looks out the window, deep in thought. The shield over Bailin city is failing. Did someone actually sabotage the generator? Terrorist ships are dropping bombs left and right, turning skyscrapers into pillars of fire. The leader of these lunatics just laughs, enjoying the chaos as she barks orders at her crew. Perfect. Time to move, she shouts, literally kicking giant spiders out of the ship. They fall from the sky like terrifying rain, hundreds of them covering the horizon. Down on the road, Zian is still driving, but things are about to get very real, very fast. Suddenly, a high-pitched screeching sound rings out. Danger! Zian's eyes go wide, his jaw dropping as he realizes exactly what's coming his way. System warnings are everywhere. He quickly shouts to his companions, Bai Ji, Bai Ruo, activate defenses now. Just in time, a shield wraps around the car. A spider slams into the road and explodes, filling the air with thick white and blue smoke. Back at the city's command center, things are getting tense. The higher-ups are watching the feed, desperately trying to manage the fallout. Emergency! Emergency! Bailin City is now under Level 1 war alert. A soldier rushes into the office, out of breath, to report the situation to Jing Chong. Sir, an earthquake over magnitude 8 just hit. We don't know the cause yet. He's panicking, stumbling over his words as he describes the carnage inside the city. Turns out, the shield's energy core was heavily damaged by bombs planted by the demon spider sect. The city's defense force is currently locked in a brutal fight against invading beasts. The situation? It's beyond critical. But Jing Chong? He doesn't flinch. He calmly orders the core repairs and tells every single beast tamer in the city to get to the front lines immediately. His voice booms with authority. Security Bureau, all government staff get out there and start the earthquake relief operations. The soldiers salute and move out. Jing Chong's face darkens. The demon spider sect usually hides in the shadows. Why show up now? Are they the ones behind the quakes? The Vice City Lord next to him just lets out a loud, dismissive laugh. Old Bai, you're overthinking it. Those pests in the demon spider sect? There's no way they could trigger an earthquake. It's just a coincidence, he says. But then, the monitors scream with an urgent transmission from the patrol units. The Awakening Shrine is under attack. We need reinforcements immediately. Jing Chong slams his hand on the desk, standing up in a rage. Damn it. Their real target is the Awakening Shrine. They want to rip out the very foundation of Bailin City. He barks another order. Move. Support the shrine now. Old Wu won't be able to hold them off for long. Inside the city, explosions keep rocking the ground. We see Zian standing silently by his vehicle. Bai Ji walks over to check the damage. She takes one look and sighs. Young master, this car is officially junk. Since she can't fix it, she turns to Zian. Looks like we're walking. Suddenly, a massive blast sends a wall of dust and smoke over the entire area. Zian looks toward the explosion, his eyes narrowing. That's the heart of the city. Someone is attacking the Awakening Shrine. While he's trying to process this, another aircraft appears on the horizon, heading straight for the area. As it gets closer, a system notification pops up in his vision. Demon Spider Sect. Zian mutters their name in surprise, while Bai Zi just growls, calling them a bunch of lunatics. Dozens of ships are now swarming the burning shrine. Inside the lead ship, a terrorist smiles. It's time. Down on the streets, patrol officers are frantically fighting the fires. One of them screams, "Focus on the flames first. We've got wounded civilians over here." But as they work, something huge starts looming over them from the clouds. A shadow falls over one of the soldiers. He looks up, frozen in terror, as something massive drops from the sky. The impact kicks up a cloud of debris. Through the dust, a twisted hand reaches out. As the smoke clears, a horde of spiders emerges. The soldiers' faces go pale. It's them, the shadow-face ghost spiders. And they aren't just standing there, they're charging. The spiders tear through the defense lines with terrifying speed. The soldiers can only scream, "Provide cover, fall back." Hearing the chaos outside, Xinghan looks up. What the hell is going on out there? A soldier immediately tries to reach command on the radio. Base 1 to Base 2, do you copy? Anyone, please respond. Fear was thick in the air. Before anyone could even get an answer, the door started vibrating with a violent, rhythmic pounding. Seeing the chaos, Xinghan barked out his orders. Get ready. That door was screaming under the pressure it wasn't going to hold much longer. The sheer force made Xinghan's face go dark. Then boom! The door disintegrated as a swarm of shadow ghost face spiders tore into the room. The soldiers were still in shock when the spiders went for the throat. Xinghan realized the terrifying truth instantly. Their armor? It was like paper against these things. He didn't hesitate. Unseal. With a thunderous roar, his spirit beast, a majestic Qilin, erupted into existence to join the fray. Xinghan didn't miss a beat. Shields up. Form a wall now. Instantly, his men charged forward, slamming their heavy shields down right in front of him, each one linked to the next, creating a solid, interlocking line of defense. Now, it was Xinghan's turn. Guardian Starstones. Massive, jagged boulders materialized out of thin air, encasing the shields in a layer of solid rock. "Core Heart Defense Pillar," he roared, and an impenetrable fortress of stone surged upward, sealing the line. Once the defense was set, he leaned in and whispered to his men, "Stay sharp. Don't throw your lives away, just buy me as much time as you can." Xinghan let out a heavy sigh. It had been years since anyone dared to mess with the Awakening representative. Could a guy not just retire in peace? From behind the stone wall, he let out a war cry. "For the temple." Meanwhile, on the other side, the shadow ghost face spiders weren't backing down. They accelerated, charging forward with a screeching sound that sounded like metal grinding on bone. The spiders were moving like black streaks, launching themselves at the wall like arrows from hell. Impact. The collision was so violent, the entire defense line shuddered, and thick, white smoke began to billow from the impact zone. Behind the wall, Xinghan remained a rock. His voice was steady as he calmed his men. "Stay focused. They aren't breaking through this anytime soon." But he spoke too soon. Outside, the stone was already spiderwebbing with cracks, revealing a glimpse of the metal shield underneath. The spiders saw the opening. One shot a thick strand of silk, wrapping it around the shield and fusing with the metal before yanking with inhuman force. The soldier holding it was ripped right off his feet, knocked cold in a heartbeat as a massive gap opened in their formation. Xinghan's face went pale. A single, chilling thought raced through his mind. We're dead. Like a black tide, the spiders flooded in. The unbreakable wall Xinghan had worked so hard to build was reduced to rubble in a matter of seconds. Xinghan's expression hardened, his eyes turning to ice. He bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Focus fire, don't let them move." A storm of lead erupted as the soldiers fought back, muzzle flashes lighting up the chaos like 1,000 strobes. But these spiders? They were fast. Like, impossibly fast. They moved like ghostly shadows, weaving and sliding through the rain of bullets with terrifying ease. Xinghan stood there, stunned. Their speed. "It's insane," he muttered to himself. Suddenly, bam! A spider appeared right in his face, so close he didn't even have time to blink. But he didn't flinch. Instead, his eyes flashed with a cold light he'd been baiting them. "Gotcha!" he roared. The moment his spear slammed into the ground, the earth itself revolted. Jagged, razor-sharp stone pillars erupted from the floor like the fangs of a wolf. The spikes tore right through the spiders, pinning their twitching bodies to the ground. Xinghan finally caught his breath, his grip on the spear loosening slightly as exhaustion set in. Finally. Some quiet, he thought. But he couldn't help but grumble internally. Where the hell is old Bai? I've officially played my last card here. Then, the unthinkable happened. From the twitching corpse of the giant spider, a human silhouette emerged. Everyone, including Xing Han, froze in pure shock. It was the female terrorist. She crawled right out of the spider's gut. Xing Han didn't waste a second. There's someone inside the spiders. Before anyone could react, the woman and her crew started hauling heavy artillery into the middle of the battlefield. Her voice boomed like a thunderclap, filled with pure hatred. You demons invaded our world now. It's time for your punishment. With a flick of her wrist, a massive shell screamed out from the cannon mounted on her arm. It tore through the air, heading straight for Xing Han. Boom! The explosion was deafening, the pressure wave sending soldiers flying, but Xing Han held his ground. In that split second, he'd pushed his power to the limit. A shimmering shield flared to life, eating the brunt of the explosion's force. Smoke covered the battlefield, and the terrorists didn't miss the opportunity to strike. Taking advantage of the soldiers' confusion, they launched a counterattack that hit like a hurricane. But the defense wasn't dead yet. The remaining soldiers opened fire, turning the air into a wall of lead that hissed through the smoke. Suddenly, the lead terrorist lunged through the haze, appearing right in front of the line. She snarled, "You guys really have a death wish, don't you?" Just as she struck, a spear blurred into view. Xing Han was there, and in a flash, his weapon transformed into a massive, unbreakable shield. Clang! He shut down her attack instantly. Realizing she'd hit a wall, she wasted no time and leaped back to regroup. Xing Han glanced back at the soldiers behind him and roared with authority. "If you're still alive, get the wounded out of here now. Fall back." His expression hardened as he leaned in, whispering to his spirit beast, "It's all on us now, buddy." As the words left his lips, he snapped his head up, eyes blazing with resolve. The air itself began to tremble. Suddenly, massive, jagged boulders manifested out of thin air, ripped straight from the void. "Spatial crystals!" he roared. On his command, the massive stones began to swirl through the air before hurtling toward the terrorists with terrifying speed. In a heartbeat, the stones began to interlock and weave together, spiraling around them to form a massive, inescapable ring. The trap was set, locking Xing Han inside with the enemy. The terrorists could only watch in pure shock as the stone walls sealed shut, cutting them off from the outside world. The massive stone prison was finally complete. For a split second, the entire battlefield went dead silent as if the world itself was holding its breath. It was the perfect opening. Seizing the chance, the soldiers immediately began their retreat, pulling the wounded far away from the kill zone. Inside the cage, the terrorist leader just smirked, her voice dripping with mockery. "Seriously, old man? Are you really just a hired gun?" She let out a loud, mocking laugh. "Is a tiny paycheck really worth throwing your life away for? Why even bother?" Xing Han didn't flinch. A cold smile played on his lips, his eyes locked on the enemy. "You wouldn't get it," he replied, before barking a command to his partner. "Let's go take them all down." The blonde-haired assassins surged forward in a blur. Swords flashed in the dim light, a relentless wave of steel aimed straight for his throat. Xing Han and his spirit beast dove headfirst into the fray. The sound of clashing steel echoed through the cage, a brutal, high-stakes dance where neither side was willing to back down. Xing Han lunged forward, but the blonde assassin was fast slipping past the blade and immediately launching a vicious counterattack. But then, through the chaos of the melee, the terrorist leader pulled something out. A crossbow. It glowed with a sinister purple light, aimed directly at Xing Han while he was occupied. She pulled the trigger, and the bolt roared through the air. In that instant, a cold chill of death washed over him. He spun his head around, his heart stopping as he saw the projectile closing in at a terrifying speed. "I'm done for," he thought. But then a roar. The Keelan slammed the ground, and a stone wall erupted from the earth, catching the bolt just inches from Xing Han's back. With a powerful, wide swing of his blade, Xing Han forced the blonde-haired assassin to stagger back. Before she could even catch her breath, the Qilin suddenly materialized right behind her. She spun around in terror, but it was too late. The Qilin sent her flying through the air, crashing her hard against the reinforced stone wall. Seeing his opening, Xing Han's spear erupted in a violent blaze. With a flick of his wrist, a shockwave of energy tore through the air, blasting the crossbow right out of the leader's grip, but a shadow flickered behind him. It was her again, the blonde assassin. This time, she was wielding twin, razor-sharp scythes. Xing Han didn't even blink. He summoned a shimmering barrier of light, bracing for the impact. Clang! The sound was deafening as the scythe slammed into the shield with bone-shaking force. Xing Han actually grinned. Every strike from her blades only seemed to fuel his excitement. "Keep it coming," he whispered, a triumphant look crossing his face. "Now!" he roared. Massive power surged through his spear, star tremor burst. A colossal boulder materialized instantly, slamming into the assassin's gut with the force of a freight train. She was blasted backward, her body crumpling against the wall right next to her leader. Years have passed. Xinghan mocked. And yet, you Maju sect rats haven't changed one bit. He stood tall, his voice echoing with iron resolve. As long as I'm standing here, not one of you will take a single step toward the central core. That hit a nerve. The leader's face contorted in rage as she screamed, "You talk too much, you old fossil!" She drew a blade crackling with lethal blue lightning. With one swift strike, she pulverized Xinghan's boulders into dust. His face went pale, he couldn't believe it. Wait, earth versus wood, he thought frantically. The 5 elements. She's using wood to suppress my earth. I'm at a total disadvantage. The Qilin lunged forward to shield its master, forcing the leader to leap back to avoid the massive beast. Xinghan gave a small nod. "Thanks, partner," he whispered. The Qilin let out a deafening roar, causing jagged rocks to burst from the ground like a forest of shields. But she wasn't moved. She unleashed a flurry of projectiles, raining them down on Xinghan without mercy. One dart landed right at his feet. A bomb. Oh crap, boom. A massive explosion rocked the entire cage. Xinghan leaned heavily against the Qilin, gasping for air. He was battered, but his eyes were still sharp. "As long as I'm breathing, this wall stays up." He was bleeding out, but he forced the words out. "Assassinating a representative of the Awakened Council? You're asking for a total, worldwide manhunt." The leader just laughed, cutting him off with a sneer. She lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar and pulling him close. "Cut the tough guy act. You're just an old man," she hissed. "We've already investigated everything there is to know about you." She leaned into his ear, her voice dropping to a low, chilling growl. "Your spatial defense is strong, but even that has a limit. And this time, we came prepared," she whispered darkly. "We brought the shadow demon spider, specifically to tear your little spatial trap to pieces." Right then, heavy, thudding sounds echoed from the other side of the wall. She grinned. "Hear that? They've already started." Outside, the massive shadow demon spider was slamming its weight against the stone barrier, its razor-sharp legs gouging deep into the earth as it tried to rip the cage open. Corrosive acid is eating through the solid stone walls, layer by layer. The prison is crumbling into dust, and Xinghan sinks to his knees, his eyes filled with pure despair as he curses under his breath. "Damn it," he hisses through gritted teeth. "Old Bai. I can't hold them off anymore." Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar echoes from the center. From the distance, a massive fist descends like a falling meteor. A giant gorilla erupts into view, shredding the stone cage like wet tissue paper. The terrorist looks up, terrified. "Wait, what?" The gorilla lets out a deafening roar, raising its fist to crush them into the dirt. But just in the nick of time, the ghost-faced shadow spider lunges forward to block the blow. A figure leaps down from the gorilla's shoulder, it's Kui Cheng. He rushes to Xinghan's side, shouting, "Old Wu, get him up!" "Old Wu, you okay?" Kui Cheng asks. Xinghan groans back, "Do I look okay to you?" By now, the gorilla is absolutely dominating the shadow spider. Kui Cheng hears Xinghan's sass and snaps back honestly. Who makes jokes at a time like this? Before he can even mention Old Bai and the others, Xinghan cuts him off. "They're almost here, aren't they? Took them long enough." Just as he says that, a massive bird appears in the sky. Kui Cheng grins. "See? Old Bai is here." Xinghan chuckles. "Still as arrogant as ever, I see." That's when Jing Chong arrives, riding high on his spirit pet. In an instant, the divine crane snatches the monster and hauls it into the air. Jing Chong seizes the moment, shouting, "Old Feng, take the shot!" From way up high, the divine crane drops the giant spider like a lead weight. Down below, Old Feng is ready, charging forward on his warhorse with insane momentum. Armed with a powerful staff and his fire element Qilin, he looks like a legendary knight straight out of a myth. He barks out an order. "Do it! Fire Qilin!" Old Feng streaks toward the spot where the spider is about to land. The second he closes the gap, he swings his staff, conjuring a massive, blazing wall of fire. With everyone finally gathered, Jing Chong looks down at his enemies with pure disgust. "You thieves from the demon spider sect." His eyes narrow, his killing intent flooding the area as he growls a final command. "Your little plan has failed. Surrender now, or else." The underlings start to panic, whispering frantically. "Boss, what do we do?" The blonde-haired leader doesn't hesitate. "Plan B, I'll hold them off myself." But then, a blonde subordinate, her mask constantly venting strange smoke, steps forward. "Wait, boss, this is a suicide mission. Let me do it." She pulls off her mask, revealing a striking face with healthy, sun-kissed skin. "Boss," she says softly, "you still have a sister who needs you. Me? I've been alone since I was a kid. No family, no regrets." Before he can argue, she leaps straight onto the giant spider's head. The leader can only gasp. "Wait!" The blonde girl gives a small nod. "This time, let me handle it." She tosses her gun to the leader and shouts, "Catch!" The leader stares at the weapon for a moment, the energy within it flickering. Together, with eyes full of resolve, they scream their battle cry. "For the holy sect!" The terrorist snaps back into focus, pulling out a handful of small orbs. "I'll cover you," she yells. Thick, heavy smoke erupts from the bombs, flooding the battlefield. Jing Chong immediately throws up a shield to protect everyone behind him, but he quickly realizes it's just a smokescreen. Looking at the blinding fog, he shouts, "Scatter, now!" At the same time, he uses his mental link to command his spirit pet. After them, fast, the divine crane dives through the haze, chasing the spider as it carries the blonde girl away. The terrorists are making a break for the energy core. Seeing this, the giant gorilla and Old Feng stay hot on their heels. These terrorists are agile, though leaping over obstacles like it's nothing. Behind them, the gorilla lets out a furious roar to alert the others. Two of them are still moving, they're getting close to the core, but then, the spider starts firing, disgusting, slimy orbs from its rear. The gorilla takes a direct hit to the back, and the fire Qilin, soaring through the air, suddenly loses its balance. That sticky slime is no joke. The gorilla and the Qilin are both trapped and unable to move. To make matters worse, Old Feng and his soldier are also caught in the goo. The soldier can't help but curse. Damn it all. Standing on the crane's shoulder, Jing Chong grits his teeth. He didn't expect that spider to be so fast. From the distance, Old Feng yells, "Old Bai, keep going. I'll deal with these spiders." Finally, the two terrorists reach the energy core. Jing Chong arrives right behind them on his crane. One of the terrorists panics. "Boss, he's here." The spider makes it to the core, but it's a second too late. The girl in the blonde mask realizes they're in trouble. It's over. The boss is in danger. Just then, the gorilla and Old Feng burst onto the scene. The gorilla, the red Qilin, and Old Feng all charge in at once to finish the spider for good. The gorilla strikes first, delivering a bone-shattering slam that sends the monster flying into the air. And right as it's mid-air, Old Feng appears directly above its head, leaving the spider with absolutely no way to escape. Without hesitation, Old Man Feng slams his staff down with bone-shattering force, impaling the spider's massive body. The impact tears the monster wide open, revealing the hidden terrorist lurking deep inside. Old Man Feng's strike pierces straight through, sending the spider crashing into the earth with a violent thud that cracks the ground and kicks up a massive cloud of dust. The beast is completely drained. Old Man Feng observes coldly before demanding, "Give up now." "Little brat," a soldier chimes in, "your little plan is officially dead." Facing this hopeless situation, the terrorist can only stay silent as the divine crane touches down at the core, stirring up even more debris. Jing Chong steps down, his voice dripping with authority. "You demon spider cultists are as stubborn as they come, always picking a fight with us." With a gaze as sharp as ice, Jing Chong raises his wooden staff, which instantly transforms into a lethal whip. As he paces forward, he cracks the whip with terrifying power. "You won't be missed," he growls, his tone deathly serious. Each lash of the whip tears into the flesh of the two terrorists, leaving them bloody and broken. Suddenly, Jing Chong barks an order. "Gale cannon!" Like a raging cyclone, the divine crane charges straight at the duo, who desperately draw their weapons to counter the assault. One terrorist swings his blade with everything he has, meeting the divine crane in a head-on clash. Noticing the strange energy radiating from the enemy's sword, Jing Chong realizes something. This is the Gale Thunder technique, a wood element attribute. A flicker of worry crosses his face as he calculates his next move. Since he can't suppress that specific attribute, he needs a new plan, and fast. "I'll cover you. Go get the core," the terrorist yells to his partner. In a flash, both of them lunge toward Jing Chong, determined to seize the prize at any cost. Their teamwork is flawless. The woman leaps high into the air, bringing her blade down on Jing Chong to create an opening for her blonde partner to reach the core. Jing Chong sees right through it and shouts, "Cloud-winged crane, stop him!" The divine crane uses its massive frame to block the path, but the blonde terrorist suddenly hurls his sickle high toward the ceiling. The blade hooks onto the rafters just as the divine crane delivers a devastating kick, but the blonde guy is one step ahead. Using the sickle's chain like a swing, he glides through the air, narrowly dodging the blow. He doesn't slow down for a second. Once he's past the divine crane, he launches a second sickle forward. It hooks perfectly into the core. Using the momentum, the blonde terrorist zips through the air, closing the distance to the power source in an instant. Meanwhile, Jing Chong is still locked in a fierce, life-or-death struggle with the other attacker. He glances back, and his heart sinks. This is bad, he thinks as the blonde terrorist reaches the energy terminal inside the core. With practiced movements, the intruder activates the system, causing the core to erupt in a haunting, mysterious blue glow. Bathed in the light, the blonde terrorist grins with pure excitement. Finally, he whispers, "The day we've been waiting for is here." He hovers his hand over the final control, almost there. Then, with a fanatic scream of "For the holy cult," he moves to press the button, but suddenly, his hand begins to tremble. His strength fails as if something is physically holding him back. Looking down, he realizes a chain has been cinched tightly around his neck. From across the room, Jing Chong has managed to use his whip to restrain both enemies at once. The blonde terrorist snarls in frustration. "You damn old man." Jing Chong glares back with eyes full of steel. "It's over," he says, his voice vibrating with power. The scene shifts. The white-haired terrorist, now captured by Old Man Feng, spits out a defiant truth that this place was theirs to begin with. "You're the real invaders," she screams. "By what right do you do this?" All while secretly reaching for a hidden gun on her right side. "How dare you act like the victims?" she shrieks, suddenly whipping out the pistol and firing before anyone can react. The shot is a blur. Old Man Feng barely has time to blink, managing to dodge by a hair's breadth. But the bullet doesn't stop. It streaks across the battlefield toward the red-haired terrorist's fight, aiming straight for Jing Chong's head. Trapped between two threats, Jing Chong realizes he's in deep trouble. "It's too fast," he thinks. "I can't dodge this." Suddenly, a massive wing sweeps in to shield him. Relief washes over him as he realizes the cloud-winged crane has intervened. The crane takes the full force of the high-powered shot. In an instant, the mechanical limbs of the crane are shredded from the inside out as a massive electrical surge tears through its body. Jing Chong screams in horror. "Hawk Ni!" In a flash of light, the divine crane vanishes into thin air, and with it, Jing Chong's whip disappears too. "We're in trouble," he thinks, his stomach turning. With the restraint gone, the blonde terrorist is freed, and the red-haired one rushes in to back him up. They slam the final sequence. "Success," they shout to each other. "Time to go." The two vanish into the shadows before Jing Chong can even process what happened. It's too late. They leave behind a ticking time bomb, which erupts into a massive, earth-shattering explosion right before Jing Chong's very eyes. The scene cuts to a news broadcast. Breaking news. A magnitude 7.8 earthquake hit Bailin City yesterday. The death toll has reached 18,213, with 51,235 people still missing. Breaking news. The protective shield of Whitescale City has been shattered by a mysterious terrorist group, triggering a catastrophic Tier 3 monster tide. On the front lines, our soldiers are fighting a desperate battle for survival against the encroaching swarm. Reports indicate this wasn't just a local hit. Terrorist cells have launched coordinated strikes across multiple provinces simultaneously. City Lord Jing Chong is personally leading the counterattack alongside top officials. And word is, they've already captured one of the insurgents. They claim the situation is under control. But Zian isn't buying the hype. His only thought is for his grandfather. The broadcast continues as the city lord's son and deputy, Bai Chengji, prepares to address the nation regarding this brutal assault. Meanwhile, the hospital is a literal war zone, as the casualty count skyrockets by the second. Doctors are screaming for people to clear the halls as Bai Chengzi's face flickers on screen, promising, "We will endure this calamity together." But nobody in that hallway is listening. They're too busy fighting for their next breath while nurses rush them through the chaos. "Hang in there, just stay with me." A desperate voice echoes through the ward. The announcer praises the elite soldiers for their sacrifice. But the reality is grim. The heroes coming off the front lines are mangled beyond recognition. Some have lost their sight entirely, both eyes gone, leaving doctors with nothing but empty words of encouragement as they face a lifetime of darkness. Watching this, Zian feels a cold, heavy weight settle in his chest. In the next room, he hears it again, that same haunting plea. "Just keep breathing." A man named Away is frantically trying to comfort his comrade, promising that the surgeon is coming any minute. On the bed lies a soldier covered in jagged scars, his legs completely severed, staring blankly at his friend with fading eyes. All Away can do is grip his hand with a trembling, desperate hope, whispering one word over and over. "Stay." Seeing those two interlocking hands triggers a violent flashback for Zian, a memory of his past life where a brother in arms gripped him the exact same way. Zian. The voice is weak, drowned out by the thunder of 1,000 explosions and a rain of fire. His captain, slumped against a crumbling wall and bleeding out, manages a weak rasp. "I really didn't think you'd come back for me." Zian screams out, "Captain!" Even at death's door, the captain maintains his legendary composure, flashing one last confident, cocky smirk. "You brat. You always acted so cold and detached. I thought you were just a heartless bastard who didn't care about anyone." The captain pulls off his own helmet and jams it onto Zian's head, leaving the young man frozen in shock and silence. He straightens the helmet one last time, a final parting gesture. "If you make it out of this hell alive, don't you dare forget." But the sentence never finishes. His hand goes limp, and his breath hitches one last time, leaving Zian alone in the middle of a massacre. Back in the present, Zian's fists are clenched so tight his knuckles are white. Bai Shi and Bai Ji rush over, sensing the sudden dark shift in his aura. "Young master, are you okay?" Zian's face is deathly pale, like a man who just clawed his way out of a nightmare. He forces the words out through gritted teeth. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." The hallway falls into a suffocating silence before he speaks again. For the rest of the way, nobody say a word. His mind is racing. How bad is his grandfather's condition? Just then, the heavy ward doors creak open. Inside the sterile, white room, the tension is thick enough to cut. Elder Feng, Kui Cheng, and Xian's mother are all there, their faces masks of grief and uncertainty. His mother's voice trembles, barely a whisper. Xian, your grandfather, he's… There, on the bed, is Jing Chong. His body is a map of scars, and his entire arm is gone. He pulls off his oxygen mask, his voice weak but commanding. Is that Xian? He glances at the others. Everyone else, out. I'm not dead yet. I need a private word with my grandson. Once they're alone, Jing Chong's first thought isn't for himself. Xian, tell me, did you get hurt? Xian sits by his side, his voice thick with emotion. I'm okay, Grandpa, I'm safe. Xian's eyes trace the horrific damage done to the old man's body, his heart breaking for the legendary warrior. But Grandpa, your arm… Jing Chong just glances at the empty sleeve and scoffs like it's a minor inconvenience. This? Just a scratch. Don't sweat the small stuff. But then his expression turns deadly serious. Listen to me. Compared to what I'm about to tell you, losing an arm is the least of our worries. Xian's blood runs cold. His grandfather is a diamond-rank powerhouse, the elite of the elite. To see him this shaken, this is a first. Jing Chong leans in. How much do you know about the demon spider cult? Xian nods. Just that they're a bunch of fanatical terrorists worshipping alien gods. It's worse than that, Jing Chong explains. Everything has changed. Before today, they only sent silver-rank pawns. But now, they've mastered spirit energy manifestation. Every cultist involved in this hit was at least diamond rank. He winces, the gravity of the situation weighing on him. And there's more. This wasn't just a raid. It was a declaration of war. Their planning, their precision, they are 10 steps ahead of us already. In the quiet of the room, the realization hits Xian like a freight train. The earthquake, that was them too, wasn't it? All part of the plan. Jing Chong collapses back, forced to put the oxygen mask back on. No. It's actually much more terrifying than a simple earthquake. A system alert flashes in his mind. Jing Chong reveals the truth. A secret realm is colliding with their world, and the myriad spider nest is about to be wiped off the map along with everyone else. Xian reached out, gently placing his hand over Jing Chong's frail, weathered ones. My hyper-intuition is screaming at me, Xian said firmly. The 1,000 cocoon nest isn't being destroyed. It's merging with another realm. Jing Chong froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. Are you absolutely sure about this? He asked. Xian didn't blink. I am. It's a vision, a glimpse of what's coming. These earthquakes, they're just the growing pains of two worlds becoming one. Hearing this, a massive weight finally lifted off Jing Chong's chest. Then that's good, he whispered. Then, out of nowhere, he dropped a bombshell. He revealed that he actually came from the Bai clan on the origin planet. Xian's jaw hit the floor. What? For Xian, this was a total system shock. One thought echoed in his mind. The origin planet. The legendary source of everything. Jing Chong began to recount his past. Back on the origin planet, he was the chosen one, the rising star, handpicked by the Bai clan head himself. But I was arrogant, he admitted, his voice heavy with regret, too full of myself to listen to anyone. One mistake was all it took. He was cast out, exiled from his family forever. I was banished here, to the 1,000 cocoon nest, he continued. But they did give me one last shot at redemption. The deal was simple but suicidal. Slay the mother spirit beast, steal the purple gold, and he'd finally be allowed to return home. But he was too impatient. He underestimated the red-eyed golden-patterned fish and was absolutely crushed. His core was shattered, and his path to power was cut off for good. He looked away, thinking back to the moment his loyal companion fell. And now, even my phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane is gone. He looked completely defeated. In his mind, any hope of ever reclaiming that purple gold was dead and buried. Xian stepped forward, insisting there was still a chance, but Jing Chong just sighed. My boy, you don't understand. He placed a heavy, trembling hand on Xian's shoulder. You are the future of the Bai clan now. Didn't you say you wanted to become the strongest spirit tamer to ever live? Then go, Jing Chong urged, catching Xian completely off guard. Go to the origin planet. His gaze turned sharp, dead serious. The selection begins in 1 year. Crack the top 10, and you'll earn your ticket to the origin planet. Only there can you truly become the strongest. He gripped Xian's shoulder with a mix of desperation and pure, unwavering faith. Xian reached up, steadying his grandfather's hands. Grandpa. Unhooking his necklace, Jing Chong spoke. I know you've got the talent and the drive. The Bai clan's resources? They're all yours now. He handed Xian a mysterious card. Use the treasures in the vault wisely. It's enough to get you all the way to diamond rank if you're careful. But then, his voice softened with a warning. Just don't be like I was. Remember. For a split second, The image of a legendary captain seemed to flicker across his face. He smiled, a genuine, powerful smile. The most important thing in this world? It's the bonds we share with other people. Zian stood there, stunned. He thought of his own captain from his past life. Taking the necklace, he nodded solemnly. I understand, Grandpa. I won't let you down. Cut to the Bai residence. Little Ziyu was sitting on the porch, pouting with worry. Is Big Brother sick like Grandpa? Why isn't he home yet? The two maids quickly rushed over to comfort her. Don't worry, little Ziyu. Young Master Zian is going to be just fine. Suddenly, the gate swung open. Zian walked in, clutching the pendant. Jing Chong's words about human connection were still ringing in his ears. The second Ziyu spotted him, she was a blur of motion. Big Brother! She launched herself at him before he could even process what was happening. In a flash, she was literally clinging to his head. Zian stumbled back, completely losing his balance. Bai Ji, Bai Shuo, and the maids could only watch in dead silence, half amused, half exasperated. Ziyu beamed. You're finally back. Are you okay? You're not hurt, right? Looking at his adorable little sister, Zian felt a warmth in his chest. A family like this? He had to cherish it. He gently patted her head. I'm okay, Ziyu. But as he spoke, his mind drifted back to the past. He remembered the cold embrace of death from his previous life. Deep down, he'd always been terrified of being weak, of being helpless. That fear was the reason he wanted to be the strongest. But now, he realized something far more valuable than raw power. He thought of this small, warm family that had pulled him out of the darkness. The real treasure? It was the bond he had with his loved ones. Later, inside the house, Zian began his preparations. Wearing his grandfather's necklace and a sharp new outfit, he pulled out a box containing a purple stone, a letter, and the pendant. Ziyu, Mom and Dad will be home soon, he said softly. Can you give this box to them for me? Ziyu nodded, her eyes bright and obedient. I will. Zian smiled, ruffling her hair one last time. I've got some important business to take care of. Be a good girl while I'm gone, okay? Gubai stepped forward, her voice soft and a bit shy. Young Master Zian. He turned to her with a gentle smile. Gubai, you ready to go on an adventure with me? Her face immediately flushed a bright pink. Wherever you go, I'll follow, she whispered. As they walked side by side, he glanced at her. Gubai, you're not scared, are you? She looked up, her eyes full of confidence. As long as you're here, I'm not afraid of anything. Zian smiled. Can you do me a favor? Stop calling me Young Master. She didn't miss a beat. Understood. Young Master Zian. They arrived at a massive building. Still under construction, the journey had officially begun. Gubai turns back to check on him, asking, Zian, have you thought about where we're going yet? Zian stares out into the empty space ahead before answering, nowhere specific. At least not yet. But deep down, he's definitely got a goal in mind. This trip is all about leveling up and hunting for rare materials. Fire up the system interface, he mutters to himself. I need to do some digging first. He turns to that mystical eye of insight with a dead serious question. How do I heal my grandfather's severed arm? The system immediately highlights a life water potion, but Zian isn't done. He's thinking about that dragon. How can he heal his grandfather's wounded beast, the scarlet-eyed golden-patterned fish? The system flickers, and a new result pops up. Nurturing Spirit Heavenly Water. Jing Chong's beast has a damaged core, and this stuff is the only cure. It's a purple spirit-grade material packed with insane water element energy, basically a miracle drug for water-type beasts. He reaches out, tapping the screen for the life water details. But when he tries to find the Nurturing Spirit Heavenly Water, nothing. Zian freezes. What? The system hits him with a total dead end. 5.5 billion search results, and not a single trace of it. He stands there, talking to himself in disbelief. There's plenty of info on life water, but this heavenly water stuff? It's like it vanished from the face of the earth. Zian tries using his divine power to ask the core of the Awakening Hall how to fix things. The screen just shows an encrypted message. The spirit core of the Awakening Hall is currently beyond repair. His mind drifts back to that egg he left behind after the last brutal battle. His grandfather had clearly lost all hope. Zian left him the purple thunder eagle egg and a purple crystal evolution path, just to give the old man a reason to keep going, a real shot at saving Whitescale City back on the home planet. Now, even Zian is starting to panic. What do I do now, he wonders. Every lead on the Nurturing Spirit Heavenly Water is gone. Seriously, where do we even go from here? Suddenly, his whole body shivers. He can't move. Zian looks down at the hand resting on his shoulder. The Eye of God. It's literally pointing him toward a specific spot on the map. Gubai notices the change in his expression immediately. Zian? Did you find something? He's still a bit shaken, but he pulls it together. Let's just get out of the city first. The east gate is the closest exit. We'll leave from there. Gubai looks worried, though. Do we really have to cross the wasteland? She asks. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Zian just gives her a reassuring smile. Hey, we're both beast tamers, right? Nothing to be afraid of. Besides, we can just hitch a ride with an expedition team. And with that, they start trekking down the broken, crumbling road. The expedition teams? They're basically mercenaries, tough guys who head out into the wild to scavenge and explore. Above them, the sky is a perfect, mocking blue. Below, the roads are absolutely jammed with cars. East Gate security check. Everyone stay in line. Zian stops dead in his tracks. Look at that. He points toward the massive, restless crowd up ahead. Goodbye. Looks like your gut feeling was right on the money. But before they can even process it, bam! A car comes screaming toward them. Zian reacts in a flash, lunging forward to pull Gubai out of harm's way. They barely clear the road as the car screeches to a halt. For a second, they just stand there, both of them blushing as they realize they're still holding hands. Zian quickly looks away, super embarrassed. Are you okay, Gubai? She can't even look him in the eye. I'm fine. She turns her attention to the chaos at the gate, her eyes widening. The monster tide just retreated. Why are there so many people trying to leave the city? Zian narrows his eyes, already breaking it down. Rich folks, he says. They probably think White Scale City is toasted, so they're using this chance to make a run for it. But since they don't have the guts or the power to survive in the wild alone, they're hiring every mercenary team they can find for protection. It's a total mess of a convoy, one rich guy, a dozen guards, and 100 cars. The Eastgate area is absolutely massive, but it's still packed wall to wall. A female officer steps forward, her voice booming with authority. Stay alert, watch for beast attacks. Inspect every vehicle leaving the city. Keep the military lanes clear at all times. Zian watches her work, totally focused. All personnel leaving the city, surrender your weapons and equipment for inspection. Present your IDs now. Even the guard dogs are giving Zian the once-over. A disaster just hit, and my father didn't even lock the city down, he muses. Is he trying to trick the outside world into thinking we're safe? His personal info flashes across the terminal as the check completes. The two of them head into a long, cramped tunnel. Attention. All departing citizens must wear protective masks. Zian doesn't argue, pulling his mask on tight. Gubai follows suit, not wanting to cause any trouble. Finally, they step out into the vast, silent wasteland. They split up and start moving fast. Zian scans the horizon, taking in the grim sight. It's a graveyard out here. Countless beasts were slaughtered right on this defense line. Zian pulls out his binoculars, searching for a target. First things first, let's find the expedition outpost. Ahead of him, the air looks like it's shimmering from intense heat. But that's exactly where he needs to go. Found it. Above them, the sky stays a calm, clear blue. They pass by workers still clearing the area, and Zian's face goes bright red when he spots a few of the more adventurous girls in the camp. They finally reach the main tent. He points it out to Gubai. That's the expedition checkpoint right there. Let's move. A tattered, strange flag flutters in the wind. Yeah, this has to be the place. The Red Ape Mercenary Corps. Right then, Feng Ling from the expedition team speaks up. Old Duan, check out those two rookies at the gate. What do you think? Old Duan eyes them with predatory interest. Not bad. High quality. Old Duan lets out a slimy laugh, trying to play it friendly. Hey there, little friends. His gaze, totally lingering. You guys lost or something? Feng Ling whistles from behind, sending a chill down Gubai's spine. Zian, though? He already knows these guys are trouble. Zian glances at her, thinking to himself. Gubai's been acting strange since they arrived at the Bai family grounds. She's visibly shaking as the mercenaries close in. They just can't keep their eyes off her. That's when Zian's power starts to flare. Old Duan suddenly blurs toward them. It's dangerous outside the city walls, kids. How about Uncle here protects you? He cuts right between them with blinding speed. Old Duan leans in close to Zian, reaching out to tilt the boy's chin up. Well now, is little Zian going to make a move? Gubai is completely frozen, watching this unfold. Old Duan? He's loving every second of this reaction. Is my little treasure getting angry? Bad move. Zian immediately slams him into the dirt head first. He doesn't stop there. A sickening crack echoes as he snaps the man's hand. Old Duan screams in agony, howling for his team. Feng Ling, help me, the kid's actually attacking. But Zian is now wreathed in eerie blue flames. Go ahead, he says. Try me. Feng Ling is paralyzed with shock. The killing intent coming off the kid is suffocating. Suddenly, everyone's attention shifts to the loudspeaker above. She's voice rings out, cold and indifferent. Vice Commander, what's with all the noise? It's way too loud. Vice Captain Ming brushes back his hair, his tone grim. What else? The beasts are here. Xu Jing immediately checks the system. Heat signatures are lighting up the screen, 200 to 300 of them. A voice bellows from the high tower. Feng Ling, what's the status? He's already lining up a shot. Vice Commander, you done with your business? Because things are about to get ugly. A thick cloud of dust and smoke is rising in the distance. Ferocious beasts are approaching from the east 5 minutes until they hit the outpost. Old Duan is still on the ground, begging now. Look, kid, let me go. We're all in the same boat here. You don't want us stuck like this when those monsters break through, right? But Zian? His face is a mask of pure ice. With a look of total disgust, Zian shoves him away. Get lost. Stay away from me. Someone scrambles for their radio. Get the vice commander. It's absolute chaos out here. High above, a figure is literally radiating fire. Don't panic, Qiming roars, his voice carrying over the crowd. It's too late to retreat back to the city now. If we want to live, we hold our ground and wait for reinforcements. The people below are still dazed, barely processing the danger. Zian watches Qiming for a moment and nods finally. Someone who actually knows what they're doing. The man stands tall, rallying the survivors. I'm the vice captain of the Red Ape Expedition, a silver rank beast tamer. I'll take the front line, but I need another beast tamer to cover the flank. Who's stepping up? Zian looks around at the black iron ranks. The powerful ones, too scared to even move. Typical. Then, a blonde girl in the crowd shouts, I'm silver rank too. Count me in. Zian is honestly speechless at how fast things are moving. Wait, she beat me to it? A guy named Young Master Rich steps forward as the crowd starts whispering. Give me some fire support, and I guarantee I'll hold that line. Isn't that the heir to the Ming group? Wait, Ming is already silver rank? Qiming looks at the kid, clearly annoyed. A rich brat? Can he even fight? He turns to his men. Old Duan, Feng Ling. Take a squad and get the heavy artillery ready. The two respond instantly. Roger that. Qiming lets out one last shout, a desperate plea for them all to continue living. Zian keeps his eyes locked on the rich kid. He leans in to whisper to Gu Bai. Stay behind me. That guy? He's definitely going to mess this up. The air feels like it's burning under the scorching sun. The rich kid walks forward with total confidence. Time to come out. Scarlet Fire Ape. No time to be lazy. The sky is clear, but below, it's frantic. Everyone is scrambling to survive. A man named Alpha is desperately praying. Lord, be with your servant. Grant me the wisdom and courage to survive this calamity. He grips his Bible tight, praying for the souls of his brothers in arms. We humbly accept your word, O Lord. Young Master Rich is warming up, fueled by a sense of divine right and massive pride. Old Duan grips his weapon tight, trying to find his nerve. Gu Bai watches the horizon, her heart sinking as the pressure mounts. Old Duan, clutching his gun, limps over to Zian with a forced smile. Hey kid, you're a beast tamer too, aren't you? He's staring at Zian, watching how calm and experienced the boy looks. This kid is definitely more than meets the eye. Honestly, you're way more impressive than that rich brat. Zian's attitude toward him finally started to soften just a bit. Guess you're not just a muscle-brained freak after all, huh? Lao Duan smirked, but then his eyes narrowed. Hey, watch it. Your little girlfriend looks like she's about to faint. Gu Bai was shaking like a leaf. When he reached out and patted her shoulder, poor girl's heart nearly jumped out of her chest. Gu Bai, you all right? Her face was ghost white. She hesitated, barely able to find her voice. I'm okay, just a little nervous. Zian looked her dead in the eye, serious as hell. Listen, when the beasts get here, stay glued to my side. You'll be fine. They stood shoulder to shoulder, waiting. Lao Duan was already prepping the heavy artillery locked and loaded. Heads up, they're coming, he roared. Prepare for contact. The swarm was charging, but a voice cracked over the comms from the lookout. Hold your fire. Wait till they hit the kill zone. Then boom. The mines went off right under the lead pack, burying them in a thick cloud of smoke and fire. Even Lao Duan had to admit he was impressed. Damn. Zijing's fireworks don't play around, do they? But some survived. Feng Long spotted a few stubborn ones through his scope. Persistent little bastards, he muttered, pulling the trigger. Taste this. Crack. One head exploded. Another round, another beast down. Clean, precise, deadly. Feng Lang wasn't done. Lao Duan, you've got leakages heading your way. The auto turrets were screaming, but these things were fast dodging bullets like it was nothing. Little Zijing, one of those things just slipped past your automated defense. Zijing was absolutely livid. Well, don't just stand there. Kill it. Damn it. Lao Duan sprinted to the mount. Told you that pea shooter of yours was too small for this. Watch a pro. He swung the massive barrel around. Bigger is always better. He let loose pure lead rain. Heads were flying everywhere. But the rest? They were already starting to scale the walls. Zian's expression went cold. The heavy hitters, the bronze beasts, were finally making their move. Richie smirked, looking pretty damn pleased with himself. Finally, my turn to shine. But Lao Duan shouted over the gunfire. Not yet. Toss the oil barrels first. The crew scrambled, kicking the massive drums over the edge. The beasts hit a literal wall of oil. Feng Lang didn't miss his cue. One shot, and the world turned into an inferno, charring everything in sight. Our boy couldn't help but be impressed. Your team actually knows what they're doing, he admitted. Lao Duan's ego skyrocketed. Damn right. Were the Crimson Apes best in the wasteland? Bar none. The fire forced them back except for one. A beast that stood tall, radiating pure dominance. It was showing them who was boss. Lao Duan's eyes narrowed. The big dog is finally here. Zian didn't waste a second. Eye of Apocalypse, activate. Instantly, the system flooded his mind with data. Species, Iron Alchemical Beast. Rank, High Silver. Talent, Silver. Rank Fog Core. Skills, Crimson Dash, Iron Shredders, and Metallic Shroud. Then, a literal red-silver rank beast stepped out. It wasn't just hungry, it was hunting them. Feng Lang tracked it through the lens, sweat dripping down his face. Lao Duan, we've got a problem. I'm counting 7. No, 8. Silver ranks. Lao Duan nearly choked. 8? You're joking, right? He immediately pointed toward the rear. Richie, the backline is all yours. Don't let them through. Richie just shrugged, confident as ever. Relax. I've got this. Time to bring out the big guns. Come forth, he yelled. Suddenly, a massive golden-horned frog materialized, a pure metal element monster. It was a mid-rank silver with high golden potential. Absolute unit. Skills, multi-shot, giant tongue, and a metallic body. Siechmin wasn't lagging behind either, summoning his own battle beast as the silver rank presence surged around them. He barked an order to his crimson fire monkey. Fire fist, impact. The monkey's fist erupted in flames, and with one punch, the beast's head was literally erased. Another beast lunged, and the two slammed into each other in a blur of fur and fangs. They were locked in a deadly dance. Siechmin waited for the perfect opening. Now, do it! The monkey dodged a claw by an inch, its arms glowing white-hot. It rained down a barrage of strikes. Red Lotus explosive fist. By the time it was done, there wasn't enough left of that beast to bury. The monkey bared its teeth in a savage grin. Vice Captain, a voice called out. The military is on the way. ETA 8 minutes. Siechmin's face went dark, his eyes filled with a look that was hard to read. Behind the walls, the men were already cheering, thinking they'd won. Siechmin turned back, warning them, listen up, just hold on a little longer. Everyone was riding that high. Until a flash of red light zipped right past one of their heads. The soldier's gun clattered to the floor as his hands went limp. The guy next to him turned pale as a sheet, stammering out a name. Lao Truong? He was shaking, not even realizing a massive shadow had just appeared behind him. He turned his head, pure confusion in his eyes. What the hell is that? Too late. That same red light flashed again, and just like that, his head was gone. Debris flies through the air as the chaos reaches a boiling point. Over with Zian, his face is tight with tension. He raises his hand, channeling every drop of energy to prepare for the fight of his life. Z unmoves like a total blur. He's lightning fast, unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks that don't give the enemy a second to breathe. A brilliant flash of blue energy slams right into a monster, diving from above. Talk about a perfect hit. But the nightmare isn't over. In the distance, a whole swarm of beasts is already closing in on him. He didn't see this coming at all. I'm cooked, he thinks, realization hitting him like a truck. Just as Zian is about to lose it, massive spiderwebs shoot through the air, pinning the monster down. Zian's stunned, barely having time to shield his head from the impact. He snaps back into it fast, though. Dropping to one knee, he focuses every ounce of his power into his palms, gathering energy for a counterattack. With a sharp thrust, Zian unleashes that energy, sending a devastating wave of power straight into the charging monsters. After the dust settles, Zian turns to see who saved him. He catches sight of a silhouette that looks way too familiar. Goodbye, he blurs out, before his curiosity gets the better of him. Did your spider seriously just evolve to bronze tier? Turns out, his savior was indeed Gubai. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, looking a bit shy. Yeah, I picked up some materials at the black market, and she finally made the jump. Standing tall beside her is a massive, intimidating purple spider, a fire-type lava spider, to be exact. This beast is bronze tier, with a lava body talent and high-level gold potential. Seriously, this thing is a monster in its own right. With blue-grade molten web and green-grade fire pillar skills, Zion's jaw hits the floor, and he's literally breaking a sweat. How is she this lucky, he thinks, eyes bulging. Meanwhile, over at the fortress, it's a total disaster zone. Monsters are ripping through the defenses, smashing heavy cannons into literal dust. The entire battlefield is buried under a thick, suffocating cloud of white smoke. Old Duan watches the carnage, shouting to the guy behind him. The artillery is gone. Get the spirit beasts out there, right now. Without skipping a beat, he points forward, commanding his golden horned toad. The toad lashes out with its massive, powerful tongue. One sweep. The monsters didn't stand a chance. They're sent flying backward like bowling pins. Back to Zian. He grips his chest, a look of pure determination on his face. Everyone's doing their part, he mutters to himself. I can't be the one dragging them down. He throws his hand out, summoning his beast into the fray. Yi-ya, let's go. And just like that, Yi-ya swoops in. The bird unleashes 3 firebolts that strike the ground like lightning. Zian panics, screaming, Yi-ya, wait, don't just go wild on your own. But the aim is perfect. The fire pierces right through the monster's heart without missing an inch. Zian is fuming though. He shakes his fist, yelling at the top of his lungs, I haven't even given the command yet, you brat. Yi-ya flies closer, staring him down with pure, unadulterated arrogance. I'm the literal incarnation of the sun, it retorts. Why would I need your orders? Bonk. Zian doesn't care, he smacks the bird right on the head. Now the sun god has a massive bump on its skull, leaving Gubai and her spider just staring in total shock. Elsewhere, we see Qiming. Along with his red fire monkey and another soldier, they're hunkered down behind some crates. Outside, a massive, terrifying monster is prowling around. Qiming flashes back to that monster tearing a man apart, and his face darkens. He grits his teeth, trying to keep his cool. This thing is way too fast, he thinks. I'm not strong enough to take it head on. The most important thing right now? Staying calm. No panicking. But while he's lost in thought, the guy next to him grabs his gun. Qiming snaps, Hey, what the hell are you doing? Shut your mouth. The guy's about to charge out, but Qiming lunges to stop him, his voice full of desperation. Too late. The guy starts spraying bullets, screaming, I'll take you with me. But predictably, the monster swats him down, slicing right through his head. This thing, it's a hammerhead Rakshasa. She's massive, covered in sharp black armor with glowing purple veins pulsing around her body. And in her claws, the head of the guy from a second ago. Qiming is drenched in sweat behind his crate, his heart hammering against his ribs. What even is this thing? He wonders. Could it be a gold tier? Right then, his radio crackles. Vice Captain, the east line is down. The beasts are inside the camp. He clicks his tongue in frustration. Great. When it rains, it pours, doesn't it? Qiming barks out an order. Feng Lang, support, 6 o'clock. Feng Lang's voice comes back instantly. Copy that. Feng Lang lines up his shot at 6 o'clock exactly where that monster is standing. Qiming and his monkey stay hidden. Feng Lang even finds time to smirk through the comms. You're buying me dinner for this one, Vice Captain. He pulls the trigger. Crack. The bullet slams into the Rakshasa's head, knocking it back. Qiming sees his window. Now. At the same time, the red fire monkey rips the bandage off its eye, which erupts into flames. It pours every ounce of its spirit into one massive blast of fire. Flame impact. But the hammerhead Rakshasa? She's impossibly fast. She's fast. With a blur of motion, she evades the strike as a massive explosion rocks the construction site. Elder Duan, Feng Lang, and Zian can only watch in absolute shock. One thought flashes through their minds. What the hell just happened? Zian immediately snaps out of it and barks an order to Wing Fang. Wing Fang, go, provide backup. The creature doesn't hesitate for a second, spreading its wings and soaring into the chaos. Cut to Qiming and things are looking grim. The serpent mace woman is closing in on him, step by terrifying step. She swings those razor-sharp claws, unleashing a wave of jagged purple energy that screams through the air. Qiming barely throws up a barrier in time, but it's a losing battle. Her assault is relentless, and huge cracks start spiderwebbing across his shield. He glances back, seeing the Crimson Fire Ape cowering and groaning behind him, and makes a split-second call. Ape, get out of here now. Right then, the barrier shatters like glass. Fragments fly everywhere as she lunges forward, gripping Qiming's throat in a death vice. He gasps in pain, his hands clawing desperately at her iron grip. Luckily, Wing Fang arrives just in time. The serpent mace woman senses the incoming threat while she's still holding Qiming captive. She brutally hurls him straight at Wing Fang, but the creature is agile, diving out of the way at the very last moment. Down below, Elder Duan manages to catch Qiming, but the momentum is insane. They slam into a wall behind them, leaving a massive crater in the concrete. Vice Captain, you okay? Duan asks, his voice laced with worry. Qiming winces, blood trickling down his face, but he grits his teeth. I'm fine, he growls. High above, Wing Fang is raining down fireballs, but the serpent mace woman just conjures a purple dome to shrug off the heat. Seeing the stalemate, Qiming realizes they're running out of time. We're dead meat if we don't take her down now. Someone needs to pin her so we can get a clean shot. He immediately turns to Feng Lang. Feng Lang, that alchemy bullet Zijing gave you, it's now or never. Use it. Feng Lang's face is a mask of pure focus, but he still manages to sneak in a smirk. Fine, but the Vice Captain owes me 2 dinners. Don't you dare go back on your word. He slams the special round into the chamber, clicking the magazine into place with a heavy thud. I just hope this doesn't wreck my baby, he mutters, referring to his prized sniper rifle. Turns out, his luck is out. The raw energy from the bullet is too much, it literally shatters the barrel upon firing. Feng Lang's jaw drops. Well, crap. There goes my gun. The projectile streaks through the air like a comet, exploding in front of the serpent mace woman and completely blinding her in a shroud of energy. Feng Lang radios in, sounding defeated. Qi Ming, my sniper's toast. Only the scope is still in one piece. Meanwhile, Zian is sprinting toward the front line. Elder Duan and Qi Ming are squinting through the dust, trying to spot their target through the haze. Qi Ming retorts, "That's Zijing's problem. You tell her yourself." Zian finally catches up to them. Wing Fang lands perfectly on his arm. Elder Duan sighs in relief. She's not getting up after that one, right? Qi Ming doesn't take his eyes off the smoke. Don't count on it. Look, emerging from the fog, the serpent mace woman stands tall, completely unscathed. That massive blast, the one that destroyed a high-tier rifle, it didn't even leave a scratch on her. Feng Lang tries to line up another view through his broken gear, but in the blink of an eye, she vanishes from his sight. His heart skips a beat. "What the?" he gasps, realizing he's in deep trouble. She found him. Like a heat-seeking missile, she rockets toward Feng Lang's sniper nest, claws out and ready to shred. Feng Lang clings to his useless gun, but it's too late. The entire vantage point erupts in a blinding flash of purple light that seems to tear the sky apart. Zian watches from below, his eyes wide with pure terror. That speed. So this is the power of a gold tier. Incredible. But when the smoke clears, she's only holding a handful of wires. No body. Feng Lang wasn't there. She looks down, spotting 4 distinct glows. Purple, blue, white, and red. That's the final straw. Enraged, she obliterates the entire tower, leaving nothing but a thick cloud of white smoke. Zian is still scanning the area when suddenly, the air shifts. 1 second she's in the sky, the next, she's right behind his back. He feels the cold chill of her presence, his face freezing up as she lunges for the kill. She strikes with both hands, but her claws thud against Zian's translucent shield. He channels his energy, sweat beads forming on his brow. I can barely track her with my naked eyes. She bears down, her head and claws grinding against the barrier. Zian can feel the pressure mounting. He knows his defense is about to buckle under her sheer brute force. And then crack. Just as he feared, the shield shatters into a million pieces under her razor-sharp grip. She stands over him like a titan, towering over Zian as he instinctively braces for the end. But then, something sticky and white streaks through the air. A web grabs Zian by the waist while debris rains down around them. Just as she's about to deliver the finishing blow, the spider silk yanks him off the ground, pulling him to safety in the nick of time. Zian shut his eyes tight, crashing right into Gubai's chest. Heartbeats racing, both of them are blushing like crazy. Zian is the first to break the awkward silence. "Gubai. Thanks. No, wait, sorry." He stammers, while Gubai can't even bring herself to look him in the eye. She shyly whispers back, "Oh, you're welcome. It's fine." Still holding him with one hand, she raises the other to command the bamboo fire spider. "Bamboo fire spider, blast them with lava." The creature slams the earth, splitting the ground into glowing, molten cracks. Total chaos erupts. Despite the heat, the hammerhead sand shrew is a beast, effortlessly dodging every single burst of lava. Zian and Gubai are drenched in sweat, watching the monster's insane movements. Zian grits his teeth. It dodged again? No way. He flashes back to the moment the beast evaded those bullets. It was fast, impossibly fast. But wait, it didn't even try to dodge the physical gunshots. He watches the hammerhead sand shrew zip around again. It's clear now, it only dodges the spirit energy attacks from the beasts. A theory starts forming in his mind. "That's it," he mutters, narrowing his eyes at the monster. It probably doesn't see objects, it senses spirit fluctuations, ignoring physical physics entirely. Zian turns and shouts to the other side. "Hey, mercenaries! I've got a plan to take this thing down, but I need backup." But before he can finish, Old Duan and Qi Ming are already running for their lives. Zian stares in disbelief, screaming, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Qi Ming just yells back to Old Duan, "Forget this, let's bail." Seeing them tuck tail and run, Zian realizes everything rests on Gubai now. "Gubai, it's just us." He's interrupted by a loud shout from someone perched on a soul beast nearby. "Hold on a second, it's Richie." He pushes up his glasses with a smug grin. "Did you guys seriously forget about a high-level beast tamer like me?" Behind him stands the golden-horned frog. He strikes a pose and shouts, "Golden-horned frog, bodyguard." On command, the golden-horned frog literally swallows Richie whole, leaving the bystanders completely speechless. Inside the frog, Richie stretches out as a brilliant white and gold light erupts. The frog's body warps and twists until its face looks exactly like Richie, glasses and all. It slams its hands into the dirt. This is his bodyguard form. His greater talent allows him to merge with his soul beast, skyrocketing his stats and unlocking powerful new abilities. Zian watches the transformation, rubbing his chin. "Okay, it's a bit ugly, but honestly, that's a pretty useful skill." Gubai, on the other hand, just winces behind him. That is absolutely disgusting. The frogman hunches down, glowing with toxic green energy. He bares his teeth at the hammerhead sandshrew. Get ready to witness the true power of young Master Richie. He lunges forward with a mocking laugh, screaming, "Thrusting impact!" But the sandshrew just zips aside, leaving the frogman flying into empty air. He ends up curling into a ball, shaking from the sheer impact and the pain of missing his mark. Zian watches it all unfold, just as I thought. It only sees targets with spirit energy. It's using that to predict every move. He turns to his partner. "Gubai, our plan might actually work." Gubai hesitates, her eyes filled with doubt. "But what if I mess up?" Zian reaches out and grabs her hand, his gaze serious and grounding. "Don't worry, it's going to be fine. I believe in you, so you have to believe in yourself. You already proved you could do it, remember?" Gubai's face flushes a soft pink at his words. Zian lets out a cold smirk. Wingtooth appears by his side with sharp, predatory eyes. "Let's go. I'm 100% sure we win this." Gubai tries to reach out to stop him, but Zian is already stepping forward, locking eyes with the monster. "Hey, Hammerhead, over here!" His eyes ignite. The energy swirling around his body becomes a blinding, roaring aura, more powerful than ever before. "Come and get me!" He feels a chill. The hammerhead sandshrew is already behind him. Classic move, it's going for the backstab. He watches its shadow. It's fast, yeah, but it always hesitates for a split second right before the final strike. This is the moment. Zian clenches his fists, bracing himself for the impact. A massive surge of blue energy erupts like a pillar of fire, illuminating the entire battlefield. The hammerhead sandshrew pauses, visibly confused. Now, his energy flares violently, surrounding the monster and forcing it to shield its eyes from the sheer intensity. Zian smiles to himself. "To your senses, this must feel like staring directly into the sun, right? Now," he roars. Wingtooth doesn't hesitate, unleashing a massive pillar of fire that slams directly into the hammerhead sandshrew. The beast is sent flying backward. Wingtooth's fire is relentless, turning the monster's position into a scorched wasteland. The area is a wreck, covered in charred spider silk and debris. Zian points a single finger forward. "Don't let it go, pin it down." Wingtooth soars into the sky, breathing out a spiraling torrent of flames that looks like a literal cyclone from hell. This is the flame vortex. Within seconds, the temperature in the area skyrockets, turning the air into a shimmering haze. The fiery tornado towers over the massive hammerhead sandshrew, trapping it in a prison of heat. Even as a giant, the monster can only look up in terror as the flames close in. Gubai seizes the opening, immediately giving the order to her bamboo fire spider. The bamboo fire spiders don't waste a second, unleashing a torrent of thick, sticky webbing. These high-strength strands are everywhere, disgusting and incredibly tough. The spiders move with terrifying speed, snagging those massive cargo crates and stacking them high. Seeing his opening, Zian decides to end this right now. "Yiya, it's time. The final move." Yiya's eyes glow with an intense, blinding light as it pours every ounce of its soul into this last strike. This is it, the nuclear ray. Its wings flare out like two massive, razor-sharp blades. Then, from high above, it unleashes a devastating pillar of dark red flame. The fire slams into the ground with an earth-shattering explosion, sending white smoke and shattered crates flying into the air. Suddenly, we cut to a pair of binoculars watching the whole thing from a distance. At a guard post on the border of Whitescale City, someone is glued to those binoculars, absolutely stunned by what they're seeing. "Damn, that's insane." The person next to them gasps as a strange blue light pulses from the cracks in the scorched earth. Zian stares down into the smoldering crater and asks, "Gubai, are you all right?" She quickly calls back, "I'm okay." But then, the ground erupts. A massive hand tipped with razor-sharp claws rips through the dirt. Gubai freezes, realization hitting her like a truck as she stammers out a warning. "Zian, it's still alive." Zian's heart sinks as panic starts to set in. Did he really mess up the finishing blow? Suddenly, from deep underground, the hammerhead serpent surges back to life. Even with its chest armor torn to shreds, the creature looks more terrifying than ever. Gubai watches from behind, as Zian stands on a rocky ledge. He keeps his cool, snapping his fingers with authority. "If that's how it's going to be, I've got one more trick." He summons his spirit beast, the scalefish, and commands it to use Devour. The fish unhinges its massive jaw and swallows the hammerhead serpent whole, but as soon as the scalefish closes its mouth, its eyes roll back. Blood-red thorns start erupting from its skin right before their eyes. It's being ripped apart from the inside. Those jagged, vein-like thorns are spreading through its eyes and across its entire body. The poor beast goes rigid, paralyzed by the sheer agony. Zian watches the horror unfold, completely paralyzed by shock. The giant white shadow fish. No! He's breaking into a cold sweat, unable to process the chaos. Suddenly, Zian collapses to his knees as those same blood-red thorns wrap around him. What the hell is happening? It feels like something is invading his very soul. Gubai screams his name, rushing over in a total panic. Zian desperately tries to brush the thorns away, mentally shouting to his beast, "Get back! Return now!" Meanwhile, over at the underground base, Old Man Duan stands up and looks around. "I guess it's finally over, huh?" Qiming climbs up after him, dusting himself off before replying, "Let's go see if any of those monsters are still breathing." The area is thick with white smoke. Old Man Duan picks up a severed leg of a golden-horned frog and scoffs after an explosion like that. Nothing could have survived. Qiming doesn't look convinced. He just points toward the distance. "Look over there." Emerging from the cellar is Zijing, and right in front of them is Gubai, struggling to support a weakened Zian. Qiming notes that they're both just bronze rankers. Zian's vision is starting to blur. The four of them, Lao Duan, Shize, Zixin, and Qiming all stand there, staring him down. Lao Duan tosses the frog leg aside and sneers, mocking that the young master probably didn't make it. Xian's world is slowly fading into darkness. Qiming finally snaps. "Lao Duan, stop standing there like an idiot and help them." He calls Xian a brat as he checks him over. Damn it, he's totally blacked out. Xian's eyes shut completely. As he loses consciousness, it feels like he's sinking to the very bottom of a cold ocean, while a distant voice keeps calling his name. Xian, Xian, he can hear it through the fog. He wonders, who could that be? Suddenly, that same blue eye, choked with bloodshot veins, flashes before him once again. The shock of it bolts him upright. He's in a medical tent, gasping for air. Shize and Gubai are right there by his bed, looking at him with pure worry in their eyes. Gubai calls out, "Doctor, he's awake." Xian sits up, his head spinning. Shize puts a hand on her hip and sighs with relief. "Looks like you're fine. You probably just overused your spiritual energy." Xian clutches his head, lost in his own thoughts. He knows his own power. There's no way his spiritual limit is that low. Something isn't adding up. Gubai hears her and simply adds, "I'm not so sure about that." Just then, the tent flap swings open. It's Lao Duan. Both of them turn to look as he says, "Oh, look who's back from the dead. Our boss wants to have a word with you." Xian follows Lao Duan outside. Qiming is there by the campfire and grins when he sees him. "Hey there, bronze rank brat, you're finally up?" He gives a dark, twisted little laugh. "I gotta be honest, I didn't think a little brat like you actually had that much fight in him." Lao Duan and Xian walk closer. Xian doesn't miss a beat. "Is that so? Is that why you guys left us behind to die while you ran for your lives?" Qiming's grin falters. "Man, you really have a smart mouth, don't you?" He scratches his head, looking a bit sheepish. "Look, I don't blame you for being bitter, but like it or not, I'm the deputy captain. My job is to keep my people alive." He looks up with a faint smirk. "If I'd known you were that capable, I wouldn't have played it so safe." "So, I'll cut to the chase. How'd you feel about joining us?" Xian can't help but let out a mocking laugh. "Join you guys? Seriously?" He looks Qiming dead in the eye. "Do you really think a few pretty words are going to make me trust you?" He thinks to himself, if this guy could throw them to the wolves once, he'll definitely do it again the moment things get hairy. Qiming looks away, feeling the sting of the rejection. "Look, we lost some good people back there. Our combat power isn't what it used to be. Our mission is to escort a client to Shaolin Town, but the way things stand now, we're definitely shorthanded. We need you." Tuan crossed his arms, sizing up the man in front of him with a cold, calculating gaze. "Shaolin Town," he mused. "Isn't that the only route to Giant Tree City? Might as well hitch a ride with these guys." Right then, Qiming looked him dead in the eye. "Don't turn me down just yet," the man urged. "We won't make you work for free. We'll make it worth your while." He held up 3 fingers with a smug smirk. 3%. How's that sound? Tuan let out a small chuckle and nodded. "Deal." Looking at that clever face, Tuan thought to himself, "I'm not actually working for you, buddy." Qiming, thrilled by the agreement, started teasing him. Even a gentleman can't resist a payday, huh? Meanwhile, the night sky hung heavy and gloomy above them. Cut to the Shaolin Town outskirts. Deep in the cramped forest, 3 heavy tanks rumbled slowly toward the Red Monkey Adventure Team's base. Old Duan glanced around, looking totally frustrated. "This road is absolute trash. The engine breaks, I fix it, and then it just breaks again." Tuan stood by, a blushing Gubai, hiding a grin. "Looks like Gubai's talent is finally kicking in," he thought. Old Duan turned to the two of them. "We're staying here for the night. We head into Shaolin Town tomorrow." Tuan frowned. "Why stop? Why not just drive straight in?" The night was eerily silent, with only the pale moonlight cutting through the shadows to light up the woods. Old Duan's face went dead serious. Because Shaolin Town is a death trap after dark, even a gold-rank spirit beast could get shredded in there. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice shattered the quiet. "Are we there yet? Why is this taking so long?" The 4 of them turned around. completely baffled by the sudden outburst. It was a woman in a tight blue dress and a white scarf, her blonde hair practically glowing in the dark. She was fuming. "This bumpy road is literally killing me," she shrieked. "You guys are useless." Next to her, a man in round glasses sighed in defeat, while another blonde guy hid behind a tank. Chi. She shot the woman a look of pure, unadulterated disgust. "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth," she snapped. "Your screaming is going to lure every monster in the forest straight to us." The blonde woman froze for a split second, then pointed a finger and screamed even louder. "Do you have any idea who I am? My brother is the mayor of Shaolin Town, a gold-rank powerhouse." But she didn't even blink. She couldn't care less. This sent the woman into a total meltdown. Her boyfriend tried to calm her down, but she just kept barking. "Is she serious right now? I paid for a luxury trip, not to suffer like this." Tuan and Qiming watched the drama unfold, completely over it. "Give me a break." Qiming cracked his neck, annoyed. Imagine insulting your own bodyguards in the middle of a literal wasteland. Pure stupidity. Tuan just stood there, looking bored out of his mind, but he kept his mouth shut. Qiming turned to the group and pointed toward the houses built into the trees. "We rest here for the night. We move out at sunrise." They stepped inside and huddled around a flickering campfire. Tuan scanned the room. "Pretty basic setup," he noted. But something felt off, really off. He noticed a strange green smoke curling up from the flames and realized the truth. "Wait. That scent. Crap." Gubai's head started spinning. He grabbed his forehead, stumbling toward Tuan. "Tuan. I feel really dizzy." Seconds later, Qiming, Qi Shi, Zijing, and Old Duan stepped inside, all wearing gas masks. Old Duan looked down. "So, is it done? Are they out?" Zijing nodded. "See for yourself. They're all face down on the floor. That sedative works like a charm." They turned their suspicious eyes toward Tuan. Zijing knelt down and gave him a poke. Old Duan, still lugging his gear, looked confused. "Seriously though, why'd we wait this long to pull the trigger?" Qiming stood there with his hands on his hips, looking down at his prey. "The kid's got skills. We needed him to fill Feng Lang's spot. Plus, it's way easier to rob someone once you've earned their trust." They slapped heavy shackles on Tuan's wrists. Qiming crouched down, eyeing both Tuan and Gubai like prizes. "This kid is definitely from some rich family out for training. We're gonna squeeze them for a massive ransom. With Whitescale City in chaos, one big score is all we need to retire for good." Suddenly, Old Duan paused his head count. "Wait. 1, 2, 3. We're missing one. Wait. Why is one missing?" Right then, the sound of slow, rhythmic clapping echoed through the room, chilling everyone to the bone. Alpha stepped out of the shadows with a haunting, twisted smile. "The Lord said, 'Let there be light.' And there was light. The Lord said, 'Let there be land.' And there was land. His wisdom and grace protect me, his most loyal servant." Qiming stared at Qi. She totally lost. "What is he yapping about? Is he crazy?" She scowled, her face pale. "That's impossible. My sedative was strong enough to knock out someone as tough as Old Duan." Speaking of Old Duan, he was beyond pissed. "You son of a..." He leveled his gun at Alpha's chest, screaming, "Who the hell are you? Stop that god talk before I blow your head off." Alpha slowly raised his hands in surrender, that creepy grin never leaving his face. "Calm down. Let's talk this out." But when the mercenaries saw the strange mark on his palm as he raised his hands, they immediately dropped into combat stances, terrified. Qiming spat out the words, "I never guessed you'd be a lapdog for the Maju sect." Tucked away in a corner, Xian watched the whole drama unfold, his mind racing as he realized just how deep the rabbit hole went with this guy. See, Xian wasn't actually out cold, he'd been watching through his gas mask the entire time. Talk about a lucky break. His eye of revelation had sniffed out the knockout gas long before it hit him, allowing him to play along and trigger his mask just in time. He'd figured this was just a run-of-the-mill kidnapping, but with the Maju sect involved, that changed everything. Xian stayed dead quiet, playing the spectator as Qiming signaled Old Duan to lower his weapon and face the cultist. "All right then," Qiming challenged. "What does the Maju sect want to negotiate with me?" Alpha adjusted his glasses, a smirk playing on his lips. "I'm Alpha, an operative for the Maju Outer Circle. My job? Scouting and recruiting the finest talents for our cause." He gestured toward the supposedly unconscious boys. "Sorry for the interruption, really, but I'm here for those two Beastmasters. Anyone who can take down a gold-rank beast like they did. Well, that's exactly the kind of prize we're looking for." Qiming rested a hand on his hip, letting out a dark, twisted laugh. "Well, that's just too bad for you. These two are my cargo. But hey, since you're interested, maybe we can strike a deal? Name your price." Alpha just shook his head, dismissing the idea. He chuckled coldly. "Friends, I think you've got the wrong idea. The Maju sect doesn't do deals." Suddenly, two blonde-haired thugs materialized right behind Qiming. Ming's face twisted in rage. So you're saying you want my haul for free? Just then, Xian's system flared to life, projecting a holographic scan. He stared at the display, stunned. Wait, what? Where did those 2 extra guys even come from? He glanced at a notification for a high-tech holographic projector and finally understood the trick. Meanwhile, someone was lining up a sniper shot from the tree line, zeroing in on the cultist. Crack! A massive gunshot echoed through the air, and a bullet tore through Alpha's arm, nearly severing it. Ming flinched. Who fired that? Immediately his comms crackled to life. It was me, Captain. Ming gasped. Windwolf, you're still alive? Deep in the brush, Windwolf adjusted his massive rifle. You bet. You're gonna owe me a few rounds of drinks for this one. Alpha collapsed to his knees, clutching his mangled arm as tears of pure agony streamed down his face. Ming hissed into his comms. Give me a break, Windwolf. The brat is still breathing. You missed the kill. Windwolf shot back. Hey, this gun is basically junk. The fact that I hit anything at all is a miracle. Old Duan, holding the captured holographic device, turned to report. Boss, check this out. Those 2 thugs were just light projections. It's just this one pathetic guy. The 4 of them surrounded Alpha, looking down on him with pure disgust. Ming grinned like a predator. You little rat. You really thought you could take us down with a couple of toys? Alpha trembled violently. He choked back the pain, his voice shaking. Our priest. He's on his way. If you touch me, you're all dead men. Old Duan and the others didn't wait, they started stomping him into the dirt. Dead men, huh? I'll show you dead. You're going to meet your maker, kid. But first, I think I'll take one of his kidneys as a deposit. High above the forest, a group of riders mounted on spirit beasts cut through the night sky. One black-clad figure pulled up alongside Arthur. Priest, we've reached the Azure Heaven Forest. Arthur nodded grimly. Get ready. For his sake, Alpha better be right about this. They dived, heading straight for the building. Inside, the sound of their approach caught Old Duan's attention. Ming frowned. What's that noise? Alpha's eyes lit up with malicious glee. You're finished, he screamed. The priest is here. Suddenly, something smashed through the roof with a deafening roar. Xian cracked an eye open to see what the hell was happening. What now? It was Arthur, crashing into the room atop his terrifying spirit beast. Alpha reached out with his one good arm, desperate. Priest, you're finally here. Behind the newcomer, Xian's system screen flickered to life. Race, bone, crushing spider, rank, peak gold, talent, terrifying gaze, potential, peak gold, skills, abyssal fire, deathly illusion, and shadow strike, all of them lethal. Arthur stepped down from his mount, his staff tapping against the floor. Where are they? He asked, his voice cold. The system pinged again. Arthur, talent, Blackgate domain, rank, peak gold. He had 4 beasts in total. Alpha bowed his head from the floor, pointing toward the 2 unconscious boys. A thick, suffocating aura of dark purple energy began to swirl around Arthur. Xian broke into a cold sweat. This guy's power was on a whole different level. Arthur let his pressure explode, crushing the kidnapper's spirits. Step aside. Old Duan leveled his gun, his hands shaking. The hell do you think you're doing? Ming roared. You bastard! But suddenly, the same dark energy wrapped around Ming. He froze, his mind screaming in confusion. What is this? I can't move. Arthur hadn't even lifted a finger. His sheer aura was enough to paralyze everyone in the room as he casually strolled past them. He stopped before Xian and Gubai, his lips moving in a low, haunting prayer. Mother of 10,000 spiders, please, save these 2 lost children. Xian peeked through his eyelids, catching the villain red-handed. The guy pulled out a glowing purple bottle filled with something definitely not friendly. The system pinged a warning. Spirit Slave Liquid. A nasty concoction brewed from spirit essence and phantom demon spider queen parts. 1 drop, and you're a mind-controlled puppet though. Hey, you do get a power boost. A Shu started chanting, moving a needle-tipped bottle toward Xian like some twisted ritual. He looked possessed, praying for souls to lead them out of the mist and into some promised land. Destination? The promised land. Yeah, right. Xian's heart hammered. Oh crap, he thought, breaking into a cold sweat. If that needle hits, he's a goner pure, total mind control. No more playing dead. Snap. He shattered his cuffs and caught a Shu's wrist midair. Sorry to kill the mood, Xian smirked, but I'm really not into the manservant lifestyle. Before the guy could even blink, Xian blasted him point blank with a concentrated surge of water. A Shu didn't even flinch, conjuring a shield that soaked up the hit like a sponge. Is that all? He sneered. Amateur hour. Xian didn't waste a second. He rushed to the unconscious Gubai, shaking her. Gubai, wake up. He scanned the room outnumbered and outmatched. Time to bail. We're leaving, Xian shouted, throwing a smoke bomb right at A Shu's feet to mask their escape. A Shu swiped the air, instantly vaporizing the smoke, but Xian was already gone. He'd smashed through the wooden wall like a wrecking ball and vanished into the night. After him, a shoe barked. His goons vanished into the forest, a place that looked like a literal graveyard under the moonlight. Zian was deep in the woods now, hauling Gubai's dead weight. Gubai, talk to me. Are you still with me? Silence. Nothing. Damn it, Zai. Anne cursed. Whatever they drugged her with, it's the heavy-duty stuff. He stopped, scanning the dark tree line. System. Activate Eye of Apocalypse. I need an exit, now. The scan pulsed outward, lighting up every leaf. Then, the system flagged something massive, a towering tree, dripping with weird golden fruit. Alert. Green Hunter Banana Tree. Wood Element. High-tier monster. This thing is a predator, not a snack. Rank. Mid-level gold. Skills? Lethal banana scent and binding vines that'll wrap you up before you can even scream. Zian leaned against the trunk, breathing hard. The tree was blocking the only way out. And with Gubai out cold, his combat options were basically zero. He looked up at the sky, and his blood ran cold. The sky was crawling with spirit beasts and soldiers. They were hunting him from above like vultures. Seriously? Air support too? He had only one move left. He activated his Spirit Master space, safely tucking the unconscious Gubai away in his personal dimension. It was the same trick that saved them from that almond explosion back in the day. Old school, but effective. Standing alone under a massive overhang, Zian checked his surroundings. Gubai was safe. Now, it was just him versus a small army. He looked at the green hunter trees and grinned a dark, dangerous smile. In this forest, at night, you guys just walked into my trap. Meanwhile, at the cabin, Old Duan's crew was still paralyzed. They watched in horror as Alpha crawled toward Ashu, gasping for breath. Lord, please. Alpha wheezed, reaching out a trembling hand. Help me. Ashu just stood there, cold as ice. He started praying again, asking the mother of 10,000 spiders to guide Alpha's soul to the promised land. Alpha's eyes widened. Wait, what? But it was too late. Ashu raised his staff high, the air humming with dark energy. A surge of violet light erupted from the staff, slamming into Alpha and incinerating him instantly. No mercy, just ash. Old Duan couldn't believe his eyes. The guy just murdered his own loyal soldier without blinking. This wasn't a priest, it was a monster. Somewhere in the chaos, Qi Ming's voice crackled through the comms. Feng Long, what's your status? We need backup. Feng Long looked at his shattered rifle, wrapped in useless bandages. My gun is trashed, he hissed. I'm out of the fight. You're on your own. Qi Ming's face went pale. Great, he thought, just great. Is this where we finally bite it? Up in the air, a scout finally spotted a silhouette moving through the tall grass. High Priest, we found him. It's the boy. But wait, the scout added, confused. The woman is gone. She's vanished into thin air. Doesn't matter, Ashu commanded. Bring him to me. Now. The spirit beasts dived, screaming through the night air toward Zian. Zian looked back and saw them coming. He didn't run. He smiled. Hook, line, and sinker. As a spirit beast's claws lunged for his throat, he threw up a defensive wall just in time, but he wasn't the target. Suddenly, the ground exploded. Long, tentacle-like vines from the green hunter trees lashed out from the shadows. The vines coiled around the spirit beasts like massive pythons, dragging the screaming cultists into the dark. What the? Vines? It's a wood element beast, one screamed, but it was too late. The forest itself opened its mouth and swallowed them whole. Zian watched the carnage with cold satisfaction. Exactly as planned. These trees weren't picky, they attacked anything that invaded their territory. Those massive spirit beasts? They were basically giant neon eat-me signs for the green hunter trees. All Zian had to do was stand on the edge and wait. Once that tree marks you as an enemy, it's game over. It doesn't just kill, it makes sure you suffer through its most terrifying form. The system flickered one last time. Green Hunter Banana Tree True Form unlocked. And it was absolutely nightmare. Fuel. This isn't your average plant. The green banana tree shifts into a humanoid form, snatching two victims and draining their spiritual energy until they're nothing but bleached skeletons. Deep within the heart of this monstrous tree, a single fruit is pulsing, growing larger by the second. The system kicks in. It's a green banana fruit, silver tier material, overflowing with life essence, and capable of healing literally any wound. Zian watches from the shadows, his mind racing. If he can nab that life energy, it could replace the rare ingredients in his healing potions. Without wasting a beat, he launches a water strike, slicing a bunch of fruit clean off the branch. He moves like lightning, catching the fruit mid-air and taking a deep breath. Man, that scent, it's intoxicating. Zian is almost addicted instantly, but then reality hits him like a truck. He got too cocky and accidentally stepped right over the monster's boundary. He freezes, eyeing the man-eating tree. It doesn't seem to notice him yet. Maybe it's too busy feeding? Zian doesn't wait to find out. He's out of there, whispering a quick thanks for the loot as he bolts. But of course, luck isn't on his side. He plants his foot right on a random green frog, loses his balance, and goes sliding. He tumbles right back into the tree's territory. As the frog hops onto him, he can't help but wonder, is he cursed to have a weird destiny with frogs or something? Behind him, the nightmare awakens. The banana tree's face contorts with rage, its glowing green eyes locking onto him as it inches closer, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Zian looks back, eyes wide with pure terror. Internally, he's screaming he definitely pushed his luck too far this time. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest where massive trees touch the stars, white birds scatter across the night sky. Asher raises his hand, sending a coded message to his subordinates. Status report? Static crackles from the other end before going completely dead. He stands tall, his silhouette imposing as he signals his team. Fine then, great lord, we need more hands. He looks down at a pair of cracked glasses, the only thing left of Alpha after he was incinerated. Alpha, your spirit will now serve the great queen spider. With a flick of his staff, a sinister violet flame erupts in his left hand. From the depths of that purple fire, grotesque, multi-eyed spider creatures begin to crawl out. It's the stuff of nightmares. Qiming watches, paralyzed by fear. He knows they're finished. What kind of demonic magic is this? Asher's voice booms with absolute authority as he commands the swarm. Go, my children. Feed. The monsters hiss, scurrying forward on his command. They swarm toward Shijia, Old Duan, Zijing, and Qiming, lunging from behind and latching onto their necks. The look of pure dread on their faces says it all. The weight and grip of the creatures force them to their knees, gasping for air. Asher swings his staff, his voice cold and lethal. From this moment on, you belong to me. Obey, or the bombs on your necks will blow you to kingdom come. Qiming glares at the monster choking him, teeth gritted in pure frustration. Damn it. Meanwhile, let's check back on our main boy. Back with Zian, the killer banana tree is lashing out, its wooden limbs reaching for him. Zian is running for his life, pushing his legs to the absolute limit. He steals a glance back and thinks, yep, this is it. I'm officially toast. The tree slams a massive fist down, but Zian barely manages to leap clear. The impact is insane, though the sheer shockwave catches him. He's launched into the air, soaring past the moon like he's caught a one-way flight to the stars, before crashing headfirst into a thicket of trees. He crawls out, head covered in leaves and looking like a total mess. He squints back at the monster's lair and breathes a sigh of relief. Talk about a lucky break, he actually landed just outside the tree's domain. He scratches his head, opening his spatial storage to stash the stolen bananas. Even now, he's wondering if a plant beast is this powerful. Could he actually tame it? Suddenly, a noise cuts through the woods. Zian's survival instincts kick in, and he immediately starts scanning the area. Someone's coming. He vanishes behind a massive trunk, holding his breath and watching the shadows. It's the demon spider cult, they just won't quit. Shijia's group appears, searching the area. Old Duan growls, complaining about trying to find anyone in this pitch-black forest. Asher ignores the whining and begins an eerie chant. Mother of 10,000 spiders, my great lord, guide your humble servant. On cue, his staff erupts into a brilliant, haunting purple flame. He slams the staff down, and a wave of purple energy pulses outward. Suddenly, a system alert flashes in Zian's vision. Warning, you have been detected. Cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. He's been spotted. Traces of purple light stretch out from the staff like heat-seeking missiles, pointing directly at his hiding spot. Asher points a finger, his voice cutting through the trees. There, catch him. Zian sees Qiming and the others following Asher, and he's completely baffled. Why are the adventurers teaming up with the demon spider cult? Before he can react, Zijing appears out of nowhere, her gun leveled right at his chest. Don't move, you're surrounded. Zian slowly raises his hands in surrender, his mind racing. Seriously, what is it with today? His luck is absolutely bottom tier. But his hands start to glow with water energy, it's time for the old reliable. He throws his hands out, unleashing a massive screen of white mist right in Zijing's face. He loses count of how many times he's had to pull this stunt today. Taking advantage of the confusion, he vanishes into the canopy, leaping from branch to branch to make his escape. As the smoke clears, Old Duan rushes to Zijing's side. Zijing, you okay? She squints into the dark, teeth clenched as she watches Zian and disappear. I'm fine, but the kid got away. Asher's face contorts with rage as he screams at them. What are you standing around for? Move! What are you waiting for? Get after them! Qiming roared, his face twisting in fury as he pointed a trembling finger. In this place, we're the only ones who can actually tame beasts. Normal people don't stand a chance. They'll never keep up with a real beast tamer. Careful now, Ashu countered, his voice chillingly calm. Do I really need to remind you that your necks are still rigged with pulse bombs? The threat hit home. They could only grit their teeth and look away, trapped in a suffocating, helpless silence. You're in no position to bargain with me, Ashu sneered. Qiming's blood boiled, he couldn't believe this guy thought he was that powerless. Just then, Feng Long's voice crackled through the transmission. Qiming, is everyone okay? Qiming signaled back instantly. Feng Lang, we're fine for now, but they've strapped explosives to our necks. Meanwhile, Feng Lang was crouched in the brush nearby, rifle ready. He scanned the scene, eyes locked on Shu and his crew. I'm close, real close. I can move in and help you guys right now. Wait, stay back, Qiming hissed, stopping him before things went south. We still don't know how these bombs are triggered. Until we figure it out, we play along. Understand? Feng Lang stared intensely at Shu's group before giving a reluctant nod. Got it. Deep in the forest, under the shadow of a massive tree, Zian was doubled over in agony, clutching his wrist as strange, crimson tentacles coiled around him. He stared at those jagged, thorn-covered vines, thinking to himself, not again. His system screen flickered red with a grim warning. Origin core damaged. Spiritual recovery hindered. Maximum capacity reduced by half. With a surge of sheer willpower, he forced the tentacles to vanish and stood up, bracing his left arm. Things were looking bad, really bad. He'd burned through way too much spiritual energy. He honestly didn't know how much longer he could keep this up. Suddenly, the system went haywire, spamming alerts. Warning, warning, Zian groaned, totally over it. Give it a rest already, will you? That's when Old Duan and Qiming emerged, with Qiming's grotesque, one-eyed monkey beast trailing behind them. Hey you, the bronze rank kid, Qiming yelled, trying to bait him out. Stop hiding and show yourself. The system screen updated. Qiming, talent, strength enhancement, rank, level 3, mid-tier, beast, crimson flame ape, Z. Anne stayed low behind the trunk, tracking their every move. Why would an adventure guild team up with the demon spider cult? There had to be more to the story. Then, he noticed something odd on the back of Qiming's neck. Wait, what is that thing? The system chimed in. Pulse bomb. Seeing that, it all clicked for Z, and they weren't here by choice. He summoned his raven, Yi Ya, onto his arm, and leaned in to whisper. Yi Ya, it's on you. But listen, do not kill them. I need to talk to these guys. Yi Ya, ever the arrogant one, just slapped Zion's face with a wing. Yeah, I know the drill. You've got another one of those brilliant plans you think will actually work, don't you? With a burst of fiery energy, Yi Ya took off. Zion shouted after the bird, Hey, don't mess it up like last time. The bird just scoffed. So much talking. It streaked through the canopy, heading straight for Old Duan's location. She glanced up and spotted a flash in the distance. Hey, look at the sky. It was moving way too fast to track. Is that a shooting star? She wondered, completely baffled. Old Duan squinted, trying to make it out. I think it might be. He cut himself off with a curse. Crap! A blinding flash of fire erupted, sending both of them flying. A majestic fire phoenix tore through the smoke, soaring right past their faces. Qiming, now on high alert, saw his crimson flame ape standing guard. He barked an order, and the ape roared, lunging at Yi Ya with a massive fist. But Yi Ya was in a different league. It danced through the air, effortlessly dodging every single punch the ape threw. The bird tilted its head back, its beak glowing with an intense red light. It was time for a skill. Scorching sun pool of fire. Hovering right over its target, Yi Ya rained down pillars of flame, roasting the one-eyed monkey until it shrieked in pain. The beast collapsed face first into the dirt, and Qiming managed to scramble away. He was stunned. Damn it. How is that brat's spirit beast this freaking powerful? Qiming ducked behind a bush, staying low. He glanced over at a mysterious figure in a cloak and iron helmet nearby. That guy isn't moving an inch, he realized. Looking at his massive ape getting scorched, he knew he had to find a way out and fast. Meanwhile, Old Duan wasn't backing down. He raised his rifle and unleashed a hail of bullets. But Yi Ya was a pro, weaving through the gunfire with ease. Even bullets can't touch this thing. Old Duan yelled, pulling the trigger in a panic. Suddenly, the phoenix dived. It unleashed a massive wave of fire that slammed into Old Duan, knocking him flat on his back. The impact was brutal. He hit the ground hard, his head bouncing off the earth. After the attack, Yi Ya shifted back to its original form and landed on Zion's shoulder. Zion just massaged his temples. Yi Ya, you overdid it again, but the fight wasn't over. The ape beast suddenly surged forward, teeth bared, swinging a massive fist right at Zion. Zion braced himself, hands up in a desperate stop gesture. Wait, hold on, we can talk this out. That guy lunges forward, forcing Zion to throw up a defensive shield. The beast's raw strength is insane, slamming the protective sphere and Zion with it right into a massive tree behind him. Qiming finally breaks the silence, his voice cold. Hate to break it to you, but we've got absolutely zero to negotiate with you. In the heart of the forest, red and green stand face to face. Qiming makes a request, but honestly, it sounds more like an order he's forcing down Zion's throat. Look, for certain reasons, I have to take you with me. Consider it a request. Zion can't help but scoff. The whole thing is just ridiculous. He doesn't skip a beat. You seriously think I'm just gonna follow you guys and play nice? A wicked smirk crawls across Qiming's face. Guess we're doing this the hard way then. Xian matches the grin, his confidence peaking. Let's go. Under the lush green canopy, flames erupt. Yi Ya is locked in a brutal scrap with a massive monkey. And check this out, that's not a missing eye. It's a built-in weapon. The two beasts are trading fire, lighting up the forest in a crimson glow. Meanwhile, Xian is barely holding on as Qiming unleashes a relentless barrage of flames. He throws up a shield, bracing himself. Qiming isn't letting up for a second. Xian grits his teeth, racking his brain for a way out of this mess. Hey, bronze kid, Qiming shouts through the assault. How do you have a barrier like that? Is it some high-tech toy for the rich elite or what? Zian tunes out the trash talk. He's got bigger problems, his spiritual energy is hitting rock bottom. He can't hold this forever. Only one choice, he thinks, eyes burning with determination. I have to push back. He funnels every ounce of inner power into the shield, shoving the flames away. Qiming gets pinned by the very barrier he was attacking. He just laughs, leaning into it. Using your shield to push me back? Not bad, kid. You've got quite the imagination. But the praise ends there. Qiming's body suddenly erupts in a surge of dangerous, flickering flames. He gives Xian a final warning. This isn't some sparring match back at the academy. This is real life. He mumbles to himself. So there aren't many rules to follow here. He starts an incantation, his power surging as the fire begins to swirl around him like a hungry beast. Xian bites his lip, panicking. He didn't expect the guy to charge him right now, of all times. Too slow. Qiming slams his shoulder right into Xian's gut. Kid, I've been fighting in the gutter since I was a brat, he growls. The impact sends Xian crashing into the dirt, his back slamming hard against the earth. He groans, teeth clenched as he fights through the sharp pain. Qiming isn't done, not even close. He keeps swinging, raining down punches while Xian tries to protect his face. Listen, Xian gasps. The Machu sect is a common enemy of the Federation. Even if you help them catch me, do you really think they'll let you live? Scratched and bleeding, Xian glares up at Qiming, who's ready to land another blow. Huh, what would a pampered little rich boy like you know about our lives? Qiming snarls. But then, something Qiming didn't expect happens. Xian reaches up and grabs him by the head, locking him in a tight grip. Xian lunges forward, slamming his forehead into Qiming's with a sickening thud. I understand this, he roars. He's not letting this chance slip away. In one swift move, he flips the script, pinning Qiming to the ground. And another thing. Xian growls at the struggling man. I know you're being threatened. Xian locks eyes with him. Let's talk. You've got that bomb on your neck, right? I have a way to fix that for you. Qiming's eyes narrow, teeth gritted. You? A way out? Why the hell should I trust anything you say? Xian keeps him pinned, shooting a confident look toward the nearby brush. Because I know your friend is hiding right over there. Sure enough, Feng Lang is crouching in the shadows, his gun aimed right at them. He looks ready to kill until a sharp voice cuts through the air. Feng Lang, stand down. Suddenly, something is hurled towards Xian and Qiming. A flash. Then, the canister hits the dirt, releasing a thick wall of white smoke that swallows everything. In the blink of an eye, Feng Lang appears right behind Xian. He presses the barrel of his gun against the back of Xian's head. Don't move. Qiming just scoffs. Told you, kid. That little trick wasn't enough. As the smoke begins to drift, a man named A. She stands there, leaning on a cane and looking deep in thought. Hey you! Someone shouts. Xian is out cold, dragged by two guys and dumped in front of the boss. We brought him, just like you wanted. Qiming steps forward, his brow furrowed. We did our part. Now, let us go, right? She looks down at Xian, but he isn't satisfied yet. And the girl? She demands. Go back and bring her to me too. Qiming loses it, shouting that this wasn't the deal. But then, she's eyes flash with a terrifying violet light. It seems I need to give you a little reminder. Did you already forget about the spider bombs on your necks? He asks coldly. Qiming just sneers back. Forget it. It's all about to be ancient history anyway. Suddenly, behind us Feng Lang levels his gun and pulls the trigger. But she is ready. He snaps his fingers, and a glowing purple shield flickers to life, stopping the bullets dead in their tracks. Qiming sees the opening. Now, he roars to his team. She's eyes widen in shock. What? This whole thing? It was set up minutes ago. Xian had reached out with a risky proposal to help them. Think about it carefully, he had told them. And surprisingly, they shook on it. Back in the smoke, Qiming puts a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to stay silent. Feng Lang leans in, worried Xian might blow their cover. He covers his mouth and whispers, Boss is worried that guy can eavesdrop on us. So whatever you do, keep your voice down. He scans the area, reading their moves like an open book. The smoke screen? That was purely to blind the spider sect's eyes. So that's the play, he mutters. finally seeing the full picture. Then, hands on his hips, he lets out a relaxed laugh right in the face of Feng Lang's pure terror. Talk about nerves of steel. Relax. I've checked those spider-sect creeps can't eavesdrop here. This is just a basic mutated beast. Why else would I be talking this loud? That's when Qi Ming demands. All right then, spill it. What's the plan? Flash cut to the present. Old Duan has a Jay pinned, playing out the exact strategy Xian laid out. Step 1. Those spider bombs on everyone's necks? They aren't exactly rocket science. Their IQ is bottom tier. They only take orders from that staff in his hand. So, the mission is simple. Control the man, lock down his movements, and whatever you do, don't let him use that staff. And just like Xian predicted, the villain tries to drive the staff straight into Old Duan's leg. He's thinking ahead now. One clean hit to break that staff and everyone is free. Suddenly, she leaps into the air, claws out, diving straight for the weapon. Everything is going according to plan. But here's the catch. This guy is a gold-rank beast tamer. He's not just going to roll over and die. He starts thrashing, a haunting purple light erupting from his skin. The sheer pressure makes Old Duan's eyes widen in shock. A blast of purple flame slams into Old Duan, throwing him back and breaking his grip. Ajay is free, and he is absolutely livid. You disrespectful brats, he screams, his voice shaking the forest. He lunges forward, grabbing She by the throat and hoisting her into the air like she weighs nothing. She claws at his hand, gasping for air, but she can't break his iron grip. With a snarl, Ajay tosses her aside like trash. I see I've been far too merciful with you lot, he growls. She crashes right into Xian, sending them both tumbling. Xian grits his teeth, forcing himself to ignore the sharp pain. Time for the next phase. He's free, and things are about to get ugly. Over there, Ajay raises his staff, which is now pulsing with a terrifying purple glow. Time for your punishment, he sneers. Based on the intel, everyone knows what's coming next. He's going to trigger the spider bombs. Qi Ming glances at the red spider latched onto his neck, his pulse racing. This is it. Old Duan watches in horror as the spider's legs start to grow, thickening by the second. But wait, the detonation sequence takes time. It's not instant. She looks down at her own neck, listening to the mechanical clicking of the spiders. This is the moment, the exact second he's most vulnerable. Right on cue, Zijing appears from the shadows, dagger in hand, lunging for his back. Meanwhile, Z is busy playing God, muttering, Lord, wash away their sins. But it's like the man has eyes in the back of his head. Somehow, Ajay anticipates the strike. He spins around, catching Zijing by the throat before she can even blink. She stares at him in shock as he shakes his head. Useless. The Lord saw this coming long ago. But wait, the plan isn't over yet. Zijing actually smiles, wrapping her arms around his. Her eyes are locked on the staff. His shields are massive, sure, but at point-blank range, those shields are basically useless. She lets go of the dagger, letting it drop, and catches it with her other hand in one smooth motion. It's a perfect execution. She flips the blade, ready to launch it straight into the heart of that staff. Zijing grins. Now, who's the one getting their sins washed away? She flicks her wrist, and the blade flies. It's a perfect shot. The knife slams right through the center of the purple gem on Ajay's staff. Standing with Old Duan and Xian pumps his fist. Yes, it worked. Zijing checks the spider on her neck. The glowing red light? Fading out. It's dead. Old Duan and she waste no time ripping the mechanical pests off. Old Duan exhales, a massive weight off his chest. Finally, I'm done with this creepy crawler. Qi Ming is even less polite. He throws his to the dirt and stomps it into 1,000 pieces. Go to hell! But the celebration is cut short. Ajay roars in fury, swinging his arm and sending Zijing flying toward the group. She slams into Qi Ming with enough force to create a domino effect, knocking back Old Duan as well. The four of them scramble to their feet. Qi Ming tries to act tough, barking at the villain to run while he still can. Behind them, Xian just clicks his tongue, his face darkening. Great, here we go again. Ajay brings his hands together in a triangle, and suddenly, a vortex of purple fire swirls around him. The flames lick higher, spiraling around his hands and forming a twisted, otherworldly shape. Pure purple light floods the area as he forced open his domain. He hovers in midair, surrounded by eerie, pulsing waves of energy. The purple mist starts rolling toward Qi Ming and the others like a tidal wave. The team is paralyzed. Qi Ming is holding Zijing, both of them staring up in pure disbelief. Is this a gold-rank domain? Someone whispers. Below the floating madman, the purple flames flicker like thousands of staring eyes, and a voice echoes from the center of the storm. Feng Lang, get the captain now. Feng Lang is shaking, frantically fumbling with his radio. Captain, boss. He pulls the antenna out as far as it'll go. The signal is being jammed. This is all I've got. He starts running, pressing the radio against his ear. desperate for a response. Captain, hello? Someone get me the captain. Hurry. Back at the base, a girl in a white hat looks up, reporting to a red-haired man with his feet up on the desk. Captain, Feng Lang has an emergency report. In front of him, someone is busy spreading out a map. Xiao, he snaps, clearly annoyed. Can't you see I'm in a meeting? What is it this time? Then a blood-curdling scream erupts from the radio. Captain, we're trapped in the green banana forest by the spider sect. Qi Ming and the others. They're all gonna die. Xiao, he's stunned. The scout in front of her, shaking like a leaf and sweating buckets. Suddenly, she stands up, face dead serious. What is wrong with you demonic spider sect freaks? Why are you laying hands on my people? The scout stammers. There must be some misunderstanding. Xiao, he leans on her baseball bat, eyes cold. Oh, is that right? She's fuming. Red electricity crackles around her as she hoists that bat onto her shoulder. Time for some answers. The last guy who messed with my scouts? His grave is already covered in tall grass. Cut to the spirit realm. A haunting purple haze everywhere. With hundreds of eyes staring up at the newcomer, the man shouts at the top of his lungs, "Praise the Great Mother, praise the Almighty Lord. Praise the Great Mother, praise the Almighty Lord." From the gate she just summoned, a swarm of freakish creatures erupts the parasitic bat race. Rank, mid, gold level. Talent, ear, piercing demonic voice. Skills, death sound, glide, and sonic blast. Next up, the three-headed spirit beast race. Rank, mid, gold level. Talent, absolute brutality. Skills, bone, crushing charge, and corruptive explosion. They charge forward, snarling commands. Get him. Finally, the last one. The Dread Spider race. Rank, high, gold level. Talent, light, shadow skill. Skills, terror light, and dark venom sting. Zian stands below with Yiya. He looks up, brow furrowed. Are these all spirit beasts? Look pretty unique, I guess. He turns to Yiya with a smirk. Hey, you've eaten enough of my crystals. Time to earn your keep. It doesn't even give him a glance. Pure arrogance. It just asks him directly, what do you want this lord to do? Suddenly, a blinding pillar of fire swallows both Zian and his beast. His clothes start to shift. He roars, "Possession!" The flames forge into a set of armor, plating Zian's body. His hands are covered in gleaming gauntlets. Enveloped in fire, even his face is shielded by a helm. As the transformation finishes, Zian looks at his flaming armor and realizes something. Even my attribute changed to fire? That means I won't take origin damage anymore. This possession talent is incredible. He thinks back to that idiot, Ming Xiao Kong. What a waste. Imagine having a talent like this and not knowing how to use it. Talk about a missed opportunity. Ashi looks down from his mount. Possession? A rare talent, sure. But his voice is dripping with contempt. Too bad you're still just a brat. Zian doesn't even bother wasting words. Suddenly, a voice echoes behind him. Dread Spider's terror light. Anne spins around, heart hammering. Wait, what? He was too careless. A sneak attack from behind has him completely bound. Zian is paralyzed, no matter how much he struggles. Thousands of eyes snap open, surrounding him. Even Ashi freezes for a second, whispering, "What? What is that?" Those freakish eyes are widening, looking more twisted by the second. Ashi has no clue what he's looking at. What the hell is that thing? But just like that, Zian breaks free. Even he's shocked by his own power. I'm actually free? That fear was suffocating. He looks down at the monster and sees it trembling. Wait, are they scared of something? Ashi doesn't wait, he lunges with a shadow strike. Zian doesn't flinch, he fires back. Gunsmoke impact. Red and purple energy collide. A massive power struggle where neither side is backing down. Zian smirks confidently. That was just me getting used to this body. Now, I'm gonna make you regret everything. Ashi isn't impressed. Watch your mouth, kid. Don't get cocky. The bystanders can only watch as these two powerhouses clash. It's like a battle between gods. For ordinary people like them, if you can't run, you might as well watch the show. They don't stand a chance of joining in anyway. Suddenly, old Duan senses something behind him and pales. Everyone turns around, curious. What's back there? The next sight has old Duan's entire group screaming, "Crap!" Out of nowhere, a horde of hideous monsters appears. Old Duan yells, "Boss, tell that monkey of yours to do something." Qi Ming is holding Zijing, eyes wide. There's too many of them. She is just about done with these two. We're about to die and you're still talking nonsense? They focus everything on running. Meanwhile, Zian and Ashi are still going at it. Explosions rip through the air as flames threaten to swallow everything. Ashi's spirit beast starts charging energy, forming a purple sphere in its maw. Zian's eyes light up. Finally, he's actually taking this seriously. A spirit energy attack, huh? Perfect. No more restrictions. I can finally let loose. He clenches his fist, channeling every ounce of strength. Zian charges straight at Ashi. Ready or not, here it comes. Two massive blasts collide. The resulting explosion feels like it's tearing the world apart. Zian pours even more power into his fist, his spirit energy skyrocketing. Ashi isn't budging either, fueling that purple orb with everything he's got. The earth trembles. The two forces grind against each other before boom. Zian looks at his arm, still glowing with raw, untamed power. As Wingtooth's spiritual power surges, the physical strain on his body reaches a breaking point. Zian is starting to sweat. He knows this is getting dangerous. Across the field, She's face is finally showing some damage. The guy looks genuinely stunned that he hasn't ended this fight yet. For a high and mighty guy like him, this is a total insult, and his blood is absolutely boiling. As shards of his broken mask hit the dirt, he actually offers Zian a twisted compliment. Not bad for a bronze rank brat. You're hiding some pretty juicy secrets, aren't you? She sneers, finally revealing his true face as he stalks toward the boy. I'm starting to get really interested in you. Zian stares back, finally seeing the man behind the mask after all that brutal effort. But even with his face exposed, she hasn't lost an ounce of that suffocating arrogance. He lets out a chilling laugh and declares, "Fine. You've earned the right to see what I can really do." He begins to chant a dark, rhythmic prayer. Praise the Great Mother, the all-powerful Lord. Let us become one. Let us merge into the ultimate form. The second the words leave his lips, those multi-eyed monsters start tearing open. It's a scene straight out of a horror movie, tentacles lashing out, monsters devouring each other in a frantic, disgusting frenzy. Everyone watching is frozen in pure terror at the sight of this nightmare unfolding. What is this? Zian gasps. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a massive clawed hand erupts from the pile of flesh. She steps out of the gore, sounding almost proud of the monstrosity he's become. His voice has shifted. It sounds like something crawling out of the deepest pits of hell. Now a towering giant, he looks down and growls. Let's start round 2, shall we? Before Zian can even blink, she's massive hand sweeps down and snatch him up. Zian can't move, can't breathe. He's thinking, this is it. I'm dead. She let out a smug, victory lap laugh. Like I told you before, kid, you're just way too young for this. He lifts Zian high into the air, clearly intending to paint the ground with him. There's an earth-shattering crack as the giant slams his massive fist and Zian right into the dirt. When she finally lifts his hand, Zian is just lying there, motionless. It looks like he's completely lost consciousness. She practically glows with pride, looking down like a king on a mountain. See that? That's the gap between our power. You're nothing, but, being the opportunist he is, he decides he wants to keep this talent for himself. Forget dying, just come and serve under me. Zian just manages a cold snort, and then boom! An explosion rocks the side of Ashi's head. The giant spins around, furious that someone interrupted his victory speech. Down below, Qiming is shaking like a leaf, but he's still talking big. Hey, ugly, we already told you this kid belongs to us. Standing right beside him is his earth-armored beetle, already charging up another fire attack. Besides, Qiming shouts, pointing an accusing finger, we still have a debt to settle. On his command, the beetle starts spitting out fireballs like a machine gun. But let's be real, it's like trying to stop a tank with a water pistol. The fireballs don't even leave a scratch on Ashi. Seeing the disaster, old Duan leans in and whispers, "Boss, your trump card isn't looking so hot right now." Qiming looks a bit sentimental for a second. Hey, give me a break. This was my first spirit beast, I'm not just gonna break our contract. Then his face shifts into a devious, annoying smirk. Besides, who said I only had one trump card? While she is busy being annoyed by Qiming's antics, Zian sees his opening. He whispers a stealth command, "Chameleon Fire Lizard." Instantly, a new spirit manifestation appears behind him. Zian is stunned, and even she finally notices. Wait, where the hell did this brat come from? Using the lizard's power, Zian starts flickering in and out of sight, driving She insane with distraction. She swings wildly, but Zian is already 10 steps ahead and long gone. He makes a clean break and regroups safely behind Qiming's team. Qiming doesn't waste a second, turning to his teammate. Go and help the bronze brat, now. Then, with a weird amount of confidence, he adds, I'll handle this big guy myself. She just turns to Zijing. Zijing, check the kid's vitals for me. Zian is totally confused. Wait, why are you guys helping me? Qiming tries to look as cool as possible as he glances back. Why? Because I don't like owing people. Plus, I've been wanting to punch this guy's lights out for a long time. With that, he summons a brand new spirit beast. Ashi is absolutely done with being ignored. He lifts his massive, ugly foot, intending to stomp the whole group into the floor. But as his foot starts to drop, the spirit beast that was guarding Zian strikes from behind. A sickening slash echoes through the air, and she lets out a blood-curdling scream. Zijing looks down at her scanner, her voice trembling with disbelief. This shouldn't be possible. How can his body even do this? She's curiosity peaks. Let me see that. As they look at the screen, Zijing explains the sheer insanity happening inside Xian's body. It has to be his natural talent. It's allowing him to literally fuse with his spirit beasts on a cellular level. But, she adds, the current state is incomplete. Basically, his energy flow is totally blocked up. Meanwhile, a Shi who was acting so tough a minute ago is struggling just to keep up with the insane speed of Qiming's new beast. Zijing continues her analysis. The only reason he's hurt is because his spiritual energy isn't circulating. It's like a dam that's about to burst. She nods, finally getting it. So we just need to clear the blockage? If we get his energy flowing, everything else will fix itself. We can worry about his final form later. She lets out an excited grin, her sharp claws sliding out with a metallic ring. Understood. Well then. Let's start the surgery. Zijing stood right there beside her, and man, her expression was every bit as wicked. Hearing the plan, Xian's face turned pale with pure dread. Wait, surgery? Before he could even process it, she leaned in close with some fake comfort. Relax, it won't hurt a bit. Yeah, right, like Xian could actually find peace with that. Suddenly, she slammed her claws directly into Xian's back. A massive surge of energy flooded into his body. So this was the painless surgery she was talking about? Total lie. Seriously, you can never trust a woman's word in a spot like this. Xian felt his entire body shifting, like a chaotic mess finally being forced into perfect order. His raw power skyrocketed instantly, and his physical form began to evolve right along with it. By the time he regained his senses, his spirit beast armor had been upgraded to a whole new level. Xian felt a bit uneasy. This new strength was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. This was it, the true fusion. Total, absolute control. The sensation? It was beyond strange. Then, the system's voice rang out a notification only he could hear. Phoenix Flame is now available for use. Phoenix Flame? What the heck is that? He racked his brain for a second. Phoenix Flame was supposed to be the little phoenix's innate talent. He hadn't expected the Eye of God to flag this now. Suddenly a voice replied, "No need to be so polite." Xian froze. Wait, what? Isn't the Eye of God just a system? How can it talk back like it has its own mind? Meanwhile, Atuo had completely lost his cool. The monster began condensing energy into a massive sphere within its maw, ready to blast everything to Kingdom Come. It was the same terrifying power Xian had faced before, no holding back at all. The earth armor beetle braced itself, taking the full brunt of the impact. Qiming's heart raced with worry, but he shouted words of encouragement to his spirit beast, desperate to hold the line until the very end. Just as Qiming was about to charge back into the fray, Xian stepped in his way. Brimming with newfound confidence, he told his ally to step back. "Leave this to me. I've got this." Without waiting for an answer, he marched straight forward, leaving Qiming standing there in total shock. He took his stance, ready for war. He looked back one last time, his voice steady as a rock. "Find somewhere close to hide, and stay there. I'm going to make this guy regret ever setting foot in this place." Seeing that fire in his eyes, Qiming didn't try to stop him. He just gave a wry smile at the kid's sheer audacity. "Hey, the kid sure talks a big game." Xian took a deep, steadying breath and began to cycle his energy. In an instant, flames erupted from nowhere, swirling around his body like a crimson cyclone. He roared out, "Phoenix Flame!" The fire around him exploded, condensing behind his back into a pair of massive, shimmering wings of pure heat. Right on cue, the system flashed a notification. Phoenix Flame talent activated, entering the state of sacrificial fire. That name sounded ominous. Xian couldn't help but wonder, sacrificial fire? What kind of power is that supposed to be? Sensing his confusion, the system immediately began to break it down. In this state, every fire-type skill used would build up a sacrifice ratio based on how much spiritual energy he consumed. Once the meter filled, different stages would trigger unique effects. There are 3 stages in total. Stage 1, Solar Flame. This massively buffs every single fire skill in your arsenal. It kept going with the details. Stage 2, Nirvana. This state can actually mitigate or even cancel out fatal damage. Hearing this, Xian finally got it. He was internally screaming this power was absolutely insane. It's just one talent, yet it has all these layers? No wonder it's ranked S tier. But before he could celebrate, he realized a piece of the puzzle was missing. He quickly asked the system, "Wait a second, you said there were 3 stages? What about the effect for stage 3? But instead of an answer, the info panel suddenly blurred into a mess of strange, unreadable symbols. Bailin was stunned. Special symbols? Even she couldn't decipher them. Meanwhile, that patchwork monster Atuo just sneered. "All that flash, and for what? You really think you're something special now?" He didn't even give Xian a chance to breathe before launching a strike from the void. Phantom Flame Dash. Dozens of transparent arrows, looking like shards of pure ice, materialized out of thin air. They all locked onto Zian at once, leaving him absolutely no room to escape. But Zian didn't say a word. He moved fast, blurring like a bolt of lightning. He danced through the narrowest gaps between those deadly projectiles, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in the enemy's face. At this moment, Zian looked like a living, breathing phoenix made of pure fire. He soared high above the monster, locking his sights onto the target for a devastating counterattack. Without a hint of hesitation, Zian dove down like a falling meteor. He funneled every ounce of strength into his fist. Smoldering impact. A system prompt flashed. Sacrificial energy charge at 73%. That heavy-duty punch landed square on the monster's face, snapping its head back as blood sprayed into the air. Not giving the beast a single second to recover, Zian lunged forward again. He locked his target once more, readying a massive wave of fire. Zion roared, "Rising Sun Karma Fire." Instantly, a massive beam of crimson flame blasted the monster right in the face before it could even raise a hand. The info panel flashed again. Sacrificial energy charge at 100%. Stage 1. Solar flame activated. Zian clenched his fist, feeling the sheer, raw power coursing through his veins. Skills upgraded. And wait, even the names changed? The system is bombarding him with a whole list of new abilities. He's unlocked Solar Flame Smoky Blast, Solar Flame Setting Sun Hellfire, and Solar Flame Raging Charge. And the big one, Solar Flame Nuclear Ray. The beast finally snaps back to reality, clutching its head and snarling. "Looks like I really underestimated you." In the center of the monster's massive body, a mysterious purple light starts to swirl, gathering for a deadly counterattack. It lets out a feral roar, preparing its revenge. "Taste this." But things aren't going to go the way this monster expects. Zian doesn't show a hint of surprise or hesitation. He charges in at full speed, and with a single swipe, he snuffs out that purple glow like it was nothing. He yells at the beast, "Shut your damn mouth." Zion immediately leaps back, keeping a safe distance while the creature stands there, completely dazed and confused. He isn't giving this monster a single second to recover. Zion stays on the offensive, moving fast. In a split second, he pours every ounce of power into his right hand. The flames around him roar to life, condensing into one brilliant, blinding fireball. He grits his teeth. "Your path of destruction. It ends here." He launches the sphere, and it streaks forward like a red comet, lighting up the entire area. The fireball slams into the monster's massive frame, and instantly, the creature is swallowed by a savage inferno. This is it, the skill Zion calls the Solar Flame Nuclear Ray. The sheer force doesn't just burn him, it makes his massive body detonate like a literal bomb. His entire form is incinerated, skin and flesh melting away into a thick, disgusting sludge. The blast is so loud it feels like an earthquake, shaking the entire forest. Even the nearby combat helicopters are too terrified to fly any closer. Qi Xiao, he opens the chopper door, watching the chaos with her jaw nearly dropping. Is there a new powerhouse in Qingxiao? This looks like diamond rank destruction. How the hell did Qi Ming get caught up in a fight like this? Once the dust starts to settle, the helicopter finally touches down on the charred earth. Qi Xiao, he and another officer step out calmly, heading toward the scout waiting ahead. The scout shouts, "Captain." She immediately demands a full report. "What the hell happened here? Where is Qi Ming?" He rushes to explain. "It was chaos, ma'am. We ran into a total psycho from the demon spider sect. Qi Ming and the others are trapped in the woods on the other side of the forest." She looks over at the charred remains of the battlefield. With a noise that big, the Lord of the Rainforest has definitely been woken up. The explosion site is a total graveyard. Nothing but ruins. Smoke hangs thick in the air, and the ground is shredded, cracked into massive, jagged pieces. Qi Ming and the others move in to scout the area, trying to make sense of the destruction. He can't help but sigh. Seriously? To see something this insane twice in a single day. Suddenly, through the fading smoke, Bailin emerges. Qi Ming and Old Duan both shout in shock. "Wait, it's that bronze rank kid." They rush over, checking him for injuries. "Hey, you okay? You still in one piece?" Zian reverts to his normal self, looking around like he doesn't even know what just hit him. He's totally dazed. What? What just happened? Right then, the system flares up with a warning. Overdose side effects. High blood pressure leading to bleeding, dizziness, and total muscle exhaustion. Bailin clutches his stomach, looking absolutely miserable. He glares at the doctor, she, and groans, "Doctor, you couldn't have mentioned the side effects a little sooner?" She looks nervous, avoiding his eyes while trying to find an excuse. Well, there wasn't exactly time to give you a medical lecture, was there? I mean, in that situation, who has time for a warning? But the peace doesn't last. While the ground is still steaming from the blast, jet black roots start bursting out of the cracks in the earth. Slithering up from the depths, they snake around them like they're trying to choke the life out of everyone. The group panics, screaming, "Damn it, Not again. They're on high alert now. Qiming shifts into a defensive stance and barks orders. Crap, it's the Lord of the Rainforest. Old Duan, grab the bronze kid and get the hell out of here, now. He swings his hand, unleashing a wave of fire to burn through the roots, carving out an escape route for the others. He's grumbling the whole time, one disaster after another. Then he glares at Zian. I swear, kid, are you some kind of bad luck charm? Meanwhile, massive roots have already coiled around Zian and Old Duan. The roots squeeze tight, crushing the air out of their lungs. Zian manages to choke out a protest. You're blaming ME? I'm the one who just saved your lives. Over with Zijing and Qi. Things aren't looking any better. The roots are everywhere, no matter how many they cut, more keep coming. Zijing's forced to pull her gun, blasting away at the endless vines. She screams in total frustration. If things are really this bad, then just leave this brat behind. Finally, the group is cornered in one spot, but those roots aren't satisfied yet, not by a long shot. They want more. More and more roots sprout up, wriggling closer and closer until someone finally gasps, "Stop talking. We're completely trapped now. It's over." Those pitch-black roots don't just entangle them, they start fusing together right before their eyes. Intertwining to form a colossal tree trunk, the group, including Zian, finds themselves helplessly imprisoned deep inside. From the main body of the tree, chunks of wood begin to split and twist, slowly knitting together into arms and legs like some twisted human mimic. Finally, a face takes shape, a distorted, haunting visage. His eyes glow with a sinister light, and a row of razor-sharp teeth is revealed as he lets out a truly bizarre, terrifying grin. The system suddenly pings with the monster's info. The frenzied green banana, Lord of the Rainforest. Inside the wooden prison, the others have completely lost hope, not even bothering to resist anymore. Qiming finally speaks up. Looks like we're trapped inside the Lord of the Rainforest himself. He turns towards Xujing, waiting for a status update. Xujing, what's the signal look like now? Xujing checks her device and quickly shakes her head, still no way to reach Fenglong. She stands up, scanning their surroundings and checking the oxygen levels before delivering a grim warning to the team. This place is airtight. At this rate, we've only got enough oxygen to last another 30 minutes. That's it. Hearing this, Qiming snaps, punching the wooden wall with everything he's got, desperately trying to find a way out. He gnashes his teeth, his face twisted with pure guilt as he whispers in a hollow, defeated voice, "I'm completely useless. Every single time, I lead my teammates into a dead end." Seeing Qiming spiral like this, Zian doesn't offer a soft shoulder to cry on. He knows a gentle reminder isn't what's needed right now. You need to save your breath. The more worked up you get, the faster that oxygen disappears. Qiming doesn't take the advice well. He spins around, barking at the boy. What would a pampered young master like you even know about this? Facing his explosive temper, Zian stays ice-cold and calm. You're their leader, he says simply. He doesn't stop there. Look at yourself. With you acting this pathetic, have you even thought about how the people who trust you are feeling? Qiming freezes, his eyes drifting back, completely speechless. Zian continues, throwing Qiming's own words back at him. You said it yourself, didn't you? You guys have survived the most brutal, dangerous situations out there. It's exactly at a time like this that you need to stay calm. He wipes the grime from his face, looking Qiming dead in the eye with unwavering determination. And most importantly, you need to trust the people who put their lives in your hands. Meanwhile, outside, the helicopter carrying Xiao. He hovers in the sky, keeping a safe distance from the massive wooden beast. Fenglong sees the calculating look on her face and asks, Captain, are you seriously thinking about challenging the Lord of the Rainforest? She shoots back a sharp look. Listen to the way you're talking. What, you don't trust my strength? After analyzing the situation, Xiao He explains that Qiming and the others are still missing, and every clue points right here. This monster is the only thing standing in the way of the rescue. If they want their people back, they have to take this thing down, no choice. Suddenly, a burst of static from the comms interrupts them. Fenglong. We're inside. The Lord. Getting the confirmation she needs, Xiao, he stands up, shifting into a combat stance. It's go time. Perfect timing. All I have to do is cut this thing open. With a shout, Xiao, he begins summoning the Red Demon Ape. Come forth, Red Demon Ape. She commands the spirit to possess her weapon. The spirit shrinks down, clinging to her iron staff and instantly engulfing the ordinary metal in a brilliant, blazing crimson flame. Without a second of hesitation, she leaps from the helicopter, diving straight toward the frenzied green banana. The monster senses her presence and braces itself. She touches down on the massive roots connected to its body. Like a ghost, she blurs across the wooden limbs, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Before the monster can even react, Xiao He is right in its face. Her face is locked in a battle-hungry grin as she swings her staff with terrifying force. Crimson Tyrant Furnace Crusher, taste this. She raises the flaming staff high above her head and brings it crashing down on the monster's skull with world-shattering power. The impact is insane, Its head is split clean in half instantly. But she's not done. The force carries through, shattering the massive wooden body into two jagged pieces. Inside, Qiming and the rest are blinded by a sudden flash of red lightning striking from above, leaving him completely stunned. He recognizes that aura. It's familiar. Too familiar. Qiming stammers, "Red lightning? Could it be?" Suddenly, Xiao, he appears from the wreckage, making him scream out in pure joy. "Big sister!" While he's losing his mind with relief, she just stays cool. Good grief. Look at my pathetic little brother. Despite her cold shoulder, he rushes toward her, tears streaming down his face. "Sis!" Honestly, his reaction is a little bit much, even for a reunion. Her face is twisted in pure frustration, totally speechless. She just sighs, but despite the attitude, Qiming still rushes over, arms wide open for a big hug. Big mistake. Before he can even get close, she winds up and lands a heavy punch right on his head, shutting down his weird behavior instantly. A massive bump swells up on his head. Seeing that, Xiao he finally cools down a bit, but she still snaps at him. "Seriously? How old are you, still calling me sis every 5 seconds? Have you no shame at all? Is this really all you've got, you little brat?" Honestly, everyone else just stands there, not knowing how to react to this family drama. Zian finally turns to old Duan, whisper asking, "Is your boss always like this?" Old Duan just gives him a helpless, "Tell me about it" look. "Yeah, we're pretty much used to it by now." "All right, comedy hour is over," Xiao he yells. "Everyone, move. This is our chance to get out of here. Get climbing now. The Lord of the Rainforest heals fast. We have to make every single second count." She barks an order up to Feng Lang. "Feng Lang, pull us up," he shouts back with a respectful, "Copy that." He cranks the winch, hauling everyone up. Seeing the crowd, he calls out, "Is that everyone? Is everyone on board?" Old Duan, the last one up, yells back, "The captain's still behind us." But right then, Xiao He catches up. "Don't stop now," she shouts while climbing. "Keep moving. Get out of here." She keeps her eyes glued to the Lord of the Rainforest. She watches as its wounds literally knit themselves back together and screams out a warning. "Heads up. It's regenerating." It's almost back to its original form. And just like that, faster than anyone could have guessed, the monster is completely reborn. Xiao he freezes, eyes wide with shock. No way, she thinks. Its healing factor is way higher than I imagined. This is bad. The beast is absolutely livid. It lets out a deafening roar, charging up for a massive counterattack. A beam of blinding blue light erupts from its mouth, incinerating the rope ladder instantly. Xiao He loses her footing and plummets backward. She's falling. The surprise attack caught her completely off guard. For a split second, only one thought hits her. I'm dead. Seeing his sister falling to her doom, Qiming screams out in pure terror, "Sis!" But she's a pro. In midair, she recovers, tucking her body into a perfect flip to regain her balance. "Shut your mouth," she yells back at her panicked brother. "I'm not dying today. Just watch me." Seeing her still in the fight, Qiming can only manage a weak "Yes, ma'am." She expertly uses the monster's own massive trunk as a slide, friction braking to avoid a bone-shattering impact. She spins around, gripping the rough bark. "All right," she mutters. "This is close enough." Xiao, he digs her heels in, creating massive friction against the trunk to build momentum. Suddenly, red lightning starts dancing around her as she screams, "Left thunder!" She doesn't hesitate for a heartbeat. She coils her legs and explodes upward, launching herself straight into the sky. At that exact moment, a pillar of fire erupts from beneath her feet, swirling like a violent fire tornado and shooting her up like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, Xiao He sticks the landing on the helicopter. Not a single scratch on her. Zian and Qiming are just standing there, jaws hitting the floor. "Man," Zian mutters, "your sister is terrifyingly cool." Qiming just nods, totally dazed. "Thanks. I get that a lot," she says, brushing herself off. Then she turns to the monster, flashes her middle finger, and yells, "Smell ya later, loser." With the Lord of the Rainforest finally fading into the distance, the helicopter banks hard and peels away from the nightmare zone. Xiao He finally slumps into her seat with a heavy sigh. She looks at her brother. "So, is this the kid who saved your skins?" Qiming nods solemnly. "Yeah, he's the one." Xiao He turns to Zian, her expression softening as she introduces herself. "Then I owe you a big one for looking after my idiot brother. I'm Qi Xiao He of the Crimson Red Squad, a gold rank beast tamer." "And you are?" Zian keeps it polite. "Zian, bronze rank beast tamer." On the outside, he's calm, but his mind is racing. With power like that, and the last name Qi, is she from the legendary Qi family in Blazing Wing City? Xiao He isn't done though. She leans in, curious about his background. "The surname Bai? From White Scale City? Don't tell me." Zian nods. "Jing Chong is my grandfather." "City Lord Bai?" In an instant, she's in his space, tilting his chin up with her hand. "Listen closely, kid. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? I've been in the merc game a long time. I've dealt with plenty of city lords in my day. Suddenly, her face twists into a terrifying predatory grin that sends a cold shiver down Zion's spine. You're a damn liar, aren't you? We've worked with Old Man Bai more times than I can count. He's a regular client of ours. But every now and then, some arrogant little brat tries to play the white-scale princess card to scam us. She gets even closer, her expression turning straight up demonic as she drops a lethal threat. And you're the very first one brave enough to claim you're the young master. Let me tell you a secret. The last guys who lied to me, I fed them to the beasts piece by piece. Xiao, he grabbed Xian's chin, her eyes narrowing as she lowered her voice to a dangerous whisper. Let me see if you're actually the real deal, or just a lucky fake. Without another word, she leaned in, her face just inches from his. After a few tense seconds of staring him down, she suddenly burst out laughing. Well, looks like you really are the young master of the Bai family after all. Meanwhile, Xian was internally screaming, what is wrong with this girl? From behind them, Qiming couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Hey! Watch your manners a bit, will you? Xiao, he just turned around with a totally blank look. Huh? She muttered, finally heading back to her seat. That's when Qiming got serious and asked, Anyway, let's get down to business. Where's the girl who was traveling with you? The question hit Xian like a freight train. Holy crap, the fight was so intense, I completely forgot about her. He jumped to his feet immediately. Without wasting a second, he opened his beast taming space, rushing out a quick excuse me to the others. Stepping inside, Xian froze. Glowing chunks of purple crystal were sprouting everywhere, cluttering the space. Amethyst? He muttered, confused. The sight before him was absolutely chilling. Right in the center of those jagged purple crystals, Gubai was trapped, frozen, and completely motionless. There was no time to think. Xian immediately grabbed her and pulled her out of the space. As soon as they saw her, Qiming snapped. Are you insane? Why would you put a human inside a beast taming space? Xiao, he joined in. Who even taught you that? Xian ignored the lecturing and carefully set Gubai down. Forget that, please, just help her. Qiming took one look at her and his jaw dropped. What the hell is this? He hissed, turning his glare back to Xian. Kid, what were you even thinking? Xiao, he knelt down, examining the girl closely. Honestly, putting someone else in your own beast space was basically unheard of and for good reason. She picked up a few stray crystal shards that had fallen off Gubai's body. After studying them for a moment, she noted, these crystals. They're remarkably similar to spirit stones. I suspect this is some kind of extreme self-defense mechanism her body triggered. The spirit power in your beast space might have been too overwhelming, forcing her into this state. She then looked over at Shishi. Shishi, you're the doctor here. What's your take? She nodded slowly, agreeing with the theory. It's definitely a possibility. But if we want to save her life, we need a full examination. The problem is, we don't have the right equipment out here in the wild. We need to head back to the base immediately. Xiao, he didn't hesitate. Fine, we're heading to Shaolin Town first. Elsewhere, in a meeting room floating over a perfectly still lake, a thick, eerie purple mist clung to everything. At the center of the room stood a woman with an aura so cold and sharp, it felt like the air itself was freezing solid. Surrounding her were 5 hooded figures, each standing in a precise circle, waiting in total silence. Finally, a calm, heavy voice sliced through the quiet. I have called you all here today for 2 reasons. This was the High Priestess, Solaris. The moment she spoke, the atmosphere in the room turned suffocatingly serious. No one dared to breathe as she continued, her voice like ice. First, Priest Arthur has been confirmed dead. The incident occurred in the neutral zone between White Scale City and Giant Wood City, near Shaolin Town. She looked at the circle. I want your thoughts on this. The second priest, Lilith, was the first to speak. Her voice was low and gravelly. Arthur was ranked 6th, but he was already knocking on the door of diamond rank. Then, the third priest, Diego Barro, added, Could a city lord be responsible? Solaris shook her head. In the last war, Jingchong was crippled. There's only one person in that area capable of taking down a near diamond rank fighter, the city lord of Giant Wood City. But then, a dark voice came from the back. It could also be the moon-hidden sect. The fourth priest, Mephisto, suggested. After all, the Azure Clouds forest is their territory. Beside him, the fifth priest, Asmodon, remained deathly silent. Solaris didn't care about the why, only the results. Regardless of who did it, they will pay a price they can't afford, she commanded. She turned to Asmodon. Asmodon, you handle this. Remember, our enemy is strong, do not be careless. Asmodon, who hadn't made a sound until now, simply bowed her head. Understood. With that settled, Solaris shifted the topic. Now, for the second matter. This concerns the very future of our clan. The stars have shifted recently, and it leaves me uneasy. She paused, her voice rising with gravity. The signs are clear. The Sun Queen is entering hibernation, and the sacred body is entering the moon-hidden state. Lilith nodded, her voice growing even heavier as she recalled the history. 25 stellar years ago, after the Kazamka massacre, the sacred body was always in the sun-radiant state. To think it would suddenly fall into a deep sleep now, Solaris agreed. It is strange. According to the old laws, the moon-hidden state should only happen once every 90 stellar years, but there are always clues. As she spoke, the images of 3 planets flickered into existence around her. Perhaps it's a celestial omen. Perhaps the queen is evolving, or perhaps something else entirely. She stopped for a beat, her gaze turning even colder. But whatever the cause, this is a matter of life and death for the Sun Radiance faction. We cannot take this lightly. Diego Barros spoke up immediately. High Priestess, the moon-hidden faction will definitely follow the signs to find the queen. We should send our people to tail them. We have to stop them from ever reaching the queen's 4 blessings at any cost. Solaris smirks, a look of genuine appreciation crossing his face. Not a bad idea at all, he muses. But we have to move with caution. The moon-hidden sect? They're definitely not as simple as they look. Diego bows deeply, his tone dripping with respect. Don't worry, my lord. Without the Spider Queen's blessing, their strength is absolutely nothing to us. In the eerie purple light, a dark chant begins to echo through the chamber. Mother of 10,000 spiders, eternal and everlasting. Mother of 10,000 spiders, live forever. A while later, once the crowd thins out and only 2 remain, Diego turns to the other with a half-serious, half-smirking expression. All right, finally, just the 2 of us. Hey Xiaojian, are you busy? I mean, do you have a minute to talk? Asmodin cold shoulders him, her voice as icy as a winter grave. I'm busy, and for the record, I have 0 interest in you. Diego scoffs, clearly annoyed. You've got it all wrong. I just have some business to discuss. Also, when you talk to me through your thoughts, stop looking at me like I'm literal trash. Asmodan doesn't even bother to reply, turning instead to the beast at her side. Let's go, Xingtian. Wait, listen to me, Diego shouts after her. And seriously, how can I still hear you when you're talking to Xingtian? He sighs, defeated, and shifts his tone. Fine, whatever. Look, the Great Priest hand picked you for this. I bet you're feeling pretty honored right about now, huh? But did you ever stop to think? Arthur was also on a mission for the Great Priest, and that kid was famous for being impossible to kill. Asmodon freezes in her tracks. Diego's voice drops, turning sharp and dangerous. And yet, look at him now. Not even his ashes are left. The Great Priest knows exactly how strong you are. Sending you out there now? It's basically a death sentence. Before he can finish, she cuts him off, her eyes flashing with a lethal chill. Watch your words, carefully. Diego doesn't flinch, stepping past her with a shrug. If I were you, I wouldn't mistake this for trust from the Great Priest. After all, like that old sorcerer said, the stars are shifting. The omens are changing. In a world falling into chaos, only the strongest have a prayer of coming out in one piece. Asmodon watches his retreating back. Aren't you afraid I'll tell the Great Priest everything you just said? But Diego doesn't even hesitate. I trust you're smart enough to be a person, not just a mindless tool. He leaves a dagger buried in the ground at her feet. Asmodan stands there, silent. As dawn breaks, before the light can even pierce the morning mist, a frantic scream tears through the quiet air. Hurry, get her to the emergency room. Gubai lies motionless on the stretcher, her face deathly pale as they rush her down the hall. The wheels of the gurney rattle violently against the hospital floor. A man sprints ahead, shouting to clear the path. Move, get out of the way now. They disappear into the exam room. Outside, Xian's voice trembles with pure desperation. Is she okay? What's the result? Beside him, Tiksha explains softly. Her vitals are stable for now. She's out of immediate danger. But we have no idea when she'll actually wake up. Hearing that, Xian's heart sinks. He stares through the glass at the unconscious Gubai, his voice cracking. Then what do we do? How do we bring her back? Tiksha looks down, sounding completely helpless. Honestly, I don't know. This is uncharted territory. Her spiritual veins are a total wreck. It's like 2 different ropes have been tangled into a giant knot. No one has ever tried to put a human inside their own beast, contract space before, let alone for that long. Xiao, he tries to offer a bit of comfort. Hey kid, don't lose hope. Tiksha is a brilliant doctor. If she says the life signs are stable, then there's still a chance. Besides, I just met someone who might actually be able to help her. Xian snaps his head toward her, eyes wide. Who? Take me to them. I need to see them right now. As they walk down the hall, Xian's mind is racing. He'd used that method before. Why did it go so horribly wrong this time? Was it really just the time limit? Up ahead, Xiaohe gives him a heads up. Listen, kid, when we meet this guy, try to keep your cool, okay? He's unique. Suddenly, Xian's hand clenches. Dark, thorny vines begin to erupt from his skin. He gasps in shock. Why now? Why is his power spiraling out of control at a time like this? The thorns are starting to claw at his very mind. It hurts. So much. Kill. Kill them all. Realizing Zian hasn't said a word, he looks back. Hey, you okay, kid? Why aren't you answering? Zian quickly hides his arm behind his back, forcing a steady breath. Yeah, I'm fine, I heard you. They reach a room, and He kicks the door open with zero chill. Aries, get out here, I need a favor. A man's voice calls out from inside. Sister, who didn't I tell you? I'm right in the middle of something important. But when Zian sees the symbol on the man's cloak, his face goes dark. Why is a member of the spider cult here? The red thorns in his mind begin to scream for blood. Spider cult, kill him now. Xiao. He looks at Aries, who's literally just sitting there eating a bowl of ramen. Important? You're eating noodles, you moron? What's that supposed to mean? Aries retorts, unfazed. A good meal is the most important business in a man's life. You can't rush perfection. He finally stands up, looking at He. So, what's the problem? Wait, didn't we already have a meeting about this? She glances back toward Zian. Turns out, this guy's friend is the one in desperate need of backup. Since this whole mess involves spirit beasts, a local like Zian should definitely have a better handle on the situation. But right now, Zian is struggling to keep it together. A dark, intrusive thought is slowly clawing its way to the front of his mind. Demon spider cult scum. He's gritting his teeth, his head spinning with chaotic memories of his grandfather. What is even happening right now? Bailin Cheng looks over and sees that Zian's eyes have gone completely blood red, pulsing with nothing but pure kill, kill, kill. Meanwhile, our mystery man stays cool as a cucumber. Oh ho, looks like our brother here needs help more than anyone. But the rage is winning. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, Zian snaps and lets out a deafening roar. Who needs help from the demon spider cult? Glowing red thorns erupt from his hand, fueled by a primal urge for blood. Kill. The vines grow at a terrifying breakneck speed, literally shredding the entire house apart from the inside out. Ray jumps out just in time, still casually slurping his noodles. Talk about nerves of steel. Yikes, our friend here is in some serious trouble, isn't he? He watches the spirit beast on the roof start to undergo a grotesque mutation. His expert diagnosis? The beast's core is completely corrupted. The energy is a total wreck. It clearly swallowed something unclean. Is this thing actually evolving into a calamity beast? Strangely enough, even in that berserk state, Jingzi is being held back by the beast-taming space. Seeing that spark of willpower, Ray decides to step in and save him. Oh ho? Stuck right at the gateway of the space portal. Seems our brother hasn't totally lost himself to the darkness just yet. Not bad at all. Let's give him a hand, shall we? He begins a mystical chant to the Mother of Spiders, the merciful one who forgives all sins. A vibrant green light erupts around Ray as he draws his blade. A sharp edge meant to purge the wicked, but never to take a life. He focuses his power, removing the evil and bringing forth mercy. Evil be gone. Everything returns to the void. Grant me the strength to save the living, he prays. With my hands, I'll pull this brother back from the brink. He draws a glowing circle in the air and shouts, "Fellow spirit summoning." Poof! A chubby, round green spirit appears on command. Mu Ling, you're up. It lands right on top of Ray's head. Looking at the little guy's round belly, Ray can't help but nag. Son, have you been putting on weight again? No more spirit stones before bed, you hear me? Right on cue, Jingzi opens its massive maw and lets out a roar that shakes the very air. But Ray doesn't even blink. Don't be in such a rush. You're next. He points his sword and barks an order. Mu Ling, use Windbind. Jingzi isn't going down without a fight though. It launches a vicious counterattack immediately. A massive torrent of erosive water blasts from its mouth. Ray leaps into the air, dodging like a pro before closing the gap with Wind Thunder Descent. The beast suddenly closes its eyes, almost like it's accepting its fate. But as Ray prepares to unleash his power, a green vortex charges forward, but then he has a sudden change of heart. I said I'd save people, didn't I? Why use a lethal move on a naughty kid? Instead of a deadly strike, he just gives the beast's horn a massive flick, sending the whole thing flying backward. Skull-shattering flick. With one shot, Jingzi vanishes, leaving only Zian lying unconscious in the middle of the wreckage. Looking at the absolute state of him, He turns to Ray with a skeptical look. Don't you think you went a little overboard? Ray just keeps slurping his noodles. Nah, it was just a scratch. He'll live. Honestly, I'm way more worried about that core corruption than a few bumps and bruises. He finally hits her limit. Can you stop talking about serious business while eating those stupid noodles? She pokes Zian's pale, unconscious face. So now what? You knocked the poor guy out cold. Seriously, you really went way too hard this time. Ray just smirks. What's this? Are you actually worried about him? He just scowls in annoyance. Please, my idiot brother is enough of a headache. I don't have the energy to care about anyone else. Then, Ray drops a favor on her. Help me carry him and his friend into the village, and I'll treat you to some noodles. She isn't having any of it. Shut it. You're paying for real. Moving fees, property damage, you're not escaping until you've paid me every single cent. Elsewhere, a stream of glowing blue water flows peacefully into a large bath. Zian is soaking in the liquid, slowly blinking his eyes open. He sees two strangers, a girl asking, "Is he finally awake?" The boy leans in, getting way too close for comfort. "Nope, not yet." And then, he shoves two fingers right up Zian's nose. "Let me wake him up." Zian bolts upright instantly. "What the? Where am I? And what is this weird, glowing liquid I'm sitting in?" His internal system kicks in. Natural essence. Source unknown. Restores stamina and mana instantly. Also provides a decent defensive barrier. The girl scolds her companion. "Jose, why are you messing with the High Priest's guest like that?" Jose doesn't care, clearly having a laugh at Zian's expense. Look at this guy's eyes all round and wide. He looks totally clueless. It's hilarious. Watching the two of them whisper, he couldn't help but wonder what they were plotting. Suddenly, Aura appeared out of nowhere behind him, casually slurping on some noodles. "Finally awake, are we?" Zian jumped nearly out of his skin, screaming at the top of his lungs. You're from that demon spider cult." But Ari wasn't about to let that slide. "Demon spider cult? What are you talking about?" he retorted. "We are the Spider Queen clan. You outsiders really love making up ridiculous names for everything." Standing tall, Zian shouted, "Where am I, and where's Bai?" Ra just gave him a teasing, sideways glance. "Are you even sure she wants to see you right now?" A girl nearby blushed as she handed Zian a set of clothes. "Please, put these on quickly, or you'll catch a cold." Zian took them, his face turning beet red as he stammered out a thanks. Once he was finally dressed, he turned back toward Ore. "You still haven't answered me. Who exactly are you?" But when he looked back, the man had already vanished. Where'd he go? Suddenly, thwack! A rock hit him right in the head. Zian whirled around, absolutely fuming. "What the hell was that for?" he barked. Joss didn't even acknowledge his anger, simply turning away. "Just follow me, moron," he scoffed. Zian stood there between the two of them, completely lost. What are you two even talking about? He didn't have a single clue what was going on. The girl then pushed open a massive door, softly welcoming him. "Welcome, guest." Zian froze behind that door. An unbelievable, mysterious city began to reveal itself. The entire space was swallowed in darkness, which only made the glowing blue patterns etched into the surrounding architecture pop with an eerie light. Zian gasped. We're underground?" Before he could process it, the girl grabbed his hand and started pulling. "Whoa, hey, what are you two doing?" She pointed toward the horizon and whispered, "The high priests are waiting for you at the divine temple." Zian didn't fully understand her words, but following the direction of her hand, it was pretty obvious. Still, he had to ask, "You want me to go over there?" He stared at the massive temple looming in the distance once more. "Wait, you mean I actually have to go into that temple?" The girl then handed Zian a strange item. "The green star spider," she told him. Pointing to the band on her own wrist, she showed Zian exactly how to wear and use the green star spider on his arm. He looked down at the device, then back at her. "So, you're telling me to just put this thing on?" Staring at the mechanical spider on his hand, Zian muttered to himself, feeling a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, Joss had already run out of patience and started moving, not forgetting to throw one last insult. "Zian, keep up, you moron," the boy shouted. The girl immediately scolded him. "Joss, I told you to show our guests some respect." Joss ignored them both, firing a strand of silk from his green star spider to zip forward. He moved like a monkey, effortlessly swinging across the bizarre terrain as he forged ahead. Watching Joss move like that, it finally clicked for Zian. "Oh, so that's how you're supposed to use this thing." He aimed his hand forward and gave the command to fire. But unlike Jose, the green star spider on Zian's wrist didn't budge an inch. He stared at it, completely confused. "Huh? Why isn't there any reaction at all?" The girl stepped closer, softly guiding him. "First, you must attune yourself with this little one before you can tap into its power." She placed a hand over his heart. Attunement means connecting your heart to this child. It's about mutual trust, not just giving orders and controlling it. Placing a hand on her own chest, she explained calmly. "Outsiders are different. They use cold contracts to force beasts into submission, but we use our hearts. Once you truly connect, you'll feel its every thought, and it will understand yours perfectly." The only problem was that Zian couldn't understand a word she said, so she had to rely on exaggerated body language. "Look, I don't speak your language," Zian grumbled to himself. "And honestly, you guys talk way too much." Suddenly, a holographic notification popped up right in front of him. He stared at it, completely caught off guard. Wait, the God's Eye can actually translate this? It gave him a quick summary of what she meant. Use your spiritual energy to communicate with the spirit beast instead of a forced contract. He read the prompt and thought, use spiritual energy to communicate. Huh? Alright, let's give this a shot. He closed his eyes and focused. Deep in his subconscious, a pair of glowing blue eyes snapped open. "Who are you?" it asked. He stayed calm. "I'm Zian." The entity repeated his name, Bai Zian. He looked at the presence behind him and whispered, "I don't have any bad intentions." Reaching out, he said softly, "I just want to be your friend." The Green Star Spider felt his sincerity, and it officially accepted his request. A notification flashed, confirming the bond. New skill obtained. Attunement. Without wasting a second, he activated the skill. "All right, let's go." He skillfully zipped through the air, navigating the city's bizarre landscape like a pro before landing gracefully at the Divine Temple. He was blown away by its sheer scale. He couldn't feel it from the other side, but standing this close, it was absolutely magnificent. The girl caught up to him and bowed low. "The Divine Temple is a sacred place. Only those invited may enter. I'll take my leave now." As he stepped inside, a long bridge appeared, stretching across a glowing blue lake. The light reflected off the water, dancing across the mysterious symbols carved into the pillars and bridge. He looked around, sizing the place up. So this is it, he thought. The legendary temple of the demon spider cult. They were clearly enemies, so why would they let him come here? Suddenly, Ore's voice echoed through the temple the moment Zian stepped inside. "Earlier than I expected," Ore remarked. "Honestly, I thought it would take you a lot more time to figure out how attunement works." He turned around to face the boy, introducing himself properly this time. "Let's try this again. I am Ore, the high priest of the Lunar Spider Clan." He looked at Zian's tense expression, almost as if he could read every single thought racing through the boy's head. He leans in, his voice dropping to a low whisper. "You're curious, aren't you? Why would the spider cult people like us ever lift a finger to help you?" He pauses for a beat, eyes narrowing. As for the reason, suddenly, he sweeps his hand across the air. 3 massive holographic screens flicker to life, each one displaying ancient, battle-worn armor. This is a very long story. This planet, Leon, or what you outsiders call the Myriad Spider Secret Realm, was our cradle, our mother world, our original home. We lived in perfect harmony with the spiders, generation after generation. We flourished. We mastered the ancient technology of communicating with these creatures. His voice takes on a rhythmic, melodic quality, like he's reciting an epic legend. Then, one day, you arrived. Strangers, colonizers from another world. On the screens, images of the 2 planets' first encounter begin to play out. At the start, we were actually on good terms with you, visitors from the stars. We traded our spirit stones and beast-taming techniques for your advanced science and technology. He continues, his tone becoming flat and haunting. We even trusted you enough to lead you to her, our great mother, the Spider Queen. Everything was supposed to lead to a bright, prosperous future for both our races. Suddenly, his voice shifts. The atmosphere in the room turns cold and oppressive. But then, you humans did what you do best. You betrayed us. You schemed to use the very beast-taming secrets we taught you to enslave our Mother Queen. All because you wanted to use her power to force your own evolution. But the Mother Queen is an existence that touches the divine. She isn't something that can be controlled by the likes of you. He describes the chaos that followed, how the Mother Queen fought back with such fury she was gravely wounded, her power plummeting to the purple star rank. The planet's spirit veins were shattered, leaving the spirit energy unstable and wild. Because of that betrayal, the growth of every living soul on this planet was capped. From that day on, the highest anyone could ever reach was the purple star level. And so, our people began a war. A war that has lasted hundreds of years against you colonizers. The story rolls on, each word heavier than the last. But the tragedy is far from over. The war dragged on for eternity. With your endless supply of technological reinforcements, you outsiders held an overwhelming advantage. Countless tribes were wiped out. In the face of a future with no hope, the Spider Clan split into 2 opposing factions. This was the birth of the Spider Cult as we know it. The Sun Radiance faction chose the path of blood and iron. Their faith is simple. Worship the Mother Queen through violence, and take bloody revenge on every single outsider. But then there's us, the Moon Hidden faction. We chose the path of peace. We still worship the Great Mother, but we hope to end this meaningless slaughter through negotiation and non-violent means. Hold on a second. Zian's voice cracks through the room, cutting Ri off mid-sentence. He points a finger right at the man's face. "Wait, just a minute. You've been yapping for half a day and you still haven't answered my question." Ri looks at him, confused. Was I not just explaining exactly that? But Zian isn't buying it. Not for a second. He demands, "Stop stalling. Tell me right now, why did you help Emmy?" In a blur of motion, Ri vanishes, reappearing directly behind Zian. He places a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. "Kid, do you believe in destiny?" Zian jumps, his guard flying up instantly. "What are you doing?" Hey, back off." Ri simply waves him off. "Relax. Don't get so worked up. I'm warning you now," Ri says, his voice turning serious. "That origin erosion in your body? It's still there. It's not solved yet. My advice? Don't touch your spirit power. If you do, you won't be a young master anymore, you'll turn into a mindless beast. As if to prove him right, glowing red vines suddenly erupt across Xian's hand. Seeing the proof right before his eyes, Xian has no choice but to suppress his energy. Ree smirks and continues. Now, let me finish my story. Before becoming a high priest, a candidate must complete a sacred pilgrimage to the Spider Queen's nest. The tale shifts once more, moving into a new chapter. This is the real reason why he went out of his way to save Xian. When I reached the Holy Land, the Mother Queen wasn't there. Something had happened, something that forced her to leave her sanctuary. But near that nest, I found a young boy and his soul beast companion. He recalls the scene both the boy and the beast were torn apart, covered in blood. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The boy just kept sobbing, apologizing to his beast over and over. Retells the story with a strange calm. I think he was the very first outsider I ever met who treated his soul beast with that much respect. Like an equal. He pauses, a soft look in his eyes. I saved them, both of them, and I brought them back to my tribe. Ree's voice actually sounds happy now, like he's reliving his favorite memory. The boy lived with us for a while, and in that time, we truly felt his kindness. The person who should have been our mortal enemy became our brother. Ree's voice drops low. And then, he finally told us his name, Jing Song. The story ends, and Ree stands tall in front of the boy. Now do you understand why I helped you? But Xian just looks even more confused. Wait, hold on, time out. He looks at Ree with total suspicion. If you knew my grandfather when he was a kid, then how old are you? You look maybe 30, tops. You've got to be pulling my leg, right? Ree doesn't laugh. He just drops one final truth. Didn't your grandfather tell you? My people, we age much, much slower than yours. Time to meet your teammate, A says as they step through the gate. He looks back with a curious grin. By the way, you really didn't know? A beast taming space is a private dimension. If an outsider forces their way in, the rejection is violent, like the world itself is trying to erase you. They head deeper into the heart of the space. A continues his lecture while they walk. Your teammate? She's lucky. Girl's got a rare, monstrous talent. Anyone else would have been physically obliterated by now. But for her, she just ended up with some chaotic spirit veins. Honestly, that's a win in my book. They reach the infirmary where Gubai is being treated. Good news, the external spirit crystals are gone. Her vitals and spirit frequency, they're finally stable. Gubai lies motionless on a bed of flowers. A's voice drops low. But here's the problem. That space messed with her mind, her very spirit. The situation is grim. Best case? She stays like this. Worst case? She might never wake up again. Xian's heart sinks. Never wake up? A sees his expression and adds, hold on, I didn't say there was zero hope. The high priest leans in, his tone serious. I know a way. The question is, are you willing to risk everything to try it? What way? Xian asks. A explains that when the great Zhou takes his moonshadow form, he secretes a mystical liquid that heals any agony. Centuries ago, our ancestors used that very essence to forge a divine artifact with the same miracle-working power. But there's a catch. During the ancient war against the guests from heaven, the artifact had to be hidden for its own safety. It's buried deep within the martyr's tomb, the final resting place of every fallen warrior from that era. You want that artifact? You've got to step into the house of the dead. Then comes the warning. The place is a death trap. Lethal mechanisms everywhere. Most grave robbers who try their luck either end up dead or maimed. Xian gulps, but A isn't finished. And that's not even the scary part. Word is, a savage beast wandered in during the war and never left. It's been busy resurrecting the corpses inside, building a massive, terrifying zombie army. Our boy Xian? Yeah, he's officially freaking out. A throws an arm around Xian's shoulder with a sly smirk. So, you still want to go? Despite the fear, Xian doesn't hesitate. This is my fault. Gubai is only in this state because of me. I'm taking responsibility. I'm going. A smiles to himself, the kid's got guts. Not bad. You've got a real sense of duty. And with that, the two of them head out. This fortress is ancient, A explains as they walk. 1,400 years of history. And the tomb? That's been there for over 1,000 years. A really knows his stuff. He explains that because it's a sacred cemetery for heroes, it's always under heavy guard. 1, to keep the looters out. And 2, well, you already guessed it, to make sure whatever's inside doesn't find a way out. The guards spot them and immediately clear the path. High Priest, you've arrived. Good work, everyone. A commands, open the gates. With a nod from the boss, Xian steps into the darkness of the tomb. But just as the doors start to close, A calls out with a playful taunt. Oh, by the way, Xian, all that stuff about the zombies? I totally lied. Xian's jaw drops. Wait, what? You old jerk, you lied to me? Too late. The heavy doors slam shut, leaving Xian screaming at the stone wall. Hey, what are you playing at? Silence. Total, eerie silence. Zian realizes he's trapped. Great. Guess I have to find another way out of this place. He spots something in the center of the chamber. Is this the artifact? Wait, if he was lying, then what is this? I don't get it. He reaches out and lifts it. Suddenly, thick white smoke erupts from the base. Crap. I should have scanned it with the eye of God first. A massive explosion rocks the room, blinding Zian completely. He coughs, squinting through the haze as the smoke starts to clear. What the? The ancient stone is gone. Instead, he's looking at modern lights and a polished stone floor. His eyes go wide with pure shock. Is this? Did I just transmigrate back home? He walks forward, spotting a body slumped against the wall. That's an enemy soldier from back then. Wait, am I the one who shot him? He starts following his old path, the memories hitting him like a freight train. Yeah, I remember this. I ran up those stairs. It's all coming back now. Every detail. He sees more enemies. The mission. Eliminate the enemy commander. He was the only survivor. Finally, he reaches at the door to the very last room. Zian freezes, his mind racing. What am I even doing here? This is the past. It's over. Yet, his hand reaches for the handle. Why do I still care? I need to save Gubai and Grandpa. The heavy iron door creaks open. Someone is sitting inside, perfectly still. It's Zian's own corpse. It's been there for a long time, slowly rotting away. This is insane. This is all just a memory. He can't look away. Then, a chilling voice echoes in his mind. It seems you still haven't let go of your past self. Zian gasps. Who's there? Suddenly, the rotting corpse lunges at him. It's me. Zian panics. No, this can't be. Why won't you just stay dead? The nightmare isn't over. Crimson vines erupt from the corpse's mouth, lashing out like hungry snakes trying to drag Zian into the abyss. I am you, and you are me, the creature screams, launching a frenzied assault. It's a total breakdown. Die. You have to die. Zian lunges for his gun lying just out of reach. Damn it, just a few more inches. He barely rolls away as the red branches shatter the solid concrete floor where he stood a second ago. You think you're me? Zian growls. No way. You're just a ghost of who I used to be. You aren't me anymore. His fingers finally brush the cold steel of the grip. In one fluid motion, he checks the chamber, thank God. There's still ammo. He levels the barrel straight at the corpse's gaping maw. The old me is dead and buried. He has nothing to do with who I am now. Zian's voice is cold, steady. I am Zian, and I am a beastmaster. I've got friends. I've got family waiting for me to save them. He pulls the trigger, the gunshot echoing with his absolute resolve. I'm not that weak kid from the past anymore. As the bullet hits, the corpse dissolves into a haunting mist of ethereal blue smoke. Zian exhales, finally letting go of the weight on his soul. Rest in peace, old self. From here on out, there's only one Zian, the Beastmaster. He stands tall, and suddenly, the entire world shifts. The fog clears, and Zian finds himself back in the burial chamber. He blinks, realization hitting him. Wait, was that whole thing just a massive hallucination? He looks at the artifact in his hand and feels a wave of relief. Whatever. He got the divine weapon, and Gubai is waiting outside to be saved. A slow clap echoes through the room. Not bad at all, Ree smirks. Out already, Zian? That was fast. Zian just glares back. Drop the act. It's not funny. You shoved me in there on purpose, didn't you? Some kind of trial? He grits his teeth. You could have at least given me a heads up, man. Ree just keeps that annoying grin plastered on his face. If I told you it was a test, where would the surprise be? He counters playfully. This trial manifests based on the challenger's own history. Basically, you just went head-to-head with your own inner demons. Ree leans in, looking way too excited. So, tell me, what kind of demons are we talking about? Zian's expression immediately sours. He isn't in the mood for a heart-to-heart. He's dead. That's all you need to know, he mutters. But then, Ree drops a bombshell that changes everything. Here's the catch. This artifact can heal your friend, sure, but it can also fix your own corroding life force. Problem is, there's only enough energy for a single use. The essence of the Zhou is extremely limited. So, what's it gonna be, hero? Save your friend, or save yourself? Zian loses it. He lunges forward, grabbing Ree by the collar. Why are you just telling me this now? How many more secrets are you hiding from me? Ree just gives him that same infuriating half-smile. That's everything, I swear. He knows Zian is stuck, so, what's the choice? Zian is literally shaking with rage. He stays silent for a long moment before finally making his move. Ree watches from the sidelines, his eyes unreadable. Are you absolutely sure about this? Zian doesn't hesitate. Yeah, I am. Fine. Just remember, you have to aim for the core of the spiritual pulse, the Dantian. Gubai is still lying there, motionless among the flowers. Ree watches with bated breath. Zian's hands tremble as he finds the mark. The Dantian, just below the navel. Right here. Gubai, You're going to be okay. He moves the artifact closer, but suddenly she starts giggling. Pfft, hey, that tickles. Zian freezes, his jaw hitting the floor. Ri starts howling with laughter. Zian realizes he's been played. Ri, you absolute! He screams at the top of his lungs. Whoa, calm down. Ri wheezes, trying to catch his breath. It was just a prank, man. Miss Gubai woke up ages ago. I just wanted to test your resolve. You're Jing Chong's grandson, after all. I couldn't resist seeing what you were made of. Ri winks. Besides, the whole prank was actually her idea. Zian is stunned. Wait, what? You're blaming her now? Gubai blushes, looking totally embarrassed. Mr. Ri is right. It really was my idea. If I made you upset, young master. Zian quickly looks away, his face heating up. No. I'm not mad. I'm just glad you're okay. Ri cuts in with a fake cough, breaking the tension. All right. I can't keep up with you young people and your drama. We actually have work to do. Ri explains that the artifact Zian is holding is actually a universal healing terminal. The main charge is a one-time deal, but once it's activated, it provides a continuous passive healing effect for the rest of your life. He turns serious, warning Zian about his condition. Regarding your corroded soul, you can use the terminal's passive healing to suppress the decay, but it won't be a permanent cure. Not yet, anyway. Zian nods, understanding the stakes. So I use this to keep the corrosion under control? Bingo, Ri confirms. Precisely. He frowns, his hand shaking slightly from the leftover adrenaline. Under the circumstances, this is definitely his best shot at survival. Without another word, Zian stabs the device into his own dantian. Glowing runes erupt, covering his body as a mechanical voice echoes. Healing connection initiated. A surge of mystical energy swirls around Zian, glowing with an otherworldly light. He closes his eyes, focusing on the flow. The Eye of God interface flickers to life. Corrosion levels dropping, remaining at 13.8%. Finally, the corruption is suppressed to a manageable level. The artifact enters standby mode, its glow fading. Zian immediately opens a portal to his island space. I need to check on the fish. He stands by the shore and calls out, but there's no answer. Nothing. His brows furrow as he scans the empty water. What's going on? Why isn't it responding? He commands. Eye of God, scan the area. Find out what happened. It responded instantly. A new device had been detected asking if a system update was required. Zian paused, piecing it together. Was it talking about the legendary artifact? If the God's Eye was going to treat him like a literal computer, fine by him. He authorized the update immediately. The God's Eye didn't waste a second. Processing. Confirming update contents. Updating interface. Refreshing display data. Update complete rebooting. In the blink of an eye, it was done. The screen flashed a brilliant blue. Update finished. New functions installed. Zian was stunned. Was the technology of the natives this insane, or was the God's Eye just that powerful? Suddenly, boom! A massive roar, like the cry of a colossal whale, erupted from right behind him. The water turned into a chaotic whirlpool as something thrashed wildly. Zian was caught completely off guard, swept away by the sheer force of the waves. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Wait a minute. Hadn't they already neutralized the corrosion? Why hadn't it returned to normal yet? The massive shadow loomed over him, closing in fast. Hey, it's me! Zian shouted. But the whale just leaned in and gave his face a giant, wet lick. Turns out, it was just happy to see its friend. Zian just stood there, completely speechless. He couldn't help but wonder, had this massive, legendary beast just become a total airhead? Maybe the illness had fried its brain? Eyes wide with concern, Zian gave the command. God's Eye, scan the whale's condition. Now. The display flickered to life. Diagnostic report requested. Proceed? 2 options appeared. Yes or no. Zian was losing his patience. Yes, just get on with it. A flood of data hit the screen. Pet, the whale. Species, Great Shadow Underworld Whale. Status, evolution missed due to source corrosion. The artifact's treatment had stabilized the majority of the damage. Current state, normal. Rank, silver level. Stage, newborn. Physical power, A+. Speed, B-. Physical attack, A+. Spiritual attack, A+. Attribute, source water. Divination, water hexagram. Here's where it gets specific. Health index, 1400. Attack intensity, 403. The reason its stats were down by 10%? That missed evolution stage. It was temporarily untreatable, but there was hope leveling up could fix everything. Zian felt a bit dizzy looking at the sheer volume of data. This was almost too detailed. He wondered if the artifact had buffed the God's Eye this much. What would his own stats look like? He didn't wait to find out. God's Eye, show me my data. Don't leave out a single detail. Another massive wall of text appeared. Zian, human, a visitor from the heavens. Officially the nephew of the White Phosphorus City Lord, a New Age beast tamer with extraordinary talent. To the world, he was just a student. But the truth? He was a transmigrator. His past life? A high-ranking sergeant in a mercenary corps. Now, he'd fully embraced this new world, driven by a vow to protect those he cared about, and a stubbornness he just couldn't let go of. After receiving aid from the Moon Seal tribe, he had successfully integrated the artifact, Compassion of Alanya. This gave him a unique edge, the ability to suppress the source corrosion state at will. Zian frowned. What's this? A new interface appeared, unlike anything he'd seen before the corrosion meter. This scale tracked his corruption. If it hit the max, game over. He'd lose control, going into a berserk state or, worse, turning into a mindless beast. The corrosion would supercharge his body, but it came with a heavy price draining his spiritual skills. Going berserk would constantly lower his mana limits while spiking the power of his skills to insane levels. But once beastification happened, there was no turning back. Ever. Note: the corrosion progress was now being managed by the artifact, allowing for manual adjustment. Zian's mind raced. This meant the artifact acted like a safety valve. When things got desperate, he could intentionally tap into the corrosion to buff his stats. Even though the risks were massive, Zian felt a surge of satisfaction. With the God's Eye upgraded, he could monitor every single detail of his and his pet's condition in real time. The corrosion wasn't just a curse anymore, it was a tool. A dangerous, high-value tactical asset. The whale was still licking him, blissfully unaware. This mission was a win. Not only was he alive, but he had unlocked a whole new level of power. Still, the main goal was a bust. He hadn't managed to escape White Phosphorus City, and he was no closer to finding the soul spirit heavenly water. Plus, his whale was now apparently a goofball. It was enough to give anyone a massive headache. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was much darker. Asmodan was expertly performing an autopsy. Experiment log 1239. Subject: the sixth priest, Arthur Alucard. He found something. Right in the heart. A strange object encased in a shell, looking exactly like a spirit stone. The theory? The body had been hit by a massive surge of spiritual energy, causing it to compress and solidify within the chest. Judging by the sheer damage, the attacker was easily at the golden rank, someone far beyond Arthur's level. Asmodan prepared to take a sample for further study. Even after being removed, the tissue showed no unusual activity. Preliminary scans were clear, no signs of radiation detected. The mystery was only just beginning. All right, into the test tube it goes. Time to start the inspection. Once it hits the spirit fluid, it stabilizes immediately, no crazy reaction at all. It's just floating there, looking exactly like your run-of-the-mill spirit stone. Amoda barks out an order. Xing Tian, quit watching the Forest Lord for a second. Get over here and help me move these samples to Lab Area B. She swirls the tube, her mind racing with possibilities. Wait. I think I've just stumbled onto something very interesting. This could be the breakthrough my old research needed. If this method works, we might finally be able to swap out those rare materials. She glances at her headless subordinate, the gears in her head turning. She's already planning her next move. She needs to test this alongside the evidence found at the crime scene. She stares intensely at the sample inside that massive tube, her eyes locked on its glow. Stepping up to the console, her fingers fly across the keys with expert precision. How? What kind of insane power could compress spirit energy into a crystal like this? A moment later, the system pings. Results are in. Amoda scans the data, and her jaw nearly hits the floor. No way. An origin crystal? Inspection complete. This is a high-grade origin crystal containing the fusion talent from Arthur Alucas's soul fragment. It's perfectly stable, pure, and ranked at A+. Compatibility rank: A. This isn't just compressed energy, even the core source of that power has been crystallized. Absolutely wild. Something's not right here. She turns back to the headless brute and snaps. Quick, give me the rest of the samples. The real truth has to be hidden inside the remaining pieces. Inside the tube the monster is holding, a strange, carefully preserved shard sits waiting. Amoda realizes. This must be the item the killer left behind. She doesn't hesitate for a second, shoving it into the scanner. Every second feels like an hour as she waits for the verdict. Finally done. Amoda devours every line of text on the screen. And then, pure shock. This is pure Yang spirit power. Her heart starts racing. She hasn't just found a clue, she's hit the absolute jackpot. I only wanted to find Arthur's killer, but I found a lead on a pure Yang body? I've been searching for this forever. This is perfect. Amoda breaks into a twisted, ear-to-ear grin. Honestly, it's terrifying to look at. Who would have thought? The one who killed you is a pure Yang vessel. Arthur, this is a once-in-a-century genius we're talking about. Her face twists into a mask of pure malice. She has to find this killer. No matter what it takes, she's going to hunt him down. I'll find him. I have to. She wanders back toward her son floating in his tube, whispering to herself like a madwoman. Just a little longer, baby. You're almost ready to wake up. She snaps back to reality and orders her goons to double their efforts. Xing Tian, find me more clues, now. At first, it was just business. But now, she's obsessed. She is dying to meet this killer face to face. Meanwhile, in a completely different world, the sun is blazing down over the horizon. Fluffy white clouds drift by it, looks like a total postcard of peace. Xiao. He is leaning against her car, looking like she's already over it. She starts grumbling to herself. It's roasting out here. Where are they? Right on cue, she hears footsteps approaching. She slides her sunglasses down. Oh, look who finally showed up. In the distance, Zian and Ore are already at each other's throats. Seriously, why are you even following us? Kid, relax. I'm just heading to Giant Wood City anyway. It's right on the way. You really think I'm that gullible? Hey, I'm friends with both your uncles. Why would I have bad intentions? Neither one is backing down, and the bickering is non-stop. Gubai can only stand there and sigh. You've been shady since the start, Zian snaps. Sure, you saved me and Gubai, thanks for that, but you never stop lying. And you keep using Gubai as a human shield? Honestly? I don't trust a single word you say. Aw, come on, don't be like that. I'm the one who found us a ride. Doesn't that count for anything? Zian is fuming now. You've got some nerve. You only helped because you wanted me to pay for the fuel. That way, you get a free ride from Xiaohei. Ra just gives a guilty little laugh. Bingo, hit the nail on the head. Humph. Not bad, kid. You've got your uncle's sharp intuition. Xiaohei has heard enough and cuts them both off. Are you two finished yet? I could hear you screaming from a mile away. Gubai's patience? It's officially gone. She finally snaps. Will both of you just shut the hell up already? Silence. Total silence. The guys stare at her in pure shock. Did she just swear? Even Gubai can't believe what just came out of her mouth. Her face turns beet red as she looks away, stuttering out a quick, sorry. Xiao, he walks over, patting her on the shoulder. Hey, you're the one in charge of those two now. Both of you, zip it. Get in the car already, you're making the poor girl die of embarrassment. With those two finally out of their hair, Qi Xiao, he turned to the girl with a smile. I'm Qi Xiao he. And you are? Gubai replied, looking a bit shy. Gubai. As they walked toward the vehicle, Xiao he gave her a reassuring look. Hey, don't let those guys get to you. I'm serious the way you stood your ground and scolded them back there? That was actually pretty badass. Gubai blinked. Stunned. Wait, really? Xiao, he nodded with a grin. Ever seen the movie Thelma and Louise? You were giving off major leading lady vibes just now. Finally, everyone was settled inside the car. As Xiao he took the wheel, she couldn't help but ask the one thing on her mind. Before we hit the road, I've got to ask. Why on earth are you guys headed to Giant Wood City right now of all times? Before he could answer, Ray blurted out that the kid was looking for something, making Zian snap in a fit of rage. Stop cutting me off, you jerk. Damn it, the car began to roll, beginning their journey toward Giant Wood City. Along the way, Zian started filling everyone in on their situation. A while back, one of my spirit beasts evolved to Silver Tier because of a fluke. Total stroke of luck, really, but my other beast hasn't hit its breakthrough yet. That's why I'm heading to Giant Wood City to track down the evolution materials I need. But that's not the only reason. I'm also searching for an incredibly rare treasure, something that can help my grandfather. He trailed off, looking thoughtful. Hearing that, Xiao He's expression turned serious. Searching for a treasure? In that case, your timing for visiting Giant Wood City couldn't be worse. It's not exactly a vacation spot right now. First off, the city is a literal hornet's nest of rival gangs. As she spoke, the massive silhouette of the city loomed closer on the horizon. Usually, these factions manage to maintain a shaky balance of power to keep things running. On the surface, it looks peaceful enough, but lately, things have taken a dark turn. Xiao He began telling them about a mysterious figure spotted recently. Word is, there's some freak lurking around, killing people at random. And the way the bodies are found? Absolutely stomach-turning. Victims are either torn to pieces or have parts of them eaten. People are whispering about monsters, zombies, or even vampires. The local gangs don't buy the supernatural stuff, though. They're convinced it's just a rival group trying to muscle in on their territory. Because of that, every single corner of Giant Wood City is now crawling with armed mercenaries on high alert. The more Xiao He talked, the more Gubai started to tremble. Zombies, vampires, she whispered. Zian, seeing her shake, tried to be the hero. Gubai, don't sweat it. Those are just crazy rumors. But he was dead wrong. She wasn't shaking from fear, it was pure, unadulterated excitement. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with insane joy. No, I'm actually pumped. I want to get to Giant Wood City as fast as possible. Zian stared at her, completely floored by her reaction. A chill ran down his spine as he watched her. Uh-oh, did some weird switch just flip inside her? Before he could process it, they finally reached their destination. All right, We're here, Xiao, he announced. Zian stepped out, his eyes widening as he took in the massive scale of the place. Standing right in front of him was an ancient, gargantuan tree, the centerpiece of the entire city. Its branches were so huge they literally swallowed the sky above. Bailin gasped in awe. Giant forest city. While he was distracted, Aori cheered. All right, time to find those evolution materials and get moving. Zian groaned at the man's sudden burst of energy. Seriously? Can you tone down the fake enthusiasm for once? Xiao, he stood behind them, looking totally unimpressed. You two can finish your lover spat later. Pay me for the ride first. That brought them both to a dead stop. Aori immediately looked at Zian with puppy dog eyes. Zian snapped, What are you looking at me for? In the end, he caved and pulled out his card to pay. As he swiped, he glared at Aori. Damn it, he gets another free ride thanks to me. Once the payment went through, Xiao He gave them one last piece of advice before heading off. Right across from here is the Blood Shadow Tavern. That's the biggest hub for info and trade in the entire city. I'm not heading in with you guys. I've got an assignment to investigate those zombie sightings. Give me a shout if you finish up early. Zian turned to say something to Gubai. Well, I guess me and Gubai. But then he saw it, her face was practically glowing with a hunger to see those monsters. Wait. Gubai. I think I have a way to help you out here. He started waving his arms like a madman, trying to signal Xiaohe. She just stared at him, totally confused. Kid, what are you doing? Is that supposed to be a code? After a few awkward seconds, the light bulb finally went off. She let out a small laugh. Aha, now I get it. She immediately played along with Zian's plan. You know, I just remembered. My younger brother was supposed to help me today, but he's out cold. Is there any way? Seeing his opening, Zian jumped right in to finish the setup. Tell you what, I'm not exactly an expert on this stuff, but Gubai is a total pro. Why don't you take her with you? Gubai, what do you think? Gubai's face lit up with pure joy. Yes, absolutely, let's go. Now that Xiaohe and Gubai are finally gone, it's just the two of them left. Turns to the boy with a mischievous grin. Well, looks like it's officially boy time from here on out. Seeing how ridiculously hyped the guy is getting, Xuan can only manage a long, exhausted sigh. Seriously? How old are you that you're still calling yourself a boy? They head toward a nearby bar, but the guy just won't stop yapping behind him. What? I'm a grown-up boy, okay? Xuan shoots him a look of pure annoyance. Do you have to follow me in here? Just shrugs it off like it's nothing. You're still a minor, aren't you? No way I'm letting you wander into a bar all by yourself. He keeps rambling about how he knows every inch of the place. Xuan smirks, seeing right through him. Oh, really? Or are you just short on beer money again? A immediately starts making excuses. He points toward a girl working behind the bar counter to prove his point. No way. Xiao Noan and I are tight. Besides, the most reliable intel in this whole city comes straight from her. He plops down at the counter and gives a friendly wave. Xiao Noan, hey, Xiao Noan. Long time no see, beautiful. Hearing that familiar voice, she turns around with a look of disbelief. How? You actually have the nerve to show your face here again? She doesn't even wait for a hello. She immediately turns to her colleague. Sister Swan, go ahead and settle this guy's outstanding tab right now. Who is it? Oh, A, on it. A is left speechless as they start tallying his debt. Wait, hold on. He quickly tries to pivot to a new topic. I'm actually here to bring a fresh new client to my favorite girl, Xiao Noan. He shifts his gaze over to Xuan, trying to explain the situation to her. I'm serious. I've got a brand new order for you today. Xiao Noan isn't interested in his games. If it's about business, go find Brother Cao. Leave me out of it. Xuan stays silent, thinking to himself. If his Eye of God didn't have such a limited range, he wouldn't be wasting a single second in this place. Suddenly, her phone starts buzzing. Someone's looking for her again. She lets out a frustrated groan. Ugh, not this. Again? A leans in, curious as ever. Who is it? Anyone I know? Xiao Noan pulls up her messages to show him. Just some guy I met online yesterday. She gives him a quick, annoyed summary of the situation. Probably some rich kid from that SM club. But man, is he arrogant. She shoves the phone in his face so he can see for himself. The profile shows a guy named Fu Beixing, flexing his abs and acting like some dominant overlord. Cringe levels? Absolutely off the charts. She explains that right after she liked a post, he started spamming her with weird videos and non-stop private messages. Classic creep behavior. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes from across the room, catching everyone's attention. Enter the weirdo. A half-naked guy with an eye patch appears, looking like a total freak. He gives a wide, creepy grin. Missed me? You've no idea how much effort I put into finding this place. The guy, Jin Hengtai, starts striking some bizarre poses as he approaches. He looks at her and asks loudly, So? Have you thought it over? He reaches out and grabs her chin, laughing like a complete maniac. Become my slave, and I'll show you a real good time. Ha ha ha. He starts making some really disgusting suggestions. Xuan watches the scene unfold, swearing under his breath. Seriously, are all the rich kids he meets either complete idiots or total perverts? He can't stand it anymore. He stands up, ready to teach this creep a lesson and help the girl out, but A quickly reaches out to stop him. Wait, kid. Don't be so quick to jump in just yet. Remember, this is Jumu City. He explains the situation to Xuan. The people in this city aren't like the ones back in Bailin City. Meanwhile, Xiao Noan doesn't look scared at all. She stares the guy right in the face and starts exposing his entire life. This isn't just any beast tamer, this is Jin Hengtai. He's the heir to the Jin group, a 19-year-old spoiled brat who absolutely hates his stepmother. She reveals his sadistic tendencies and how he's been playing with girls online, 49 of them in just 1 month. All gold diggers he found on the web. Hearing her rattle off his secrets, the guy completely freezes up, totally speechless. Xiao Noan keeps going. Her eyes flared with a sharp, dangerous light as she spoke, her voice dripping with authority. But you've got one thing completely wrong, buddy. Rich kids like you don't run Giantwood City. Before he could even blink, Xiao Nuan lunged forward, slamming a needle straight into him with lightning speed. Zero hesitation, no mercy. She emptied the entire syringe into Hang Tai, making sure every last drop of that mystery serum hit his system. Instantly, his body locked up, completely frozen. But then, things got weird. Jagged black crystals started erupting all over his skin from out of nowhere. Hang Tai let out a gut-wrenching scream, gasping, What did you inject into me?" But he didn't even finish the sentence before collapsing backward. Xiao Nuan just watched him, explaining calmly. That? It's just a little something called anti-spiritual energy medicine. See, for normal people like us, it's basically just salt water. But for you high and mighty beastmasters, it's as lethal as pufferfish poison. Your spiritual veins are pretty much half trash now. Honestly, you'll be lucky if you can ever stand on your own 2 feet again. Zian stood there with A, taking it all in. Xiao Nuan is famous for how much she loathes beastmasters, he whispered. Her nickname? The Spirit Vein Assassin. Looking up, the kid asks with a hint of doubt. So, does she actually know you're a beast tamer? Or didn't even flinch, replying with total confidence. Of course she does. She's an intelligence merchant I personally vouch for. The only reason she hasn't made a move against me is because she knows I'm, well, special. But just as the conversation was getting deep, the vibe was shattered by a sudden arrival. A mysterious man steps into the room, his voice heavy with history. Long time no see. I honestly thought you'd given up on ever returning to Giant Tree City. His tone suddenly sharpens, especially after you went and pulled that stunt with the city lord. Meet Zhen Tian, known as Heaven's Eye. This guy is an absolute legend in the intel world, despite having zero cultivation talent. He looks at Orr with a smirk. So, what kind of trouble are you stirring up this time? Or, he just laughs and pulls the man into a huge hug. Oh man, it's just Brother Jen. Don't be like that. I'm just here at the Blood Shadow Bar to hunt for some intel. I wouldn't dream of causing a scene on your home turf. Zhen Tian's expression remains stone cold. Is that so? Because I have a feeling you're not the one who needs the information. Meanwhile, in the back, Xiao Nuan and her colleagues are busy stuffing that pervert from earlier into a kitchen trash can. Throw him out when the garbage truck arrives, she mutters. Talk about literal trash disposal. Zhen Tian turns his gaze sharply toward Suan. The person who actually needs a lead is the young man standing right here. Or should I say, the young master of Bailin City, grandson of City Lord Bai. Xuan froze. This guy just read his entire life story like an open book. The anomaly who leveled Qingxiao Forest. A silver rank warrior whose actual strength is clearly off the charts. A beast tamer with talent that shouldn't even exist. Xuan, his secret? Zhen Tian knew every single bit of it. Look, Zhen Tian says casually, I'm the boss of this bar. But more importantly, I'm the head of the entire 9 provinces Federal Intelligence Trade Center. He gestures toward the table, playing the perfect host. You're a VIP guest. Why don't we sit down and talk this out properly? The 3 of them take their seats, and Zhen Tian doesn't waste a second. Young Master Bai, with your abilities, finding basic silver rank materials should be a walk in the park. You wouldn't come to me for that. What you're really hunting is something legendary. One of those rare, high-tier treasures, maybe something like the ones you spotted at the auction? While the tension rises, Orr is just casually ordering drinks. Hey, Sister Suyen, a tequila for me, no salt. And his order? It's for the young master here, obviously. Xuan is reeling. How could this guy possibly know about the secret auction too? It was clear now. This man's influence stretched far beyond Giant Tree City. He likely had eyes and ears across the entire 9 provinces federation. Xuan took a breath and nodded. You're right. Zhen Tian gets straight to business. Intel on materials like that? It's going to cost a fortune. So, which one are we talking about? Xuan doesn't hesitate. Spirit-sustaining heavenly water. Purple crystal rank. Water type. Money is no object. Zhen Tian leans back, his mind working a mile a minute. Is that so? Based on what I know, your second beast is Li Huo, pure fire. You have zero use for a water element material. Which means, this isn't for you. It's for City Lord Bai, who's currently fighting for his life after that massive injury, isn't it? Xuan's heart nearly stops. How? How could a bar owner know about his grandfather's top secret condition? That's classified information, Xuan demands, his voice trembling. How could you possibly know that? Zhen Tian just remains calm. Bailin City can try to lock down the news all they want, but look, no wall is perfectly airtight in this world. When you cross-reference official reports with the specific rare materials you're hunting, the math does itself. Your grandfather is in trouble. He leans in closer. When you have enough pieces of the puzzle, the truth just appears. That's exactly what it takes to be the best intelligence merchant in the game, kid. Then, his tone shifts to something more serious. And here's a freebie since I like you. Some mysterious outsiders have been snooping around Bailin City lately. Consider that intel a gift. Xuan was stunned. New enemies? Who would be bold enough or stupid enough to target his home right now? Or interrupts, trying to get them back on track. Wait. Brother Zhen, we came here for the location. Where is that heavenly water? Zhen Tian sighs. 3 months ago, a mercenary group was escorting it through the Wind Howl Mountains. They went in, and they were never seen again. For the last 3 months, dozens of hunters have gone in trying to find it. But there's no exception. Not a single person who entered that mountain range has ever returned. It's a one-way trip. Xuan immediately turns to his system. System, scan the Wind Howl Mountains. Give me the breakdown. The system pings back. It's a massive range under Giant Tree City's jurisdiction. It used to be the biggest spirit mine area, but the energy veins there are drying up. Seeing the determination in the kid's eyes, Zhen Tian tries one last time to warn him. In my professional opinion, I really wouldn't go in there if I were you. The terrain is a nightmare, and it's a literal death trap for anyone who loses their way. Even without the threat of beasts, this place was a death trap. Seeing the man's genuine concern, Zian gave a small, appreciative bow, quietly thanking him for the heads up. But they both knew the truth. Zian had a mission he couldn't walk away from. He had to find that spirit spring water, no matter the cost. Without another word, Zian pulled out his card and settled the bill. Just as he was about to head out, Zhen Tian's voice cut through the air. Young man, one more thing. I'm sure you've heard the whispers since you entered the city. His face hardened, every line on his features turning cold. He wasn't joking anymore. This was a dead serious warning. Zombies, vampires, and those brutal serial killings? They weren't just rumors, they were facts. This wasn't just intel. It was survival advice. Watch your backs, he added, especially after the sun goes down. Hearing that, Zian's guard went through the roof. He stepped out of the shop, his mind racing with worry for Gubai and the others. Could those insane rumors actually be true? And if they were, how were the others holding up? Meanwhile, across the city, Xiaohe and Gubai were making their way through the streets, chatting as they went. Back then, my brother and I were just living on the streets, Xiaohe reminisced. We once had a pack of crazies chase us through 3 entire blocks. Then, we ran right into this girl with the most terrifying eyes I'd ever seen. She wasn't much older than me, some police academy student, I think. She looked so fierce that the mob actually thought she was part of our crew. We ran all over the place, from the east side of Jumu City all the way to the west, until we ended up trapped in a pitch-black alleyway. Xiao, he kept talking as they walked. After that, well, we became fast friends. Word is, she's a full-blown cop now, and one of the rare good ones left in this city. Gubai nodded, finally putting the pieces together. So, this officer friend was the one who hired Xiaohe for the job. Gubai was actually pretty surprised by that. Since when did the police start outsourcing their work to mercenaries? Xiao, he just gave a small, knowing smirk. At the end of the day, their history went way back. Besides, there are some things the cops just can't do officially. Sometimes, it's better to let people like them handle the dirty work, call it a public-private partnership. They approached a group of guards, and Xiaohe called out, "Yo, old Chen, I'm here." Officer Chen turned around, her expression stone cold. She didn't look happy. "You're exactly 3 minutes and 41 seconds late." As she spoke, she shifted her gaze toward Gubai, making the girl jump slightly under the intense scrutiny. "And you brought a stranger," Chen noted. Xiaohe quickly jumped in to defend her. "Hey, Qi Ming was passed out drunk. Perfect time to show the rookie the ropes, right?" Sensing the tension was getting a bit thick, Xiaohe tried to crack a joke. "But hey, speaking of ropes, old Chen, have you noticed all 3 of us have these tiny little bean eyelashes?" Gubai just blinked, completely lost. "Wait, what?" Chen let out a frustrated sigh. "Can you be serious for 1 second? I called you because my colleagues don't have a single professional bone in their bodies." She gestured toward a lifeless body lying on the ground and started the report. "This is the 2nd victim today. I was really hoping we wouldn't have another one before you got here. Time of death was 20 hours and 23 minutes ago. If I'd shown up any earlier, I might have actually caught the show. Chen's voice dripped with frustration. Forensics and the medical examiners couldn't find a single clue about what attacked the victim. Honestly, I doubt they even looked that hard. Xiao, he tried to offer some comfort. Hey, cut them some slack. You're literally the only passionate female cop in this whole city. Everyone else is just weak. Why even waste your breath on them? Chen pulled out her phone to snap some crime scene photos before turning back to Xiao He. Scenes are logged. Now, I just need to figure out where to take the body. Xiao He frowned. Wait, take it where? Gu Bai, who had been silent until now, finally stepped forward. She leaned in close to examine the corpse. Wait, hold on a second. She reached into her bag and pulled out a pair of small tweezers. Forgive me, Officer Chen. This might get a bit messy. With a steady hand, Gu Bai extracted a sample from the victim. Her eyes widened as she looked at what she'd found. This is a human tooth. Chen looked skeptical. Are you absolutely sure about that? Gu Bai didn't hesitate for a second. 100%. She held up the tooth. It was bizarre, covered in cracks and glowing with an eerie, mysterious blue light. It was in terrible condition, fractured in ways a living tooth shouldn't be. There's a spiritual energy reaction here, Gu Bai explained. This only happens to people who are constantly hooked up to spiritual power devices. After a few more moments of analyzing the sample, Gu Bai finally reached a chilling conclusion. The victim wasn't the one attacking. It looked like the rumors were dead on. There's only one suspect, a living corpse. A creature with a pale, skeletal face and rotting teeth, permanently tethered to spirit tech. A literal Frankenstein. Meanwhile, Zian and R were still trekking through the city, searching for items. Zian shot a suspicious look at his companion, doubting the directions. You sure this is the shortcut? R started to stammer. Actually maybe not. I think I might have taken a wrong turn. But as they stopped, a dark, strange figure began to emerge from the shadows behind them. He stood there, motionless, eyes locked onto their backs like a predator. Sensing the shift in the air, R immediately warned Zian. Hey, look behind you. The moment he realizes he's been spotted, the stranger makes his move. A withered skeletal arm shoots up, revealing a razor-sharp blade. With a face twisted in pure malice, he lunges forward, ready to tear them both apart. R's eyes widen as he shouts, "It's a corpse wraith, but it's a trap." Another one jumps out from the shadows behind them, and a third is closing in fast. Surrounded. Both monsters pounce simultaneously, pinning our duo into a corner they can't easily escape. The first wraith doesn't hesitate, swinging its jagged sword right at R's head. But R is faster, parrying the blow with a metallic ring. These things are grunts, pushing back. They're monstrosities created by those lunatics at the Solaris sect, mixed with the high-tech garbage from sky guests like you. The second monster lunges at Zian, but its movements are sluggish. Zian shifts his weight, dodging the creature's claws with ease. What the hell are you talking about? Zian shouts back, confused. Meanwhile, R's blade flashes cleanly decapitating one of the wraiths in a single, fluid motion. He shuts down the creature's next attack, explaining the nightmare fuel as they fight. Basically, they use spirit stones or high-energy materials to override biological signals, literally forcing the dead back to life. After the kill, R doesn't drop his guard for a second. He shifts into a defensive stance, his voice dropping to a serious tone. You need to get out of here. Now, with your current level, you can't handle these freaks. Zian scowls, clearly annoyed. What? You looking down on me? I've been hunting monsters since I was only at the bronze rank. R doesn't waste time arguing. He just points at the wraith he just beheaded. And get this, the damn thing is actually picking up its own head and reattaching it like it's nothing. Decapitation? Doesn't work. These things are already dead, so you can't exactly kill them twice. Zian stares, jaw nearly hitting the floor. That regeneration. It's insane. R turns to him one last time, urging him to run while he still can. Look, your raw power is impressive, but you lack the control needed for this fight. If you cut loose here, you'll take out half the city. Go find reinforcements while I hold them off. And don't worry, don't underestimate the power of a diamond rank. Zian finally relents, knowing R is right. He turns to find help. Fine. I'll go find Gu Bai and the others. You better make it to the shop in one piece, you hear me? Now it's just R versus the two undead freaks. He doesn't take his eyes off them for even a heartbeat. Solaris, he mutters, a dark shadow crossing his face. Is this really how you treat the dead? With a roar, R finally unleashes his true power. Blue lightning crackles around his body, his eyes glowing with lethal intent. Guess it's time I finally get serious. Meanwhile, Zian finally bursts out of the alleyway, searching for the team. But suddenly, a new corpse wraith blocks his path. This one looks different, more advanced. Zian stops dead in his tracks. What? Another one? Are you kidding me? The creature suddenly opens a third eye on its forehead, a red light sweeping across Zian. Scanning mode. On. Zian freezes, his mind racing. He has no idea what he's looking at. The creature's eye locks on. Target identified. Initiating capture sequence. As the system drones on, the creature's jaw splits open into horrific, petal-like flaps. It's nightmare fuel at its finest. Capture mode initiated, activating sonic pulse. A massive blast of high-frequency sound hits Zian like a freight train. He collapses, clutching his ears in agony. He tries to fight back, to summon his power, but his body won't move. The frequency is too much. A sonic attack? Seriously? This makes the previous attacks he's faced look like child's play. Zian tries to resist, but the wraith cranks the volume. Zian drops to his knees, his vision blurring as his brain feels like it's about to melt. He grinds his teeth, fighting to stay conscious, but the pressure is overwhelming. Damn it. I'm blacking out. Finally, his body gives up. His eyes flutter shut, and his consciousness slips into the dark. But just before everything goes black, he sees a vision, the faint silhouette of a mysterious girl appearing before him. Time passes. The sun dips below the horizon, leaving the world to the cold, pale glow of the moon. Old Chen is driving Xiao He and Gubai through the night. Xiao He turns to Gubai, clearly impressed by her recent detective work. Seriously, kid, where did you learn all that? You're honestly putting our police force to shame. Xiao, he chimed in, grinning. Right? I'm curious too. I doubt the Bailin City Academy teaches high-level spirit energy investigation. Gubai just blushes, looking away. It's just a hobby, really. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over the car. Xiao, he looks up, nudging Old Chen. Hey, Old Chen, look up. Is something falling from the sky? Old Chen doesn't even look, focused on the road. We're on the highway. Who's going to be throwing trash out of the sky? Boom! A body slams onto the roof of their car with bone-shattering force. Xiao, he screams. Holy hell, something actually hit us. This sudden appearance was enough to make Old Chen lose control, sending the car veering wildly before slamming straight into a nearby wall. Turns out, the shadow that caused the chaos was none other than A-Ri. Seeing him, Xiao He yelled in a total rage, A-Ri, what on earth do you think you're doing? Even Old Chen was at a total loss. Sir, please. Just get out of the car first. But A-Ri was drenched in sweat, his hands white-knuckled as he pinned his sword against the target trapped beneath him. No way, he grunted. If I step down now, this guy's gonna vanish. He's our only lead. Beneath him, that spirit corpse was thrashing like a wild animal, desperate to break free from the crushing weight of the blade. Suddenly, A-Ri remembered something and turned to the officer. Hey, you're a cop. I remember you guys still use old-school hardware for security, right? I need to borrow some of your gear. I have to rip the data out of this thing right now. She didn't waste a second and rushed to grab it. Wait, right there. She hooked the wires around its neck, analyzing the tech with a look of pure shock. Whoever made this spirit corpse is a genius. They actually used vintage interface ports. Old Chen leaned in, looking skeptical. So, what exactly are you trying to investigate here? The memory banks, A-Ri replied. I want to see exactly where their hideout is. Seeing A-Ri looking all embarrassed and covering his face, Xiao He couldn't help but poke fun at him. Seriously, what is your deal? And wait, wasn't that kid supposed to be with you? Where'd he go? Nearby, Gubai's eyes were practically sparkling. He was snapping photos like crazy on his phone. Whoa. So this is a real-life zombie? Meanwhile, Old Chen's face went pale as he stared at the digital display. Hold on. This address. It's the Wind Howl Mountains. That place has been a ghost town for years. What is going on? It was only then that A-Ri finally snapped out of it, his voice trembling with realization. Shu-an, he was taken by them. That one sentence made everyone there freeze in pure panic. What? Cut to Shu-an. He's unconscious, arms bolted to a wall and locked tight. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket started vibrating, jolting him back to reality. Dazed and confused, he tried to get his bearings. Ugh. What happened? Where am I? That's probably Gubai calling me. He tried to move, but his wrists were locked in anti-spirit handcuffs, completely immune to spiritual energy. Shu-an gave his arms a sharp tug, testing the metal. Damn it, of all the times for this to happen. Once he realized what he was dealing with, a desperate plan formed in his head. Wait, if spirit power won't work, I'll just use raw physical strength. He immediately activated the God's Eye system. System, remove the suppression on the corrupted source. A red warning flashed instantly. Operation dangerous, high risk detected. But he didn't give a damn. Quit stalling and just do it. Now. In an instant, a terrifying surge of power flooded his veins as the restraints on the corruption began to shatter. With a guttural roar, he wrenched his arms forward and the metal locks snapped like paper. Shu-an could feel the raw, overwhelming power coursing through his entire body. This berserk state, it's actually pretty insane, he thought. Pricey as hell, sure, but definitely worth every penny right now. He scrambled to grab the phone from his pocket. He had to answer it quickly, or Gubai was going to lose his mind with worry. But there was a catch. The surge of strength was so massive that the moment his finger grazed the screen, crack, it shattered into a million pieces. Wait, what? On the other end, Bai was staring at his phone in disbelief as the automated voice kicked in. The number you have dialed is currently out of the coverage area. Xiaohe jumped, her heart skipping a beat. Ha! Is he dead? Meanwhile, Xuan was just staring at the scrap metal in his hand with a massive headache. Crap, I totally forgot I'm still in berserk mode. Right on cue, the system blared another warning. 5 seconds until total loss of control. He barely managed to bark out the command, activate suppression, now. Once things settled, Xuan finally began to observe his surroundings. Looks like this place used to be a stone quarry. Or maybe a mine? Then, a thought hit him. If it's a mine, could it be a spirit stone mine? Xuan pressed his palm against the rough wall, searching for a trace of energy. I knew it. There were still traces of spirit stone veins hidden deep inside. If I can just overload these with my spirit power, the explosion should blast an exit right through here. Suddenly, the wall in front of him began to tremble, cracks spiderwebbing across the surface. What the? Boom! A massive wave of energy detonated, sending rubble flying toward him. Xuan emerged from the smoke, coughing his lungs out. Cough, cough, what just happened? I haven't even used my power yet. As the dust settled, a familiar figure appeared. Wait, she looks familiar. Rennie was standing there, casually waving her hand. Well, if it isn't the young master from the Bai family. Long time no see, huh? Xuan stared at her, completely stunned. Rennie? What on earth are you doing here? She pouted, pointing an accusing finger at him. Hey, is that any way to react? You don't look happy to see me at all. Intimidated by her sudden intensity, Xuan quickly backtracked. No, I'm happy. I'm really happy. Rennie dropped the act and looked toward the shadows. Talk later, we've got company. Out of nowhere, several spirit corpses emerged. But instead of being scared, she just smirked and snapped her fingers. Listen up, kid. You're just in time to see some of the new tricks I've been practicing. Yee-ya, get over here. On her command, a streak of light blurred past. A bird slammed into the scene at impossible speeds, landing perfectly on her shoulder, right behind the spirit corpses. Let's show this kid what we're really made of. She pressed her hands together, her eyes glowing. Let's go. A massive fire spirit erupted and soared toward the zombies. Xuan's heart nearly stopped. Oh no. Is she seriously trying to take them all on by herself? He yelled out as loud as he could. Rennie, watch out. Those spirit corpses, their regeneration speed is insane. Normal attacks? Forget about it, they won't even leave a scratch on these things. But Rennie didn't even bother listening, throwing a massive punch straight ahead while shouting, Yeah, I already know that. Before the enemy could react, she moved like lightning, leaving a glowing mark right on the corpse spirit's face. Flame seal. Suddenly, another monster lunged from her blind spot, aiming right for her back. Rennie reacted in a heartbeat, leaping back just in time to clear the danger zone. Whew, that was a close one. Almost got me there. She dug her heels in, ready to push the pace. All right, playtime's over now. It's my turn to run the show. In a blur of motion, she grabbed the monster's head and slammed it into the floor with bone-shattering force. Looking pretty satisfied with herself, Rennie delivered one final, crushing blow to the now paralyzed corpse spirit. That's what you get for trying to sneak up on me, you little brat. Consider this your punishment. A glowing seal instantly appeared on its head as she finished it off. She turned back with a sharp gaze, realizing there was only one left standing. The final corpse spirit made a desperate charge, but Rennie just let out a mocking smirk. Seriously? Your attack patterns are way too basic. You're wide open. She didn't even use a weapon, snapping the monster's blade with her bare hands before spinning into a devastating kick. Go ahead and take a long nap. Another fire seal was burned into its skin. Rennie pulled off a graceful mid-air flip, landing perfectly right next to Zian, giving him a smug, check me out kind of look. Watch closely, rookie. Pay attention, because the real show is about to begin. With a grin of pure excitement, Rennie issued her final command. Your turn. Go, Wingtooth. On cue, a tiny canary glowing with intense, crimson energy shot forward like a bullet. In the blink of an eye, it tore straight through the three enemies before they could even process what was happening. The targets collapsed instantly, their bodies literally falling apart. Zian stood there, completely floored by the display of power. What? What kind of insane move was that? Those three didn't stand a chance. They were incinerated in seconds, leaving nothing behind but charred, white bones. A notification flashed before his eyes. The Glaze Fire Curse works by targeting the opponent's spiritual veins, causing them to literally combust from the inside out. This wasn't just a normal fire. This specific technique creates a one-time, high-intensity burn that prevents any form of regeneration. Once the damage is done, it's game over. Zian's mind started racing as he pieced it together. I get it now. You're using that instant combustion to shut down the corpse spirit's healing factor permanently. Hearing that, Ren Ni looked like he'd just read her secret diary. She got all defensive, huffing out. Oh, so you noticed? Took me 3 whole months of researching in this dump to perfect that, you know. Xian's eyes widened. Wait, did you just say you've been stuck here for 3 months? Ren Ni's face twisted in pure frustration as she started venting about how she ended up in this mess. I was just a tourist heading to Giant Woods City. I stopped for supplies at a gas station, but turns out the whole place was a total scam. By the time I woke up, I was already trapped here. Xian looked at her, confused. Then what have you been eating for 3 months? Ren Ni puffed out her chest with total confidence. Good thing I grabbed a massive stash of nutritional bars on my way out. I've got enough to last me at least another half a year. A sudden thought crossed Xian's mind, but he quickly shut it down. Yeah, probably better if I don't ask how she's been handling the whole shower situation. He cleared his throat and asked, So, do you have any clue how to get out of here? Ren Ni sighed, admitting that even after 3 months in this labyrinth, she was still completely lost. Xian frowned, trying to process the situation. A labyrinth? Ren Ni nodded. Exactly. That's why I was trying to punch my way through the walls to see if I could find a shortcut. Xian chimed in. And that's when you literally crashed into me, right? Ren Ni laughed. Pretty much. Talk about a crazy coincidence, meeting someone else down here. She started heading into a massive drainage pipe, waving for him to follow. Enough talk, let's head this way. Xian hesitated. Wait, didn't you just blow that place up a second ago? Besides, there's a door right over there. Shouldn't we at least check it out? Ren Ni gave him a stern warning. Trust me, if you don't want to run into any more of those corpse spirits, you'll leave that door closed. Xian shrugged. Fair enough, lead the way. As they walked, Ren Ni asked how he ended up in this pit. Xian explained that his story was basically the same, ran into a weird spirit, got knocked out, and woke up here right as the tremors started. Suddenly, everything clicked. The earthquake they just felt? It had completely shifted the terrain. The wide-open path from just moments ago was now a total dead end. Xian blinked in disbelief. What the heck? What just happened? There was a clear path here literally a minute ago. Ren Ni started clawing at her hair, cursing the ceiling. What is wrong with this absolute trash heap of a place? Xian took a breath and focused. God's Eye, activate. Scan the area. I need a full structural layout of this entire zone. The God's Eye instantly processed the data. This place used to be the main quarry for Giant Woods City, located deep within the mineral veins of the Howling Mountains. For some unknown reason, mining operations were abandoned years ago, leaving behind a massive, incredibly complex network of tunnels and shafts. The analysis continued. The terrain was so messy that humans eventually retrofitted it into a simulated facility. Now, every single section is divided into modular units that can move independently. Every few minutes, or whenever you reach a certain point, the rooms shift and rotate. It makes an already complicated maze nearly impossible to navigate. But the system noted one thing. If they can find the pattern, there's still a way out. Xian realized the truth. So that tremor wasn't an earthquake, it was the modular rooms shifting positions. This wall in front of us is just a new section that moved into place, which means if I can just track the movement cycle, I can find the exit. Ren Ni, however, was already back in battle mode. If another wall gets in my way, I'm just going to keep smashing until there's nothing left to smash. Xian panicked, trying to hold her back. Wait, Ren Ni, chill for a second. But it was too late. Ren Ni pulled out a massive, terrifying drill and screamed at the top of her lungs. Crimson drill! She's absolutely fuming, slamming her drill into the massive wall like a woman possessed while screaming that nothing, and she means nothing, has ever stood in her way. This damn maze isn't going to be the first thing to stop me today. And then, with the sheer destructive power of that massive drill, Ren Ni just charges straight ahead. She shouts for the young man from the Bai family to keep up, and Xian just sighs honestly. Sometimes a little reckless brute force is exactly what the doctor ordered. A massive crash echoes through the halls, followed by a thick, suffocating cloud of dust. Stepping out from the smog, Ren Ni looks totally refreshed after clearing the path. There we go, all clear, she says with a smirk. I'm pretty sure that's the longest tunnel I've cleared in 3 whole months. As Xian walks along the new path, he starts to get a bad feeling. Wait, this place is different from the others. It looks like a laboratory. He looks through a glass pane, and his heart nearly stops. Inside? An entire army of corpse spirits, packed into one massive room. The Eye of God pings. Level 7 corpse spirits, currently dormant. Xian is stunned. They've built a literal army down here. What on earth are they planning? Suddenly, a massive gate appears before them. Ren Ni stares at it, her curiosity piqued. This door is weird. I've never seen anything like it before. Let's see what's inside. The door suddenly creaks open on its own, and Xian immediately starts to scold her. Ren Ni, you again. But she cuts him off instantly. Hey, I didn't even touch it. It opened all by itself. Inside stands a gargantuan test tube, and through the liquid, they see the silhouette of a massive, bizarre creature bound hand and foot. Renni's jaw drops. Good grief, what is that thing? Xian goes to answer, but then he realizes something terrifying. What? Through the eye of God, Xian sees an unidentified species, a fusion of multiple spirit beasts with a rubber monkey as the base. Using the rubber monkey's flexibility as a foundation, they've fused multiple A-grade talents into this freak of nature. We're talking A-grade fluid transformation, A-grade wind step, A-grade lake wisdom, and A-grade tyrant's rage. And here's the kicker, due to its unique nature, it can absorb the cores of other spirit beasts to gain even more talents. Xian is completely shaken. 5 talents already, and it can just keep growing? This is a literal monster. What did they put this thing through? Suddenly, a noise echoes out, someone else is here. Asmodan appears with a twisted, eerie expression and a voice that sends shivers straight down your spine. Welcome, my 2 little materials, she purrs. Asmodan tells them the fact they found this place means they've passed the maze's little test. So now, it's time to test you both. To see which one of you is the pure yang body I've been looking for. Renni feels a chill. Hey, that woman's mouth isn't even moving when she speaks. That's creepy as hell. Xian ignores the creepiness for a second. That's not the point. What does she mean by a pure yang body? Asmodan just smiles. It doesn't matter who it is in the end, you'll both become part of this baby. Now go on, play with them. Right then, cracks spiderweb across the test tube, and the corpse spirit inside is suddenly freed from its restraints. A massive explosion rocks the room right in front of them. Before they can even blink, the corpse spirit lunges out with razor-sharp claws. Xian's heart skips a beat. So fast. Just as the creature reaches him, he manages to throw up a shield, barely catching the claws in time. Seizing the moment, Xian roars, "Jingzi, you're up!" Instantly, his fish summon appears and slams right into the corpse spirit, with everything it's got. But the creature is a blur, it dodges with ease. Xian's eyes widen at those reactions, but then he notices something strange about its movements. The corpse spirit is clutching its head, writhing in pain as thick waves of dark energy pour off of it. It looks like it's in absolute agony. Xian shakes it off, no time to feel bad for the enemy. Without hesitating, he shouts, "Jingzi, use crushing tide." The fish charges like a hurricane toward the reeling creature. A massive collision shakes the entire room, and Jingzi circles back to Xian's side. Is it over? He wonders. But as the smoke clears, the corpse spirit stands there. But its shape has completely changed. Xian's jaw drops. A shield? Wait. He realizes the truth. Is this fluid transformation? It actually turned its own body into a shield to tank that hit perfectly. This talent is terrifying. Having blocked the attack, the corpse spirit begins to peel back its protective shell. The muscles on its arms start squirming like hundreds of crawling worms, hardening into dense, massive blocks of power. Without a second's delay, the monster pulls back a fist and aims a devastating punch straight at Xian's head. Renni wasn't about to stay on the sidelines. Fired up and ready for blood, she charges in with a smirk, reminding everyone she's not just part of the scenery. She takes Shiling's massive strike head-on with nothing but her bare fists. The raw collision of their power sends a massive shockwave tearing through the air. From the sidelines, Xian screams out a desperate warning. He knows Renni can't win this with just brute force alone. It can change its shape at will, he yells. And right on cue, Shiling's muscle fibers start twitching and undulating with a terrifying life of their own. Before she can even blink, those fibers snake around Renni's arm. She watches in pure shock as they crawl up her shoulder like living, parasitic vines. Renni's eyes widen in horror. What the hell is this? In a heartbeat, her entire body is cocooned in those pulsing muscles. Ugh, this is disgusting. Get it off me. Seeing his ally trapped, Xian immediately barks an order to Jingzi. Now. Use Moon Surface Pillar Counter. Jingzi closes the gap instantly, unleashing the Moon Surface Pillar Counter right in Shiling's face. The Moonblade flashes through the air, cleanly slicing through the tangled mess of Shiling's muscle fibers. As Xian helps peel the remaining fibers off Renni, he can't help but scold her. Your fighting style is way too reckless. She just huffs back. How was I supposed to know? I didn't exactly have a manual on this thing's skills. Meanwhile, Xian looks at the severed chunks of Shiling on the ground. To his horror, they're still moving. What kind of insane life force is this? The severed muscles are literally crawling back toward their host like heat-seeking missiles. Xian grinds his teeth. This ability is a nightmare to deal with. He realizes they can't just keep swinging blindly, they need a real strategy, and fast. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off. Wait. If his hunch is right, this creature isn't just attacking, it's likely in absolute agony right now. There's only one thing left to try. It's a gamble, but he has to take it. He considers using synchronization. If they can't beat this thing into submission with violence, maybe just maybe they can negotiate with it. Xian turns to his partner with a serious look. Renni, no matter what happens next, do not interfere. She's stunned. Wait, what are you planning to do? Xian doesn't give her an answer. He just looks at Jing Zai and repeats the command. That goes for you too. Stay back. As Xiling lunges at him with killing intent, Xian lets out a roar. Release limiters. Activate Berserk mode. Boost my reaction speed to the absolute limit. A system notification flashes. Berserk mode activated. Countdown. 999 seconds. Xian braces himself, calculating every millisecond of Xiling's incoming assault. He knows Berserk mode will drain his spiritual energy reserves, but perfect defense is far more efficient than just blocking aimlessly. His God's Eye activates, highlighting the path for a perfect defense. By condensing his spiritual energy into high-density shields and predicting the trajectory of every strike, he can nullify the damage without wasting a drop of stamina. Watching from her perch above, Azmodan tilts her head in confusion. Why did he suddenly switch from offense to total defense? She sighs, looking genuinely bored. How disappointing. She scoffs, thinking this kid couldn't possibly be a pure Yang constitution. He feels like the origin of water, so why did Xiling mistake him for pure Yang? She glances over at Ren Ni. That girl has the Li Fire origin, but even she's a far cry from a true pure Yang body. Was the initial data actually wrong? Xiling continues its mindless, frenzied assault on Xian. But as the blows rain down, Xian keeps his guard up, a calm smile forming. Got it. It's exactly as he suspected. This thing's attack patterns are incredibly basic. As Xiling charges in again, Xian feels the surge of his enhanced reaction speed. He didn't just boost his stats to make defending easier. No, he had a much bigger goal in mind. He knew that the moment this monster commits to an attack is the exact moment it leaves its biggest opening. It's time to seize the chance. Seeing the opening, Xian thrusts his hand toward the charging, bloodthirsty Xiling. Now, he grabs Xiling by the head, red veins bulging across his arm as he screams the command. Synchronization! In an instant, the world shifts. Xian finds himself standing in a vast, desolate wasteland, drenched in a cold, lonely red light. Menda, where are we? He looks ahead and sees 3 crosses. Pinned to the center, one is a small monkey. Immediately, God's Eye provides the intel. It's a Shangjiao Hu, a gale monkey species. Its original attributes were twisted and forcibly converted into gale wind. Because this species has incredible adaptability, it was used for a cruel experiment. A beast core was forcibly implanted into its heart. Its consciousness is now being devoured by that core, trapped in a cycle of never-ending pain. Xian's heart sinks. You poor thing. To be turned into a living battery for a beast core. He realizes a divine artifact might be the only thing that can save it. He reaches out slowly, his eyes filled with genuine empathy. I'm not your enemy. We don't have to fight anymore. You're hurting, aren't you? The little monkey looks up, stunned by the kindness. Xian makes his offer. Form a contract with me. Let me share your pain. The monkey hesitates, its voice trembling in his mind. A contract? To share the pain? Yes, I'm willing. Back in the real world, the connection is made. Hearing the acceptance, Xian breathes a sigh of relief. Deactivate Berserk mode. High above, Azmodan nearly falls off her seat in shock. He stopped attacking? What on earth did you just do to it? Xian calmly channeled his power, chanting the ancient words. All things are void. All matters are fair. All spirits possess a soul. And every action has its consequence. Within the ritual circle of the corpse spirit, a glowing magic array erupted as he continued. The path of the beast, the path of the heavens, and the path of the spirit. This is the ultimate way. In this place, I forge a blood link contract with you. From this moment on, we share everything life and death, pain and suffering, and the very essence of our souls. Inside that eerie crimson space, the holy crosses binding the captive monkey began to crumble, and the chains holding him down shattered into nothingness. Finally, the monkey was free. He stood there, completely stunned by his own liberation. Xian reached out a hand, his voice soft as he asked, "Feeling a bit better now?" The monkey could barely find his words, stammering in shock. Xian just gave a small smile and introduced himself. "The name's Xian. What about you? Do you have a name?" Back in the real world, the corpse spirit's shell began to crack and splinter. Azmodan's eyes widened, a scream dying in her throat. Xian knew right then the ritual was a success. Meanwhile, Nian Ying stood there frozen, her jaw practically hitting the floor. She could only stammer out one word. What? Pure, radiant energy exploded from the remains of the corpse spirit, blinding everyone in the room. As the light faded, a new silhouette emerged, and Xian's God's Eye instantly pinged with fresh data. This was a fused beast named Yue Yun. Species: Statue Cross Ape, a spirit beast born from a twisted, forbidden experiment. Originally, a peaceful creature from the Azure Cloud Forest, it had been subjected to horrific mutations, having the essence cores of various spirit beasts forcibly implanted into its body. The skills list was absolutely insane. Gale Force, Cloud-Piercing Blue, Lake Element, and the shimmering flowing blue stars. But it didn't stop there. It also had water pit, lunar reflection, and the devastating thunder dragon fist. Zian was floored. This beast mastered 7 different elemental attributes. The notifications kept scrolling: Mountain Diamond Arm, Earth, Void Iron Shoulder, and the heaven-shattering falling star. Seeing her masterpiece stolen right from under her, Azmodan's face contorted with pure, unadulterated rage. "Damn you," she hissed. "I can't believe you actually snatched it away. That was the strongest spirit beast I spent my life creating. It was supposed to be mine. It was meant to serve me." She summoned a headless monstrosity, even more massive and terrifying than the last one. A twisted, sickening grin spread across her face. "If that's how it's going to be, then I'll just have to handle this personally. It's time to scrap this failed experiment once and for all." Zian's eyes turned cold. "You really think I'm just going to stand here and let you?" The headless beast lunged at Yue Yun, but the ape remained calm, whispering, "Formless transformation. In an instant." Yue Yun's arms swelled with raw power, bracing against the giant's massive fist with a bone-shattering thud. Zian moved to back him up, shouting, "Little fish, let's go." But Yue Yun raised a hand, stopping them mid-motion. "Wait," he growled. "Stay back. This is my fight." His arms trembled under the weight of the giant, but his resolve didn't flicker for a second. "We were just simple apes, living in the azure cloud forest," Yue Yun grunted, his voice laced with pain. Watching him, Zian felt a sharp pang of sympathy in his chest. "But that woman, she hunted us. She slaughtered my tribe. Countless brothers and sisters were turned into nothing but fuel for her sick experiments." Yue Yun's eyes flared with a murderous, crimson light. The sheer hatred radiating from him was heavy enough to choke the air. "Now that I finally have the power to fight back, I will personally claim the vengeance my people deserve." His arms shifted again, sprouting wicked, jagged spikes. He drove them deep into the giant's flesh, his voice rising into a primal roar of agony and rage. "I'll slaughter anyone who dares to stand in my way." With a violent burst of strength, he hurled the massive headless giant into the air. "Get out!" The monster crashed through the warehouse wall, collapsing right near Azmodan's feet. Yue Yun stepped forward, his gaze cutting through her like a blade. "This," he whispered, "is for my fallen kin." Despite the killing intent, Azmodan just let out a chilling, high-pitched laugh. "You really think that's all I've got? I am the 5th high priest of the demon spider cult." Down below, Nan Eunghei's heart sank as she realized the true danger. Zian looked up and cursed under his breath. The impact had ripped a hole in the building, and now a literal tide of corpse spirits was flooding in from the warehouse depths. In the blink of an eye, they were completely surrounded by a wall of rotting monsters. Zian gritted his teeth. "Crap, we're boxed in." Yue Yun didn't hesitate, diving headfirst into the horde and tearing through them with savage desperation. "Die, every last one of you, die." He was fighting like a man possessed, screaming for them to move, but the sheer numbers were overwhelming. Zian shouted a warning. "You can't kill them like that, Yue Yun. They'll just keep coming." He turned to his ally. "Nah. Can you still use that move from before?" She shook her head, struggling to fend off the monsters. "There are too many. My spirit energy is nearly empty. I can't maintain the command seals." Zion's mind raced. If Nan Eunghei couldn't clear the field, then he had to take the gamble. It was all on him now. He took a breath and triggered his trump card. Berserk mode. Instantly, the god's eye flashed a crimson warning. Berserk mode active. Countdown, 99.99 seconds. "Time for a new plan," Zian barked. "Little fish, use spirit god speed and link it with the command seals. Now." King Tu shot forward like a blue hurricane, trailing streaks of dark, karmic energy behind it. It was a total blur of motion. In a split second, the fish tore through the center of the swarm, leaving glowing red marks on the foreheads of every spirit it touched. Zion's eyes locked onto the horde, cold and final. "Now, disappear, you disgusting freaks." And then, in a flash of raw power, evil karma, and ancient incantations, the corpse spirits are skewered through by a forest of jagged, razor-sharp branches. Azmodan watches the massacre, her face turning pale as a ghost as she realizes in the blink of an eye, her entire spirit army has been wiped out. Anne strokes Jingzi's head, explaining his strategy with a smug grin. "If corpse spirits are controlled by spiritual energy, then you just need the evil karma of a ferocious beast to neutralize it from the inside out." Sensing the opening, Yue Yun lunges from the shadows behind Azmodan, screaming, "Die!" But just as he's about to land the killing blow, that headless monster teleports into the way, tanking the hit for Azmodan and leaving Yue Yun stunned. "What?" he gasps in pure shock. Since when was it that fast? The headless titan doesn't miss a beat, swinging a massive fist straight for Yue Yun's head. One earth-shattering impact later, and Yue Yun is sent flying like a ragdoll. Zian doesn't waste a second. "Stone, move. Go support him now." Luckily, Jingzi catches Yue Yun mid-air, just in time. Meanwhile, Asmodan sits perched on the giant monster's hand like a throne, looking every bit like a ruthless queen. I'll be honest, I'm impressed by your skills, she sneers. But failed experiments? Those deserve nothing but total destruction. Her eyes turn cold and murderous. So, let's move on to the disposal phase, shall we? The second she finishes her sentence, the ground erupts into a violent tremor. Rennie screams that it's another earthquake, but Zian realizes the truth. She's literally reshaping the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, at a nearby peak, a red car screeches to a halt. They've arrived. But as Xiaohe, Gubai, and Aure step out, their jaws hit the floor. Wait, what the hell is happening? Looking at the utter devastation and crumbling ruins before them, the group is left speechless. Damn it! Down in the chaos, Zian rips a pipeline cover off with his bare hands, and the group quickly disappears into the tunnels. Zian scans the surroundings, realizing she's shifted the entire module to the surface. Then, he spots headlights in the distance. Wait, what's going on now? The car speeds toward them, and before it even fully stops, Gubai bursts out, crying as she rushes straight for Zian. Zian is caught completely off guard. Wait, what? Before he can react, Gubai tackles him in a desperate hug. Thank God, you're still alive. I thought you were. Her words trail off as Zian's face turns bright red. Gubai, you're hugging me a bit too tight. Can't breathe. Gubai realizes what she's doing and jumps back, blushing furiously. Zian awkwardly tries to clear the air, asking if she's okay. I'm fine, she stammers. But Rennie immediately cuts in, sounding totally annoyed. I knew it. No wonder my eye was twitching. It's that old hag from the outer clan. Xiao, he isn't about to take that lying down. Oh, give me a break, she snaps. I should have checked my calendar today. Of all the people to run into, it had to be this brat. Talk about a total buzzkill. Zian steps between the four of them, his voice urgent. Listen, I don't care about your petty drama right now. We are in deep trouble. Look down, he warns. The corpse spirits. They're rising from the depths. An entire legion of the undead is marching toward them. Massive ice pillars stand like jagged tombstones over the dark abyss, and the shadows below are crawling with movement. There's no mistaking it now. That is a massive corpse spirit army. The group stands frozen, eyes locked on the nightmare unfolding before them. Zian mumbles. This is literally a zombie apocalypse. He quickly consults his system. Ring of the Gods. Do I have enough spiritual energy to take all of these things out? The system screen flashes red with a grim warning. The subject Zian's current energy level is insufficient to eliminate 27,591 individual corpse spirits. The screen highlights one particularly gruesome spirit with glowing, eerie blue eyes. However, there's a silver lining. These spirits can't regenerate. High-impact physical force is enough to disable their ability to move for good. Suddenly, from high above, a voice roars. Delivery is here. It's old Duan, gripping a massive heavy-duty weapon. He unleashes a hail of gunfire, shredding the corpse spirits into pieces from every direction. Xiao. He looks up with a wicked, playful grin and speaks into her phone. You guys took your sweet time. Definitely getting a 1-star rating for this. Qi Ming's voice crackles over the radio, dripping with sarcasm. Hey now, don't be like that. He's perched in a helicopter alongside Feng Lang, locked and loaded. He looks down, laughing as he continues. We've got excellent after-sales service here. We even provide a car wash and detailing package. How about you give us those 5 stars first, okay? The helicopter moves into the center of the chaos, hovering right over Zian's group as they drop a rope ladder down. Xiaohe looks at the ladder and screams, Are you kidding me? A ladder? What about my car? But then, a chilling voice cuts through the noise. Asmodan's face twists into a terrifying smile. Looks like there's more trash that needs incinerating. Xingtian, begin the cleanup. Out of nowhere, a pair of glowing blue eyes erupts from the void, followed by a massive green hand reaching straight for the helicopter. Qi Ming's eyes widen in pure terror. Damn it, move, get out of there now. The pilot jerks the controls, narrowly dodging the giant hand just as it tries to snatch them out of the sky. But it's not a clean getaway. The tail of the chopper gets clipped, and smoke starts billowing out. Xiaohe watches in horror, her face pale. No, Qi Ming, what the? Asmodan appears, literally standing on her pet's shoulder like she owns the place. She's got that smug, condescending laugh, saying, Let me show you the real power of Xingtian. And just like that, she gives the order to her beast. Xingtian, let the punishment begin. This thing is a total nightmare, a headless beast with its eyes and mouth literally growing out of its stomach. Suddenly, the system interface pops up with the intel. Xingtian, race, humanoid, intelligent human species. It's the same name as the legendary monster from the myths. This thing is a spirit beast refined from the corpses of humans, which makes it practically impossible to kill. Seriously, how do you kill something that's already dead? Xian just stares at Xingtian, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Another giant? Man, you demon spider cultists really have a thing for oversized freaks, don't you? Right then, Old Duan and the crew crawl out from the wreckage of the helicopter. Weapons in hand, they scramble over to Xian's side. Qiming immediately starts roasting the pilot. Next time, don't let Zijing fly. He's so short he can barely see over the dashboard. Zijing snaps back, totally fuming. Excuse me? You think this is my fault? If I didn't know how to dodge, all 5 of us would have been deleted from the planet 10 minutes ago. Xian turns serious, looking at Xiaohe. Sister Xiaohe, go check on the others. Leave this place to me. Dealing with big guys like this? Yeah, I've got plenty of experience. Suddenly, a hand slams onto his shoulder. It's Oren. Hold on, kid. His face is dead serious, no jokes this time. You can't handle this one alone. Don't get cocky, brat. Xian is stunned. Since when did this guy become so intense? Definitely a side of him we haven't seen before. Oren keeps going. Listen, everyone you've fought so far was gold rank at best, but diamond rank? That's a whole different ballgame, especially since that's Asmodan. Turns out, this is Celine Asmodan, one of the infamous siblings of the sect. The brother was the strongest warrior of the Sun Radiance faction. And the sister? She's the most brilliant strategist they have. After her brother died, she used forbidden arts to refine his body into the monstrosity standing before them. This is Xingtian. Before he can even finish, Xingtian swings a massive hand at them. Xian panics. Hey, is now really the time for a history lesson? Oren grabs his cloak with one hand and shouts, Shield of the Gods! A shimmering blue barrier erupts, slamming into Xingtian's fist and halting the attack cold. But the monster doesn't back down. It pushes harder, trying to crush the shield as smoke and dust explode everywhere. Celine stares at the barrier, her smirk finally fading. That shield. Wait, is it her? Oren grunts. This just got complicated. He clenches his fist, blue electricity crackling wildly around him. With a roar, he hurls a massive shockwave straight at the beast. But Celine is fast. She maneuvers the monster out of the way. Oren scowls. She dodged it. Xian is watching from the side, totally blown away by the power. What kind of move was that? The system glitches into view to explain. Spirit Manifestation. A gold rank exclusive skill. It allows the user to materialize a portion of their spirit beast power using raw spiritual energy. The best part? Even if the manifested part takes a hit, the actual spirit beast stays completely unharmed. But the drain on the master's energy is insane. You've got to watch that mana bar closely. Xian narrows his eyes, deep in thought. So it's a sub-skill of the resonance ability? Is this what native intelligence looks like? If this is for gold ranks, is there any way a silver rank like me can pull it off? Up above, Celine looks down with those terrifying, murderous eyes. Her smile stretches unnervingly wide. Time to get a little more brutal. Xingtian Spirit Blade. As she speaks, a blue vortex swirls inside the monster's chest mouth. It reaches deep into its own throat and pulls out a massive blade wreathed in spiritual energy. A roar rips through the air, shaking the very earth. Even Qiming's spirit beast is wide-eyed with fear. What the hell is that thing? The monster brings the blade down in a devastating arc toward the group. Qiming screams, "Move, damn it!" Suddenly, a giant blue hand materializes through the smoke to block the strike. Oren is straining, holding back the blade. Not bad for a puppet made of human parts. Then, his eyes flash with blue lightning. But don't you forget who I am. I'm the High Priest of Hidden Moon. He screams, "Manifest." Suddenly, several more giant arms erupt from the ether, reinforcing the block. Celine's eyes nearly pop out of her head. What? Just how many arms can this guy manifest? With a massive surge of strength, the giant hands lift Xingtian right off the ground. Oren glares at Xian. Hey brat, it's your turn, go. Xian doesn't waste a second. He points forward and shouts, summoning his pets. The moon pillars launch forward like rockets. They weave through the air, dodging around that massive blade and closing the gap on Xingtian. Both of them wind up, putting every ounce of power into their legs for a double-team strike, aiming right for the monster's shoulders. At the same moment, Oren swings his sword. Wood Spirit Wind Coil. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the battlefield as he skyrockets into the clouds at a blinding speed, delivering a devastating slash that sends the colossal beast crashing into the dirt. He doesn't stop there, diving back down like a meteor alongside the Wood Spirit. Jia Zhao puts his entire weight into the strike, carving a deep, jagged wound right into Xingtian's massive back. Yan Ni watches from the sidelines, absolutely floored. Is this what a battle between true elites looks like? The sheer scale of destruction, and that girl beside him is just as terrifying. She's diamond rank at the very least. The raw power of the technique incinerates everything in its path, reducing Xingtian to nothing but drifting ash. Ao reaches out toward the fading embers, his voice a low, somber whisper. Rest in peace, Ryan. Silence finally returns to the area. Xian stares at the smoking ruins left in the wake of the carnage, a single thought echoing in his mind. Is it finally over? As the thick shroud of dust clears, Azmodan emerges with heavy, labored steps. Her eyes are cast downward, her face a messy mix of utter helplessness and pure exhaustion. She grits her teeth, a frustrated hiss escaping her lips. Damn it! Is Mercury in retrograde or something? Why do I keep running into these people? Suddenly, a cold blade flashes across her vision, stopping inches from her throat. A stands tall and defiant, his voice cutting through the air. That's enough, Celine. Drop your weapon. He locks eyes with her, his gaze steady and unwavering. I don't want to spill the blood of our own kin, and you don't have to either. Azmodan lowers her head, her hair shielding her face as a chilling, mocking laugh erupts from her throat. Ha ha ha, our kin? You've got to be kidding me. Tears of pure rage well up in her eyes as she glares at him with absolute hatred. Where was all this kin talk when you beheaded my brother? You pathetic traitor. She releases a sudden, violent burst of energy that forces him back, his sword vibrating as he barely manages to parry the sudden assault. She reaches out, her fingers trembling with fury and her jaw clenched so tight it looks like it might break. The moment you crawled over to the Moon-Hidden sect, you turned your back on your own people forever. Behind Azmodan, a rift tears open in space, and the massive form of Xingtian begins to manifest once again. Brother, I won't fail you this time, she declares. Xian's heart stops, he can't believe his eyes. It was dead, he saw it die. How is it back? Eye of God, talk to me. Azmodan lets out a wicked, twisted grin. Ready for round 2? Suddenly, the system interface flickers into life. Celine Azmodan. Race. Aborigine. Talent. Netherrealm. The Netherrealm, it's a mutated beast-taming space. Any spirit beast that enters this void is instantly killed, only to be resurrected as a restless, spectral soul. Once these beasts are reborn as spirits, they gain a terrifying new ability. They literally cannot be killed by conventional means. Even if you blow them to bits, they just reform inside the Netherrealm. Against normal humans, this is an absolute nightmare. Xian grits his teeth, the pieces finally falling into place. A mutated space, so that's her secret. She must have used this talent to create Xingtian and that entire army of wraiths. His eyes sharpen with a sudden intense focus as he tries to calculate their next move. An enemy that resurrects infinitely? This isn't a fight anymore, it's a brutal battle of attrition. If I don't find a workaround fast, we're dead. Cut to the other side of the field, thousands of heavy rounds are raining down on the approaching wraiths. She keeps her eyes glued to the scope, picking off targets one by one. Hey boss, if we keep burning through resources like this, we're gonna be in serious trouble. Qiming scowls, his face twisted in annoyance. I know that. He looks up at the massive Xingtian, watching as the beast raises its oversized blade for a crushing blow. These ugly bastards have to be linked to her somehow, Qiming mutters, his mind racing. Wait, something's happening up there. I see something weird. He barks out an order. Forget the monster. Take out that crazy woman standing next to it. High above, a sniper scope settles directly onto Azmodan's head. A voice whispers through the comms. It's Windwolf, and he's got her dead to rights in his crosshairs. He squeezes the trigger, roaring, "Go to hell." But Azmodan doesn't even flinch. With a casual flick of her wrist, she swats the bullet aside like a bothersome fly, her expression shifting to one of pure disgust. Are these pathetic gnats still alive? I thought the wraiths would have ripped them to shreds by now. She turns her gaze toward her monster. Xingtian, ignore the others for a second. Erase those flies over there. The beast's jaw unhinges, and a massive vortex of energy begins to swirl within its maw. Qiming's face pales, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he watches the destruction charging up. You crazy bitch. We weren't even the ones attacking you. Xingtian reaches full power and unleashes a blinding, catastrophic beam of energy directly at their position. The sheer destructive force is staggering, pulverizing everything it touches and sending a massive shockwave of dust and debris screaming through the air. Azmodan squints through the smoke, her eyes widening in total shock. Wait, what is that? A faint silhouette stands within a shimmering blue barrier. A shield? Auri? She screams. But then the figure looks up, and it's Xian's voice that rings out. Are you guys all right? The vice captain is so stunned he practically falls over, his eyes bulging. Wait, what just happened? Who are you? He blinks, trying to make sense of the scene. Wait, that voice. That back. It can't be. Azmodan's panic turns to pure rage. Xingtian, tear him into 100 pieces. Now. The beast doesn't hesitate, lifting its mountain-sized foot to crush him into the earth. Sudden, brilliant blue electricity erupts around Xian's armored frame, his aura exploding with an overwhelming, kingly pressure. He throws his arm up with total confidence, a defiant roar echoing across the battlefield. Is that all you've got? Bring it on. Xian vanishes in a blur, his strikes landing with the force of thunderclaps. Aure and the others can only watch in absolute awe. Is that really Xian? Yanni stammers. The girl beside her can barely find the words. How did he cover that distance in a heartbeat? That speed. It's not human. He narrowed his eyes, studying her every move. In that split second, the pieces finally clicked. This kid and that beast had definitely fused. That had to be the secret behind his insane, superhuman speed. Xian closed in, a plan forming in his mind. If Xingtian was impossible to kill, he'd just have to take out the woman first. He poured every ounce of strength into his arm and lunged, ready to end this clash once and for all. But she didn't even flinch. With a mocking smirk, she let out a chilling cry. Manifestation. Suddenly, the air began to vibrate, as Asmodan and Xingtian started to resonate. Xian froze. What the? She laughed, her voice booming. I never imagined the day would come where I'd actually have to use this gold-rank trump card. 6 massive arms erupted from the shadows, pinning Xian's limbs before he could even react. He thrashed, trying to break free. Damn it, I can't budge. She stood over him, eyes scanning him like a scientist with a new specimen. Soul possession, how unexpected. Her fingers traced his face with a cold touch. But this form. This is definitely more than just a simple possession, isn't it? She let out a twisted, high-pitched laugh. This talent was supposed to be completely useless. She sneered, her eyes filled with malice. Well, it seems you aren't complete trash after all. I'll have to study you very, very carefully. A wicked blade materialized in her hand as her voice turned to ice. Actually, I'll just kill you right here. Once I have your corpse on the operating table, I'll find out exactly what makes you tick. She swung the blade with devastating force, sending Xian spiraling through the air. Crash! He slammed hard into a jagged pile of rocks. He groaned, forcing himself up and rubbing his head as he tried to clear the cobwebs. Man, after fusing with the whale, my skull is surprisingly tough. He'd gotten lucky that she missed his vitals. But this manifestation was a total nightmare, and he still wasn't used to his new fused form. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside his mind. I can help you, Master. Xian jumped, eyes darting around. Who's there? Who's talking? It's me, Jingzi replied. Xian was stunned. The whale? Wait, I thought you. Well, I thought you'd gotten dumber? The beast explained. It seems the soul possession has temporarily restored my consciousness. Xian's face lit up. Finally, some good news. But then his expression darkened. Wait, we can't celebrate yet. We're facing a diamond rank priestess from the spider cult. Xian scratched his head, feeling the pressure. Right now, you and I are only silver rank. This is going to be a hell of an uphill battle. Jingzi's voice was calm and steady. Master, you're seriously underestimating our true strength. As a human, you might not feel it yet, but as the spirit beast currently fused with you, I can feel our origin power reaching levels you wouldn't believe. Our power is rising in perfect sync. Xian's eyes widened in realization. You mean, our rank has actually jumped? Exactly. As long as we're in this fused state, we can use gold rank skills, maybe even diamond rank ones. Xian looked at his hands, the raw power humming beneath his skin. So that's the trick. In that case, let's try spirit weaponization. He began to spin his hands, creating a vortex of pure, crackling energy. His grandfather used to say this was a technique only diamond rank masters could pull off. He extended his arm, and a massive blue lightning arrow materialized, pulsing with terrifying power. It worked, he grinned. Asmodan's eyes nearly popped out of her head. What? No way. Is that spirit weaponization? She stared at the boy, her confidence crumbling. Was it possible? Had this brat somehow reached the diamond rank? Xian's body trembled not from fear, but from the sheer intensity of the spirit weapon. It felt foreign, yet incredible. God's eye. Check my current status. I need a full report. The system flickered to life instantly, displaying his stats. Target: Xian and Ming-kun. Fused with spirit beast Jingzi. Current rank: Peak Diamond. He now had access to all of Jingzi's skills and Diamond. Rank Beastmaster abilities. Attribute list: Stamina B+, Speed S, Physical Attack A+, Spirit Attack A+. Specialized skills. Water, Severing Slash. Skill: Spirit Blade has been upgraded to an enhanced version. New skills: Spirit God Speed, Moon Shadow Pillars, and Mirror of the Moon. Xian felt his body overflowing with energy. The whale was right. He had truly reached the diamond rank. There was no more reason to hesitate. Xian let his power explode. Spirit God Speed. Bolts of lightning shattered the darkness, illuminating the entire battlefield. This was Xian's true power. As he lunged with Spirit God Speed. Flowing Strike. Even Asmodan felt a surge of pure terror. What the hell is this? She shrieked. Xingtian, kill him! The monster roared and swung, but Xian was a blur. Nether Water Erosion. Moon Slash. The attack carved a massive wound right into Xingtian's body. At first, she smirked, confident in her beast's defense. Xingtian's flesh had been reinforced to the limit normal attacks shouldn't even leave a scratch. But then, her eyes went wide. Wait, what? What did you do? Zian was already standing right above her. This move has an erosion effect. No matter how tough the skin is, nothing survives the rot of the nether water. She completely snapped, her face twisting in rage as she unleashed her final attack. You're nothing but a damn test subject. Don't you dare look down on me. Just shut up and be the stepping stone for my brother's resurrection. Zian stood atop the beast, his weapon gleaming. Your brother? What's so special about him? Even if he does come back, he's just going to be another extremist terrorist the world is better off without. Azmodan let out a blood-curdling scream of pure fury. Keep Ren's name out of your mouth. A spectral skull lunges forward with a terrifying screech. What would a brat like you even understand about our bond? Tu-An sidesteps the attack like it's nothing complete grace under pressure. At the very least, I know I have to stop living in the past. I refuse to let yesterday's shadows dictate my life. Sparks fly as their powers collide head-on, and she summons that demonic skull once again. People like you. So obsessed and cold-blooded. Sacrificing countless lives just to get your way. Even if you succeed in the end. Tu-An charges straight for her, his eyes locking onto his target. The thing you're trying to revive? It's nothing but a parasitic beast wearing the name Azmodan Ren. Azmodan finally snaps, her composure crumbling into pure rage. Shut up! She puts every ounce of her strength into one massive, crushing blow. If it wasn't for those visitors falling from the sky, if you people hadn't invaded our home and destroyed our family, if you hadn't started that mindless massacre, her eyes are burning with a deep, bottomless hatred, then Ren would still be alive today. It's all their fault. Every single one of those sky dwellers and that moon shadow sect. She's completely lost it now, attacking like a total maniac. What's wrong with experimenting on colonizers and traitors? But then disaster strikes. Tu-An gets caught by a direct hit. He's in a total freefall now. Without a solid surface to kick off from, his spirit godspeed technique is completely useless. Tu-An keeps plunging toward the ground, but he's not done yet. He triggers his Gale Wind Cloud technique just as Azmodan wears a truly haunting smile. I'm going to have a lot of fun dissecting your corpse. But suddenly, Tu encounters, what? Spirit Godspeed. Torrent? See, that's the trick. The torrent technique actually lets him use his own spiritual energy as a platform in midair. Tu-An is practically dancing through the sky now, and it's driving her insane. How? How do I kill a little brat like you? Power erupts from Tu-An, lighting up the entire area. I've already died once. You can't kill someone who's already seen the other side. He's tapping into the moon's energy now, moon surface reflection, moonlight strike. He kicks right through her defenses with shattering force. He raises his blade one more time. We're not finished yet, you psycho. Tu-An lunges forward, putting everything into one final thrust. The Xingtian beast takes the full force of the blow. Tu-An sticks the landing, standing tall. Even if your brother came back, he'd only be living in a nightmare. Because the truth is, he's already gone. That's a reality you can't change. And living while feeling your own death? That's a pain I wouldn't wish on anyone. Tu-An drops into a focused stance. I know that feeling all too well. Moon mirror, still water. A massive torrent of water erupts from his sword, completely submerging the Xingtian. Moon mirror, still water. With a moon in the lake slash, he rips right through the beast's maw. Listen close. This is the funeral elegy of the deep water. Azmodan is finally weakening. Unbelievable. In all these years, you're the only one who's ever made me look this pathetic. She still won't give up, but the fight is basically over. Tu-An presses his blade against her throat. Stop. You don't have enough energy left to heal that thing. Azmodan looks genuinely confused for a second. Huh? Heal it? Yeah, she's officially lost her grip on reality. I'm not the kind of sister who just quits because her brother isn't here to protect her. She points her weapon right at him. Just die. Tu-An closes the gap in a heartbeat, forcing her to turn her own blade against herself. He just stands there, watching her with a cold, steady gaze. Hey, fish. Why the hell did you suddenly take over my body? A voice echoes back. Sorry, master. She was just way too scary. Suddenly, Azmodan's body starts warping and twisting. Damn it, I didn't think he'd show up now. The outer shell rips apart, and a man steps out of the ruins. Diego Barro reveals his true form right in front of them. Honestly, no one saw this coming. I thought possessing a real powerhouse would help me kill Arthur, but this girl actually used her wind needles to sabotage herself. He casually slips on a mask. Barrow is now encased in heavy armor. I guess this showdown was inevitable from the start. He slicks back his hair, looking way too calm for a guy who just climbed out of a corpse. Her talent, it's actually pretty useful. He stands tall, radiating pure menace. Allow me to introduce myself. Diego Barro, third high priest of the Sun Sect's parasitic wasps. The fish starts screaming a warning. Master, be careful. This guy's on a whole different level. He's 100,000 times stronger than that woman. In a blur, Barro is suddenly behind him. So, you're the strong one everyone's talking about. Tu-An's brother is in shock. He's just too fast. Without warning, Baro grabs Tuan and rockets into the sky. They're flying so high, they're practically level with the moon. I was going to wait for that girl to possess a few more masters for me before I stole her talent, but things changed. Down below, A is absolutely panicking. That's it, the parasitic wasp's signature move. He immediately barks orders at the others. Everyone, get out of here, run as far as you possibly can. But Baro still has Tuan in a crushing death grip. I'll finish you off first. Then I'm taking your talent for myself. And then boom! They slam into the ground with the force of a meteor. The earth literally shatters from the impact. Gubai is caught in the shockwave, completely paralyzed by the sheer destruction. Baro looks down at Tuan's crumpled form. Is that all? Well, I suppose you'll make a decent backup body at the very least. But then, Tuan's body starts glowing with an eerie, blinding light. Baro's eyes widen in shock. What? No. Could it be? Evil karma. Inside this kid's body, there's a ferocious beast core. Baro doesn't even want this physical shell anymore. Cough, cough. Honestly, what a waste. Cough. Forget it, it's just another clone wasted. But before he can even finish that thought, Zian swings. Head? Gone. He just stares at his own hands while the body in front of him starts to decay. What just happened? Zian is completely losing it right now. Gubai. Gubai. What happened to her? He rips off his heavy armor, panicking. Where is she? The resuit is still scanning the area, trying to find a signal. After the earthquake hit, we completely lost her. Is she? Zian is spiraling into pure panic. She fell into the cavern. What? The whole place is just absolute ruins. The mechanical bee is hovering, wings buzzing, trying to make sense of the carnage. Baro steps forward, slow and steady. Unbelievable. Even after all that, the kid's still standing. Being able to witness this power firsthand, Lilith is absolutely stunned by the sight. So, is this what Asmodon felt before he died? Baro glances away, his voice trailing off. But it's not just that. The Moonshadow sect is officially working with Zian, the young master of White Phosphorus City. Just the mention of his name makes her blood boil. That kid Zian cost them 2 high priests already. Looks like they're teaming up with those heavenly guests to take down our Sun Splendor sect. Misto chimes in. If that's true, we've got a massive problem on our hands. They're finally using spiritual energy waves to track down Johu's location. Solaris can't just sit around and watch anymore. We can't keep playing defense like this. We need to send another squad to White Phosphorus City. Now. We can't let those outsiders join forces with the Moonshadow sect. 6 months later, and Zian is still searching for his partner. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. He's out there with a shovel, literally digging through the earth. He found the heavenly spirit water and tied his hair back, ready for anything. But even after half a year, still 0 clues about Gubai. He looks back. These damn ghosts just won't leave him alone. Corpse spirits are crawling towards Zian, hungry for blood. You guys really are pathetic, aren't you? He grips his shovel and glares. Fine. I'll deal with you first. Then I'm going back to finding Gubai. Time to bring out the heavy hitter. Nya nya. You've eaten enough spirit stones, time to earn your keep. The bird looks totally annoyed. Wait, what? If you want to level up, you gotta eat, right? Meet Nya nya, a fire-type solar bird. Silver tier, intermediate level. Talent, Scorching Sun at 55. 5-element fire, spirit body. Epic tier potential, though its origin is a bit damaged. Skill, Solar Ray. Purple flame explosion. It unleashes a literal sea of fire. The corpse spirits don't stand a chance, they're vaporized instantly. Task complete. Nya nya retreats. Zian. I swear, I will never understand you humans. The bird looks at him sideways. It's been half a year. You're obsessed, kid. You're not the same person you... Every time he thinks of his teammate, it hurts. Gubai's talent is incredibly rare. She was his biggest support, the one he relied on. He only leveled up this fast because of her. Without her, I'd only be at peak silver tier right now, Zion explains. Back then, he wasn't just leveling up fast, opportunity after opportunity was just falling into his lap. Even my contract with you. That was her doing. Nya nya just sighs and retreats into the system. Fine, hope you find your tool girl soon. Then get me more spirit stones. Zion is crushed. A tool? No, she's definitely not that. He looks at the sky, whispering to himself. Sun's going down. That's enough for today. He heads back to his tattered tent in the mountain ruins. Suddenly, he senses someone. A woman? She's standing right there next to a luxury carriage. Little Anne, how've you been lately? Zion can't believe his eyes. Wait, you're? Turns out, this mysterious person is actually his grandfather. But he looks so young, the kid doesn't even recognize him. Zion's brain is working overtime trying to figure this out. Grandpa sees the look on his face and laughs. I had the same reaction when I saw myself in the mirror. Zion's brain is short-circuiting. Hold on, how are you young? And your arm? What happened? Jing Chong stays patient and explains it all. You dummy. Didn't you have the captain send me that heavenly spirit water? And this arm? Thank the blue fruit for that. He keeps explaining why he looks like a completely different person. As for the youth, the Bai family has a special bloodline. It's all about the water element. The combination of the fruit and the water must have triggered a total system reset rejuvenation at its finest. But the old man still needs time to refine his energy. On the surface, he looks fully recovered, but in reality, he can't use a single drop of spiritual power yet. After rambling for a while, Jingsong finally remembers the real reason he came all this way. His face turns dead serious as he looks at his grandson. Listen, I have something even more critical to tell you. Bailin City is still being rebuilt, but while I was away seeking treatment, some group, maybe the Demon Spider Sect or another organization, took complete control of the city. They've rounded up the major families and put the entire place on total lockdown. From the outside, it's a complete black hole. No one knows what's happening inside. He then gives Xian a grim update on his parents. The Feng and Yuan families have vanished without a trace. But don't worry, he adds quickly. Your parents are still safe for now. Jingsong lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh. Getting away was a miracle in itself, but he has no idea what's happening to the citizens left behind. Xian stays silent, absorbing every dark detail of the story. After a moment of heavy thought, he drops his shovel and turns to leave. Jingsong panics, calling out, Anne, I know that girl means everything to you, but before he can finish, Xian cuts him off. Grandpa. Xian stops in his tracks, turning back with eyes full of cold determination. I hear you. I haven't lost my mind. I'm going back to Bailin City to find out exactly who these people are. And Grandpa? Stop treating me like a kid. Jingsong stands there, stunned by the sudden maturity radiating from his grandson. He can only manage a weak, self-deprecating laugh. Fine. It's time to trust him. But before Xian goes, Jingsong gives him a final warning. This isn't like before. There's no family fortune or army backing him up this time. His eyes are swimming with worry. You have to be careful. Do not let anything happen to you. Finally, Jingsong places the weight of the world on the boy's shoulders. The Bai family and the fate of Bailin City. It's all on you now, Xian. As they say their goodbyes, the sun begins to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in a blood-orange glow. Xian finally reaches the outskirts of Bailin City. Cloaked from head to toe, he doesn't hesitate. One powerful kick sends a hidden door flying open. He lands silently and slips into the shadows. Being back here feels surreal. He stops to think, realizing just how much has changed. He's been gone for less than a year, yet it feels like an entire lifetime has passed since he last walked these streets. Moving through the damp sewers, Xian keeps his guard up. The tunnels haven't changed a bit, which is honestly a little unsettling. Everything is exactly as he left it. Suddenly, a loud clatter from a stranger's bag echoes through the tunnel. Xian snaps to attention. Someone's there, but when he turns around, the stranger bolts in a blind panic. Xian is left standing there, totally confused. Just a wanderer? That's a hell of an overreaction. Seeing a homeless man down here makes him uneasy. With Bailin City's ancient strength, even a massive earthquake shouldn't have left people wandering the sewers without a roof over their heads. As he climbs upward, the realization hits him. The people occupying the city must be doing something horrific to the population. He carefully cracks open a manhole cover and scans his surroundings. Something is very wrong. Is this the city center? Xian leaps out, staring at the massive, unrecognizable structures looming over him. He can't believe his eyes. How did Bailin City turn into this? He starts walking, his eyes darting everywhere. It's like a foreign land. Even weirder? The streets are practically ghost towns at this hour. Then, a piece of paper stuck to a wall catches his eye. Wait, a wanted poster? Xian pulls it down and freezes. He stares at the face in the drawing, his brow furrowing as he reads the charges. It's him. Xian wanted for allegedly conspiring with and aiding the Demon Spider Sect terrorists to infiltrate the city. It says he's a fugitive on the run. If spotted, contact authorities immediately. Reward: 80,000. Pure rage boils over. Me? They're actually framing me as a terrorist collaborator? Suddenly, he remembers the homeless man from the sewers. His heart sinks. Oh, no. That guy must have recognized him. If he's lucky, the guy is just scared, but if he's not, he's already reporting Xian to the guards. Right on cue, the voices of two patrolling officers behind him make him jump. Hey, if we catch that Xian kid, do we actually get the bounty? Dream on, man. For us, it's just duty. We'd be lucky to get a second-class commendation. Hearing them talk about him like a prize, Xian realizes he needs to move fast. He needs a place to lay low. Alone and hunted, he can only hope he doesn't stumble into any more trouble. A neon sign flickering in a dark alleyway grabs his attention. A bar. Perfect. Places like this are always the best for digging up rumors. Xian steps inside and scans the room. Unlike the dead streets outside, the atmosphere in here is absolutely electric. Still, Seeing this, many people only made Zion dial up his caution. In a crowded place like this, you get a real mixed bag of people and you never know who might just call the cops on a whim. Better go fish for some intel first. Zion headed straight for the bar, planning to blend in by ordering a drink. "Excuse me, I'd like," but before he could even finish his sentence, a piercing scream cut him off. "Hey, you actually just touched my butt." Across the room, a waitress was pinning down some local scumbag, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Don't you dare try to run, you absolute creep." Something about her voice sent a jolt of recognition through him, sparking Zian's curiosity. Wait, why does that voice sound so incredibly familiar? He stole a quick glance. Bunny ears, red hair. Could it really be? Suddenly, that creep was sent flying across the room, crashing straight into the bar counter. The bartender just let out a heavy sigh. Here we go again. But the waitress wasn't done yet, glaring the guy down with pure, unadulterated rage. "Listen up, you piece of trash, and remember it well," she warned him loudly. "Not every girl here is an easy target for you to mess with." Zion walked over with a smirk, finally speaking up. Well, I definitely didn't expect to run into you here." Annoyed at the interruption, she snapped. "Huh?" But Zion just kept it cool. If it isn't the young miss of the Feng family herself. The second she heard that, Feng Huang lunged forward to cover his mouth. "Feng," she hissed. "Shh. Don't say my name out loud, or we're both totally dead." Without another word, Feng Huang practically dragged Zion away to a more private spot. "Hey Aju, this is my friend. I'm taking him down to the basement, okay?" The bartender just gave a helpless nod, remarking on how many friends she seemed to have. As they walked, the two quickly started trading updates on the situation. "So, little Feng Huang, what's the deal with White Scale City these days?" "Look, you and I are in the same boat, both of us are wanted. And it's not just us. Every major Beastmaster family in White Scale City is being hunted down now." "But why?" Zion asked. She shook her head. "Ever since Grandpa was injured, everything fell apart. Even my father is in the dark about what's really going on. Right now, some outsiders have seized control of the city, but the guy in charge is nothing but a puppet. So, what about you? Why are you in this position?" "I see you're working for a living now," Zion noted, but she quickly corrected him. "It's not what you think. I'm just using this disguise to make it easier to gather intel," she continued. "Besides, someone from our group had to be out there scouting for news." But hearing her say that, Zion stopped her, feeling a bit confused. "Wait a second. When you say we, who exactly are you talking about?" From deep within the basement, the sound of munching snacks and frantic typing filled the air. Po Tian hadn't even noticed Zion yet, focused entirely on his report for Feng Huang. "Hey little Feng Huang, I've organized the first batch of data. The rest of this is all on you." Only when she told him to look up and see who was here did the chubby Po Tian finally realize. "Brother An." He charged toward him, face beaming with pure joy. "Brother An, you left for training without saying a single word. I've missed you so much, man." The sight made Zion's skin crawl. "Oh man, this feels way too familiar for comfort." He quickly put a hand up to stop the hug. "Don't you dare come any closer. You've still got snack crumbs all over your face. And seriously, how long has it been since you showered?" Leaning against the wall, Feng Huang suddenly chimed in, noting how much stronger Zion had become. Startled by the sudden compliment, Zion stammered, "Huh? Where is this coming from all of a sudden?" She casually replied, "I just remember during the Awakening Ceremony, Yuan Mo ran at you just like this, and you had to dodge him. But now, you can actually hold back that 300-kilogram body of his with ease." Zion was taken aback. "The ceremony? Wait, why on earth do you remember that specific detail?" He thought to himself, "Little Feng Huang, have you really been paying that much attention to me?" Feng Huang quickly dodged the question, turning her head away as she barked an order. "Fatty, enough talk. Get back to work." Po Tian nodded quickly. "On it." After the small talk died down, Zion's voice turned serious. "All right, so what's the real plan here? What are you guys actually doing?" Po Tian kept his eyes glued to the monitor as the data scrolled by, answering calmly. "Our goal? We're going to find out exactly who set us up." Feng Huang then remembered something. "There's something I haven't told you yet." She began explaining the situation regarding a mysterious group. "Recently, an unknown mercenary squad has been operating right under our noses in the city. We're almost certain they're the ones behind the trap that was set for us." Zion quickly caught on. "So, your intel is linked to these guys?" Right then, Po Tian shouted out, "Done! The data's ready." Mentioning those people only made Feng Huang's blood boil. Her voice dropped to a cold growl. "The most important part is, those bastards kidnapped my family and Po Tian's as well. We have to rescue everyone immediately and uncover the truth. I'm going to prove to everyone that I'm not a criminal." She moved toward the screen to analyze the intel. "They're heading to the Xiaze district now, and it looks like their commander is going to be there too. Do we know what they're planning?" Zion asked. She replied, "It seems they're meeting someone important. This is our best shot to finally see their leader face to face. Suddenly, Po Tian's eyes widened as he spotted something strange. Wait a second. There's a specific file here. The screen flickered, showing a girl with vibrant red hair and a long, jagged scar across her face. She looked incredibly fierce, yet there wasn't a single scrap of info about her in the database. Phoenix lets out a frustrated sigh, complaining, "That's it? Just a few grainy images?" Po Tian quickly jumps in to explain. "Look, our gear is ancient. There's no way we can fully decrypt the data with this junk." Hearing that, she has no choice but to drop it and leave, though at least she finally knows exactly what their target looks like. Suddenly, Zian, who had been quiet this whole time, breaks the silence with a bold proposal. "I've got an idea. Let me be the one to go meet that commander." Phoenix gives him a skeptical look, teasing. "Oh, is our little loner finally looking to join the club?" He just shrugs, keeping it cool. "To the rest of the world, I'm the city lord's actual grandson, so joining your little operation just makes sense. But as for us, if you keep the promise you made, every single debt between us is officially wiped clean." As he speaks, Zian steals a glance at the ridiculous bunny outfit she's wearing, making Phoenix's face turn bright red from pure embarrassment. "Why you?" Before she can even get a word out, he's already turned his back on her. "Anyway, I'm heading out now. See ya." Phoenix is left fuming, her face flushed as she screams, "Zian, you absolute jerk." Meanwhile, over in the Haze district, an abandoned construction site sits eerily silent. Zian scans the area, thinking to himself that this half-finished wreckage must be the place. He keeps his eyes peeled, looking for a solid spot to hide, since the place feels totally deserted. But just as he's about to slip into the shadows, a voice rings out right behind him. "Hey there, little brother." A girl is perched high up on the steel scaffolding, the night wind whipping her clothes around and revealing legs covered in pale scars. Waiting for someone? Zian nearly jumps out of his skin. Damn it, he's not alone. Between that long facial scar and that fiery red hair, he realizes instantly this is the woman from the photo. She just smirks and continues, "What a coincidence. I'm waiting for someone too." With that, she leaps down, landing right in front of him. A stranger in a strange land. "What are the odds of finding someone from the lower realm here?" she mutters. Zian still doesn't know who she really is, but his instincts are screaming at him to be careful. Who exactly is this woman? She just stares him down, analyzing him. "Looking at you, you're definitely a local," she guesses. "How about we have ourselves a little chat?" Sensing the immediate danger, Zian kicks his defensive abilities into high gear. He wonders what she meant by that. Is his cover already blown? Is he acting that suspicious? Seeing how tense Zian is getting, she quickly tries to play it off and calm him down. "Whoa, take it easy, why so jumpy?" "Little brother, you've got me all wrong. I don't bite." But then, out of nowhere, she throws down a challenge. "If you're a beastmaster, how about a little sparring match?" Zian grits his teeth, wondering if she's some kind of martial artist. Right then, the system pings, revealing her true identity. Qi Yan. Her cultivation? A terrifying primary diamond rank. Zian doesn't hesitate to shut that down. Not a chance, he thinks, refusing the lopsided duel. A high and mighty girl from the upper realm versus a lowly guy from the lower realm? That's not a duel. That's a beatdown. She's a diamond rank. For crying out loud. Qi Yan nods, looking a bit disappointed but not ready to give up yet. Fair point. Okay, how about we do it like this? She makes a new offer. What if I temporarily suppress my level? That should even the playing field, right? Sure enough, the system updates to match her words. Qi Yan, S-rank talent, Tyrant Battle, S-rank talent, Red Firmament, current rank, temporarily suppressed to primary silver. Her diamond rank beasts are all sealed. The tiger is now peak gold, while the lava spirit is capped at high bronze. Zian sees his opening and decides to set his own terms. Fine. But if I win, you have to grant me 3 favors. No questions asked. He figures since she's down to silver rank, he might actually be able to squeeze some intel out of her. But before he can even finish his thought, Qi Yan is already a blur in his vision. "Less talking, more fighting," she shouts, closing the gap instantly. Zian panics. "Hey, wait, I didn't even say what the favors were yet." She moves like a hurricane. "Beat me first, talk later," she yells, launching a brutal kick straight at his face. It's all happening way too fast, but Zian's combat instincts kick in just in time for him to dodge. So fast, he thinks, his heart racing. Qi Yan doesn't give him a second to breathe, following up immediately. She brings a heavy overhead kick crashing down toward his head, her speed making his eyes go wide. Holy! He barely manages to throw his arms up in a last-second block. The impact is insane, sending him skidding back across the concrete. Seeing him actually pull off a perfect guard, Qi Yan's eyes light up with excitement. "A precision shield? Not bad. Looks like I underestimated you," she grins. Suddenly, she summons her beast, giving the order to end this. "Lava spirit. Crush him." Zian isn't about to be outdone and calls for his own partner. Jingzi, you're up. In an instant, a massive entity erupts from the void. Its sheer size is enough to make even Qi Yan flinch in surprise. She blinks, thinking to herself, okay kid, you've actually got some bite. But she's still a step behind. She looks up as the two beasts prepare to clash in a display of raw power. Jingzi doesn't disappoint. With one massive sweep of its tail, it slams the lava spirit straight into the dirt. And it's not stopping there, the tail swings back, ready for the finishing blow. In a flash, Jingzi whips its massive tail from above, slamming it straight down onto the magma spirit's head. The impact sends the monster reeling back several meters, burying the area in a thick cloud of dust. Zian watches from the sidelines, cheering out, nice one! But Jingzi isn't relaxing for a second. It warns him, Master, stay sharp. Don't underestimate this thing. Before the words even leave its mouth, the magma spirit launches a brutal counterattack. It hurls glowing, red-hot magma stones, heat so intense it could melt steel, aiming straight for Jingzi and Zian. Zian doesn't flinch. He triggers his protective shield instantly, letting the stones shatter harmlessly against the barrier. Watching the drama unfold, Yan smirks to herself. Now this is a rare sight. Once the chaos settles for a moment, he immediately turns to check on his partner. Jingzi, you okay? The beast responds softly. I'm fine. Yan watches them, taking it all in. In the upper realm, nobody actually puts themselves on the line to protect their spirit beast like that. Looks like you really value that beast of yours, kid, she says, evaluating him. She raises her voice, looking directly at Zian. Back in the upper realm, barely anyone has the guts to accept my challenges, and the ones who do, most of them can't even put up a real fight. She starts walking toward him, her eyes narrowing. But a guy like you? Actually trading blows with me back and forth? There aren't many like that where I come from. Zian tenses up, dropping into a defensive stance as she approaches. This warrior is on another level. He realizes that if she's this strong while holding back, her true power must be terrifying. I have to go all out, he thinks. No holding back now. Without a single warning, Yan and her spirit beast lunge forward, ready for round 2. Give me everything you've got, she screams. Fight with your whole heart. This time, Zian isn't caught off guard. He commands Jingzi to unleash a counterstrike. Jingzi, use that move. The beast charges, unleashing a flurry of continuous strikes so fast that the opponents can't even find an opening to attack. Yan is forced onto the defensive, trapped inside her crystal protective sphere. Beads of sweat roll down her face as she looks on in panic. What kind of technique is this kid using, she wonders. She watches Jingzi's every movement, trying to analyze the skill. Is it a high-level water moon reflection style? Suddenly, Jingzi whips its tail with everything it has, unleashing the next phase of the attack. Moonface reflection. Yan reaches out, summoning her own weapon out of thin air. With one powerful strike, she blasts Jingzi high into the sky. Zian's heart drops. He rushes over to his fallen partner, crouching down in worry. Jingzi, are you okay? The beast looks dizzy, whispering weakly, Master. She cheated. The smoke slowly begins to drift away. Yan emerges, drenched in sweat and looking completely exhausted. I lose, she sighs. Kid, you're the first person to ever force me to break my own oath. She continues, the name's Qi Yan. I'm just a warrior with no manners who offended you. May I ask your name? Zian pulls Jingzi back into his quiet spirit space, looking at her while his mind races. Based on the current situation, it's probably better if he doesn't tell her who he really is. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. A silver-haired guy with a twisted, sinister grin laughs. Hey, the lady asked for your name. Don't be so shy. It's the siblings Zihao and Zining. She's making a mocking face at him. He raises his hand with a look of pure contempt. Is being a descendant of the exiled Bai family from the upper realm really that embarrassing? Zian freezes. Zian drops back into a fighting stance, shouting, Who are you people? Zihao just sneers. Oh man, I almost forgot. Our little cousin has been stuck in the lower realm his whole life. He's never seen the real world. He looks at him with total disdain. He probably doesn't even know the truth about our main Bai family. Right, sister? Zining adds to the mockery. It's normal for people from a low-tier world to be clueless about the upper realm, especially a peasant descendant of exiles. Yan finally speaks up. So, the higher-ups sent 2 Bai family brats to meet me? Zian is stunned, looking back and forth between them. Wait, they know each other? Yan grabs her spear, the tip wrapped in talismans, and walks right past Zihao and Zining. The siblings look at her back. Qi Yan, you're still as cold as ever. She doesn't even look back as she responds. We're not here to handle your family drama. Let's just finish the job. And do it right. Suddenly, a group in black appears behind Zihao, along with an orange-haired person. One of the men speaks up. Young master, we brought her. Zihao glances back. Took you long enough. He's holding Tianwu, who is struggling against them, shouting in a rage. You bastards! Do you have any idea who I am? Let me go! Zian sees this and his heart stops. His eyes go wide. Little Phoenix. Yuan. Hearing his voice, Zihao doesn't hesitate. He slaps Tianwu hard across the face. Shut up, he barks. You lower realm trash. How does a pest from the Phoenix family think they can just run around here? Zian's blood boils. Stop right there, he screams, summoning Yiya to attack. The beast flies high into the sky, generating a massive storm of sparks before raining them down like a meteor shower. The flames strike with pinpoint accuracy, causing a massive explosion that fills the air with smoke. But as the haze clears, Zining and her group are still standing there, completely unfazed. Zihao speaks up from the middle of the smoke, a smug grin on his face. Status might be low, but man, what a temper you've got. My dear cousin. The camera zooms in on the thick fog. Zihao stands dead center of a circle of men, one hand firmly suppressing Tianwu, while the other rests casually on his brother's shoulder. He sneers, mocking the situation. Is this lowly girl from the lower realm really worth turning your own family from the upper realm into enemies? Suddenly, a system window flashes. It's an anti-spirit shield made of a specialized soul-repelling alloy, completely indestructible against any spiritual energy skill. Seeing this, Zian can't hide his irritation. Shh, another anti-spirit shield? Seriously? One of Zihao's lackeys levels his gun and screams, You damn brat! How dare you raise a hand against the young master? Protect the young master! Lethal force is authorized. Zihao just waves a hand to stop them. Stand down. He's still a Bai after all. Let's give him a chance. We folks from the upper realm are nothing if not generous. Zian, absolutely fed up, shouts at the top of his lungs. Who the hell are you people? Why are you trying to take over Bailin City? What is your actual goal? Zihao just brushes back his hair with a look of pure disdain. Take over? I'm visiting my own colony, firing useless officials and appointing new management. What's wrong with that? Your grandfather was nothing but an exile sent to rot in a new world, just a criminal trying to work off his sins. Zining strikes a pose, chiming in like a loyal dog. Exactly. It's a shame he never finished off the natives on this planet. That's why the higher-ups sent us here. Haha. He lets out a dark, sinister cackle before continuing. Besides, this world is merging with another as we speak. Zining adds, We're using Bailin City as our base. We're here to investigate the portals leading to the merged world and hunt down the most powerful creatures out there. Zihao turns to his subordinates, his voice sharp. What's the status of the portal? One of the men snaps to attention. Soul energy in the area has stabilized, sir. For now, there are no signs of a portal opening. Hearing this, Zihao reaches into his spatial storage and summons a blue poison electric eel. A twisted, excited smile spreads across his face. Well then, time to clear out the trash first. A system window pops up for Zihao. Talent, Pure Water Spell, S rank, Realm, Early Gold rank, Battle Pets, Fish Scar, Crimson Spear, and the Blue Poison Electric Eel all at Early Gold rank. Zion locks in, calculating his chances. Gold rank, I can win this. Zihao waves his hand, sending the eel toward Tianwu. Let's start with this lower realm girl first. The system window pings again. Blue Poison Electric Eel, Early Gold rank. The beast opens its maw, a massive sphere of crackling electricity forming between its teeth. Tianwu grits her teeth and closes her eyes, bracing for the impact. Suddenly, a streak of spiritual energy moves at insane speeds, darting toward the phoenix and circling back. It's Zian. He used his raw power to snatch both the phoenix and a Yuan out of harm's way. His face is mapped with glowing red veins from the strain, but he still leans down, voice full of worry. Are you okay? Tianwu's face goes beet red from the closeness. Embarrassed, she plants a foot right on Zian's chin and screams, Get away from me, you idiot! Poor Zian just groans in pain. You're welcome. Zihao is stunned by what he just saw. What the hell was that? It felt like a demonic beast. He immediately snaps out of it and screams at his eel. Burn them to ashes, now. The blue poison electric eel lunges forward, unleashing a massive torrent of purple lightning. The sheer power of the blast tears through the air, heading straight for Zian. Zihao watches with his arms crossed, laughing. Don't blame me, Zian. Blame your grandfather. Behind him, Zining is in awe. Brother, have you gotten even stronger? Suddenly, both brothers spot something in the smoke. Their faces turn to pure shock. What is that? Zining squints. Is that a monkey? A voice cuts through the chaos. Zian, you good? Zian, still holding the phoenix, shouts back. I'm fine. But you better be careful. This guy is an upper realm gold rank. No telling how different he is from the ones we've fought. The girl in his arms struggles, fuming. Zian, let me go right now. Zihao's expression darkens as he watches them. Seems like he's not just some gutter rat from the lower realm. He gives the final order to the eel. Charge, end this fast. The blue poison electric eel surges forward, its aura exploding as it dives toward the target. Suddenly, a tree-like spirit beast steps up, raising its hand. A faint green mist swirls around its arm, spiraling faster and faster until it becomes a blinding vortex of light. In a heartbeat, it fires a beam of emerald energy, tearing through the air like a bullet straight for the eel. However, the blue poison electric eel isn't that easy to take down. It twists mid-air, dodging the sharp attack by a hair's breadth. The tree beast narrows its eyes, re-evaluating its opponent. Fast, very fast. Without stopping, it spreads its arms and watches the eel circle around. A slippery little loach, aren't you? That insult hits a nerve. The blue poison electric eel roars, jaw unhinged, ready to unleash a devastating counterattack on the tree beast. But before it could even unleash its power, the Treeman Soul Pet's massive arm shot out like lightning, clamping its jaws shut in one swift motion. With a brutal swing, it slammed the blue electric mamba into the dirt, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air and leaving the beast dazed and completely out of the fight. The Treeman Soul Pet let out a low rumble. It was finally over. Just then, the system interface erupted with flashing red warnings. Zian glanced at the screen and hissed under his breath, "Damn it, not now." Beside him, Po Tian was practically vibrating with anxiety. "Brother An, hurry up and unlock it. What are you waiting for?" Meanwhile, behind Zihao, one of his subordinates stepped forward to report, "Young master, the soul energy is fluctuating wildly. The teleportation gate is about to tear open." The second those words were spoken, the ground groaned, and a brilliant circle of blue light manifested right beneath their feet. The circle grew, twisting and spinning into a ghostly vortex, a haunting gateway leading to a place that felt completely alien. Panic set in. Tian Wu's eyes went wide as she let out a sharp cry, her voice barely audible over the roaring wind. "What is this? A teleportation gate?" Zian gritted his teeth as he answered, "It's the world merger, from the old legends." She looked at him in disbelief. "The world merger?" Zian didn't blink, staring into the swirling blue abyss. "That previous earthquake?" It was a warning of things to come. Zihao didn't waste a second, barking orders to his men to prepare for the jump. But Zining saw something that made her break into a cold sweat. "Brother, wait. There's something inside." Suddenly, massive spiked tentacles erupted from the blue storm. They lashed out, coiling tightly around Po Tian and Tian Wu before they could even react. "Brother An, save me." Po Tian screamed in terror. Before anyone could move, more tentacles surged forward, ensnaring both the Treeman beast and Zian himself. "What the hell is this thing?" Zian roared, struggling against the grip. Even Zihao was pinned down, but his only thought was for his sister. Zining was terrified, her voice breaking into sobs as she begged for help. But it was too late. The tentacles dragged the entire group, screaming, into the heart of the blue vortex. On the other side, they were suddenly released, left drifting in a gravity-free void. Tian Wu's voice echoed through the silence. "Zian," he shouted back, desperately calling for his little phoenix. "Yuan." Ahead of them, the exit of the portal revealed a world that looked hauntingly blue and utterly suffocating. Zian hit the ground, feeling an immense pressure crushing his lungs. "I can't breathe." He forced his eyes open, but then he felt something, a very familiar sensation. Tian Wu sat up, rubbing her head, and that's when Zian realized why he felt like he was being crushed. She was sitting right on top of him. And underneath both of them, poor Po Tian was gasping for air, feeling the full weight of his two friends. "I hate to be the bearer of bad news," Po Tian wheezed, "but you two are really heavy." Flushed with embarrassment, they quickly stood up to take in their new surroundings. Po Tian looked around, trembling. "Where did we just drop into?" Tian Wu whispered back, "I don't know. But one thing's for sure. We're in a different world now." "Hey, look over there," Zian said, pointing into the distance. Emerging from the shadows was a creature with a shape that defied all logic. Tian Wu squinted, unsure. "Is that a giant spider?" Po Tian shook his head. "Honestly, I think it's a crab." Zian's voice was grim. "Doesn't matter what it is. It only proves one thing: this place is incredibly dangerous." Nearby, a staff made of stone leaves stood tall, glowing with a ghostly blue flame. A seashell hanging from the top began to emit a series of bizarre, haunting sounds. All three of them had the same chilling thought. What was that noise? The owner of that staff was just as startled to hear their voices. Meanwhile, at the spot where Zihao's group landed, a subordinate approached him with a report. "Young master, this base is a graveyard. No survivors. It looks like the local wildlife did this." Zihao remained cold and calculated. "So, the environment here is even more lethal than the hidden spider kingdom. Interesting." The subordinate's voice wavered. "There's more, sir. We lost our entire supply cache when we entered the gate." Zihao's eyes snapped toward him. "What about the base's supplies? Is there anything left?" The scout thought back to the empty shells of the storage units. "Nothing, sir. Not even a single scrap remained." Zihao's face twisted in anger. "So what? We're just supposed to stay trapped in this world until we rot. Don't lose hope just yet, Master, the subordinate said, bowing as he pulled out a cave-scanning device. According to the data we recovered from the base terminal, there's a spike in activity nearby. It's likely a settlement for the natives of this world. Zihao's mood shifted instantly as he began to rub his hands together. Well then, get ready. A dark, predatory smile spread across his face. Let's head over to that settlement and buy ourselves some supplies. Back with Xian's group, they were locked in a tense standoff with a creature called Xiaolan. Both sides were paralyzed with caution. Po Tian cowered behind Xian, whispering loudly, "What the hell is that thing?" Tianwu gripped her weapon tight. "Is it going to attack us?" Xian held out his hand to keep them back. "Wait. Look at it. I think it's actually scared of us." He focused his gaze. "God, tell me exactly what I'm looking at." But before the system could respond, Xiaolan reached out a trembling tentacle toward Xian. He froze. "A tentacle? Is it coming for me?" The tentacle moved slowly, closing the distance, until it gently reached out and touched Xian right on the forehead. Xian's eyes flashed with that familiar, electric feeling. Both of them were suddenly hovering in midair, their bodies radiating an intense blue light. Was he actually enjoying this? Just then, Xiaolan spoke up, sounding a bit shy. Hello there." He introduced himself as Lan, from R, though he said to just call him Xiaolan. He could tell right away, Zi-an definitely wasn't from this world. Xian kept it polite, quickly introducing himself. "I'm Xian, from the secret Spider Nest Kingdom." He explained that he and his companions were accidentally sucked into a portal and ended up here now. They were completely stuck in this world. Xian realized it immediately. This creature was highly intelligent. Meanwhile, Tianwu was watching the whole thing, looking completely lost. "Hey, fatty, do you actually understand what that octopus thing is saying? How is Xian even talking to it?" Po Tian stood nearby and whispered back, "I've got no clue. Honestly, is that stuff even a real language?" Xian ignored them, still focused on Xiaolan. "I'm sorry for the trouble. Thank you so much." But Tianwu had finally reached her limit and stomped over. "Xian, what do you mean you just understand it? Talk to me. What is going on?" He barely noticed her shouting, his eyes fixed on a glowing stone. "Wait, what's with this quartz?" Suddenly, his system pinged. Soul crystal. It was the pure essence of a creature's spiritual power, the literal crystallization of a living soul. Xiaolan began to explain their history. "We are the people of R, a servant race created by our master, the princess of the Cthulhu Abyss." An image flickered of a powerful woman looking down at her kneeling subjects. "But 3 million years ago," he continued, "everything changed. A plague turned their master into a tyrant, and the people were forced to seal their own goddess onto her throne." As he spoke, a vision appeared of a massive woman bound in chains to a cold, stone seat. 3 figures in black robes stood nearby, holding torches, as if performing some ancient, dark ritual. Xiaolan's voice grew heavy. "The plague didn't just stop there. It turned us servants into monsters, the ones they call the soulless." He pointed toward the blue crystals Xian had seen earlier. When a soul is ripped from its body, it hardens into these crystals. He stared at the blue gems in front of them. "My parents. They died in that plague. I think their souls might be trapped inside these stones." Xiaolan's face was a mask of pure sadness. "I guess this is the final resting place for my family." Seeing him so depressed, Xian reached out and patted his shoulder to comfort him. They had just met, and they weren't exactly friends yet, but Xian couldn't just stand there. He thought it might help to say something, even if it felt a little hollow. "You guys have survived for 3 million years. I'm sure the future will be okay." Suddenly, boom! The ground beneath them started shaking violently, accompanied by a deafening roar. Xian panicked. "What's happening? Is this an earthquake?" But Xiaolan was quick to calm him down. "No, this isn't a quake. It's the soulless ones," he explained. Just as the words left his mouth, a horde of those monsters came screaming toward them. In an instant, Xian and the others were completely surrounded. "What do we do? We're trapped." Xiaolan gave a firm order. "Stay close to me and don't move." Xian immediately relayed the message to the group. He said, "Nobody move a muscle." Right then, Xiaolan raised his staff high and began to chant an ancient spell. "Ghosts of the past, hear the whispers of the living." At his call, the soulless ones that were about to tear them apart suddenly stopped and began circling overhead like a ghostly vortex. "Wandering spirits of the old world, listen to our command." Xian watched the spectacle in total shock. Is he actually leading them? Then Xiaolan let out a shout. "Go, you hollow wanderers, find the souls that were lost." He slammed his staff down, and the entire swarm of soulless monsters surged forward in the direction he pointed. Once the chaos settled, Xiaolan explained the trick. Normally, the soulless don't attack unprovoked. As long as a red pilot leads the way, you can cross their territory in total safety. Xian couldn't help but be impressed. "You guys really are a peaceful race, aren't you?" He looked around at the barren landscape. "Judging by the terrain, This place used to be an ocean, didn't it? Xiaolan nodded. It was. But the plague brought a mutation that poisoned the waters until all life vanished. Our master gave us the ability to adapt. Even without water, we can still survive. It's almost like she knew exactly what was going to happen to us. Zian finally understood the tragedy. Their master saved them, but she couldn't save herself from the corruption. That's truly heartbreaking. The group started moving again. Xiaolan led the way, giving one last warning. We're almost at the village. Whatever you do, don't touch the slime. That stuff is the mutation itself. Zian quickly reached out and snatched Fatty back just as he was about to poke something weird on the side of the road. Ah Yuan, don't touch that. It's toxic. The moment he hears the word poison, Ah Yuan's face pales with terror and he jerks his hand back. Smart move. Suddenly, the system interface flickers to life. It's an otherworldly mutation, a parasitic fungus from beyond the stars. It doesn't belong in this world. It hijacks local organisms, using them as hosts to rewrite their biology from the inside out. Without warning, Xiaolan stops, his entire body trembling like a leaf. Zian looks over, concerned. Xiaolan? Why did you stop? Tian Wu, standing right behind them, finally catches the name. So, the kid is called Xiaolan. But Xiaolan can only stammer out one word through his shaking breath. The village. He looks ahead, his eyes widening in shock. His home, his entire village is completely deserted. Empty. It turns out Zihao and Bai Zian are behind this, hunting down the fleeing villagers like it's a game. Zining waves her hand, commanding her beast. Go, little white. Get them. That scaly fish beast opens its maw wide, unleashing a massive torrent of raw energy. The blast streaks through the air, heading straight for the heart of the village. Zihao frowns, giving Zining a light tap on the head. Zining, if you smash everything to pieces, how am I supposed to hang them up for public display? She plays the innocent card immediately, tapping her fingertips together and looking absolutely pitiful. Don't let the act fool you. That's when Zian steps in, slamming down a powerful shield to protect the villagers cowering behind him. What the hell do you think you're doing? He roars. Zihao pauses, recognizing the power. This shield. Zian? He scoffs, realizing it's really him. I guess those local monsters haven't managed to eat you yet. Zining screams in frustration. Stop hitting my head. I'm never going to grow any taller. Zihao completely ignores her, turning his cold gaze back to Zian. You're a human. Why on earth are you protecting these lowly creatures? Zian's eyes burn with rage, his brows furrowed deep as he barks back. Life doesn't have a rank. This is their home, and they are the true masters of this land, not you. Zihao looks up at the villagers already hanging like trophies and lets out a cold, mocking laugh. Did you stay in that spider nest so long your brain rotted? These brainless things can't even speak. You think they deserve to own anything? He smirks, pointing a finger at his own head. I swear, you've got a serious saint complex going on, haven't you? Humans conquer the stars. We rule through pure force and the will to dominate everything in our path. People like you? You're only fit to rot in the dirt at the edge of the world. He keeps going, hammering home his philosophy that the strong must destroy the weak. To him, it's just the law of nature. Zian snaps back. You call yourself strong because you kill the weak? Have you ever thought about the day you'll stand before someone truly powerful? In that moment, won't you be the pathetic weakling? He shouts in frustration. You're just using your strength to bully those who can't fight back. Mark my words, one day, you'll be the one getting crushed by someone stronger than you'll ever be. The villain just sneers. What? Someone stronger? Me? He glares, his hand glowing with intense spiritual energy. His voice drops to a low growl. It's a big fish, eat little fish world. And the big fish? They stay at the top. Period. The power of my Bai family only grows by devouring the weak. We are the peak of the food chain. There is nothing in this world more powerful than us. Zion's response is ice cold. Pathetic. Let's call it what it is. You're just a thief using your power to loot and steal from other living beings. This strength you keep bragging about is nothing but a path of slaughter and greed. You don't respect life at all. You're just addicted to the thrill of the kill. The air between them turns electric as their two opposing ideologies clash. Without another word, Zian summons his whale beast, pointing directly at his enemy. Attack. A path of slaughter ends in nothing but ruin. Only by living together can we find a future that lasts. True power comes from protecting the weak and finding wisdom in all life. That is the only path to becoming the ultimate beastmaster. Zihao's face twists in rage, veins popping on his forehead. You're a stubborn fool. Talking to you is a waste of time. He instantly summons his own scaly fish beast with a sharp command. Then die with these weaklings and become fertilizer for the strong. The beast unhinges its massive jaw, lunging straight for Zian's throat. The two beasts collide, but Zian's whale is lightning fast. It slips past the scaly fish's strike with ease. In a flash, it circles around and sinks its teeth into the scaly fish's tail, sending the beast into a blind panic. Even while pinned, the scaly fish is arrogant. looking back with pure disdain. Look at you, you ugly freak. You're a mess, just like your pathetic excuse of a master. The whale beast doesn't take that sitting down and snaps right back. Let me tell you something. Your breath stinks just as bad as your master's mouth. Do you even brush those teeth once a day? Probably not. The whale mocks him further. Too many teeth to keep clean, huh? The two beasts start slamming their tails against each other. The scaly fish snarls, "You're no better than me." And across the battlefield, the two masters glare at each other, mirroring the same thought. This fight is just getting started. The two beasts collide over and over, throwing everything they've got into a brutal, high-speed clash. Zihao watches the chaos unfold and mutters to himself, "Are they from the same school? Their moves are identical. There's no way to break through." On the other side, Shu An realizes the same thing since they're both Bai family spirit beasts. Their techniques are basically carbon copies, but then, his eyes widen. Wait, there's still one move left. He doesn't waste a second and shouts, "Jingzi, there's enough room here. Do it." Jingzi realizes what he means. It's finally time to unleash that forbidden technique. Suddenly, Zihao screams, "There's an opening! Crush them now!" In an instant, Lin Yu erupts with a massive wave of power, but it's useless. The energy slams into Jingzi's outer layer and just bounces off, without leaving a single scratch. Lin Yu looks up, seeing a massive shadow suddenly looming over the entire battlefield, and stammers, "What? What is this?" It's over. Jingzi, now 100 times larger than Lin Yu, speaks with a voice like thunder. "Now, I'll show you who's the big fish and who's just the bait." Zihao grits his teeth, trembling as he stares up. Is this his original form? Meanwhile, Xening is cheering and jumping for joy. "Whoa, look at the fish. It's huge." Jingzi opens his massive maw to swallow Lin Yu whole, making the smaller beast shriek in terror. "That's cheating. You can't do that." Jingzi just snaps his jaws shut and scoffs. "Cheating? Please, I was always this big." Zihao can only stand there, jaw hitting the floor, watching his beast get swallowed in a single gulp. Inside Jingzi's dark stomach, Lin Yu is absolutely losing it, screaming, "Let me out, it's too dark in here." Xuan just looks on with a cold, piercing gaze. Big fish eats the little fish, that's basic logic, and it's the law of this world. Then he turns to Zihao. "But let me ask you, if I actually let him swallow you, how would we be any different?" Suddenly, Jingzi spits Lin Yu back out with a massive blast, sending the fish spinning through the air as it wails in agony. "Ugh, it stinks in there." Lin Yu crashes right toward where Zihao is standing. Shu An and Jingzi look down from above like gods, their voices booming. "Do you get it now? Your upper realm values are completely twisted." Zihao clutches his head, his pride shattered as he refuses to accept the reality of his defeat. "I lost? Me? I'm the weak one?" He lets out a desperate, disbelieving scream. "No way, that's impossible. It can't be. I am not weak." But while he's losing his mind, he's actually focused on something else, those glowing blue crystals. See, the energy output of these crystals is insane. Their total spiritual power and quality are 50 times higher than any standard spirit stone. On top of that, they can supercharge a spirit beast's mental strength, making the spiritual connection almost perfect. If he uses these to control his beasts, he'll save a massive amount of time. Zihao falls into deep thought, his eyes suddenly flashing with a creepy, twisted smile. "Perfect. Just perfect," Zihao whispers to himself. "Xuan, you just wait." Meanwhile, over on Xuan's side, Tianwu turns to Fatty Potian and asks, "Hey, if, and I mean if, things hadn't gone sideways at Bailin City, do you think Xuan would have ended up as the city lord?" Potian isn't really sure how to answer that one. Hard to say. But as his best friend, I'd obviously back him up regardless. Then he smirks and flips the question back at her. "What about you, little phoenix? Would you oppose him?" Up ahead, Xuan is just casually chatting with the villagers, acting like nothing happened. "Oh, it's nothing, really. I mean, we're currently stuck in your world anyway, and we have no clue how to get back home." The villagers respond, "Really? Well, that's actually great news for us." Tianwu goes quiet for a moment before finally answering, "I don't know." She watches Shu An laughing and talking with everyone. "I used to only see him as a rival. I just looked for his weaknesses so I could beat him. But after everything we've been through lately, I've started to see his potential. He actually has what it takes to be a great leader." But as soon as the words leave her mouth, she turns bright red and starts backpedaling. "Wait, just because I praised him doesn't mean I acknowledge him or anything. But I guess I don't hate him either." Her voice trails off. "Maybe, just a little." Potian gives her a look like, "Yeah, sure," and flashes a thumbs up. I get it. It's that feeling, right?" A moment later, Xuan finishes his talk with the villagers and walks back over to the group. He looks at them both and says, "All right, I've got 2 pieces of news, one good, one bad. Which one do you want first?" Tianwu looks totally lost. "Huh? What?" Xuan notices her face is bright red and asks worriedly, "Little Phoenix, are you okay? Your face is burning up. Are you feeling sick or something?" That just makes her blush even harder. She quickly snaps back, "I'm fine. Just tell us the good news first." Xuan drops the bombshell. Before their civilization fell, the Re people actually built dimensional travel technology. If we can make it to the ancient city of Re, we can find that teleportation device and get out of here. The three of them huddle up, the tension rising. But then Xuan's tone gets serious. Now for the bad news. He starts to explain the layout of their current situation. Where we are right now is basically the absolute bottom of this world, the deep-sea trench. But the ancient city of Re is up on the surface. To get there, we have to find an ancient elevator, and that place? It's a total nest for the soulless. Xuan points out the biggest problem. Usually, with a red pilot around, the soulless wouldn't be a threat. But Xiaolan is the very last red pilot of this land. He has to stay behind to protect this place and its people. He turns around, his expression determined. So, from here on out, we're on our own. With that, the group begins their trek into the dark, looming shadows ahead. Zian looks back, a sharp glint in his eye. This has to be the place. Behind him, Tianwu spots a body slumped on the cold ground, looks like a mercenary who took a wrong turn and paid the ultimate price. Without a hint of hesitation, Zian pushes the door wide open. Enemies might already be inside. And honestly, that's exactly what he's counting on. Time to be careful. But as they step in, Zian freezes, his heart skipping a beat as he takes in the absolute madness unfolding right in front of them. There she is, Qi Xiaohe. She's standing tall, weapon in hand, literally treading on a pile of monster corpses with a bored, arrogant smirk. "Is that all you've got?" she sneers. How pathetic. Zian stays on high alert, but Qi Xiaohe just lets out a dry laugh. Well, if it isn't my favorite little buddy, Zian. Suddenly, a squad of guards swarms the room, guns leveled right at their heads. "Don't move! Hands up, now!" The two guards start shoving the trio, barking orders to stay in line. Zian quickly tries to keep things from exploding. Whoa. Now's really not the time for a game of cops and robbers, guys. Qi Xiaohei's patience snaps instantly. She glares down at the guards, her voice like ice. "You two, drop the guns. Now." She doesn't hold back. "We're literally trapped in this world together. Did the Bai family masters forget to teach you how to read a room?" Seeing the guards back off, Zian breathes a sigh of relief. "Xiaohei, I gotta say, you're actually more reasonable than I thought. I honestly figured everyone from the upper realm was just a bunch of brainless, war-hungry meatheads." She walks right up to him, pointing a finger inches from his face. Her voice goes cold and sharp. "First of all, I don't give a damn what your opinion of the upper realm is. Like I told you before, I've got my own mission. I'm not here to get dragged into the Bai family's dirty laundry." She looms over him, and Zian's expression turns dead serious. She locks eyes with him, holding the tension. And second, wham! She suddenly snaps him into a headlock, grinning like a kid. "You're the first Beastmaster to ever actually beat me, so yeah, I'm pretty interested in you." Zian just groans, struggling to get some air. "Interested? Then why are you trying to choke me out? Let go." Tianwu watches the scene, absolutely fuming with jealousy. The guards are just awkward. One's looking away, the other's scratching his head, while Po Tian stands there way too terrified to even think about intervening. But the playfulness dies instantly. Everyone freezes. Zian's eyes widen in pure shock. "Wait, what the hell is that?" Xiaohei drops Zian, immediately, shoving him behind her like a shield. "Get back, this one's mine." Towering in the shadows is a massive, nightmare-inducing monstrosity. Zian can only stare up at the beast, his voice trembling. What is this thing? Time to find out. He activates his Eye of God, and the truth hits him like a truck. It's a horror show, a giant, dark blue carnivorous plant with limbs that look like industrial-grade drills. Suddenly, the system data floods his vision. Name, Star Beast. Race, Star Scion. Rank, Diamond Tier, Early Stage. Skills, Void Howl, Psychokinesis, Star State, and Infection. It's a mutant born from otherworldly fungi with mental powers that are completely off the charts. Yan Yan had been planning a sneak attack from the shadows above, but the beast is too fast. It senses her and strikes back with a brutal counter, forcing her to cross her arms and summon a shield just to survive the impact. She's sent flying, sliding across the dirt, but she manages to dig her weapon in to stop herself. She wipes her mouth, a wild grin appearing. Okay, that actually stung a bit. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes through the chamber. Simply fascinating. A soldier nearby looks confused. What are you doing? The man just reaches up, tears off his mask, and tosses it aside like it's nothing. He steps into the light, his gaze cold. I was just here to see if you outsiders were teaming up with the Hidden Moon sect, but this is a surprise. It's him, Diego, the third priest of the demon spider cult. Yan Yan's eyes narrow. Wait, Who the hell are you supposed to be? Diego doesn't even acknowledge her existence. He walks toward the beast, practically vibrating with excitement. A rare star beast like this? It's exactly what I've been looking for. He hurls his sword forward with a roar. Serve me! The blade streaks through the air like a bolt of golden lightning. It slams directly into the star beast's massive, pulsating body. The blade tears a hole right through it, and a strange, golden liquid starts spraying out like a geyser. The beast's entire body begins shifting from deep blue to a sickly, metallic gold. The system data flickers and rewrites itself. Status: Parasitic wasp control. Force domination. Even a beast with massive mental power is completely helpless against this. Xian sees the change, and his face goes pale. He lets out a panicked shout. Parasitic wasp? Why is the demon spider cult showing up here? Potion's heart drops into his stomach as the realization hits. He gasps. Xian, have you seriously been fighting these psychos for the last 6 months? The moment Yan Yan hears demon cult, her blood boils with pure rage. She charges forward like a meteor. Demon spider, scum, go to hell! She goes head-to-head with the massive beast, swinging her weapon in a devastating arc. But Diego? He doesn't even flinch. He's literally standing on the star beast's shoulder, cool as a breeze. Easy there, lady. I don't believe we've been introduced. Why the personal grudge? Did I offend you in a past life? Yan Yan's rage hits the ceiling. Stop playing dumb, you monster. Need my spear to help jog that memory of yours? Yan Yan's words hit home, and Diego's expression shifted as he finally recognized her. He recoiled in shock, eyes wide. That's the Ember Flame. Wait, don't tell me you're his woman? Before Diego could even get an answer, a massive pillar of energy from Jingzai roared through the air, aimed straight for his head. But the attack didn't even leave a scratch. As soon as it hit his shield, the energy shattered into 1,000 useless pieces. Diego looked down, his eyes cold and full of disdain. Almost forgot. There's still one more gullible brat down here. Below him, Xian had already rushed to Yan Yan's side. He pointed right at Diego's face and shouted, Parasitic wasp. I don't care what kind of dark magic you used to crawl back from the grave, but we still have a debt to settle. Xian then glanced at Yan Yan, realizing she and this wasp had some serious history of their own. Yan Yan felt his gaze and looked back, her mind racing. She realized Xian was in the same boat as her. Meanwhile, Diego stood atop the star beast, waiting for it to reach full power as he let out a deranged laugh. Perfect. I'll use you two as test subjects to see what this beast is truly capable of. Yan Yan dropped into a fighting stance, facing the monster. Since we both want him dead, she suggested, and Xian finished the thought. How about we team up? Xian flashed a sly, confident smirk. Miss Yan, they say great minds think alike. She grinned back. They were totally on the same page. The star beast finally hit its limit. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a colossal beam of energy, crackling with blinding yellow lightning that scorched the air. Diego watched the destruction unfold with a twisted sense of pride. Simply magnificent, he whispered. When the light faded, the ground was gone, replaced by a massive crater that stretched into the horizon like a dried-up river. Through the thick clouds of dust, Diego laughed. That's diamond rank power right there. I've truly found a legendary treasure this time. But his celebration was cut short. Suddenly, through the swirling smoke, a streak of purple-pink energy shot straight at his throat. Diego narrowed his eyes, calmly tilting his head just enough for the attack to graze past his cheek. The one who had hurled that spear was none other than Yan Yan herself. She emerged from the haze, clicking her tongue in disappointment. Tch! Missed him. Diego rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. Why am I not even surprised to see you two standing there without a single scratch? He sighed. He turned his gaze toward a figure still hidden in the smoke, someone holding up a heavy shield, and asked coldly, Care to tell me how you're still breathing? Yan Yan looked over, expecting to see Xian, but when the smoke cleared, the person behind the shield was a complete stranger. Who the hell are you? She screamed, on high alert. The man trembled, his voice shaking. I'm just a regular mercenary, I swear. Xian stepped out from behind him, patting the guy's shoulder with a friendly smile. See, I told you, this anti-spirit shield is the real deal, not a single dent. The mercenary just blinked, totally confused. Huh? Oh, yeah, right. Xian stared at Diego, calculating his next move. He's trying to drain our spirit energy by forcing us to keep our shields up. Smart. But let's see his real trump card. Xian activated his God's Eye. Instantly, Diego's entire stat sheet flashed before his eyes. Parasitic Wasp. Name, Diego Barrow. Origin, Spider's Nest Secret Realm. Level, Peak Diamond Rank. Class, Beastmaster. Talent, Spirit Beast Armor. Xian's heart skipped a beat. 2 talents, and the second one is hidden? This guy is loaded. A plan immediately formed in Xian's mind. He reached out, summoning 2 glowing golden chains that pulsed with divine energy. Time to see what you're hiding. Copy start, Heaven's Chains. The links shot forward, wrapping around Diego in an instant. System notification. Spirit Beast armor. Copy successful. System notification. Hidden talent copy failed. Zian froze. Failed? You've got to be kidding me. Why can't I copy it? The system replied instantly. Diagnosis. Hidden talents cannot be copied by the current system level. Zian shook it off and focused. Fine. One talent is better than nothing. Then another alert popped up. Warning. Heaven's Path slots are full. Please replace an existing talent. Zian frowned. He could only hold 3 copied talents at a time. The system listed his current A-rank skills. Phoenix Flame, Liquid Fire, and Soul Possession. He did the math. The fire talents don't really sync well with my current build since I'm not merged with the Winged Fang right now. System, swap it out. Processing. Liquid Fire removed. Spirit Beast armor equipped. The fire icon in his mental HUD shifted, replaced by a gleaming armor symbol. On the other side, Diego felt a sudden, icy shiver run down his spine. What was that? That weird feeling. It felt like something had just reached inside his very soul and snatched a piece of him away. He glared at Zian and roared. What did you just do to me? I am an otherworldly being, and your ignorance is a death sentence. Zian was stunned by those words. He was confused. How could this guy sense the humanity chains? Under Diego's control, the Star Beast unleashed its power, radiating ripples of green and yellow energy that looked like crackling static. This surge awakened the ancient trees deep underground, forcing them to erupt from the soil and trap the group. Yan saw the trap closing in and screamed out in warning, but the underground fungi had already come to life. Twisted roots surged forward, lashing out like whips and coiling around a teammate's leg, crackling with those eerie green sparks. The mercenary didn't stand a chance. He was instantly pinned, his entire body smothered by the relentless roots. Without a second of hesitation, the roots tightened and brutally tore him limb from limb. Watching the carnage, Zian realized the truth. Clever, he muttered. The enemy was using physical attacks to bypass their anti-spirit shields first. In a split second of distraction, the roots lunged at Zian, aiming for a lethal strike from his blind spot. By the time he sensed the danger and turned, it was too late. He could only shout a silent "damn it." But before the roots could touch him, they were shredded in a single flash. He blinked in surprise. Who? It was none other than Tian Wu and her Jin Zhuo Diao coming to the rescue. She smirked, her voice dripping with arrogance. Zian, bet you never thought you'd see the day you needed Emmy to save your skin, did you? Zian didn't even bother with the bait. He just gave her a quick thumbs up. Seriously, thanks. That actually annoyed her more. She snapped back. No comeback? I feel like you're insulting me by being this polite. Meanwhile, Po Tian was trembling at the feet of his spirit beast, the armored gorilla, using it as a literal shield against the encroaching roots. He clutched his head and wailed, Gorilla, help me. Zian watched the chaos, and his mind began to race. Diego was systematically dismantling their defenses, which meant the real spiritual attack was coming next. Right now, they were pinned down, forced to wait for Diego to make his move before they could even think about a counter. Then it clicked. This creature was born from slime mold fungal types. And fungi, they hate heat. High-temperature fire, leaf fire, was the answer. Little Phoenix, I've got a plan. I need your help, Zian yelled. Tianwu paused, looking skeptical. Huh? You're actually asking Emmy for help? Zian didn't stop to explain. An avian, too. You're in. Po Tian, still shaking, looked up in a daze. Wait, what can I even do? Zian ignored the question, shouting for Lady Qi as well. Yan didn't hesitate, a confident smile spreading across her face. All right, what's the play? Above them, Diego frowned, his annoyance growing. He declared with a sneer, without those pathetic shields, today is the day you all die. As the Star Beast gathered its energy, Diego gloated. Don't worry. I'll make sure to use your corpses as my spare bodies. The next blast was massive, way more powerful than before. Seeing the beast charge up, Zian roared, Now! On command, Po Tian sent his armored gorilla forward to tank the hit. He screamed the order, thunderous rumble, charge that voltage, gorilla, hold the line. A shimmering barrier erupted around the gorilla, absorbing the incoming energy. Diego's eyes widened. That ape. It's eating the attack? Once the gorilla had sucked up every drop of the Star Beast's power, it let out a primal roar, swinging its massive arms. It slammed both fists into the earth, reflecting the entire blast back. Thunderous release. The ground buckled. Rocks flew everywhere as the reflected shockwave tore through the battlefield. This was their window. Zian signaled the next phase. Little Phoenix, let's go. Tianwu laughed, a wild, excited look in her eyes. Didn't need you to tell me twice, Zian. Together, they unleashed a combined strike. Solar flare. One used the Crimson Crow, the other used the Gold Diao, drenching the Star Beast in a relentless torrent of flames. Since the Star Beast was essentially a giant plant, the fire was devastating, It shrieked as the flames tore through its body. That's when Yan Yan began her incantation. She raised one hand to the sky, gripping her weapon tight with the other. The gods know that even the most sacred words fall on deaf ears when spoken to the wicked. Emptiness is form, impurity reigns, and chaos marks the end of the 3,000 worlds. If life is but a cycle of rebirth, then I shall walk the path of the demon. Her eyes snapped open, glowing with a terrifying light. This is the way of the Asura. I am the demon. Summon my name. As she spoke, a beast wreathed in violet flames emerged from the darkness. With this Asura fire, I will sever all ties. A majestic avian spirit with ash-white feathers materialized before them. Yan Yan looked at her target and smirked. Time to hunt, Night Patrol Fire Crow. Immediately, the system status popped up. Night Patrol Fire Crow. Type: Winged Fire Spirit, a diamond rank subspecies. It's got the skill set of a god. Demon Fire Stance, Karma Fire Stance, and even the Asura Stance. This creature's combat style is insane, switching between 3 different martial stances like a pro fighter. It's an incredibly rare subspecies of the winged family. Zian is absolutely floored watching this. He can't even close his mouth, just staring in awe. Another super rare spirit beast? The skills are on a whole different level now. Stance skills? Zian thinks to himself, keeping his eyes glued to every single move of the demon fire crow. Could these stances be like human martial arts? Using different postures to trigger completely different, devastating powers? Suddenly, the demon fire crow leaps into the air, ready to rain down hell on Diego. Its first move? The demon fire stance. Diego looks up and loses it. A demon fire crow? I thought those were extinct ages ago. He can't believe his own eyes. He just stands there, frozen like a statue, pupils dilated in pure terror. The crow doesn't hesitate. It rips into the star beast with its talons, leaving it mangled before jumping back to maintain its distance. Then, the crow folds its wings. Huge waves of pink and purple energy start surging toward it, concentrating into a single point. Seeing an opening for a counterattack, the star beast starts gathering its own energy right in its maw. But the crow is faster. It triggers the Karma Fire Stance. 2 massive beams of purple and gold energy collide, sending a shockwave through the area. Zian shouts out in disbelief, "The Karma Rakshasa." It's the final showdown, and the winner is clear. The demon fire crow's energy beam completely swallows the star beast. Game over. The crow touches down, and purple energy erupts around its feet. Qi Yanyan, who's been silent this whole time, starts chanting another spell. So this is the true power of a rare subspecies? The path ahead is looking more dangerous by the second. A true reflection of the world's chaos. The demon fire crow stands tall amidst a sea of pink and purple flames, its sharp eyes locked onto its enemy with pure arrogance. Diego stumbles out from the smoke, limping and broken. He's muttering to himself like a madman. Purify the 6 senses. Purify the 6 senses. Turns out, even an otherworldly creature stands no chance against an ultra-rare spirit beast. He looks up, his obsession still taking over. If only it could serve me. But before he can finish, a spear tip is inches from his nose. Backed by the demon fire crow, Qi Yanyan points her weapon right at Diego's face, her voice cold as ice. Scum from the demon spider pavilion will never get the crow's respect. Just die already. Diego finally realizes who he's dealing with. I see now. You're the successor of the legendary demon flame. I never thought I'd fall to someone like you. Qi Yanyan doesn't want to hear it. She swings her hand, releasing a burst of purple-pink energy. Shut your mouth. Watching this from the sidelines, Zian is breaking into a cold sweat. He thinks, is this what the power of the upper realm really looks like? A rare beast and that level of personal strength? Qi Yanyan looks like an unstoppable goddess standing there. Zian clenches his fists, his face turning serious. He realizes she might actually be even stronger than his own grandfather. He tells himself that after today, the 10,000 spider nest mystery is going to piss off the upper realm for sure. I have to get stronger before that day comes, he thinks, watching Qi Yanyan. His mind is racing with a million theories. But the power limit of the 10,000 spider nest is locked tight for now. If he wants to reach the next level, he has to go to the original origin star. But that's a problem for another day. Qi Yanyan pulls her sword from the ground, heaving it over her shoulder as she walks toward the group. She smirks at them. Looks like you're all descendants of some pretty big families. Tian Yu observes her closely. Based on that aura, you must be the current successor of the Phoenix Flame, right? Zian is stunned. How does she know everything? She looks at him next. The Star Sea Dragon of the Bai family, Zian, the grandson of the exile. She mentions his grandfather was a legend who shook the upper realm. Then she turns to Po Tian, the Ice Mountain Thunder. She notes that the Yuan family ancestors were all martial geniuses who conquered the Star Sea. You can always see their warrior spirit. One hand on her sword, the other on her chest. She gives Zian a confident, cocky grin. Let me introduce myself properly. I am the successor of the Hellfire Demon Flame, Qi Yanyan. Forgive my bluntness. I'm a warrior, she continues. Like I said before, I don't care about your family beef. I only came to this world to finish a mission for my superiors. I was just using the monsters here to test my spear's power. Her face sours a bit. But as you saw, we got sucked into that portal. Now my coordinates are all messed up, and my mission is basically a total failure. Xian's face goes dark as he realizes the situation. Wait, so Miss Qi, are you trapped here with us? Qi Yanyan scratches her head, looking embarrassed. She gives a nervous laugh. I hate to admit it, but yeah, that's exactly it. Xian claps his hands together, grinning like an idiot. Then why don't you just come with us? Tianwu shouts from behind, trying to stop him. Hey, don't you dare just decide things on your own. She glares at Xian, her patience finally snapping as she screams, Xian, are you for real right now? That woman, she's one of them. She's from the upper realm. Her voice turns cold and bitter. Everything that happened at White Orchid City, my family, my home, it was all because of people like her. Seeing her pain, Xian just reaches out and places a steadying hand on her shoulder. He gives her a confident grin. Did you forget what my talent is? Super intuition. Just trust my gut on this one. Tianwu blushes, awkwardly brushing his hand away before finally giving in. Fine, fine. Just stop bragging about that S-rank talent of yours already. Xian just smirks to himself. S-rank, if only she knew. It's actually mythical grade. One by one, they emerge from the cave. Xian can't help but poke at her again. So, that's a yes then? You're on board? She just ignores him, looking ahead. Let's just get to the surface already. They finally reach the surface of City RZ. An looks up at a massive looming castle. It's dark, eerie, and completely choked with thick green moss. Yan Yan is the first to speak up. The civilization of this world. It actually feels pretty close to our own, doesn't it? Xian's expression goes a bit weird, his lip twitching. But seriously, we're finally on the surface. So why is it still so gloomy out here? He looks at the crumbling stone statues scattered around. Still, you can tell the civilization of R must have been something truly grand back in the day. They scan the area, but everything looks the same. No matter where we look, it's all the same ruins. Xian sighs. How are we supposed to find that teleportation device? Tianwu turns to him, a mocking glint in her eye. She smirks and asks sarcastically, well, since you're so proud of it, why don't you use that precious S-rank talent of yours right now? Xian's eyes go wide, like he just realized the obvious. Wait, you're right. A teleportation device has to be made of high-tier materials. If I use the Eye of God to scan for treasures, I should be able to track it down. He closes his eyes and holds out his hand. The Eye of God begins pulsing, scanning everything in range for any trace of treasure. The system pings back with the results. Because it's an otherworldly object, the display is glitchy, but it manages to pinpoint a general location. Xian frowns. The throne? Does that mean it's in that castle or the old palace we heard about? He's skeptical, his mind racing. But what does a throne have to do with a teleportation device? Only one way to find out. He looks at the dark, sprawling ruins, feeling like he's looking for a needle in a haystack, but they have no other choice. Scene change. Deep in a dark cavern choked with massive roots, glowing blue crystals jut out from the earth like jagged teeth. Zihao frowns, arms crossed impatiently. Any progress yet? The subordinate checking the crystals looks up quickly. Yes, young master. He checks his scanner and explains. The crystals in this sector have a completely different energy signature than the others. We've noticed that the further we go, the more the energy spikes. His voice echoes in the oppressive silence. It's possible these crystals are connected to a massive, concentrated energy source nearby. I suspect this source might actually be the core of this world, exactly what we've been looking for. The sheer amount of energy we've gathered so far is already on par with a purple crystal rank Beast Tamer. And he wasn't done yet. However, these crystals seem to require a much stronger origin to be absorbed properly. Since you need time to recover, young master, I strongly suggest we… Zihao cuts him off mid-sentence. No, we're trapped here. We have to move faster. Who knows if we'll run into someone even more troublesome than that Xian guy before we find a way back. Meanwhile, little Xining's eyes are sparkling as she holds up a crystal. Long. Look. Big brother said this rock is full of nutrients. Maybe it'll help you evolve way faster. Zihao looks over, confused. Xining, what are you doing? She just blinks at him innocently. Oh, Long's just hungry. She continues, her voice a bit hesitant. He hasn't leveled up in such a long time. Long's eyes lock onto the crystal, and the little guy actually licks his lips. I think he really wants to rank up. Zihao's face goes pale. Wait, the energy density in that soul crystal is way too high. Eating it directly could wreck his very foundation. Don't, but it's too late. Behind Xining, Long has already snatched the crystal away. Crunch, he devours it in seconds. Suddenly, Long's eyes explode with a kaleidoscope of shifting colors. Xining gasps. Long, are you okay? Zihao and the soldier are frozen in shock. Damn it, he actually ate it. His energy levels are skyrocketing, they're almost off the charts. Long erupts. Purple and pink light floods the room as his wings unfurl. His ears stretch out, his neck thickens, the transformation is violent and beautiful. In an instant, the little pet is gone, replaced by a gargantuan beast. Tiny Zining stands at its feet, shouting, "Big brother, look, Long got huge." Zihao just grabs his head in disbelief. At least he's not dead. But seriously, what just happened? The soldier checks his gear. His raw power definitely surged. But he checks the display again. It looks like he hasn't officially broken through to the next rank yet. She's already at the peak of gold rank. Luckily, her spirit beast is tough enough to handle that massive surge of spiritual energy. Zihao watched them, lost in thought. Peak of gold just one step away from diamond rank. It's official. Zining's talent is on a completely different level than his. He looked at Long happily licking Zining, and honestly, seeing her so genuinely happy made him feel a little bit of a sting. A tiny bit of jealousy is normal, right? He couldn't help but remember his own past, all that hard work, only to get thrashed by a low-level insect. If that story ever got out, he'd never live it down. Zihao gripped the crystal, weighing his options. The path to power sitting right in front of him wasn't exactly what you'd call stable, but in this world, only the strong survive to get even stronger. He stared at the glowing crystal and made a silent promise to himself. He frowned slightly, thinking this soul crystal actually suited his personality pretty well. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Zining snapped him out of it. Zihao jumped, startled. "Big brother!" Zining shouted from atop Long's head, waving her arms in pure excitement. Long and I are going for a walk. It's way too boring just standing around here." Zihao snapped back. "Hey, we're not here on a vacation, you know." But Zining didn't have a care in the world. "Let's go, Long," she cheered, completely ignoring him. Zihao was fuming as his sister blew him off. "Are you even listening to me? You little brat." Then, the scene shifts into the deep, oppressive darkness. Zian stood before a massive stone statue. He figured that if he kept heading straight, he'd find the throne where Kasuna was sealed. He scanned the area, feeling a strange chill. Why didn't these people turn into soulless ones when the corruption hit them? Then his eyes landed on a golden sword. "What is this?" he muttered. It looked like it was actually holding back the corruption. Tianwu spoke up first, wondering if any part of this world was actually normal. Zian realized these statues were likely the people who sacrificed themselves to seal Kasuna away. He gripped his weapon, tension rising. But what exactly is that thing? He didn't wait for an answer. "God's eye, tell me what I'm looking at." The data flooded in. It was an otherworldly metal, a high-tier alchemical product from the lost city of Re. Its primary function? Absorbing souls. The people used it to seal the corruption. By feeding it a massive amount of souls, the artifact gained the power to maintain the seal indefinitely. But there was a catch. After all this time, the energy was finally starting to fade. Zian processed the info and it all clicked. These people literally sacrificed their own souls to keep this thing running. That's why they didn't turn into soulless ones. There was no soul left to corrupt. They were empty shells from the start. Just as Zian reached out to touch the sword, a voice boomed through the chamber. "Hey, don't you dare touch that." Tianwu spun around, hand on her blade. "Who's there? Show yourself." "I don't see anyone," Yan whispered. "But they've got to be close." Zian was sweating bullets, everyone heard it, so it definitely wasn't a hallucination. The blue soul crystal gripped the sword tighter. "What are you things? Outsiders?" "It's that thing," Tianwu pointed, eyes wide. Yan nodded. "No doubt about it. That's the source." Po Tian agreed. "Yeah, I hear it too." Zian stepped forward, arms out to hold them back. "Everyone, stay calm. This is the artifact sealing the corruption." Suddenly, something started crawling out from the hilt of the sword. The soul crystal sounded completely disoriented. "The seal." "Wait, am I screaming?" The voice echoed. "Why am I trapped inside this spirit power scepter? And what happened to my body?" "Water. I need water." It looked around at the dark ruins and let out a cry of despair. "The seal is failing. Damn it, we failed after all." Zian's eyes lit up as he watched the scene unfold. He wondered how they were even able to understand it. Then, the crystal screamed at them. "Hey, you shady outsiders, do something and help me out." God's Eye provided the answer. The seal functioned through a type of spiritual resonance field. As long as they were standing within the sword's range, they could hear its thoughts directly in their heads. "Just destroy this scepter already," the soul pleaded. "Existing like this is useless." Zian shouted back. "Wait, you didn't fail." He thought back to everything he'd seen and started to explain. "Your descendants are still alive, down in the ocean trench. It's a hard life, sure, but they're still fighting. They still have a chance." The soul crystal wasn't buying it. "But the seal can't hold back the corruption behind that door anymore. It's only a matter of time before it consumes everything." "I don't think so." Zian countered. Behind him, Yan Yan was muttering under her breath about how they were totally out of their league. Zian ignored her. We're here for the teleportation device. I don't have time to argue with a 500-year-old fossil. The soul went quiet for a second, then asked cautiously, a teleportation device? You actually want to go into the main hall? It remembered the horror waiting inside. Don't do it. Kasuna is sealed in there. If you go in, you'll wake her, and that's not the goddess you know. That's the avatar of corruption itself. Zian didn't hesitate to shut that down. I don't care what kind of corrupted avatar she's turned into. Kasuna, listen up, there's an entire city waiting for me to save it. If you're planning to stop me, then you'd better be prepared to die. The glass soul gripped the hilt, and a massive surge of cerulean energy began to swirl around the blade. It let out a mocking sneer, you damn Outlander. But I guess you're right. Unsealing this power was only a matter of time anyway. Outlander, pick me up, now. Zian turned around, his face a mask of confusion as he listened to the voice. If you've finished your little epiphany, then behold. Alafu Howard graphic. The corrupted sword suddenly split into 3 sections, with blue soul energy slithering through the cracks, forcing the blade to extend. A blinding light erupted from the steel, using that withered vessel to ignite a literal spiritual wildfire. The green crystalline parts of the sword sharpened into lethal points, fueled entirely by the burning energy of the soul itself. It was dazzling a fire lit by sheer willpower. The hilt pulsed like a living eye, marking the very last mission of this dying body. It can actually change its form? Zian thought, completely stunned. The sword slammed deep into the earth as the glass soul barked. Come on, Outlander, lift the blade. Zian stepped forward and gripped the hilt, giving one final warning. You're the one who asked for this, so don't you dare regret it later. The spirit snapped back, losing its patience. Stop stalling and just do it. The moment his fingers locked around the hilt, a massive wave of emerald energy exploded from the sword, scattering into the very atmosphere. All things are void. All ends are met. All life has spirit. All actions have cause. The way of the beast is the way of heaven. The way of the spirit is the supreme path. As he ripped the sword from the ground, the earth shattered under the pressure. Zian hoisted the blade high, the jade energy screaming as it tore through the surrounding corruption. Here and now, I forge a contract with you. I will finish everything you couldn't, until the day your soul finally returns to the void. Once the words left his lips, Zian gave a satisfied smirk. Done. The contract is sealed. The glass soul was left reeling in pure shock. Wait, what kind of ritual was that? Zian just shrugged. Establishing a contract, obviously. Didn't you say you wanted to come with me? Suddenly, a violent vortex of blue wind whipped around the 4 of them. Zian braced himself, shouting over the roar. An earthquake? Is it the unsouled? The glass soul hissed back. No, this isn't an unsouled. This presence, it feels exactly like an outlander. Without warning, a pillar of violet-pink light erupted from the ground, looking like it was about to tear the very sky apart. Zian looked up, and his jaw hit the floor. A dragon? His eye of God instantly flared to life, scanning the beast. It was a jadeite dragon, a subspecies of the 4-legged winged dragon from the scaled fish tribe, a golden peak rank powerhouse. Its talent? The Gale Jade Spirit Slash. Skills: the Lunar Bone, Jade Blade, and the Snowy Marsh Dance. This thing was a rare variant of the sub-dragon species. But here's the kicker, it's a protected species that actually shares habits and a ridiculously cute appearance with house cats. Don't let the looks fool you though. Its combat power is terrifying, even if it's so adorable that female beast tamers treat them like celebrity idols. Finally, somewhere with a bit of legroom. Zining cheered, clearly enjoying the entrance. Perched right on top of the dragon's head, she peered down and spotted the 4 people below. Her eyes narrowed until they landed on someone familiar. Wait, is that Zian, the powerhouse of the Qi clan? Yan Yan let out a tired sigh. Great. It's that brat from the Bai family. Zining didn't hold back, screaming down at them. You're clearly from the upper realm. Why on earth are you hanging out with a loser like Zian from the lower realm? Yan Yan didn't even bother looking up. Didn't I tell you already? The higher-ups told us to enter the portal together, but they never said I had to play nice with you. Zining crossed her arms, fuming. My big brother told me everything. He said Zian's grandfather was a total scoundrel who did terrible things, which makes Zian a scoundrel too. She stood tall on the jadeite dragon's head, her voice echoing through the silence. Helping a scoundrel makes you just as bad. Anyone who helps Zian is a villain. And that means you muscle-bound woman, you're a villain too. Today, I'm going to punish all of you on behalf of my brother. Zian just stared at her, completely baffled. What kind of twisted logic is that? Yan Yan just waved him off. Don't sweat it. Your cousin is just an idiot. Zian wiped the sweat from his brow, laughing nervously. It looks like I've dragged you into my family mess, Miss Yan. I'm sorry. But Yan Yan didn't seem to mind one bit. It's fine, she said calmly. I cut ties with those Bai family losers a long time ago, at least the ones from the upper realm. With a sharp gesture, Yan Yan signaled her smirking flame tiger. The beast stood with its arms crossed, looking absolutely legendary as flames erupted from its back. Smirking flame. Let's turn up the heat and burn some things down. Xian looked down at his new sword. Sorry about this. Looks like we're staying a bit longer. The glass soul was appalled. Wait, what? You're seriously planning to use ME to fight that brat? I'm a soul trying to preserve my energy here? Don't waste me on something this stupid. The smirking flame tiger just gave a confident smirk and looked at Xian. Don't worry, little brother. We can handle this ourselves. Xian blinked in surprise before calling out to Yan Yan. Look, no matter how you slice it, this whole mess started because of me anyway. She waves him off with total confidence. Stop talking. Haven't you got a much bigger problem to solve? Yan Yan manifests her purple blade, looking absolutely badass and ready for war. Go take care of your business. I'll find you after I finish teaching this girl a lesson. Xining isn't waiting though. Long, crush her. The dragon's eyes flare up, any trace of innocence is gone, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. It raises a massive foot to stomp Yan Yan into the dirt. Boom! The impact shatters the ground, sending tiles flying everywhere, but a single hand catches it. Xining's jaw drops as she screams in disbelief. He blocked it? It's VM2. He showed up just in time to shield Yan Yan. He looks up with pure disdain. That's it? That's all you've got? He clenches his fist, energy swirling and glowing bright as his face turns dead serious. Taste this. VM2 unleashes his tiger roar punch, slamming it directly into the jade dragon's foot without even looking. Pure instinct. Yan Yan glances back at Xian, shouting, "Move! Get out of here, now!" Xian finally nods. Fine, but be careful, that dragon is no joke. He calls out to the others, "A Yuan, little phoenix, we're leaving." But inside his head, the crystal soul can't help but panic. "Outlander, listen, my soul energy is almost tapped out. You've only got 2 shots left. If you fail..." "2 shots? Please, I only need 1. Xian smirks, gripping his sword. "I've never failed a mission in my life. Not once." He slams the blade down, a blinding arc of light cutting through the air and severing the tangled mess of corruption. "Just like I said, right?" Xian boasts, leaning on his blade. But the spirit hesitates. About that. It continues. "You said you never fail, but... Wait. Look down." Suddenly, the spirit senses something is wrong. The corruption is oozing back out from the cracks. Xian's eyes widen in shock. "What? How is it still there?" The dark mass floods the path again, completely sealing it off as the sword pulses with intense energy. "It's okay," a voice whispers. "One more chance. One final strike might be enough to stop it from regenerating." The sword pulses. "Outlander, this is the very last of my power." Xian just gives a mischievous, teasing grin. "Chill out with the dying talk for a second." He raises the blade, eyes burning with resolve. "Don't you want to stay awake to see how the story of your gods actually ends?" The sword goes quiet for a moment, hesitating. "But it's the only way. Only a re-soul can power this." Xian isn't buying it. There has to be another way. He activates his god's eye to scan the weapon. Data floods in, the re-metallic relic. Forged from re-metal and refined souls. It's a sentient, living metal that can change its shape to suit the wielder. It possesses self-awareness and converts soul energy into mental power to function. Built specifically to fight the corruption, it usually requires a soul to reach maximum output. In the Re-Shadow world, there's no spiritual power, only mental energy. Souls are the fuel. Theoretically, spiritual power could replace it. But mental energy is way more potent than normal spirit power. To make it work, he needs something even more intense, high-output spiritual energy, like the evil karma from a beast core. Xian doesn't hesitate. He cranks his power to the limit, aura exploding around him. "Then let's link our origins. We're using my core to jumpstart that evil karma." The sword freaks out. "Hey, Outlander, what are you doing?" System alert. Origins linked. Soul fuel replaced with high-output evil karma. The sword feels Xian's massive power surging into its core. It's stunned, gasping at the sensation. This feeling. What kind of insane power is this? With energy overflowing, Xian eyes the terrain. "If we're stuck at the door, we'll just blast through." He charges. "Break along with the gate." A massive wave of energy erupts, tearing through the air like a meteor. Flash. Xian's strikes are surgical and violent. The corruption, the vines, even the massive wall behind it, shredded instantly. Meanwhile, back at the main event, the clash between 2 titans is reaching a breaking point. Red and blue energy are grinding against each other, creating shockwaves that rattle the entire area. The white tiger, wreathed in blue flames, is pushing back with everything he's got. He's pouring out massive amounts of energy to counter the opposing force, creating a literal vortex of power. On the other side, the pink-winged dragon isn't budging an inch. Both spiritual beasts are redlining their power. Zining glares at Yan Yan, disgusted. You're supposed to be the top genius of the upper realm. So why are you helping a criminal's descendant? Hearing that, Yan Yan just gives a cold, dismissive shrug. Titles and fame? They're nothing but empty noise. She narrows her eyes, her gaze cutting like ice. I've spent years on this path, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's this. To Yan Yan, spiritual power isn't just fuel, it's the absolute core of beast taming, and a direct reflection of your very soul. I don't need to hear your life story, she adds firmly. Trade 2 blows with me, and I'll know exactly what kind of person you really are. So, you want to know why I'm siding with him? It's simple. This criminal's offspring you keep trash-talking hasn't laid a finger on innocent people. But with that thick skull of yours, you probably can't wrap your head around that, can you? That hits a nerve. Zining's face twists in pure frustration. I mean, who even talks that way? She growls a confused, huh? And decides she's heard enough. Without another word, she orders Long Long to launch a relentless, non-stop barrage. Yan Xiao can't help but chuckle. This kid is clearly out of her depth with anything more complicated than a sandwich. Yan Yan just sighs. Is this what the Bai family calls education? Forget it. Less talk, more throwing, get me in there. Yan Xiao smirks. You got it. Whoosh. Yan Xiao launches her like a missile, and Yan Yan streaks through the air. Time for a lesson, the Bai family clearly skipped, she shouts. Long Long rains down 1,000 strikes like a literal storm of claws, but Yan Yan, she's a ghost, dancing through the chaos and dodging every single hit with ease. Zining's face goes ghost white. She's coming back? That terrifying glare is enough to stop anyone's heart. As Yan Yan closes in, weapon in hand, Zining panics internally. This muscle-bound lady is absolutely terrifying. Boom! Yan Yan slams her arrow into the earth with bone-shattering force right where Zining and Long Long are standing. The ground erupts, sending a massive shockwave through the area. Long Long is instantly overwhelmed, ending up face down in the dirt next to the rubble, completely out cold. Yan Yan stands tall over the wreckage. You were saying something about punishing me? Because from where I'm standing, you're the one lying in the dirt. But then, she looks back and wonders. Did she go a little too far? After all, looking at Ning slumped over with her eyes literally spinning. Yan Yan realizes she really is just a kid. Meanwhile, over with Zian. Well, that massive wall he was facing? It's not just broken, it's been turned into a giant, empty crater. Zian scratches his head, thinking he might have overdone it. Po Tian is just speechless. NG, are you sure you're just a normal human? That destructive power is unreal. Suddenly, Tianwu gasps, pointing into the shadows with wide eyes. Guys, look! There, sitting silently on a massive throne, is a gargantuan, motionless beast. The crystal spirit's voice trembles as it introduces the horror before them. That's Kasuna. She was the underworld sovereign who fought the corruption, until it consumed her, turning her into this twisted avatar of decay. The spirit laments that a queen and a goddess shouldn't have ended like this. Then the monster's eyes snap open. At that exact moment, Long Long's eyes glow with the same terrifying light as it suddenly jolts awake. It slowly stands up, looming directly behind Yan Yan's back. Yan Yan freezes, her heart skipping a beat. Wait. What? She turns to find the beast glaring at her, jaws agape. How is it even standing after that hit? She quickly checks on Ning, who is still totally unconscious. Great, it's gone completely berserk. Yan Yan lets out a frustrated sigh. And here I was, trying to be easy on her because she's a kid. Long Long erupts, spewing massive plumes of eerie blue fire in every direction. But then, out of nowhere, Yan Xiao is struck by a massive surge of jade-green energy, sending him flying straight towards Xian, who can only watch in total shock. Xian reacts instantly, throwing up a shield to block the falling debris. Heads up. But right on Yan Xiao's heels is Long Long, stalking forward like a hunter. Its eyes are burning with that unnatural, cold blue glow as it closes in. Seeing Yan Yan and Ning tucked safely in Yan Xiao's arms, Xian shouts, Sormance, what on earth is going on? But the crystal spirit is focused on something else. Look at the dragon's eyes. It points out the terrifying similarity between Long Long and the corrupted Kasuna sitting on the throne. Kasuna is pulling the strings, the spirit cries. It must have absorbed the soul crystals of my people. Suddenly, Kasuna reaches out her hand. As if on command, Long Long begins to walk directly toward her. The crystal spirit is panicking now. No, no, no. What is it doing? This is bad. It screams a warning. The dragon is trying to pull Kasuna off the Vung Tuar. Long Long starts tearing at the ancient vines, binding the monster queen to her seat. The spirit yells, we can't let it free her. Xian screams over the roar of the chaos. Lady Yan, wake that girl up right now. Tell her to recall that dragon into the beast space immediately. If she lets that thing off the throne, we're all dead. Yan Yan doesn't waste a second, frantically trying to shake Ning. Hey, you stupid brat, wake up. Since the girl is still out cold, Yan Yan gives her a sharp wake-up slap. Smack! Xining's eyes flutter open. Her first blurry thought. Oh, it's the muscle lady again. The second she's conscious, Xining starts throwing a tantrum, kicking and screaming. Get away from me, you brute. Yan Yan finally loses it and shouts. Are you kidding me? Look at your dragon. Xining freezes, finally seeing the nightmare unfolding. There's Long, currently being grabbed by the terrifying Kasuna. Xining's voice cracked in pure panic. Long, get back here. Yan Yan didn't skip a beat. She barked out a command to recall the creature into the beast space immediately. Long, return. In a flash of light, the creature vanished from Kasuna's grasp, but not before taking a literal chunk of her arm along with it. Oh, that did it. Kasuna let out a guttural shriek of rage, and suddenly, her hidden power began to surge with terrifying intensity. Raw, jagged energy crackled through her veins, pulsing visibly through her entire body. Xian stared at those writhing tentacles, his mind racing. Wait. Those are the same ones that appeared when the portal first opened. Yan Yan grinned, her eyes flashing with excitement. Finally, the sovereign of this world. Her staff began to hum, glowing with an ominous purple light. Fired up, Yan Yan stepped forward. Time to see what this prototype made of monster fire crystal can really do. Wait, don't! The crystal soul screamed, trying to hold her back, but it was too late. Yan Yan was already charging toward the towering nightmare of Kasuna. The crystal soul could only howl in frustration. Will you just listen to me for once? Suddenly, the sword in Kasuna's hand began to swell, growing in size and power until it looked like it could split the earth. She swung down, aiming to crush Yan Yan in one go. Yan Yan didn't even flinch. So, you can use a sword too, she thought, her expression cold as ice. She commanded Yan Xiao to intercept. Don't underestimate us, we're not exactly pushovers either. While Yan Xiao locked blades with the beast, Yan Yan saw her opening. She leaped high into the air, diving straight at Kasuna for a decisive, high-speed finishing blow. But Kasuna was smarter than she looked. Dark strands suddenly erupted from her mangled arm. In a heartbeat, those strands wove together into a massive spear. Yan Xiao realized the terrifying truth: this thing could actually deflect monster fire. Yan Xiao scrambled back into a defensive stance, but Kasuna was relentless, lunging forward like a demon possessed with her new weapon. Thwack! The spear drove straight through Yan Xiao's body in one brutal, fluid motion. Yan Xiao gasped. A feint? I fell for a fake move. Outside the link, Yan Yan felt the phantom pain and doubled over. She hit the ground hard. Xian rushed to her side. Lady Yan, are you okay? She bit her lip, cursing her own carelessness. She'd been too slow to react. Straining through the pain, Yan Yan channeled her energy. Get back here and rest for now, she whispered to her beast. Yan Xiao vanished back into his space. Xian stared at the monster, breathless. So this is what they call a god? The crystal soul spoke up, its voice heavy with dread. Kasuna is a great one, a literal creator of life. The eye of God flickered, revealing the grim reality. This was the peak violet crystal avatar of Kasuna, a former sovereign corrupted by an entity even more ancient. She was once a true god, but after the infection, she was demoted and fused with pure corruption. Now, as long as her soul remains, she can resurrect infinitely. To kill her, you have to destroy her soul, the crystal soul explained. And the only thing that can kill a soul is another soul. It sighed. But you outsiders only have energy that breaks physical matter. You can't even scratch her spirit. Xian's heart sank. So you're saying we can't actually do any real damage to her? But then, Yan Yan let out a low, defiant chuckle. Don't count us out just yet, kid. She forced herself to stand, trembling but determined. I'm going back in. Xian tried to stop her. Her beast was wounded, and she was clearly at her limit. Her eyes burned with a fierce light. That just means she's a worthy opponent, just like you were. Even covered in wounds, her fighting spirit was absolutely blazing. She wasn't backing down. If this spear can land just one hit, she growled, I'll prove to those arrogant bastards watching from above that I'm the one who's right. Xian just sighed, completely over it. Typical muscle brain, he thought. Does she even know what fear means? But then, a thought struck him. Wait, fear. He replayed the fight in his head. Kasuna regenerated from everything except when the spear attacked. She didn't let it hit her. She blocked it. Xian's eyes widened. Is she actually afraid of that spear? The Eye of God confirmed his theory. The monster fire crystal was no ordinary stone, it was a spiritual gem forged under insane pressure. It carried all the properties of monster fire, specifically designed to forge soul-rending weapons. This was a unique form of energy that could bridge the gap between the physical and the metaphysical. It was the legendary power that could kill a soul. Xian's confidence surged. That's it! The spear can damage her soul. Even the crystal soul was stunned. What? This meant that spear was the only weapon in existence capable of putting Kasuna down for good. Zian stepped up to Yan Yan. Lady Yan, we need a plan, but she cut him off with a smirk. She'd already heard his analysis. Fine, Zian said, grinning. I'll handle the distractions and pin her down. Yan Yan's eyes flashed dangerously. And I'll make sure she gets a taste of true pain. Yan Yan couldn't help but admit it. Honestly, if it weren't for my planet's annoying rules, we'd probably be pretty good friends. Zian didn't miss a beat. I was thinking the same thing. And hey, while we're at it, fighting alongside the legendary Miss Yan, it's a total honor. And just like that, they're in sync, ready to take this beast down together. Time to stop holding back, Zian declared. His soul sword was skeptical though. Hey, Outlander, what are you planning now? Then boom. In the blink of an eye, a shimmering layer of magical armor began to wrap around his body. Zian stood there, fully decked out from head to toe in sleek, high-tech magical plating. He looked like a literal war machine. System check. The Origin Spirit Armor. It's formed through sheer manifestation, fueled by pure origin power for a massive boost. The best part? His abilities shift and evolve depending on the type of origin energy he pumps into it. Talk about versatile. So, is this the parasite wasp's talent? Zian wondered. Even the sword couldn't believe its eyes. Outlander. Seriously, what kind of new trick is this? But the surprises didn't stop there. Zian realized his sword's appearance was transforming right along with him. Quit daydreaming, the sword barked. He's coming. Suddenly, Kasuna was right there towering over Zian with his blade raised high for a killing blow. Kasuna swung down with everything he had. Kaboom! A massive explosion rocked the area, sending a pillar of light piercing through the sky. Even the monster stood there, totally dazed. Sorry to disappoint, Zian smirked. The soul crystal added, yeah, we're not that easy to kill. Turns out, he'd used the crystal just in time to tank the hit. The soul crystal had a few choice words though. While struggling against Kasuna's massive blade, it groaned. Seriously, Outlander? Don't use me as a literal meat shield. Zian just shrugged. Muscle memory, okay? Besides, is this really the time for complaints? Spotting the opening, Zian roared. Miss Yan, now, don't give him a second to breathe. And there she was, Yan Yan, diving straight from the heavens like a comet, spear in hand. She was a blur of pure aggression, aimed right at Kasuna's head. But the beast was fast. Suddenly, massive tentacles erupted from below. They'd been waiting for her. Before she could react, the tentacles coiled around her like pythons. Damn it, she thought. She was completely pinned. Stupid tentacles, she cursed, struggling to break free. Zian saw it immediately. Miss Yan was in serious trouble. He couldn't let her get hurt. Pushing off from Kasuna's blade, Zian scrambled to find a way to save her. He swung his sword, and get this, he conjured a massive, magical rhino. He sent the beast charging straight toward Yan Yan. The soul sword was actually impressed for once. Damn, Outlander, you really do have a whole bag of tricks, don't you? Zian looked just as confused as everyone else. Honestly, I have no idea how I just did that. That was definitely manifestation, he thought. But wait, I haven't even reached gold rank yet. How is this possible? His Eye of God gave him the answer. Turns out, metal life forms are hypersensitive to mental power, amplifying it by massive amounts. See, manifestation is all about syncing the mental energy between the beast and the master. It's like a power-up for your thoughts. Usually, you need to be gold rank because of the raw spiritual intensity required to manifest the spirit armor. It's a pretty high bar to clear. But by using both metal life and the spirit armor at the same time, he'd accidentally bypassed the rules and triggered the manifestation state. He watched as that mysterious rhino successfully pulled Yan Yan out of the line of fire. But then he noticed something weird about the tech. Wait, is that the spider sex technique? What's the connection there? Despite the damage, Kasuna was still standing tall, looking like he hadn't aged a day. Talk about a tank. The soul crystal piped up again. Looks like your little tricks aren't enough to take him down, Outlander. Zian snapped back. I'm not blind, you know. He looked at the monster. If standard tactics weren't working, it was time to stop overthinking and just let loose. Against the crystal's warnings, hey, don't be reckless. Zian prepared to call in the big guns. He had manifestation now, after all. Time to put this power to good use, he muttered. He unleashed Jing Zi, sending the summon straight for Kasuna. All right, big guy, you're up. Suddenly, a massive spatial portal tore open right behind Kasuna's back. The monster sensed the danger, but it was way too late. Jing Zi lunged out of the void, jaws wide, and snapped down right on Kasuna's head. Total chaos. While Kasuna was busy being a whale snack, Zian gripped his sword and charged in at full speed. With the monster struggling in Jing Zi's mouth, Zian didn't hesitate. He drove his blade deep into the beast's side. He even found time to talk a little trash. Hey, you know what a whale's favorite food is? He unleashed a flurry of slashes, carving into Kasuna. The answer? Giant freaking squid. He signaled to his partner. Miss Yan, it's now or never. She saw the opening and smirked. Finally, she gripped her spear, aiming it straight at the heart of the monster. Time for a little taste of this. Spotting the perfect opening, Yan Yan hurls her spear with everything she's got. Screaming with pure hype, taste the power of the spirit fire. But hold on, the spear is suddenly blocked by a massive magic shield. Both of them freeze, realization hitting like a truck. A shield? Now? Yan Yan can't help but curse under her breath. Damn it, just a little bit more, and she slams her blade right into Kasuna's raw, severed flesh. That's when Xian suddenly mutters, I'm really sorry about this. The sword soul within the blade is caught completely off guard, yelping, Wait, what? Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? Panicking, it shouts, Hold up. What are you planning? I've got a really bad feeling about this. But Xian just hops onto the blade and says politely, I'm just going to borrow your face for a second. And just as he winds up for whatever insane stunt he's got planned, the sword soul starts screaming, It's gonna break, it's gonna break. Then, in a flash, Xian launches himself off the blade like a rocket, leaving the sword behind to curse him out in a fit of pure rage. You low-life outlander, it yells. But Xian is already airborne, locking his sights on Yan Yan's spear still stuck against that magic shield. Without a second's hesitation, he shifts his weight in midair, squaring up like he's about to land a legendary winning goal. With one massive kick, he drives the spear straight through the shield and deep into the monster's unhealed wounds. The impact is so violent it sends a massive shockwave ripping through Kasuna's entire body. Brilliant purple light erupts everywhere, blindingly bright. Yan Yan looks on, breathing hard, and asks, Is it finally over this time? Right on cue, Xian sticks the landing, leaving nothing behind him but the charred, smoldering remains of a defeated monster. Staring at the scattered pieces of what was once Kasuna, he can't help but wonder, is this really how a god is supposed to end? Surprisingly beautiful, Xian muses, taking it all in. As he strips off his heavy armor, Yan Yan walks over, looking genuinely grateful. Thank you, Xian. She's thinking this win will finally shut those old traditionalists up. No one's going to doubt the raw power of the spirit fire ever again. Xian, ever the curious one, asks, I've always wondered. What exactly are you trying to prove, Miss Yan? Yan Yan just smiles cryptically. When you get the chance to visit the origin star, you'll see it for yourself. Suddenly, the crystal soul ruins the mood, shouting, Look, I hate to be the one to break this up, but look over there. A massive rift in space begins to tear open, growing wider by the second. Xian's eyes widen. A teleportation gate? The gate starts acting like a giant vacuum, sucking in everything in sight, forcing everyone to dig their heels in just to stay grounded. Why the hell is this happening now? Xian shouts through the wind. The crystal soul is just as confused. Weren't you guys trying to go back? But Tianwu shakes her head. Not like this. We haven't even found the real culprit yet. Sensing something has gone horribly wrong, Zihao shouts out, What's the status? His subordinate frantically checks the monitors, his voice shaking. Young master, this reading. It's a teleportation gate. Suddenly, boom. A terrifying wave of energy erupts, like a starving beast ready to swallow the entire world whole. This massive swirling vortex has no bottom, relentlessly dragging every single thing around it into the abyss. Zihao watches in horror as entire structures are ripped from the ground. Everything's being sucked in, the subordinate explains. This isn't just any gate, it's a fusion teleportation gate. You mean, our world and the myriad spider nest secret realm are actually merging through this thing? He asks, completely stunned. Back in the chaos, the crystal soul screams at the top of its lungs, Hey, you outlander, it's absolutely fuming. Where do you think you're taking me? Xian just flashes a cheeky grin. Back to my place, obviously. And just so you know, my house is pretty huge. The gate pulls them in, and for a moment, it feels like a total space-time jump. When they finally come to, they're definitely not where they started. Zihao groggily looks around, muttering, So, this is your home? The jump must have knocked him out for a bit. He slowly opens his eyes, and the first thing he sees is, well, let's just say a very interesting view of rolling mountains. Tianwu stands there with her arms crossed, looking down at Xian. How long are you planning to lie there? Xian's face turns bright red instantly. Crap. What are you even looking at? Xian scrambles to his feet, trying to play it cool, while Tianwu starts breaking down the situation. Looks like this gate didn't drop us back at our original spot, she says. The time flow between the two worlds must be different, which threw off our coordinates. She scans the horizon, her eyes narrowing. This is the desert around Whitescale City, but honestly, we're probably closer to Black Sand City now. Xian is still blushing like a total drunk, his mind spinning as he stammers. Yeah, this desert is really big. Suddenly, Po Tian points toward the horizon and yells, Hey, look, there's a city over there. Let's go check it out. The crystal soul starts whining again, clearly not a fan of the new scenery. Hey, Outlander, why is your home so dry and dusty? It just won't stop complaining. After fighting for their lives for half a day, it's pissed they ended up in a place that feels this dead. It was expecting a paradise, not this. Zian grips his sword, losing his patience. Will you just shut up for a second? It's a desert. Of course there's no water. He's officially done with the attitude and prepares to seal the sword soul away. Whatever, go find some water on your own then. The crystal soul lets out one last indignant shriek. Hey, what are you doing? You despicable, low-life outlander. Click. Zian withdraws the sword, and finally, blessed silence. No more complaining. All right, Zian says, finally satisfied. First stop, Black Sand City. Truth is, it's not like they have any other choice. He let out a long sigh. There was no way they were walking back to Whitescale City from here. Honestly, the view in Black Sand City was just brutal, completely desolate, without a single spark of life in sight. Zihao leaned against a massive piece of wreckage that had been sucked through the portal and dragged himself up. He scanned the area, realizing they were back in the 10,000 Spider Nest secret realm. Suddenly, a girl's voice pierced the air. Big brother, help, save me. Zihao froze. Zining? Yep, it was her. She was literally dangling in midair, her collar snagged on a sharp piece of the ruins. Talk about a rough landing. Up here, I'm right here, she screamed, her face scrunched up in a pout. Even she couldn't figure out how she'd ended up in such a ridiculous situation. Once he finally got her down, Zining's mood did a complete 180. She kicked back in a chair, totally relaxed, and reported to Zihao. Young master, we've got a video call incoming from the clan head. Before he could even pick up, Zining was already cheering. Woohoo! Time to go home. So, what's the status? Did we find the goods? The connection went through, and Zihao gave his report. Family head, we found it. It's exactly what we were looking for, and it's incredibly valuable. You could hear the pure satisfaction in his voice. Zihao continued. I'm on my way back to the origin planet with Zining right now. The family head sounded pleased, but then he dropped the big question. Very good. And what about Qi Renyan? Zihao hesitated, his voice trailing off. She didn't come with us. In fact, but the family head didn't even let him finish. I know, the leader interrupted. Keep that a secret for now. Right now, we need to unite every bit of power we have to crush the enemies in this spider nest realm. On the screen, a blurry image of a man appeared, the one Zihao called the family head. He spoke with the confidence of someone who had every single move calculated. Once the timing is right, he stated coldly, our combined fleet will wipe out those remnants in the blink of an eye. Just focus on the task I gave you, the family head said before abruptly cutting the connection. Zihao bowed respectfully. Yes, family head. But the second the screen went dark, his eyes sharpened. Wait a minute. He jumped out of his seat and marched straight toward the subordinate who had just given him the report. In the Bai family, we've always honored our elders. We call the Grand Elder Venerable Lord, and the leader of the house family head. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. I have never heard the term clan head used in this house. Not once. You might have thought Zihao was distracted, but the guy is actually terrifyingly observant. He got right in the subordinate's face, his voice dripping with threat. Who the hell are you? How dare you try to impersonate a member of the Bai family? Realizing the act was over, the subordinate started peeling off the heavy, uncomfortable disguise. As the layers fell away, a stunning figure emerged, silver hair, fishnet stockings, and a sleek black bodysuit. It was Gubai, and she was clearly playing a different game. Now in her true form, Gubai smirked at Zihao. You've got a sharp eye for detail, I'll give you that. I can't believe some outdated, feudal trash rules actually blew my cover. Suddenly, the Bai family guards swarmed her, their warnings echoing through the room. Don't move, hands where we can see them. But Gubai? She didn't look worried at all. If anything, she looked bored. Wow, these security guys are actually pretty fast. Impressive. Her voice went cold as her hands reached for her weapons. She lunged forward with insane confidence. Did you really think I'd just surrender and let you tie me up? Zihao's men didn't hesitate, they opened fire. A hail of bullets flew toward her. But somehow, they all missed. Every single one. The guards were losing their minds. How are we not hitting her? What kind of crazy luck is this? Even Zihao got caught in the stray fire. He roared at his men, stop firing like idiots, you're hitting everything but her. By then, Gubai had already closed the gap. Zihao looked up to see her right in front of him, ready to strike. One thought flashed through his head. I'm dead. She swung her weapon, slicing right through him with clinical precision. Zihao coughed up blood, the pain clearly agonizing. Who are you? He gasped. But Gubai wasn't in a talking mood. She just looked down at him and said, Isn't it obvious? I'm your enemy. Zining rushed to her brother's side, tears streaming down her face. Even while bleeding out, Zihao growled, How can you look like that and not be a primitive mongrel from the lower realms? Suddenly, the Bai guards were hit by an ambush from the shadows. A deep, gravelly voice rang out as Diego Barro appeared, instantly taking out the remaining security. What was that about mongrels? Diego sneered. You off-worlders really are way too full of yourselves. You could feel the pure hatred in his voice. You invade our planet and then have the nerve to call us hybrids? Let's see whose life is worth more now. Diego grabbed Zihao by the face, smugly relishing his advantage. You know, when humans get killed, they stay dead. We're all the same in that regard. But they weren't here to finish off the Z siblings just yet. That was a job for later. What they really wanted? The life pod. Diego finally revealed his hand. Consider today a warning. We'll let you live for now, but next time, we won't be so polite. Now, tell me, where's the life pod? High above the planet, something launched from the massive starship, streaking out into the cold, empty darkness of space. Zian and his crew were still trekking toward Black Sand City, but man, the vibes were definitely off. Po Tien was losing his cool, letting out a heavy sigh. We've been walking forever. Zian scanned the horizon, trying to get his bearings. Looks like we weren't the only ones using teleportation gates around here. Even Tianyu was feeling the heat, and trust me, she was not having it. She grumbled about wishing her butler would just send a driver to pick them up like the old days. Zian had to snap her back to reality before she got too lost in that daydream. Hate to break it to you, he said, but that whole mess back in Bailin City? Yeah, it's far from over. We're literally wanted criminals right now, remember? Po Tian groaned. Zian was right, but this heat was absolutely brutal. Tianyu brushed it off. They just needed to reach Black Sand City first and figure it out then. Suddenly, a figure appeared high up on a wall, looking down with a voice that sounded way too familiar. Yo, talk about a coincidence, huh? Zian froze the second he heard it. This whole setup felt like total déjà vu. The figure leapt down right behind them. It was Qi Yanyan. I was starting to think you guys were still stuck in the ghost shadow world, she chirped, not even giving Zian a second to get a word in. Since we've crossed paths, I'll keep it brief. But listen up, here's some real advice before I go. The higher-ups have made their move. The second assault on the Thousand Spider Nest is about to begin. Suddenly, something massive loomed behind her. Zian stood there, completely stunned. Is that a battleship? Qi Yanyan explained that once the invasion starts, it won't just be one ship. There was only one way to stop the command from above. They had to prove the cities of Bailin actually rule this world. In other words, they had to kill the world's overlord. She grabbed a cable and started scaling the ship, giving the group a cocky wave goodbye as she went. Personally, I'd rather see you at the Origin Star. Stop worrying about this tiny little world. Enough talk, I've got a report to file. Zion shouted for her to wait, but it was too late. The battleship was already vanishing into the sky. Zion was practically in tears. Come on, at least give us a ride part of the way. He watched the ship streak away like a lightning bolt. Fast, way too fast. He couldn't stop thinking about it, the assault on the nest, killing the overlord. Zion sighed. Seriously, can a guy get 5 minutes of rest? Apparently not. Night finally fell over Black Sand City. Even with the heavy clouds, the stars were fighting to shine through. The crew finally made it. Po Tien practically screamed with joy. They were finally in Black Sand City. Zion was wiped out, his energy totally spent. I'm dying here. Let's go grab a drink. Tianyu didn't need to be told twice. They ended up at a place that was blowing up on social media, a famous spot called the Nine Dragon Ice House. 3 mint lemon teas, coming right up. The waiter's voice drifted over as Po Tien slumped into his chair. In the background, the news started playing. Today is Friday, the 18th. Welcome to the latest news broadcast. Zion's eyes widened. Something was wrong. He turned to Tianyu. Wait, didn't we enter the ghost shadow world on the 15th? She realized it too, her face turning pale. Yeah, and we were only in there for about a day, right? The news continued. Breaking news, the border battleship invasion from 2 days ago is still under investigation. Casualties include several high-ranking officials from the Origin Star government. Tianyu looked at Zion, the math finally clicking. 1 day in that realm was equal to 3 days in the Thousand Spider Nest world. Meanwhile, the TV blared. The summit between Black Sand City and Blue City has concluded today. Dong Li Zi, the Lord of Blue City, attended the friendship parade earlier this afternoon. Zion was deep in thought, piecing it together. Maybe it wasn't just the realm. Maybe that portal distorted time and space itself. Tianyu's voice was shaky. Either way, we're already late to save my father. The news kept droning on in the background of the cafe. The military convoy has arrived at the famous Nine Dragon Ice House. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the entire shop. Zion instinctively shielded his face as shards of glass sprayed everywhere. Through the thick dust, the news anchor's voice was frantic. Emergency update. The South City Lord's convoy is under a mysterious attack. What's happening? Po Tien yelled, terrified. Outside, the street was a graveyard of twisted metal. It was a full-blown ambush. No time for drinks now. The three of them sprinted out into the chaos. Through a thick cloud of pink smoke, a girl's silhouette appeared. She was carrying someone on her back. A kidnapping? Wu Fengtian's instincts kicked in. She covered her face immediately. Get back. This smoke is toxic. Zian strained his eyes, trying to see through the haze. Who were these people? And that emblem? What the hell did it mean? Zian freezes. That badge. It belongs to the demon spider cult. Before he can even move, they vanish like ghosts, leaving him with nothing but a bitter curse under his breath. Damn it, they're too fast. But it's too late. The toxic miasma has already breached his defenses, snaking its way through his bloodstream. His vision blurs and his head begins to throb, but his mind is still racing. It looks like the demon spider cult is finally coming out of the shadows. His legs give out. As Zian collapses, his consciousness starts to flicker. He knows they're planning something big, something he has to stop, no matter what. Everything goes black. He barely manages to choke out, damn, the poison, as blood begins to spill from his mouth and nose. The last thing Zian sees is the military swarming in to save the civilians, led by the striking silhouette of a woman. A soldier's voice crackles over the radio. Area secure. Priority is finding survivors. He catches a glimpse of the Blue City uniforms before the world completely fades away. So, you're the grandson of Old Man Bai, the woman says, standing over him. When Zian finally opens his eyes again, he's in a completely different world. He stares at the ceiling. Strange. He's lying in a room that's clean, quiet, and definitely not the battlefield he remembers. Where on earth am I? He mutters. Suddenly, a voice shouts, Hey! He's finally awake. Go tell the city lord, quick. Two complete strangers exchange a look before reporting into their earpieces. City lord. Young Master Bai is conscious. He sits up, head spinning. Who are these people? Is this a hospital? Suddenly, a blue-haired woman appears at the door. Finally back with us. Are you? Zian blinks. She looks familiar. Incredibly familiar. Before he can place her, Dongli speaks up. I won't ask why a wanted man from Whitescale City is hanging around Black Sand City. That's none of my business. But you were at the scene of the attack. So I've got a few questions that need answers. Do you remember anything about Ba Jiao? Anything strange at all? It clicks then. This woman is the city lord of Blue Mist City. He thinks back carefully, replaying the chaos of the kidnapping in his mind. Zian begins to connect the dots. If the city lord herself is standing here, then the person kidnapped must have been Lan Chi. He remembers her. That girl was a total firecracker. They'd crossed paths once at an auction. Everyone called her a natural-born genius, a once-in-a-generation talent. The events of the ambush play back in his head like a movie reel. It hits him. By now, she must have already formed a contract with a space-type spirit beast. Those skills can even warp time. What the hell does the demon spider cult want with her? A subordinate receives a quick update. Understood. Zian doesn't hold back. It was the demon spider cult, he says firmly. I saw them at the scene. Dongli sighs, looking unimpressed. Tell me something I don't already know, kid. The subordinate speaks up again. City Lord Lan. Lord Lin says the camera data has been recovered. He's asking for you. Got it, Dongli replies. Zian is stunned. Cameras? In this place? She starts to walk out, tossing a command over her shoulder. Zian, you're coming with me. Zian sits there for a second, totally lost, before scrambling to follow her. He can't help but wonder, why is the city lord of Blue Mist City being so blunt with me? Should I just start calling her an old hag to match her energy? But he hadn't actually done anything to piss her off, so he just lets it go. Dongli leads him straight into a high-tech command center. The room is filled with cutting-edge equipment. Dongli calls out to the man inside. Old man Lin, what's the status? A voice answers back. Don't worry, Dongli. This is Lin Gui, the Black Tail King and the absolute ruler of Black Sand City. Lin Gui clears his throat. Try to keep it professional, Dongli. We have a junior in the room, remember? Zian eyes Lin Gui. That mask is, honestly, kind of terrifying. Then a very familiar voice rings out. Zian. He turns around, startled. It's Little Phoenix. But wait, why does she look like she's about to kill someone? Zian freezes. Step 1, apologize. If she starts screaming now, it's going to be a disaster. Little Phoenix, look. Instead of a punch, Feng Wutian tackles him with a hug. You're okay. Thank God you're actually alive, she cries. Zian's face turns beet red. Is this crazy girl okay? Maybe the poison gas fried her brain. Then he asks, wait, where's a Yuan? The second he mentions the name, her entire vibe changes. She grabs the back of his shirt, her grip tightening. I'm here worrying my heart out, and you're asking about that fat idiot? She furies. Zian gasps. Can't. Breathe. I should just finish you off right now, she huffs. Meanwhile, Dongli gives Lin Gui a look. What are you staring at? He chuckles softly. To be young again. Right, Dongli? Then his face hardens. All right, let's get to work. He activates the system, and a holographic video of last night's attack flickers to life in front of them. Lin Gui points to the screen, analyzing the footage. Based on the data, it looks like a solo job, just one perpetrator. Xian leans in, pointing at a specific frame. What's this? Lingui answers, the checkpoint leading out of the city. That person. They look exactly like the one who took Chi-Chi, Xian says. Lingui barks a command. System, enhance. Gubai? Xian is absolutely floored. Lingui stands behind him, his voice low. So, is it her? Xian nods slowly. Yeah, that's definitely her. Xian is doing some mental math, but something about the aura here just isn't adding up. Meanwhile, Lingui sends word down the chain of command, alerting the Secret Service that the suspect has been located. Feng Wutian notices Xian's expression suddenly darken. She can't help but wonder, is there something heavy on Xian's mind? Dongli is clearly losing her patience. It makes sense that girl is her niece, after all, she mutters. If the suspect is locked in, then let's stop talking and start moving. I'm going personally, Dongli insists. Lingui tries to talk her out of it, but eventually just sighs in defeat. Fine, Dongli. Do what you want. I won't stand in your way. I'll join the mission too, just to make sure we don't trigger a diplomatic nightmare, Xian interjects. Lingui turns toward him, his eyebrows shooting up in genuine curiosity. Xian, is there something else you're not telling us? Lingui asks. The words are right there on the tip of his tongue, but Xian hesitates. Is that person really Gubai? He needs to see it for himself. He needs to know the truth. Xian's fists clench tight as the weight of the situation hits him. The mess at Bailin City is still far from over if he leaves with the two city lords now. How is he supposed to face the little phoenix and a Yuan? Feng Wutian reads him like an open book and lets out a long, knowing sigh. She suddenly raises her voice, stepping in to bail him out. Xian. Hey, Xian. Look, if you want to help with the investigation, just go already. Xian stammers. Yeah, but he's still torn, caught between duty and his friends. But she cuts him off. A Yuan and I will handle Bailin City. Besides, my father has connections in Haisha City, so we'll be just fine. Seriously, stop worrying about us. Besides, she adds with a sharp look, you have a reason why you must go, don't you? Lingui chimes in right on cue. Legally speaking, neither Bailin City nor Haisha City has any right to detain a criminal from another jurisdiction, right? I'm not just doing this as a favor to old Bai. You don't have a problem with this, do you, Dongli? Dongli is completely over the drama. Whatever. He's the primary witness. If he wants to go, let him. Time is wasting, people. Move it. Guilt gnaws at Xian. He watches Wu Tian's retreating figure and whispers a silent apology. Sorry, little phoenix. She sighs again, realizing she might have been hoping for too much. What was I even expecting? She mocks herself. Outside, a line of military vehicles roars to life, tearing off into the distance. Inside the lead car, Lingui is buried in files, mapping out the perfect tactical strike. We're closing in on the target. Listen up, because these are the mission vitals, he says. As the scene shifts to a train screaming across tracks right along the coastline, the suspect is headed straight for Jumu City. In the passenger car, Gubai is staying low, scanning her documents through dark shades to keep anyone from getting suspicious. We didn't tell the train crew to slam the emergency brakes, Lingui explains. We just told them to slow down to a crawl. Right on cue, two armored military vehicles pull up alongside the engine, flanking the massive machine like wolves. The plan is simple. We board from the tail. But once we're inside that cabin, expect things to get messy, fast. Lingui doesn't take his eyes off the tactical feed on his tablet for even a second. Bottom line, the moment we hit the floor, we take control. Speed is everything. We cannot let a panic break out. He lays it all out with clinical precision before looking at Xian. Once we're in, we'll need you to point out the suspect. We're counting on you, young Master Bai. Right, Xian replies, but his brow furrows. Why does everything feel so off? He sits there, lost in thought, his fingertips tapping nervously together. The train is on a fixed track. There's no turning back, no changing course. If their target is spotted, they're basically trapped in a giant iron coffin. The train barrels through the sun-scorched wasteland, and Xian's gut feeling only gets worse. Why choose such a vulnerable way to transport someone? And more importantly, is that person really Gubai? Just then, the driver looks back with a sharp nod. Commander, we're here. Lingui immediately signals the team. Good. Move out. Action. 3 elite special ops soldiers, geared to the teeth, leap onto the roof of the speeding train. They swing down toward the cabin windows from the side. Inside, Gubai remains eerily calm, tracking every single footstep as they close in on her position. Her eyes sharpen, a cold, predatory glint reflecting in the glass. Then, a thin, dangerous smile creeps across her face. A soldier calls it in. Target spotted. One passenger approaching. He slowly levels his weapon, aiming right at her. Emergency inspection. Ma'am, please, but wait. Gubai is gone. In the blink of an eye, she vanishes from her seat and drops from the ceiling. her disguise discarded as she lunges at him. By the time he realizes what's happening, it's already game over. Bai lands with lethal grace, her long, slender legs locking around his neck like a vice. Her eyes are screaming with pure killing intent as the other soldiers swarm in, guns raised. "Open fire!" they scream. But she's too fast. She snaps her body backward, dangling upside down while keeping her grip tight. She holds her human shield in place as a hail of bullets tears through the air. The team is lighting up their own man, but luckily his body armor holds. For now. Then, with a surge of power, Bai flips back, launching a devastating kick that sends the surrounding soldiers flying. She doesn't stop. Her hands move in a blur, unleashing arcs of jagged purple electricity that blast into every single soldier in the room. Damn it! She's too fast. One by one, they collapse. They never stood a chance, not against a beast tamer of this caliber. Finally, Bai drops the last man standing. She casually brushes her hair back, looking down at the heap of broken soldiers with pure disdain. "I didn't even break a sweat," she scoffs. But then, a trembling voice calls out from the shadows behind her. Bai? Bai tilts her head, her eyes locking onto the last survivor. Zian stands there, paralyzed, his voice trembling as he stammers out. "Bai, is that really you? And why do you even know that name?" She doesn't flinch, she just repeats it back, her voice cold, detached, and utterly terrifying. "Bai." Dong Li barks from behind, his brows furrowed in a sharp scowl. "What the hell are you doing? Why haven't you made a move yet?" Beside him, Lin Gui quickly reaches out, blocking his path before things get out of hand. "Calm down, Dong Li. Just breathe." It's clear from the look on young Master Bai's face he knows exactly who this woman is. At that moment, Bai's gaze turns into freezing blades, sharp, seductive, and incredibly dangerous. She lets out a mocking, sarcastic laugh. "The person you're looking for? You must mean that poor, unlucky brat, don't you?" But she's gone. The woman standing before them right now is a complete stranger. No trace of the girl they once knew remains in those eyes. Xian's heart sinks. "What do you mean she's not here?" Bai's lips curl into a cruel me-am-I smirk. "Wow. You really don't have a clue, do you?" Suddenly, her eyes flash a deep, haunting red glowing with a sinister, supernatural fire. She lets out a low, condescending chuckle. That pathetic brat was weak. An orphan with nothing. Did you really think she survived all this time on her own? She leans in, pressing a finger to her lips as if sharing a deadly secret. "Who do you think has been protecting her all these years?" "That's right, it was me. And here's the best part, this is a secret even she doesn't know." Zian's eyes widen in sheer horror as the realization hits him like a freight train. A split personality? His mind flashes back to the fragile, desperate Bai, the girl who once begged for help. It all makes sense now. Whenever Bai is in real danger, this other, darker persona takes control of her body just to keep her alive. Zian forces himself to stay calm, looking her dead in the eye. "Even if that's true, why? Why are you helping the demon spider sect?" But the Bai standing there doesn't seem to care at all. She acts like it's just another Tuesday, shrugging it off with a cold, casual reply. "Profit. Simple as that." Suddenly, a frantic voice crackles through the air. "An emergency report." Lin Gui snaps his head around, demanding to know what's going on. The soldier stammers, his voice shaking with disbelief. He remembers the chaos outside the swirling dirt, the uprooted trees. "Sir, you won't believe this, but it's a sandstorm. This shouldn't be possible." Ever since the secret techniques of Blue City were put in place, there hasn't been a single sandstorm in over 20 years. So why today? The soldier stands there, shell-shocked, muttering under his breath. How? How is this even happening? Something is seriously wrong. The soldier shouts again, his voice rising in panic. "Wait, there's more!" Outside, the storm grows more violent by the second, and then they see something is moving inside the sand. Suddenly, the ground beneath the tracks begins to groan and heave. The entire earth starts vibrating with terrifying force. Then boom! A massive creature with thick, leathery skin and a jagged, razor-sharp horn erupts from the depths, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The entire train carriage jolts violently, throwing everyone off balance. Lin Gui's eyes go wide. He recognizes that thing instantly. A black sandworm, its mouth hangs open like a bottomless abyss, lined with rows of spiraling, needle-sharp teeth ready to grind the entire train into scrap metal. Standing by the door, Bai slowly leans out, her eyes fixed on the monstrous sandworm with strange intensity. It's like she's been waiting for this. Finally, she whispers, "You're here." Behind her, a faint cough sounds out. Zian rushes forward. "Wait!" He's out of breath, his face twisted in a scowl. "What are you people really after?" But Bai doesn't even look back. She just grips her suitcase and steps out, cool as ice. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows at the door. He's been waiting there this whole time. How is there still a survivor left? She shrugs indifferently. "Why don't you look for yourself and find out?" Diego Barrow tilts his head, curious. "Is this the one you couldn't bring yourself to kill?" Bai keeps walking, her voice cold and hollow. Didn't you say you wanted to keep him as a spare tire for yourself? He crouches down, a look of genuine surprise crossing his face as he sees who it is. Well, well. What a small world. Xian's blood boils. You, parasitic wasp, he screams. Diego Barro just looks down at him, dismissive. Stop shouting, just be a good boy and stay put. That's when Xian realizes he can't move. His entire body is glued tight by a thick, milky white substance. When the hell did this even happen? The man stands up slowly, a faint, mocking smile on his face. Wait until you grow up a bit more first. I'll come find you then. After all, a special spare tire like you needs plenty of nurturing. With that, the two of them leap onto the back of the massive black sand sandworm. Diego Barro glances over at Gubai, giving her a heads up. Boss, we've waited long enough. Let's get this package delivered first, so hey, quit sitting on the cargo. Are you even listening? But she doesn't say a word. Her eyes are fixed on the horizon, lost in a deep, unreadable silence. Meanwhile, the train is pure pandemonium. Radios are screaming everywhere. Commander, Commander, do you copy? Please respond. Nothing but static. The comms are dead. Lin Gui turns to the group, frustrated. The sandstorm is jamming the signal. We're stuck here until this clears up. Dong Li leans against the wall, his leg propped up, his face a mask of pure irritation. You're seriously just gonna let her walk away like that? Xian doesn't answer. He just lowers his head, drowning in his own thoughts. Finally, Dong Li snaps out of it, standing up straight. I don't care who you're involved with or what feels wrong to you. Her eyes sharpen with resolve. Right now, saving Chi-Chi is the only thing that matters. But Xian is still stuck. No matter how he looks at it, something about this whole situation just feels off. According to the plan, they could have taken her whenever they wanted. There was absolutely no reason to stage a mid-journey kidnapping like this. Lin Gui places a steadying hand on her shoulder, trying to keep her grounded. Dong Li, take it easy. I know you're terrified for Chi-Chi, but look at the bright side. At least young Master Bai knows who the enemy is now. That's a start. Some people are thinking that Gubai is playing us. He showed up on those cameras on purpose, like he's baiting us into the heart of this desert. Hearing that, Dong Li just turns and walks away without a word. Going for a smoke, she mutters. Long Gui tries to call her back, but she's already gone. He just sighs and sits down on the floor, turning to comfort Xian. Look, City Lord Lam only said those things because she's losing her mind worrying about Chi-Chi. Xian can't help but glare at him. Like seriously? Where did this sudden wise uncle act come from? Long Gui keeps going, asking for some understanding for the lady. Then he tilts his head, staring off into the distance with a strange look. You look pretty down, kid. That teammate must have been really important to you, huh? Xian just freezes. Wait, does this old guy actually think I'm depressed right now? He lights up a cigarette and starts whispering. It happened. A long, long time ago. Back when I wasn't the big shot lord of Black Sand City. Xian is beyond confused. Is he really dropping a backstory bomb in the middle of this? Long Gui continues. Dong Li's grandfather and me. We were just outcasts from the four elements. One was a genius commoner, the other a noble family's bastard. We were brothers, training in the deadly spider nest, all dreaming of making it big together. But we had a secret. One of those things that's obvious to everyone, but nobody dares to say out loud. A memory flashes back Jing Chong acting all shy while Dong Li blushes like a schoolgirl. Total puppy love. Dong Li was head over heels for your grandfather. Long Gui watches the memory fade and keeps talking, but right when we were about to reach our goal, Jing Chong? He just up and vanished. Next time they saw him, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. He had become the legendary lord of White Scale City, and just like that, he cut us off. Treated us like complete strangers. Then he reveals the rest of Dong Li's story. Her talent was scouted by the Lam family, and she ended up married to their useless eldest son. She took his name, and after he died, she became the first ever female lord of Lam City. Longwei brings the story back to the present, his voice dropping low. And because of my real father, I inherited Black Sand City as the Blacktail King. He notices Xian's annoyed face and just shrugs. I'm telling you this because you shouldn't cling to the past. Teammates leave. You'll realize soon enough it's not that big of a deal. As Longwei walks away, Xian just stands there, lost in thought. Unbelievable. To think these two powerful city lords were actually his grandpa's old squad. No wonder she's been so cold to me. It's all because of my grandfather's old drama. Xian is still processing everything when chaos hits. Gubai's appearance really did mess with his head. Even as the train is flipping over, he's still telling himself, stop making crazy guesses about what the spider cult wants. It's time to change the way I think. Just wait. Once this sandstorm dies down, the answer is going to reveal itself. Suddenly tap, tap. A weird noise comes from the window. Xian snaps around. What now? Then comes the sound of slurping. Someone is actually eating instant noodles out there. This desert tastes just like these noodles, a voice says. Dry. A sudden slip. A scream. And then boom. The guy falls right into the carriage, totally unbothered. Yep, definitely dry. He smashes through the glass and just drops. It happens so fast that nobody could even react. Zian is just standing there, bug-eyed. What on earth just fell through? He and Longui rush over to see. It's Ore. He stands up, dusting himself off and mourning his lunch. What a waste of good noodles. From a distance, Dongli spots something terrifying. She looks into his eyes, those horizontal, rectangular pupils. Xing, her blue blade is at his throat in a heartbeat. Spider cult, she screams, her voice shaking with rage. What did you do with my granddaughter? What's your goal? Ori quickly throws his hands up. Whoa, chill with the sword. And for the record, I am not with the spider cult. Zian jumps in. City Lord, wait. I know this guy. She glares at him. Who is he? He holds up one finger and tries to explain. He's… another one of my grandpa's old friends. Zian scratches his head. It's complicated, but he's definitely not one of the guys who took Chi-Chi. Dongli lowers her sword, staring the man down. Is that so? But then snap. The blade is right back at Ori's throat, making him jump. She's fuming now. If he's friends with that man, then he's just as untrustworthy as the rest of them. Zian just facepalms. Seriously, Grandpa? What kind of mess did you leave for me? Suddenly, Longwei steps forward. He gently pushes her sword down. Dongli, breathe. The past is the past. Just let it go. He pulls her into a hug and sighs. You really haven't changed a single bit, have you? Ara just raises two fingers, politely asking for a chance to speak. Alright, hold on. I need to get a clear picture of what's actually going on here. So sorry for cutting you off. He starts laying out the facts as he understands them. First off, the granddaughter of the city lord, Lam. She was snatched by the Sun Sect, otherwise known as the notorious Spider Cult, surrounded by the wreckage of the train strewn across the sand. Our boy continues his breakdown. Apparently, they were in the middle of a high-speed pursuit when things went sideways, and they got pinned down here by that massive sandstorm. R strokes his chin, thinking back to the shattered plane cabin, and mentions how the storm finally died down. I took a nasty fall and just happened to stumble upon you guys. We're all good, right? But Tuan is officially out of patience. He cuts him off with a sharp hand gesture, his gaze turning icy as he stares. R down. Enough with the small talk. Why don't you tell us the real reason you're out here? R just smirks, pointing a finger directly at Tuan to explain himself. What, you haven't realized it yet? My goal and yours? They're exactly the same. Tuan's jaw drops total shock. He crosses his arms, eyes wide and mouth agape as he processes this. You're hunting the spider cult too? R doesn't hesitate. Of course. My moon-hidden sect exists to keep tabs on the sun sect. Those guys are always up to no good, stirring up trouble. Inside the aircraft, Lingui finally breaks his silence to ask the question that's been bugging him. Wait a second. This gentleman is from the moon-hidden sect? And the sun sect is, R quickly interrupts to clear the air. The sun sect is the spider cult you guys keep mentioning. As for the moon-hidden sect, just think of us as their direct rivals. Oh, and you can just call me that's what the locals call us anyway. Right at that moment, the sound of whirring blades cuts through the air as a helicopter appears overhead. A voice crackles over the comms. Commander, we've arrived. Everyone in the ship watches as Lingui barks orders into his earpiece. Perfect. Get us up there immediately. The chopper hovers against the backdrop of a blood-red sky. Inside the cockpit, the pilot turns back. Commander, what are our orders? Where to next? Lingui points toward the horizon, his voice firm. First, scout the perimeter. Look for any tracks of a massive creature passing through this area. Bottom line, the hostage is still in their hands. We have to catch them before it's too late. Below, Tuan sits next to Dongli, stealing a glance at her before turning his attention back to R. R, you've got some inside info, don't you? You wouldn't just show up in the middle of a wasteland for a tan. Out with it. R looks him dead in the eye and raises a finger. I definitely have some intel. And believe it or not, it actually involves you. Tuan points to himself, completely baffled. Wait, it's about me? Explain. Exactly, R replies, starting to run some mental calculations. Think back to 6 months ago. The incident in the Qingxiao Forest and Giant Wood City. Remember? Tuan lets out a cold laugh, remembering his clash with those cultists. Hold on. You mean those 2 high priests from the spider cult? R frowns and nods. Precisely. He begins to explain the cult's recent desperate moves. Right now, the Sun Sect is facing a major shortage of top-tier fighters. They're racing against my sect to find the Spider Queen first, hoping her blessing will skyrocket their strength. And the reason they're so desperate? It's because you, Tuan, killed those 2 high priests. Dongli's eyes go wide, her breath catching. What? Lingui is just as stunned. He grits his teeth, looking at Tuan with newfound respect. To think someone that young could pull off something so legendary. Dongli looks at Tuan with pure admiration. Tuan, Those were diamond rank powerhouses. He just rubs his head, trying to dodge the praise with a modest shrug. Ah, it was nothing special. I just got lucky, that's all. He plays it off, but inside, he's on high alert. This situation just got a whole lot messier. His mind starts racing through his next moves. Yan Yan once mentioned that the Origin Star forces have already mobilized and will take down the Spider Queen soon. Now that Chi-Chi has made her move, he suspects that if they follow her trail, it'll lead them straight to the Spider Queen herself. But that means facing the Spider Cult and the Queen at the same time. Too many variables. And there's still one thing that doesn't add up. Dong Li clenches her fists on her lap, her brow furrowing. But why would the Spider Cult needing the Queen have anything to do with my niece? R is thinking the same thing. That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. Their actions are bizarre. Why would the Spider Cult keep kidnapping regular people and those with zero talent, unless... Suddenly, a realization hits Tuan like a truck. He thinks back, horrified. Wait, that's it, the child of revelation. It all makes sense now. R points a finger, a smirk playing on his lips. Your daughter, she's a beast tamer with a rare talent, isn't she? The pieces finally click for Dong Li. She begins to recount the events. Yes, it happened during a visit to Black Sand City. That was when Chi-Chi awakened her talent. But here's the crazy part, she didn't even use an awakening stone. It just happened. Spontaneously. Right in front of a crowd, she manifested this incredible, otherworldly power, effortlessly. Lin Gui rubs his head as the memory surfaces. I remember now. It was pure chaos back then. So we never got a chance to officially rank her talent. But the most shocking part? There were reports of spatial rifts opening up right in the desert. Tuan just shrugs, a knowing smirk on his face. In his head, he knows the truth that wasn't just a rift, it was two worlds merging. And when Chi-Chi awakened, a brilliant blue divine beast appeared right by her side. This threw a massive wrench into their plans. Plus, it's absolutely wild that a voidworm something straight out of ancient legends would actually sign a contract with Chi-Chi. Seriously, a move like this? Completely unheard of. Suddenly, Ore jumped to his feet, scaring the living daylights out of the other three. Pointing a finger, he shouted, "That's it! That's the one!" He looked pale. His brow furrowed as he began to explain. Voidworms are high-dimensional beings, he said breathlessly. We're talking about creatures that can rip open portals between different realities whenever they want. The Sun Radiance sect wants to weaponize that ability. He paused, his voice turning grim. And the only way to do that? They have to get total control over whoever holds the contract first. Right now, Chi-Chi is standing before a door crackling with eerie purple lightning. It's clear they plan to use that portal to track down the Empress. Ore didn't waste another second, urgently rushing the group. We're running out of time, he barked. Just then, outside, their helicopter began banking over a massive, gaping ravine. Commander, I've got a discovery, the pilot shouted. Long Kwai scrambled over, gripping the back of the seat. The pilot pointed down. Those tracks. Looks like a black sand earthworm. Follow them, now, he ordered. As they banked, the sky above began to bruise into a deep, ominous shadow. Time was slipping through their fingers, and he knew they had to catch up fast. While the chopper tracked the trail from above, the scene shifts deep underground to a place choked with thick, suffocating webs. Kobach was trailing right behind Diego. She let out a mocking laugh. Leaving tracks in the sand like this? Seriously? Not exactly professional of us, is it? Diego stopped and shot her a deadly glare. I have my own plan, he hissed, his voice like grinding stones. Then came the warning. And just like you, I know exactly what you're plotting behind my back. But Kobach didn't flinch. Instead, she leaned in, her eyes dancing with provocation. Oh? Why don't you say it out loud then? Careful now, slander is a pretty ugly look on you. Diego's brow tightened as he pointed a finger right at her face. I couldn't care less about your little games. But listen closely. Stay out of my way. The air between them was thick enough to cut with a knife. Pure, unadulterated tension. Diego's eyes flared as he reached out, suddenly gripping Kobach's chin. Don't you ever forget, he snarled. If it wasn't for me, you'd still be rotting at the bottom of that mine. Most people would be shaking, but Kobach? She just smirked, completely unfazed. Wow, should I say thank you? Because I'm feeling really grateful right now. Disgusted by her attitude, Diego shoved her back and turned away. Just watch yourself, he threw back over his shoulder. Don't you dare cross that line. Kobach stood there, clutching her gear and rubbing her neck. Her gaze followed him cold, dark, and utterly predatory. Diego shot one last look back. And one more thing, keep that inside man alive. He's too valuable to lose. Night had finally claimed the sky, the last red embers of sunset fading into nothing. Below, the helicopter hovered over a cluster of gray, decaying buildings, a ghost town in the middle of nowhere. Commander, the tracks, they just vanish right here. Long Kwai leaned out of the chopper, squinting at the ruins. This is the old Black Sand City research facility, he said, before ordering everyone down. Let's head in and see what we're dealing with. Inside, the air was stale and heavy. The group fanned out, eyes scanning the shadows. So, what was this place actually for? Tuan asked, his voice echoing in the hollow hall. It was a specialized institute for sandstorm control, Long Kuai explained. But Dong Lai wasn't buying it. Wait, didn't Blue City's tech already fix the sandstorm problem for black sand? She challenged. At least, that's what the records say. Tuan didn't say a word. Instead, he raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy. If there was anything hidden here, his Eye of Apocalypse would find it. He activated the eye, sweeping his vision across the entire area. Suddenly, his eyes flared. Something was definitely buried beneath the floorboards. He pressed his palm to the cold ground to investigate. Images began flooding his mind. Wait, is that a spirit stone energy signature? He muttered, eyes widening in shock. Just as the realization hit him, the ground beneath his feet shifted. A massive, rectangular structure began to rise. An elevator. What's an elevator doing here? He gasped. Backing away in confusion, his heel accidentally clicked against a hidden switch on the floor. He froze instantly. The sudden roar of the hidden lift sent Aure stumbling back. He hit the floor hard, letting out a sharp, "Holy hell!" All four of them crowded around the opening. Dong Lai turned a sharp, suspicious gaze toward Long Kuai. "All right, old man Long. You'd better start talking. Now." But even he looked stunned, scratching his head as he struggled to find the words. Dong Lai narrowed her eyes at his reaction. Judging by that look, this lab isn't as abandoned as we were told. Aure finally caught his breath and peered into the dark shaft. "Something's seriously wrong here," he muttered. "I say we go down and see what they're hiding." As they stepped into the lift, Long Kuai shoved his hands into his pockets, trying to keep everyone calm. "Well, look at the bright side. At least this proves we're in the right spot." Tuan rubbed his chin, lost in thought. This wasn't just about a suspicious elevator. There was something much bigger at play. Dong Lai scanned the tight space, her hand on her weapon. So, where exactly is this thing taking us? Tuan's eyes flickered with a cold, blue light. "It feels like we're being played," he thought grimly. "Like we're walking right into a trap." The elevator groaned to life, plummeting into a darkness that seemed to have no end. Tuan's mind was racing. If the city lord didn't know this facility existed, there was only one logical conclusion. There was a mole in Black Sand City. Or maybe Long Kuai was finally ready to answer Dongli's question. To be honest, I have no clue where this elevator actually leads. Tuan scanned him with his divine sense. The old man wasn't lying. But still, he had his doubts. Was he telling the truth? This guy definitely wasn't the real city lord Lin. The doors hissed open. As the four of them stepped out and scanned the area, Lin Gui hesitated, his voice trembling. "Is this?" Whatever he saw, it was enough to make Tuan blurt out, "Holy hell." Hidden deep beneath the black sand desert was an entire city. A sprawling metropolis of neon-lit skyscrapers and bustling streets lay right before their eyes. It was mind-blowing. If this truly belonged to the demon spider cult, then their technology was way too advanced, nearly futuristic. Suddenly, a mechanical voice blared. "Illegal intruders detected." Armed guards swarmed from every corner. Aure gasped. "Great, we're surrounded." Tuan narrowed his eyes. These guys looked exactly like those assassins that hit Bailin City back then. He stayed on guard, but his gut told him something was still very wrong. The system's cold voice rang out again. Extermination protocol activated. Robots with glowing red eyes raised their weapons, ready to shred them. Tuan sized them up. A bit different from what's on the news, but whatever. Confidence? He had plenty. Looking at the mechanical army while perched on Jingzi's back, he smirked. "Actually, looks like we're in the right place. A welcome party this big? Yeah, you guys are definitely hiding the portal here." Lin Gui pointed toward the mob. "Guess we gotta break through first." With a roar, he summoned his Queen Scorpion. Dong Li didn't hesitate either, calling forth her spirit beast. "All right, blue-spiked insect. Time to eat." Looking at the massive Jingzi, she couldn't help but be amazed. "It's only been a little while, but has your Kunzi evolved again?" Tuan glanced at the little spirit beast napping on Aorei's head and teased, "Yup, unlike your Mochi over here, who hasn't changed a bit." Hearing that, Mockling snapped awake, crossing its arms in a huff and throwing back some shade. "Be real with me," it muttered. "You didn't just come here to rescue people, did you?" Tuan's gaze turned ice cold. "And what's that supposed to mean?" Aurei didn't hold back his thoughts. It was written all over Tuan's face. Tuan clicked his tongue. Damn, this old man was sharper than he looked. Then, the chaos began. The blue-spiked insect lashed out, using its long tongues to wreak havoc. It started devouring enemies left and right, while the Queen Scorpion unleashed waves of lethal purple light from below. Lin Gui smashed one of the attackers and held up its severed head. Metal? These things are built tough. They weren't human, they were biorobots. And that red light on their faces? Definitely their cameras. Boom! A sudden explosion sent everyone flying. High up on a building, a dark silhouette looked down inside. What a shame. Tuan looked up, squinting. Who's that? Meet the second priest Lilith. She adjusted her neck with a chilling crack. Next time, I'm making the fuses even shorter. Aorei's heart stopped. Lilith? Tuan was stunned. Another old friend? Seriously? Mok Ling dropped into a combat stance as Aorei's brow furrowed. Weren't you? He couldn't even finish. Lilith smirked. Dead 20 years ago? That's what you were going to say, right, teacher? Aorei whispered. Impossible. I killed you with my own hands. Tuan watched the drama unfold. So, she was Aorei's student? While Jingzi continued to tear through the robots, Lilith kept talking about that day 20 years ago. I'm only standing here because of alien technology, she sneered. Just like these puppets. She threw her arms wide, summoning her beast Bafin, a peak diamond rank demon monster. The ground shook as the massive creature appeared. Lilith's eyes went cold. Enough catching up. Time to handle business. Tuan's eyes flared with a dangerous light. He snapped his fingers. Another big guy. Huh? Kunzi. Let's, but a hand suddenly blocked his path. Wait. Tuan blinked in shock. What the? It was Aorei. Gritting his teeth, the old man looked dead serious. Don't interfere. This one is mine. He set Mok Ling down. Show them your true form, son. Light exploded. A green-skinned giant with 6 massive arms emerged. The Mok Ling Dharma body. A peak diamond rank wild god. Tuan, Aorei telepathically whispered. This stays between us. Before Tuan could even react, the old man shot forward into the smoke. He paused for just a second, looking back with a face full of regret. Tuan, this is our fight. Honestly, I should have never dragged you into this mess. But Tuan wasn't having it. Hold on, wait a damn minute, Tuan shouted, already seeing the cliché playing out. Are you about to say something like save yourself or go find somewhere safe to hide? Because if you are, he waved his hand dismissively, remembering every other time this happened. I've had enough of you seniors and your dramatic backstories. Look, it's not that I don't respect my elders, but Tuan's patience snapped, and he yelled right in Aorei's face. Stop treating me like a helpless kid who can't handle a little pressure. He thumps his chest, his voice full of conviction. I can make my own calls. I don't need you guys deciding my life for me. He narrows his eyes, pointing right at his own heart as he continues his speech. So, let's get one thing straight, seniors. Whether it's saving Ziqi or this whole plan to crush the spiderweb sect, every single move from the very start was my idea. It was my plan, Xian's plan. So stop acting like you're the ones carrying all the guilt. He shoots them a steady look, giving a firm thumbs up to seal the deal. I made my choice, and I'm more than ready to deal with the consequences. Nearby, Dong Li is busy smashing through robots, but he can't help but let out a laugh at that. Kid's got quite the mouth on him, doesn't he? Wonder who he learned that from. Below, Lingui isn't staying quiet either. He keeps his hands moving in the heat of battle, shouting back, It's obvious, isn't it? That stubborn streak? He's the spitting image of our esteemed city lord, Bai Cheng. Suddenly, Baphomet lunges toward Aorei and Xian, ready to tear them apart, but the two of them don't even flinch. They stand their ground, completely unfazed. Aorei just shrugs, looking over at Xian. All right then, kid. What's the move? Xian's face lights up with pure confidence. The fact that they're trying this hard to block us here, it means Ji-Chi is close. Right on cue, the wood spirit steps up, its massive hand reaching out to shield them from the towering Baphomet's gaze. Xian lays out the strategy. My spirit beast, Kunzi, has the speed advantage. If you guys can just hold this line and keep them busy, I can break through the perimeter and find Ji-Chi. Dong Li and Lin Gui exchange a glance. It's risky, but the logic is solid. They nod in agreement. In a mess like this, it's honestly the only real shot they've got. But Lilith isn't having it. She launches a high kick, screaming in rage as she aims a lethal strike at Xian. Are you serious? You're just gonna stand there shouting your plan like I don't even exist? But Xian doesn't blink. He was waiting for her to snap. He looks her dead in the eye and drops a bombshell. Oh, I definitely wanted you to hear it. How else was I supposed to bait you into the trap? That's the signal. Aorei moves like lightning, swinging his blade right at Lilith, but as he faces her, his expression is tortured. Lilith, I really didn't want to have to kill you again. Her eyes glow a terrifying, blood-red hue. The Lilith you knew is long gone, Teacher Aorei. The battle erupts. Surrounded by the cold glow of the neon-lit skyscrapers, the tension is suffocating. Aorei slams his blade down toward Lilith, but she's too quick, leaping back just in time to dodge the impact. Aorei turns his head, his voice desperate. Look, forget the trash talk, I have one request. Whatever your goal is, Xian, please, don't kill the Spider Queen. Xian's mind starts racing, but he stays silent. Talk about a tough spot. If the Spider Queen lives, the fleet will have no choice. They'll level the entire 1,000 spider nest to the ground. He can't make any promises. Avoiding Aorei's gaze, he gives a vague, half-hearted answer. I'll make the choice, the right one. and with that, he's gone. He turns his back on their duel and whistles for his beast. Kun-zi, let's move. Zian hops onto the creature's back, a hint of nerves finally showing. We can really pull this off, right? Kun-zi lets out a reassuring rumble. No problem at all, boss. Just sit tight and leave it to me. That's all he needed to hear. Zian takes the reins, steering Kun-zi straight toward the mechanical swarm. Let's fly. Lightning crackles as Zian and Kun-zi tear through the air, blasting every obstacle and robot in their path with surges of pure electricity. He's grinning now, shouting over the wind. Sorry guys, but I'm on a tight schedule. In a heartbeat, they've cleared the chaos below, soaring high above the jagged silhouette of the skyscrapers. Zian shields his eyes, looking out over the horizon. He can't help but gasp at the scale of it all. This underground world is way bigger than he ever imagined. Kun-zi chimes in. Feels exactly like your spirit beast space, master. Infinite. And that's the problem. Zian frowns, calculating the odds. At this rate, finding Ji-Chi with the scanning range of his Eye of God isn't wide enough to cover this much ground for a person. Wait, the treasure-seeking function. It clicks. He remembers that glowing stone he gave Ji-Chi as a gift. If she still got it on her, they have a chance. He grips Kun-zi's fin tight, his eyes scanning the distance. If he can just sync the Eye of God with Kun-zi's insane speed, they can sweep this entire sector in no time. Let's do it. Zian thrusts his hand forward, commanding the Eye of God to ping every treasure in the vicinity. His divine sense erupts like bolts of lightning, surging through the nearby buildings and lighting up the sky in a brilliant, neon blue. Kun-zi becomes a blur, slicing through the air. Suddenly, Zian's eyes widen. A hit! He felt something. Kun-zi, slow down. He points urgently toward a building looming below. Over there, check that one. Kun-zi reacts instantly. Got it. The beast whips its tail, diving toward the target. Meanwhile, back at the front lines, the team is starting to hit their limit. Even the Scorpion Queen and the gray-thorned insects are flagging. Lin Guai and Dongli back up against each other, panting. These metal bastards just keep coming. It's like they're infinite. On the other side, the wood spirit is locked in a brutal struggle with Baphomet, only to be slammed hard into the dirt. Its master isn't doing any better, struggling to fend off Lilith's relentless, high-speed strikes. He raises his sword, barely blocking the onslaught. Ore carves a line in the earth with his blade, digging his heels in as he gasps for air, his face darkening with every breath, sweat beads on his forehead. This is bad. He completely underestimated her. He never imagined Lilith could ever become this powerful. Watching her move shrouded in those terrifying red sparks, he can't help but feel a chill. This isn't just a fight anymore. It's a nightmare. Well, look at you. It seems this kid has actually grown up quite a bit. Ore flashes 2 fingers in a casual sign, a smirk playing on his lips as he delivers his verdict. That outside tech really boosted your spirit power, didn't it? Let me guess the booster is that device right on your head. Lilith flinches. She reaches for the back of her head, her eyes narrowing as she realizes this old man is far sharper than he looks. While Lilith stands there fuming, Ore rests his sword casually on his shoulder. He points right at her, his voice rising with the tone of a teacher giving one last lesson. After all this time, you still don't understand what I tried to teach you. Meanwhile, Baphomet is relentlessly slamming attacks into the wood spirit, but it's not working. Every single strike is blocked. Ore sighs, continuing his lecture. Honestly, most of you are using beast taming all wrong these days. He points a finger directly at Lilith, calling out the one fatal flaw that's holding her back. If you only see your spirit beast as a tool for war, you'll never unlock its true potential. Not even close. In his mind, he sees the bond between human and animal, the hard-earned experience from every battle. To him, they are fundamentally the same. Both are driven by spirit power. The true essence of beast taming is merging the power of the master and the beast into one. It's about making 1 + 1 equal something much greater than 2. As a former mentor, Aure gives Lilith one last piece of advice. Right now, you're nothing without that mechanical booster. The problem is that you and your beast are just master and slave. That completely spits in the face of the way of the beast our ancestors passed down. He's mid-sentence, explaining that the true path is about mutual respect and understanding, not enslavement and forced power. Just then, Baphomet lands a blow that knocks the wood spirit back into its tiny, original form. It hops onto Ore's head as he smiles. Good work. Now, let's get to the real show. Baphomet is still in a blind rage, losing its mind as the battle heats up. The monster unhinges its jaw, roaring right in Ore's face, but he doesn't even blink, he just tells everyone to get ready. Then, Baphomet slams its massive fist down, sending a localized earthquake of dust and debris everywhere. It lifts its hand, revealing a massive crater in the ground. But nobody's there. The monster looks around, confused. Wait, where did they go? No way. Did I really miss? Lilith is just as shocked, eyes darting around to find him, when a dark shadow suddenly looms over her from above. A staff is already mid-swing. Ore drops out of the sky like a lightning bolt, striking Lilith with such force that a surge of electricity seems to split her world in two. Her mask shatters instantly, revealing eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. At that exact moment, the LUC droids all start glitching out. Their red eyes flicker and die, their bodies swaying as if they've completely lost their connection to the hive. The robots collapse into scrap metal one by one. Lin Gui and Dong Li look around at the sudden silence, totally stunned. What just happened? Lin Gui quickly turns to check on his partner. Dong Li, are you hurt? She shakes her head. I'm fine, don't worry about me. She looks toward the source of the shockwave and sighs in relief. Looks like we owe Old Man Bai's friend a huge thank you. The wood spirit sits cross-legged on Ore's head while he looks down at the trembling Lilith. There's a trace of pity in his eyes. What's the matter? Not going to keep going? Ore stares at her, lost in thought. That's right, that scar. I'm the one who left that on you, wasn't I? Lilith is shaking, unable to meet his gaze, desperately trying to hide the vertical scar on her forehead. Ore looks at the mark, a grim reminder of the time he personally had to take her life. Seeing her shiver as she clutches her arms, Ore feels a heavy pang of guilt. He realized he just forced her to relive the trauma of her own death. He can't bear to look at her anymore. He turns his back and starts walking away. I told you before, I won't kill you a second time. As Ore approaches the others, leaving a broken Lilith behind, Lin Gui mutters under his breath, I really wonder how much longer this war between us and the Spider Shadow cult is going to drag on. Dong Li narrows her eyes, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Are you actually sympathizing with them? Lin Gui jumps, waving his hands. No, I'm just thinking out loud. Ore looks conflicted after having to fight his former student again, but he finally speaks his mind. Don't they feel the same things we do? Joy, anger, sorrow, love. But while they're distracted by the deep talk, another shadow has already slipped behind them. Back on the building from before, Lilith reappears. A mysterious figure watches Dong Li and the others, whispering, no time for philosophy. We need to find Chi-Chi, now. Lin Gui is still talking, totally oblivious to the predator stalking them. I wonder how the young Master Bai is holding up on his end. He has no idea there's someone right behind him. Ore's eyes widen as he points up, screaming a warning. Look up, above you! Gubai flashes a lethal, twisted grin as he hurls a dagger downward. Lin Gui gasps, his heart skipping a beat. What the? He looks up just in time to see a dark shadow falling over his face. Meanwhile, Zian and Jingzi finally touch down at the base of a glowing red tower. This is it, but Jingzi isn't happy about it. The beast growls, shifting uncomfortably. Master, this place feels wrong. It makes my skin crawl. Zian steps forward, pressing his hand against the cold blood-red glass. His eyes nearly pop out of his head. Holy, you've got to be kidding me. Inside this crimson tower of blood, they finally find her Chi-Chi. But she's unconscious, her eyes tightly shut, looking completely drained of life. He shouts her name, pounding on the glass. Chi-Chi, she's inside this pillar. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows behind him, wearing a wide-brimmed hat. A smooth, chilling voice cuts through the air. Relax, young man. The girl isn't in any danger. Yet, Zian spins around, his guard up instantly. Who are you? The man bows slightly, introducing himself. I am Mephisto, the fourth priest of the Solar Sect. The villain starts making excuses for the kidnapping like it's a simple business transaction. We don't want the girl, we just need to borrow her spirit beast for a little while. Tuon's beyond furious. He grits his teeth, snapping at the enemy. Is this how you spider cult freaks show culture now? Stealing people? He's not having any of their thuggery. He calls them out. Where was all this logic and reason when they were busy with their terrorist attacks? Mephisto, this creepy dude with a single, glowing red eye right in the middle of his head, actually tries to play the victim. Terrorism? He asks. So that's how you see our resistance? This place was our home first. We just want you to get that through your head. Standing in the middle of a literal ghost town, he points a finger at Tuon, labeling him an outworlder, basically sentencing him on the spot. Mephisto sighs, acting like Tuon just doesn't get them. But Tuon isn't buying it. Even if I understood your twisted logic, I'd never accept what you do. Now listen close, he shouts. Release Chi-Chi. Right now. Jingzi can feel the disgusting energy coming off this place too, staying low in a defensive stance. Tuon's ready to do whatever it takes. High above, Jingzi's already channeling massive spirit energy. Tuon doubles down on the threat. Unless you want to end up like Asmodon and Athor? That gets a reaction. Mephisto's eye widens. So, it's you, he mutters. Suddenly, his spirit beast erupts in a burst of violet flames, those red pupils flashing with killing intent. He growls. Looks like there's no way around it. This is going to be a bloodbath. Tuon and Jingzi are stunned. They can't believe the power they're feeling. Then, she appears. Sharp features, high bridge of her nose, a cold beauty that radiates danger. Her arms are covered in strange, glowing runes, metal armor hugging her form. This is Mephisto's trump card. The Wraith Queen. A peak diamond, tier beast from the Calamity class. This thing isn't natural. It's an alchemical nightmare, an evolution that shouldn't even be possible in the wild. Tu-An's brain is racing. Someone meddled with this, he realizes. This is an artificial evolution, an alchemical wraith evolution. He's shocked how could anyone even form a contract with a monster that literally eats its own master's soul. Mephisto opens his hand, revealing another blood-red eye embedded in his palm. It looks wrong, deeply dangerous. He's using that eye to puppet the beast. Tu-An knows the risk contracting a monster like that is like holding a grenade with the pin pulled. It's suicide. No more talk. The Wraith Queen lunges, a blur of shadow and death heading straight for him. Tu-An clenches his fists, calculating his next move. These two? They're the real deal. One wrong move and it's game over. Jingzi unleashes a blast of blue fire, aiming right for her head, but the queen just glides out of the way. She's fast. Way too fast. But Tu-An sees it. A smirk plays on his lips. He's figured out their rhythm. I see. Her vision is strictly tied to spirit energy. The queen strikes first, but Tu-An and Jingzi leap into the air, dodging the impact by a hair's breadth. Still mid-air, Tu-An shouts, "Time for an old favorite. Come forth, Winged Fang." A majestic phoenix bursts into the sky, diving toward the enemy. Winged Fang circles high, raining down a torrential circle of fire, trapping the Wraith Queen in a blinding cage of heat. The flames roar, reaching toward the sky. Total silence from inside. Tu-An thinks she's been incinerated already. Well, that was easy, they think. Standing there, watching the blaze, it felt almost too simple. Big mistake. Inside the fire, she's still there. Her eyes glow a terrifying red, her fangs bared. Suddenly, her pupils shift into a predatory slit. Sharp, glowing claws extend from her fingertips. She locks onto Tu-An through the wall of fire and slice! She tears right through the flames with both hands. The fire barrier Winged Fang built? Shattered. Ripped apart like paper. What? Tu-An's heart drops. He stumbles back, teeth grit. I thought she couldn't see us? How? Boom! An explosion rocks the entire red tower. Mephisto watches through the smoke, his eyes narrowing in mockery. That's it? That's all the power you've got? Is this really the guy who beat Aether and Asmodan? He sneers. Tu-An emerges from the debris, his protective shield barely holding together. He wipes the dust off, eyes cold. Don't get cocky, we're just getting started. The Wraith Queen fully emerges from the smoke, waving her hand to clear the air. She looks completely untouched. Tu-An stands there, stunned. He kicks himself for being so arrogant. He literally just told himself not to underestimate them, and then he did exactly that. She's sharing vision with him, he realizes. I need a new plan. I'm not that weak bronze rank kid anymore. But the math isn't adding up. Her physical defense? Nearly invincible. Her spirit evasion? 100%. Her vision weakness? Gone. She's basically a walking cheat code. Just as he's about to lose hope, a voice cuts through his thoughts. You know, there's a third type of damage besides those two. Tu-An freezes. Who was that? He looks at the Wraith Queen, but she's standing perfectly still. Wait. Am I hallucinating? Something's wrong. Everything's too quiet. It's like time itself just stopped. The voice speaks again. It's the crystal spirit. That time stop? Yeah, that's all me. Consider it a little thank you gift. Now it makes sense. Tu-An's mind is reeling. Hold on. Aren't you supposed to be inside the beast space? He's completely baffled. How am I even hearing you right now? Tu-An's mind flashes back to his previous battles. This feels hauntingly familiar. It's just like that situation back in the soul world, and he realizes this is the key to mastering his position sensing. The realization finally clicks. He knows exactly how to wield this power now. He starts moving, narrating his every thought. I get it now. Even as he shifts positions, his afterimage lingers under the influence of his superpower. The frozen time effect is real. Essentially, position sensing has overclocked my brain to insane speeds. This was all you're doing, wasn't it? The soul trapped within the blade lets out a sharp whistle of approval. Took you long enough. You're actually pretty quick on the uptake. It goes on to explain the mechanics. This isn't just a buff. Position sensing allows them to establish a dedicated thought space. In this zone, their physical forms are just an illusion. And according to the Crystal Soul's instructions, Tu-An can now link the minds of every creature he's contracted with. That means Yi-Ya and Jingzi can tap into this power too. But there's still one thing bothering him. Tu-An crosses his arms, questioning the blade. So, does that third attack type you mentioned have something to do with this? The Crystal Soul immediately scoffs. I literally just praised your brains, but now you're acting like a total idiot. Despite the insult, the soul continues to school him on how this works. Inside this thought space, they transcend the laws of physics. They are pure souls. And this space, it tethers all their spirits into one unified force. Tu-An looks around. Behind me are Jingzi and Yi-Ya. and right in front of us is that evil spirit queen. The answer is staring me right in the face. Everything clicks, and he gives the crystal soul a knowing nod. Seriously, thanks for the assist. But there's no time to celebrate. The evil spirit queen lunges at Tuan, looking ready to tear him limb from limb. She tries to snatch him, but boom! An indestructible shield erupts. The queen desperately claws at it, purple lightning sparking everywhere, but she can't even leave a scratch. Safe inside, Tuan uses his sword to maintain the barrier. The sword soul grumbles, "Hey, didn't I tell you to stop using me as a shield? Why not? You've got the best defense here." He turns his attention to his two spirit beasts. Yiya, Jingzi into the beast base, now. Yiya flies over, giving him a massive side-eye. "What? I just got out here and you're already benching me?" Jingzi steps in to calm her down. "Master definitely has a plan. Let's just trust him and head back for now." Tuan doesn't hesitate. He delivers a blinding horizontal slash that severs the queen's arm instantly. The impact sends her reeling back through a cloud of thick dust. He immediately goes on the offensive, activating his ultimate skill. He's encased in the beast spirit armor, a suit of pure, overwhelming physical power. Then, he manifests Jingzi's energy form into the real world. It streaks forward like a lethal arrow, forcing the evil spirit queen to scramble out of the way. Tuan detaches his consciousness, freezing time once again. It's the same winning strategy. High-speed movement followed by a devastating sneak attack. A smirk plays on his lips. With the thought space active, her movements are like a slow-motion movie. "Yue Yuan, you're up." A portal rips open, and Yue Yuan leaps out with a roar, forcing the queen to dodge yet again. Yue Yuan unleashes a barrage of massive roots that extend far beyond the queen's reach, perfectly exploiting the rules of the thought space. The timing is flawless. Just as she prepares to strike, the roots snare her tight. She's completely trapped. Yue Yuan's shifting form creates an inescapable net, sealing her movements. Now that she's pinned, the only thing left to deal with is her insane physical defense. Tuan channels his own soul to pilot the beast spirit armor. To shatter her guard, he's going to need every drop of Jingzi's spiritual energy. "Get ready, here it comes." He roars, pouring all his strength into the manifestation. This is the ultimate soul sync between tamer and beast, a strike that targets the spirit itself. Tuan raises his blade high, looming over the restrained evil spirit queen. By flooding his soul form into the sword, he uses position sensing to refine that energy into its purest, most destructive state. Maximum output. He pours every ounce of power into the blade, causing blue and red lightning to spiral around him in a violent storm. This is the soul vibration, the one-hit kill born from their unbreakable bond. Tuan slams the sword down, sending a massive wave of energy toward her. He screams, "Yue Yuan, get out of there, let her go." The roots snap back just in time. The long-range energy slash hits with pinpoint accuracy, cleaving the queen's body clean in half. A final, lethal explosion of energy slams into her. The evil spirit queen finally collapses, defeated. As Tuan returns to his physical body, the sword begins to speak. "Not bad, Outlander. I didn't think an old relic like me would still be this useful in your world. But honestly, this queen is nothing compared to a real god. Then again, we've successfully killed gods together before, haven't we?" Tuan scoffs. Way to kill the vibe. "But fine, I was actually planning on meeting the gods of this world anyway. Let's see what they're actually made of." But suddenly, a mysterious dark figure emerges from the shadows. The man glares straight at Tuan, giving credit where it's due. "Impressive," he says. "Beating two priests is no small feat. But take my advice, don't even think about crossing the Blade Queen." As his eyes snap open, the truth comes out. This is Mephisto, the priest of the solar radiance. For him, protecting the Blade Queen isn't just a job, it's a holy mission to wipe out anyone he labels a heretic. Mephisto begins his approach, step by terrifying step, and then, the unthinkable happens. He initiates a fusion, merging his very soul with the primordial entity. Let's be real, fusing your own body with a spirit beast is pure insanity. Yet, here he is, doing the impossible. Tuan is left frozen, staring at a nightmare made flesh. Even Tuan's sentient sword can't help but chime in with some sarcasm. Wait, did he seriously just merge with his own pet? Honestly, the blade continues. Even by the standards of my world, this guy is so ugly, it's impressive. He's in a league of his own, and not the good kind. Suddenly, Mephisto lashes out with a swarm of tentacles. We cut to another street, where the air is heavy and deathly cold. The silence is absolutely deafening. Then, the stillness is shattered by a voice. But something's off. It's not who you'd expect. That's Dong Li's voice, and she sounds like she's in trouble. She's clutching her stomach, teeth gritted in pain. Beside her, Lin Guai, also known as Ghost Lin, reaches out. "Dong Li, stay with me. You okay?" She collapses, barely able to stay upright. Lin Gui steps up to shield her, shouting at the man standing in their way, "Gu Bai. We had a deal, didn't we?" he roars. "Are we still partners or what?" Gu Bai just shrugs, looking bored out of his mind. Look, I don't make the rules. I was told to do a job, no strings attached. I'm just the muscle here. Dong Li. I'm sorry. Lin Gui turns back, his voice full of hesitation. Dong Li can't believe it. You're working with the spider cult? She gasps, her world crumbling. He has no real answer, just a weak. I have my reasons. That's it, she snaps. She lunges forward and delivers a brutal punch right to his jaw, knocking his hat clean off. The hat rolls away, and she glares at him with pure disgust. Your reasons? Then speak up. Tell me what's so important that you'd betray us. You were the same when you inherited the Blacktail King, just silence. But then, she stops. Something is wrong. She looks into his eyes, and notices something terrifying. Wait. Your eyes. You're with the spider cult. Suddenly a voice cuts through. A half-blood. You're a hybrid, aren't you? Dong Li is stunned. A half-blood? The pieces are finally starting to fall into place, and the picture isn't pretty. Lin Gui doesn't even try to hide it anymore. Yeah, he admits. I'm an illegitimate son of the Lin family. My mother was a primordial. I was born a half-blood, but the traits didn't show at first. But time changes everything. My eyes started changing, and that's when I realized who I really was. My true identity finally caught up to me. Dong Li just screams back. And that's your excuse? That's why you're doing this? She's shaking with rage now, spitting out every word. Just because you're a half-blood, you're siding with these terrorists. You're throwing everything away for them? That's when Diego chimes in from above, hands on his hips. Whoa, let's watch the labels, lady. He looks down at them with a smug, arrogant grin. We're just here to take back what's ours. Our land, our home. Al-Ri doesn't give a damn about the villain speech. He stays completely calm. I kept hearing this annoying buzzing sound, Al-Ri mutters. Turns out it was just a little bee making noise. Diego's face drops. He is not amused. Diego leaps down next to Lin Gui, giving him a pat on the back. Good job, Lin Gui. But then his eyes narrow as he looks at the two before him. I didn't think you guys would actually find this place, since you're here. The plan just changed. Diego stands tall. We can't have witnesses knowing about this place. Time to clean house. Lin Gui is stunned. The plan changed? Just as Diego preps to fight Al-Ri, a shout rings out. Wait, Diego! Lin Gui puts his mask back on, his voice turning cold. I agreed to help, but I have conditions. Don't forget that. He points a finger at Diego, listing his crimes. You hid this underground city from me, built it right under my territory, and you almost killed Dong Li. Dong Li is still pale, clutching her wound as she watches the man she trusted argue with a monster. Lin Gui keeps going, claiming this wasn't part of the deal. Gubai and Diego just look at each other like, is this old man serious right now? Does he really not get the situation? Diego just shoots him a cold, sharp look. He only has one thing to say. Didn't you say you wanted to end this war? Then shut up and do your part. And with that, Diego lunges at Al-Ri. His arms erupt with energy as he swings a devastating blow. A flash of blinding light fills the street. Lin Gui rushes to Dong Li's side. He's panicking, his hands trembling as he tries to explain. Dong Li, please, listen to me. It's true, I helped them. I did. His voice drops, turning desperate. I only did it to stop this pointless war. The primordials. They've been lying to us this whole time. We're all being played. Every word is a dagger. Dong Li stares at him in pure shock, her heart breaking. Do you even hear yourself right now? Do you realize what you've done? Lin Gui tries to reassure her, telling her their friend is safe, but Gubai is already closing in, spinning his blade with lethal precision. Hey, old man, you heard the boss. Move aside and let me work. Dong Li grits her teeth. You're not a primordial, so why help them? Why kill your own kind? Gubai grips his knife, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. People ask me that a lot. Honestly, the pay is just too good. Don't take it personally, it's just business. On the other side, Ao-Ri leaps high into the air. Take this! Can him! He slams his palm down, and boom! A massive explosion rocks the entire street, sending shockwaves everywhere. Diego doesn't waste a second, instantly manifesting a protective bubble to shield himself from the impact. He slams onto the ground, eyes locked on his target as he growls a single command. Manifest. His eyes roll back, turning a haunting, solid white as raw power erupts from his body in waves. He looks completely ticked off, acting like he's got the upper hand already. Then comes the counterattack. Diego surges with energy, causing the very earth and stone around him to levitate before he rockets into the sky like a missile. Suddenly, Lin Gui's voice cuts through the air from behind, making Ra narrow his eyes and glance over. Stop right there. I won't let you lay a finger on Dong Li, but Diego is already locked in. He concentrates every ounce of his strength into his legs, narrowing his focus like a lethal bee stinger as he prepares to dive-bomb Ore. Just die already, Diego screams. But Ore isn't backing down, not even a little. In a flash, he morphs his two arms into six, timing his strike perfectly. The moment Diego lunges, 4 massive energy arms slam shut around him like a cage. He's pinned. No room to move. Wait, what? Ore just smirks. Surprised, babe? He lets out a cold, mocking laugh, leaning in close for a little friendly advice. Don't get ahead of yourself. The real excitement is only just beginning. Before Diego can even process that, another giant fist comes swinging in from the blind spot, buried deep into his back with bone-shattering force. Boom! That last hit sends him hurtling through the air until he craters into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of debris. Gubai fans away the dust, her face twisted in pure annoyance. What now, she mutters. But a split second later, a streak of light blurs past her like a gale-force wind, leaving her completely frozen. Her body just can't keep up with that kind of speed. Ore's power streaks right past Gubai, zeroing in on a completely different target. Her stomach drops as only one thought flashes through her mind. Crap. This is bad. Lingui doesn't hesitate, sprinting after them at full tilt while screaming Dongli's name at the top of his lungs. Ore uses those glowing energy arms to scoop up Dongli and fly off. He even finds time for a polite yet totally snarky apology. Sorry, City Lord Lan, but this is economy class. Try to bear with it. Dongli can only stare in shock at the spectral arms wrapped around her. What is this? Since when can spiritual energy be used like this? Back on the ground, Gubai looks on, totally drained. We're not even going to chase them? One of the Diegos who just pulled himself out of the rubble grunts. Forget it. I've still got a backup plan. The three of them turn their gaze toward Lingui. So, what about that guy? The first Diego speaks up first, his voice cold. He's still useful. The other Diego finishes the thought. After all, every single resource used to build this fortress came from him. Hearing that, Gubai finally lets out a long, satisfied hum. Meanwhile, Ore and Dongli are making their way through the depths of a massive fortress. He supports her every step of the way, his mind already analyzing their next move. Looks like this place is uninhabited for now, he notes. We should be safe here, at least temporarily. Dongli nods weakly. This is the Demon Bastion capital. Ore blinks, clearly out of the loop. The Demon Bastion capital? Dongli takes a shaky breath, trying her best to explain. Our mother planet, the origin star. They've always wanted total control over the spiritual stone mines in this world. Her voice stays flat, almost mechanical, as if she's reciting a history she'd rather forget. Their plan was to use starships to completely wipe out the Wanju hive and every living soul on the surface along with it. That included the natives and even us, the colonizers. The Demon Bastion capital was supposed to be the emergency shelter for Black Sand City back then. Ori listens intently, arms crossed. She continues. But most of the city-states thought that plan was basically declaring war on the Origin Star government, so they shot it down. Instead, they negotiated a 50-year truce with the mother planet. But there was a catch. During those 50 years, we have to eliminate the Web Queen to prove we're capable of ruling this place. And now, our time is almost up. Ore's eyes widen as the pieces finally start falling into place. So that's how it is, he thinks to himself. Henry Zian has been acting so strange lately. And now it makes sense. That brat's real goal is to head straight for the Web Queen himself. The air feels heavy, the silence of the empty fortress pressing in on them. Ore's expression darkens as he looks around. But wait, if that's the case, I wonder how Zian is doing. Hopefully things are going smoothly on his end. Suddenly, a massive explosion thunders in the distance. Ore whips his head around, his heart skipping a beat. His eyes flare with shock as he witnesses the absolute chaos unfolding on the horizon. Holy hell, he curses. What did that kid get himself into now? Cut to Zian. He's standing his ground, gripping his reliable golden sword. Despite the danger, that trademark mischievous smirk is plastered all over his face as he stares down his opponent. Wow, I honestly didn't think you'd be able to block that move. Not bad. His sword suddenly chimes in. Hey, I told you to stop using me as a meat shield. Across from them stands a freakish creature, its body covered in glowing, flickering red tassels. The monster's face is pure nightmare fuel, radiating a suffocating pressure. It lets out a distorted growl. Interesting. You're the first one who's ever been able to take that hit. It points a clawed finger, the single eye on its head bulging as it delivers a chilling warning. Too bad for you. You're also going to be the last. The tassels on its body begin to glow with a blinding light as the monster lunges into the air. Beams of searing light erupt from its body, raining down toward the spot where Zian is standing. Zian is clearly on the ropes, his energy flagging. He barely manages to get his sword up in time to deflect the barrage. Again? Seriously? Damn it, he's using that move again. But right as the light is about to swallow him, something clicks. Zian's perception shifts, and the world seems to slow down. He narrows his eyes, a plan forming in his mind. That's it. If I can use this thinking space to accelerate my mind, it basically means time on the outside stands still. A few seconds of intense mental calculation pass in what feels like an eternity. His body blurs, narrowly weaving through the light beams that were meant to pin him down. Zion lets out a sharp, confident smirk. Yeah, I can definitely dodge this. A soft, green light suddenly flickers around Xuan. Seeing the opening, Shizi smirks and signals the team it's time to launch the final assault. Timing is everything. Coordinating perfectly with Jingzi's insane speed, Xuan leaps onto her back and charges straight for the massive beast. He's calculating every move in milliseconds. If he stays this sharp, he'll reach the perfect evasion level of an alchemical beast. That green light streaks through the air, weaving and dancing through the deadly red beams fired by the monster. The beast is losing its mind. It's firing everything it has, yet it can't land a single hit. Why? How is he still dodging through this Hoa lurk? Before it can even react, Jingzi and Xuan are right in its face. Talk about a jump scare, the monster's eyes go wide with pure shock. But then the sword screams. The crystal soul inside starts fighting back against Xuan's will. He's pushing its power way past the limit. Wait, Outlander, this power is incredible, but you can't keep using it like this. Your body won't hold up. Xuan's eyes shift, his voice dripping with pure frustration. Are you kidding me? You couldn't have mentioned that a little sooner? His body isn't listening anymore. He's pushed too hard, and now he's lost control at the worst possible moment. He's one step too late. Mephisto spots the opening instantly. With a cruel grin, it prepares a devastating counterattack. Boom! A single, massive blow sends Xuan flying back. As he hits the ground, the crystal soul starts explaining why his own muscles just betrayed him. So, what's the deal? Turns out, his human brain just can't handle being in that high-speed thought space for too long. It's complete sensory overload. The villain hovers in the air, looking down at his broken opponent and letting out a mocking laugh. Honestly, the monster sneers, your fighting style doesn't look like a normal beast tamer at all. You remind me of an old acquaintance, he says with a patronizing tone. But just like him, you're nowhere near a match for me. Mephisto isn't taking any more chances. He starts gathering energy into a glowing, blood-red orb, ready to end this once and for all. He screams out with absolute confidence, your life ends right here, right now. Xuan is bleeding and battered, but he's still got that sharp tongue. Guess all the useful toys come with a heavy price tag, huh? Note to self, use less power next time. Suddenly, a beam of red light streaks across the field, a physical manifestation of the monster's rage. That massive power slams down right where Xuan is standing, turning the entire area into a glowing red crater. But wait, out of nowhere, who just dropped in? A booming, mocking voice echoes toward Mephisto. Hey, 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 don't go around acting like such a big shot, you fraud. Ree leaps down, completely calling out the monster's bluff. If I remember correctly, I'm the one who won our last fight. Mephisto looks like he's seen a ghost. Seeing his savior, Xuan struggles to his feet and lets out a sigh of relief. Man, you're just in time. This guy is a total pain in the neck, but the mood shifts in a heartbeat. Before Xuan can even finish his sentence, Ree's sword clears its scabbard with a sharp ring. Cold steel is suddenly pressed against Xuan's neck. He freezes, staring at Ree in absolute shock. From ally to enemy in a split second. Ree's voice is ice cold as he asks, tell me the truth. Is your goal to kill the Spider Queen? Xuan snaps, his face bloodied and his patience gone. Now is not the time for this, I already told you. The blade bites into his skin, drawing a thin line of blood. Ree isn't joking. Xuan bites his lip, this old man is dead serious. Ree narrows his eyes, demanding a straight answer. But Xuan tries to dodge the question one more time. I need a real answer from you. Is your ultimate goal to kill the Spider Queen? Yes or no? Xuan grits his teeth, looking at the man in front of him with pure frustration. The smoke and dust swirling around them only make the standoff more intense. What is this immortal old man thinking? Has he finally lost it? But deep down, he knows the truth. To stop the Source Crystal, the Spider Queen has to die. There is no other way. Suddenly, the weight on his shoulders lifts as Ree pulls the sword back. Xuan finally exhales. Fine, it's true. I have thought about killing her. It's like Ree already knew the answer before he even asked. Ree's voice remains freezing as he delivers the bombshell. If you do, the alien fleet will wipe out every single living soul on this planet. Wait, you knew all along? Meanwhile, Mephisto is fuming. He starts spamming attacks just to get noticed. Are you two seriously ignoring me? Ree doesn't even look back. He just keeps talking to Xuan while massive explosions erupt right behind his shoulders. He continues as if the monster isn't even there. The Queen's core is bound to the very life force of this world. The only reason this world's power limit dropped down to the purple tier is because she was injured once before. The two of them just stand there, having a deep philosophical chat while a literal storm of destruction rages around them. Can you even imagine the chaos and destruction that'll happen if she actually dies? Xuan begins to spiral. Those dark, terrifying visions he had before, they're finally starting to make sense. His face softens slightly, but his lip is still bitten tight. The weight of the entire world just landed right on his chest. If that's the case, The world of the myriad spider nest might end up just like the ghost shadow world, getting swallowed and merged into a different reality. They both jump into action to seal it off, picking up the conversation they left hanging right as the work begins. Everyone's face is strained, coughing through the thick dust as the sheer gravity of the situation finally hits home. So, killing the Spider Queen means this entire world gets wiped out too? Exactly. Tu-On realizes something's up and spins around, flashing that annoyingly cute and mischievous pout of his. It seems like R is just doing this to tease him, but he's also dropping a heavy lesson about the world's survival. Seriously though, couldn't he have just said that directly and been done with it? After all, Tu-On is an outsider, an otherworlder. What if he just didn't care whether this world lived or died? They're almost finished with their talk when someone decides to crash the party. The conversation is cut short as they both charge forward together to join the fray. Let's take this guy out first. Agreed. Tu-On flashes a sharp, devious smirk. Reunited with an old rival. First order of business? Trading jabs about a past that's practically ancient history. Mephisto, on the other hand, tries his best to dodge those embarrassing memories. How many years has it been since we last clashed? Who cares? Who even keeps track of that stuff? The villain unleashes a massive move, but R doesn't flinch, firing back with a counterattack of his own. Meanwhile, that guy just keeps rambling about his past failures like he's got no shame at all. Right. Anyway, you're going to lose miserably again. Just like last time, when I literally hammered you back into the dirt. He narrows his eyes at R, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. R knows exactly what that look means. It's go time. With a look of pure, hungry excitement to keep the fight going, the battle officially kicks into high gear. The monster and R start popping off skills left and right. It's pure insanity. Mephisto launches a relentless, brutal assault. Giant tentacles stretch out, whipping through the air toward exactly where R is standing. R just chuckles as he watches the attack, remembering the old days when they used to duel. Man, it's been forever. Seeing this move again feels almost nostalgic. But he's not backing down. Massive spectral arms manifest out of nowhere, perfectly blocking all 6 of those tentacle strikes. With cold, sharp eyes, Mephisto mutters under his breath as he sees the move. This exact moment, 1,000 years of nostalgia hitting all at once. Their memories must be top tier to remember every single little habit of the other like this. It's just like back then, isn't it? But here's the kicker this time. Mephisto, you're the one who's outnumbered. Tu-On and Jingzi, wielding that crystal soul-trapping sword, launch a brilliant beam of blue light straight into the sky. Talk about a calculated strike, even the monster is caught off guard. With a confident grin, Tu-On calmly gives the order. Jingzi, let's use that move. She gets it instantly, giving him a knowing, suggestive look in return. That's the one. Tu-On leaps into the air with incredible grace. You can tell he's practiced this move until it's second nature. He swings the sword down just as Jingzi roars toward the heavens. Skill activation. Duel. Lunar surface pillar reflection. A pillar of blue light crashes down, cleanly severing all 6 of Mephisto's tentacles in one go. Surrounded by blue spectral arms, the villain is sent flying back from the impact. Seizing the opening, Tu-On charges in, slamming his sword right into the center of Mephisto's body, aiming to cleave him in two. The strike sends Tu-On flying back, but it doesn't dampen his mood one bit. He's still in the zone. The second he lands, he's already shouting the next command. White Scale Squad, Night Shot. Jingzi immediately lunges, jaws wide open, ready to tear Mephisto apart. The villain feels the massive surge of power coming from behind. His eyes widen in shock as the dust and smoke cloud his vision. She strikes fast and clean, swallowing Mephisto's body whole. But Tu-On isn't done. He's already charging back in with his sword. His eyes are glowing now, his smile turning into one of pure, wild excitement. Our boy Tu-On is just one step away from scoring the final blow. Over on the other side, R is also sprinting in, sword in hand. He looks totally annoyed by Tu-On screaming. What are you even yelling about, you lunatic? Is this a baseball game or something? They both strike from opposite directions, and boom, the monster's head goes flying into the air. Tu-On turns and gives a quick warning about that unusual snack. Jingzi, spit it out. This guy made a contract with a vicious beast. Eat him and you'll get a nasty stomachache. She listens immediately, vomiting up the mangled remains of the body. Maybe it's because they haven't seen each other in forever, but these two are starting to look like close friends again, closing the gap of all those lost years. Kid, you've actually improved. Huh, if you knew where I've been lately, you wouldn't be surprised. R flashes a mischievous, teasing grin. Be honest, is your fighting style modeled after mine? Tu-On isn't about to back down, he's competitive to the end. As if. Who'd want to learn from an immortal fossil like you? The monster's head is still flying through the air, and the cursing hasn't stopped. Damn it, I actually got cut. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs the head. The monster's eyes fill with pure terror. Recognizing the sheer ferocity of the newcomer, he immediately looks away, looking completely regretful for his failure. I'm sorry, I failed you, my lord. Right behind. The celebratory mood is instantly shattered. To think we'd cross paths again. Solari appears from the shadows, looking absolutely disgusted with everything happening. Tell me, are you still choosing to stand with these invaders? Her eyebrows knit together in a sharp V, her voice dropping to a lethal, guttural growl. It's just like back then. She points a trembling finger at the two of them, her sudden outburst catching everyone off guard. Look at you bowing and scraping to the invaders while being a cold-blooded executioner to your own people. Solaris, how many more of your own kin do you need to slaughter before you're finally satisfied? The raw fury on this traitor's face? It's terrifyingly clear. Boom. Crimson lightning tears through the sky as the wind kicks up a massive dust cloud, forcing Tuon and R to shield their eyes from the debris. Solaris isn't playing around. Her power is the real deal. As the two of them struggle to hold their ground, they realize her spiritual pressure is becoming almost suffocating. R just stands there, his face tight with silent protest. He looks completely helpless, watching her descend into this madness. Stop it, Solaris. Violence won't fix anything. If you keep this up, the entire Myriad Hive world is going to burn to the ground because of you. With a sharp movement, she tosses her cloak aside, revealing a tall, imposing figure. Her sharp, royal aura? Absolutely impossible to ignore. Do you even hear yourself? The ones destroying the Myriad Hive world are those invaders, not me. R is stunned into silence. Solaris glares at him, every word she speaks feeling like a shard of ice being thrown directly at his soul. Don't forget, we used to wear the same uniform. We stood on the same front lines together. Her expression darkens, shadows dancing across her face as the past resurfaces. Solaris was never one for small talk. Even her simplest words carry the heavy, metallic scent of blood and impending death. You used to be the guy who never went soft, even if the enemy was just a child. You'd finish the mission by any means necessary, no matter how dirty the job was. She's playing mind games now, tearing into his psyche to break his spirit before the real fight even starts. Pure psychological warfare. Tell me, do you even remember how many outsiders died by your hand? How many lives you snuffed out? If I recall correctly, they used to call you the Sun Butcher. Tuon freezes, his eyes wide with pure shock at this dark revelation. Wait a second. So that means R was actually a high-ranking member of the Spider Cult? A faint glow hits his face, casting a long shadow that screams of deep, heavy regret. The weight of his past is finally out in the open for everyone to see. Life and death, the sun and the moon, everything has its cycle. Some days are bright, others are shadowed in the inevitable darkness of the moon. R's eyes burn with a strange, unspoken fury, his voice taking on the tone of a master giving one last, bitter lesson to a failing student. In the past, I chased the crimson sun, believing that solar radiance was the only key to ending this war. He rips off his own cloak, his brow furrowed in grim determination. But now, I follow the path of the rising moon. I believe the way of the hidden moon is the only true hope for our tribe's future. I might have betrayed my old faith, but I have never betrayed this broken, crumbling world. He glances back, barking an order to Tuon to handle the little girl. He's made his choice. It's time to settle things with Solaris once and for all. Tuon, that girl is your responsibility. Can you handle it? Tuon hesitates, his eyes flickering with obvious worry for his comrade. Wait, what are you planning to do? R's back straightens, his gaze turning sharp enough to cut through steel. A flash of blue light erupts from his hands as he warns, this situation is way more complicated than you think. For once, just listen to your elders, kid. He flashes a sinister little smirk, tilting his head back as if the entire world's weight is nothing to him. Have a little faith in your senior, all right? As a junior, you should really learn to be a bit more patient with us old-timers. He turns back to his real opponent, the little wood spirit perched on his head. A small, challenging smile plays on his lips as he prepares for the clash. Wood Spirit, you're going to be busy today, aren't you? In the gloomy atmosphere, Solaris's face shifts into a pensive, brooding look. Her eyebrows knit together as she gazes down at the ruins, looking like she's drowning in a sea of old, painful memories. A faint, mysterious smile touches her lips. How nostalgic. She stands amidst a city swallowed by thick, choking fog and the echoes of war. Standing tall and arrogant, Solaris begins to bring up a shared history with the Wood Spirit. The spirit, still sitting on R's head, bristles with pure rage at her words. Remember that year, when we signed that blood contract together? Suddenly, a glowing red portal rips open in the air above Solaris, sparks of fire raining down like blood. Then, a flame demon crawls out of the rift, wearing a smug, predatory grin. Solaris calls out, "Come forth, flame demon." As the demon lands near Solaris, red energy swirls around her like a violent storm. She looks at the creature and begins to explain their shared past. The wood spirit and the flame demon. They actually share the same root. Long ago, in a deep, emerald forest, 5 tiny white spirits gathered pure souls of the wild. Born from the very essence of heaven and earth, they were the most innocent, simple beings in the entire world. But look at them now, the wood spirit and the flame demon, both hardened and twisted by a long, brutal history. Through years of harsh refinement and suffering, that original pure energy began to split and change into something else. That's how these two, born from the exact same source, became the wood spirit and the flame demon we see today. Back in the present, the air turns ice cold as Solaris and R lock eyes, their gazes sharp as surgical blades. Just like you and me, R says, his voice like cold stone. Solaris just smiles, there's no going back now. She lets her spirit power explode in a terrifying wave of pure destruction. Her blade erupts in a torrent of savage flames as she roars the command. Flame first. Ri isn't backing down, not a chance. Gale force winds and streaks of blue lightning wrap around him as he enters his combat stance. Wind expansion. Solaris lunges forward, a smug, predatory grin on her face as she reaches out to grab him. Ri meets her head on, his expression stone cold and dead serious. Then boom. The moment their blades collide, a blinding flash of light consumes everything. Their combined power explodes, sending a massive pillar of energy screaming into the sky and blowing everything away in a thick shroud of smoke. Through the haze, Solaris's eyes go wide with pure, twisted excitement. Ri? He remains as stoic and focused as ever. Avatar, manifest, they shout in unison. As the smoke clears, the wood spirit and flame demon avatars loom over the battlefield in all their majestic, terrifying glory. Suddenly, 4 more massive arms sprout from the flame demon's back. 6 arms in total now, that's a problem. Both titans prepare for a brutal clash, while down below, the ground war rages on. Simultaneously, both warriors swing their blades back for a finishing blow. The wood spirit and flame demon slam into each other, using all 6 arms to grapple for dominance in a literal clash of gods. Meanwhile, the 2 fighters on the ground switch to close-quarters combat, trading blows with their bare hands. Solaris shoves Ri back with everything she's got, mocking him. I bet you've already met L, haven't you? Even your own student won't back you, so why the hell are you still trying? Ri parries her relentless strikes, his voice steady. Stop using that girl to get inside my head, it won't work. The mere thought of Osman and L sends Solaris into a blind rage. She screams at him, the frustration boiling over. You claimed you wanted peace with the Outworlders for our people's sake, but look at what they got. Nothing but agony and heartbreak. She sneers, asking if he truly believes Outworlders would ever live among them. Ri's gaze is sharp as a razor. One day, they will. Amidst the chaos, Zian makes his move. He slips away, thinking to himself, this is it. Now's the only chance to save Chi-Chi. He sprints toward a glowing red pillar, the very prison where Chi-Chi is being held captive. Pointing at the structure, he shouts, Jingzai, smash that pillar to pieces. Immediately, the creature dives in, propelled by a violent torrent of water. Jingzi slams headfirst into the barrier, causing a massive tremor that sends water and smoke spraying in every direction. As the smoke clears, Lamchi's body begins to absorb the lingering haze from the impact. The creature looks back at Zian, sounding almost offended. Master, just because I'm hard-headed doesn't mean you should make me use it as a battering ram. When Zian sees the pillar is still standing, his brow furrows. Guess that pillar is even harder than your skull. Great. Inside the prison, Chi-Chi finally opens her eyes. She panics, seeing her body floating helplessly in a pillar of water. Wait, what's happening? She looks out through the red glow, completely disoriented. Where am I? What is this place? Then, she spots a figure approaching. It's Zian. Her heart skips a beat. Brother Zian? Why is he here? Zian presses against the red barrier and calls out to Lam Chi. This thing is way too tough. We need a different approach. He then offers Chi-Chi a gentle, reassuring smile. Don't be scared. Just hang in there. I'm getting you out of this. I promise. Feeling a surge of hope, she calms down as Zian gives the order. Jingzi, grow. The creature expands to a massive size. Zian drops his hand, pointing straight at the prison with gritted teeth. Crush it! Bite that thing into dust. Jingzi unhinges its jaw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, and lunges. Back at the main fight, Solaris is still locked in combat with Ri. But something catches her eye. She freezes, watching Jingzi tearing at the red pillar. A dangerous, predatory smile creeps across her face. So that's the play? You're just a distraction to keep me busy. She commands her flame demon avatar to ignite its spiritual energy. A massive, terrifying sphere of energy begins to form. You're too naive, she mocks. Ri just narrows his eyes, completely unfazed. Solaris, you have no idea what's actually happening here. He orders the wood spirit avatar to charge its own colossal energy blast to meet her head-on. With total confidence, he delivers the final blow to her ego. Your plan was a failure from the very beginning. Both avatars fire their massive energy spheres at the exact same time. The collision triggers a seismic shockwave of light that illuminates the entire region. But slowly, the blinding light begins to push back against the wood spirit avatar. The raw, overwhelming power of the flame demon is too much. It's completely overpowering Ri's defense. Ri is pushed to the brink, shielding his eyes from the incinerating glare. He grunts in frustration. Damn it. I can't hold it much longer. A heartbeat later, kaboom! The flame demon's energy detonates, blowing everything away. Even the red pillar gets caught in the blast, leaving nothing but a wasteland of dust. The entire area is swallowed by a thick, white fog. Total silence. It looks like everyone's been wiped out. Only Solaris and her flame demon avatar remain standing amidst the ruins. She rests a hand on her hip, arrogant as ever. Ri, you never stood a chance against me. As the smoke begins to settle, the massive flame demon shrinks down, turning back into a tiny spirit hovering in the palm of her hand. Step by step, she closes in on Are and the others. Solaris looks absolutely livid, her brow furrowed as she looks down on them, preaching that if you don't fight back, you'll lose everything. Don't you even get that? She mocks. Zian is a total mess, his clothes are shredded, and he's slumped on the ground like all his energy's been sucked dry. He leans back against Jingzi, his face twisted in pain. Eyes half shut, he barely manages to gasp out a question to Are. Are, why does this high priestess act like she's got a personal vendetta against you? Are slowly drags himself up through the lingering smoke. Beneath him, the wood spirit has shifted back to its original form, looking up at him with pure worry in its eyes. Ori's face is covered in cuts, but he still manages a gentle smirk. His eyes are exhausted as he answers, "Wait until you actually get a girlfriend, kid. Then you'll understand." By the time Solaris reaches them, they've managed to scrape together just enough strength to stand. Zian pulls himself up and keeps the conversation going. "So, based on what you're saying, she's your ex?" He's struggling just to stay upright. Leaning heavily on his sword for support, Ore replies, "Well, at least she thinks so. She's the one who decided we were over, anyway." Even in this life-or-death situation, with blood everywhere, Zian lets out a faint laugh. He shoots a sarcastic look at Ore. "Man, you're still talking nonsense at a time like this?" Ore glances back, looking a bit smug. "That's what you call the skilled charm of a mature adult, kid." But the small talk ends there. Reality hits. Ore looks up to see Solaris standing right there, radiating pure killing intent. Through the thinning smoke, he cautiously whispers, "Besides, neither of us is in any shape to take her on right now." Zian slumps, totally drained. Is this that matriarchal society everyone talks about? Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice rings out from a man in white with silver hair. "Blow it up." Right after that mysterious command, boom! A massive explosion rocks the sky. The blast catches Solaris's attention immediately. Ore brightens up, looking at Zian. "Is that the backup you called for?" Zian's eyes widen in shock, his pupils shrinking. "Do I look like I have those kinds of connections?" Solaris looks up at the spectacle, and her expression instantly darkens. She scowls with pure disgust. Looks like a real nuisance has arrived. Suddenly, a massive jagged ice crystal falls from the sky, aiming straight for her. The impact is massive, the ground shakes, sending clouds of dust and smoke everywhere. Zian stares at the ice in shock. Ice crystals? The temperature, it's dropping fast. From within that frozen pillar, a pair of armored legs steps out. The smoke is so thick, Zian has to shield his eyes. As the mist clears, Solaris lowers her guard to see who it is. The moment she recognizes him, she lets out an annoyed tiesk, her face twisting in irritation. Emerging from the ice crystal is none other than Jing Chong. Every step he takes freezes the air, leaving a trail of frost behind him. He's still channeling the same raw power he used to shatter that ice. Jing Chong looks cold and sharp, his brow furrowed as he speaks with clear disdain. "You guys still haven't fixed that habit of living underground, have you? This place was a nightmare to find." A flashback of a younger Jing Chong appears. Behind him, the Abyss Bone Dragon stands tall and majestic. He comforts it. "No, you did great, Abyss Bone Dragon." Seeing Jing Chong standing there, Zian is hit with a wave of shock and a bit of guilt. It's Grandpa, he thinks. And his pet. It actually evolved. The old man looks back, his eyes sharp enough to kill. Shards of ice float around him in the mist as a faint, confident smirk plays on his lips. Orty watches the grand entrance and finally speaks up, catching the old man's eye. "So you finally showed up?" Jing Chong looks his way. How many years has it been since we last met?" Ore walks toward him as Jing Chong turns around. "You brat," Ore teases, "you still know how to ask that?" The two men raise their hands, ready for a greeting. They lock hands in a powerful grip. Ore doesn't hold back. "Coming back to be city lord in secret. Even getting married and having a grandson behind my back? You've got some nerve." Jing Chong fires right back. "Seems you're still kicking, old man. Guess time doesn't mean a thing to you. You haven't changed a bit, Aura." Meanwhile, the bone dragon looks down at Zian and little Jing Zai on the ground. Jing Zi locks eyes with the massive dragon and feels a surge of doubt. The dragon's eyes are glowing with power. Realizing something, Jing Zi looks at Zian with a hint of sadness. "Master, do you think I'm weak?" Zian is caught off guard. He looks at his companion. What? Where did that come from? The other spirit beasts are standing tall and proud. But Jingzi, he's drowning in his own thoughts. I'm supposed to be a descendant of dragons, but right now I'm just a fish. Zian looks at his friend, totally flustered, and not knowing what to say. Jingzi is stuck in a spiral of self-doubt, and I'm still stuck at silver rank. I'm the reason you can't break through. My past self clearly had so much potential. Hearing those self-doubting words, Zian's hands began to tremble, his grip tightening in frustration. Suddenly, he reached out and flicked her forehead hard enough to make her eyes water as he barked out, "What kind of nonsense are you talking now?" Before she could even think of running, he grabbed her face with both hands, squishing her cheeks as he stared her down. "Now, you listen to me, and you listen well." Zian's voice softened then, turning into a gentle comfort. "You don't need to blame yourself for any of this, and you definitely shouldn't feel pathetic just because you didn't evolve into a dragon." Jingzi was still trapped in her own head, murmuring back through her squished lips, "But this is just so embarrassing." Zian looked her straight in the eye, his expression filled with a raw, undeniable sincerity. "Think about it. Really think." He gave her cheeks another firm squeeze, catching her off guard, before explaining, "Maybe you were meant to be a dragon originally, but reality happened. An accident kept you from becoming your ideal self, but through it all, have you ever once given up? Not a single time, right?" As his words hit home, memories began to flash back like a cinematic reel of their journey together. He started listing off her greatest achievements. "Even when fate tried to use your weaknesses against you, even when we were threatened, we never bowed down. With nothing but our own two hands, we took down enemies who should have been way out of our league. Think about the path we've walked. We were just bronze and silver ranks, yet we crushed how many diamond-tier powerhouses." His face turned dead serious then, his voice dropped to a low, firm whisper. "To achieve all of that while being held back by those chains, you're already more than incredible." Zian pulled her face closer until they were nearly touching, a warm smile spreading across his face, though he didn't stop there. "I know you're worried about what everyone else thinks, but let me tell you something, they don't know a damn thing." He finally let go of her face. He turned his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes burning with conviction. "Those people who think they're so right. They only know how to ride dragons through the clouds, completely blind to how long and dangerous the road ahead actually is." He thought back to the two of them, fighting as one, tearing through every enemy in their path. "By your side," he continued, "with a broken body turning into a blazing fire and chains becoming a sharp blade, we've sliced through every injustice, every bond, and every ounce of arrogant oppression." He finished his speech and turned back to her with a bright, confident grin. "So tell me, how could someone like you ever be an embarrassment?" With that sincere look and a smile that could melt stone, he gave her the ultimate validation. "Being contracted to you is the greatest honor of my life." Jingzi was completely overwhelmed by his words, her eyes shimmering as she whispered, "Master, but we have to cut back to the chaos with Jing Chong and the Bone Dragon." Jing Chong stood his ground, eyes sharp as glass and a murderous chill radiating from his body as he pointed forward, giving the command. "Abyss Bone Dragon, go." On command, a ghostly blue mist began swirling in the dragon's maw, cold as the deepest grave. As it took flight, it unleashed a breath of frost that solidified into massive, jagged crystal ice. Solaris didn't even flinch, casually conjuring a massive wall of flames to intercept the Bone Dragon's attack. She actually looked amused by the display of power from Jing Chong and his beast, letting out a soft, mocking laugh. "Well, that's at least a little interesting." Mina Solaris's eyes burned with a dark crimson fire as she gripped her sword, laughing like a maniac, but she wasn't done yet, not even close. Suddenly, Jing Chong's face went pale. The spiritual energy in the air was skyrocketing to dangerous levels. "Wait, what is this?" Albre analyzed the situation for a second before speaking up. Hearing him, Jing Chong spun around to demand answers. "She's actually gone insane. What do you mean?" Albre gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a grimace. That's overlimit synchronization." He kept his eyes locked on the exploding power in front of them while explaining. "Using overlimit synchronization forces the beast tamer and the soul of the pet to fuse into one. For both the beast and the human, it is nothing short of absolute, soul-shredding agony." Solaris's spirit beast erupted with a level of power they had never seen before, radiating a blinding golden light that felt like a physical threat. But that pain comes with a payoff. It massively boosts every single stat for both the tamer and the pet. She's using overlimit manifestation. As Solaris pushed the skill to the edge, her eyes turned a haunting, empty white. Her brow furrowed in a terrifying display of bloodlust. Her hands turned a glowing, molten red, wrapped in pulses of golden energy drawn directly from her spirit beast as she slowly raised them. She slammed her palms into the earth with a deafening roar, triggering a shockwave unlike anything the world had ever felt. The ground didn't just crack, it shattered. Everyone on the scene felt the immediate shift in the air. Molten lava began bursting from the depths of the earth, rising up like a hungry beast ready to swallow them whole. Albra screamed out, a warning as the magma started to geyser up. Jing Chong, seeing the desperate situation, threw his hands up, his eyes filled with pure defiance. He slammed his own hands down onto the breaking stone. Instantly, a wave of sub-zero frost exploded outward. He summoned gargantuan blocks of ice, creating a frozen fortress around himself to hold back the searing heat of the lava. After checking the perimeter, Jing Chong let out a ragged sigh of relief. Looks like we managed to hold it off, for now. Albra was shivering violently, clutching his arms as his teeth chattered. Damn it, man, it's freezing in here. Seeing his ally turning into a popsicle, Jing Chong could only mutter a quick, "Sorry, my bad." Behind them, the bone dragon stood silent, watching the battlefield with a calculating gaze. He lunges forward, looking absolutely heroic as he braces for the coming impact. Jing Chong raises his arm, sensing the shift with his very fingertips. Right then, Abyssal Bone Dragon. The enemy has played their trump card. It's time we show them our full power too. He clenches his fists tight, and as he taps into his inner reserves, his hands begin to shimmer with that iconic, brilliant green glow. Suddenly, the bone dragon dissolves into a cloud of white mist before swirling directly into Jing Chong's palm. He lets out a thunderous roar. Abyssal Bone Dragon Spirit, power manifestation. And then in an instant, a stunning emerald blade appears in Jing Chong's grip, radiating an aura that is anything but ordinary. He grips the sword tight, settling into a heavy combat stance with absolute, ironclad determination in his eyes. The sword itself is a masterpiece filled with intricate details and a design that screams pure power. It glows with a deep green hue, perfectly matching its master's energy. Jing Chong's lips curl into a confident smirk as he whispers to the blade, "You've been itching for this, haven't you?" The battlefield becomes a visual masterpiece, a clash between Solaris's burning red and Jing Chong's vibrant green. As she charges head-on, the old man doesn't flinch for a single second. Then let's give her a front-row seat. Let's show her the true roar of the Starsea Dragon. On the other side, Solaris's eyes burn with a crimson flame. She swings her arms back, letting out a primal scream. Die! Jing Chong shifts into his final battle form, eyes ablaze. It's fire versus ice red against green, creating a scene that is just absolutely breathtaking. Both Solaris and Jing Chong swing for the fences, putting every ounce of their strength into one final, decisive strike. A massive pillar of light erupts, reaching dozens of meters into the sky, and sending a heavy, crushing shockwave through the entire area. R scans the chaos, his mind immediately racing to Zian's safety. He looks back over his shoulder and mutters, "Hey, you little brat." Meanwhile, Zian, who was just holding on to Jingzi, realizes something is very, very wrong. "Jingzi, what's happening to you?" Jingzi's form begins to fade, turning into that same strange mist before swirling into a small, glowing vortex right before his eyes. The vortex pulses with a beautiful green light, surrounded by an overwhelming surge of power. Zian can only shout her name in shock. Jingzi. Out of the light, a new Jingzi emerges, this time as a stunning, white-haired girl with her eyes closed. She's definitely changed. She even has a much more feminine figure now. Both R and Zian are just frozen. They're completely speechless at the transformation. Zian. Is that really Jingzi? Albert's eye twitches as he looks at the boy. Honestly, calling her Jingzi now feels a little disrespectful, don't you think? Even she looks stunned by her new form, her voice trembling as she stutters, "Master, what just happened to me?" Zian takes her in for a long second before finally blurting out the obvious. Looking at her now, there's only one conclusion. Jingzi turned into a girl. He's literally scratching his head, trying to process this new reality. Jingzi tries to explain herself, but honestly, everyone is just lost. How do you even react when your bro suddenly turns into a girl? Except, wait, she was technically always a girl from the start, wasn't she? Back at the front, Jing Chong slams his sword down, summoning massive blocks of ice to stall Solaris's relentless onslaught. But he can feel it. The danger is real. He grits his teeth and thinks, damn it, we're both diamond rank. So why does this feel like I'm staring death in the face? Solaris just laughs, her voice dripping with pure arrogance. You outworlders, how many years have you actually been practicing beast taming? We were the first. We were using beast spirits here before your kind even knew they existed. With a flick of her hand, her spirit beast ramps up the pressure to an unbearable level. Sensing his grandfather is in serious trouble, Zian starts to panic. Grandpa, no! But before he can even move, Jingzi, the new Jingzi, bolts forward with zero hesitation. Leave this to me. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a silent, terrifyingly cold void. A mysterious youth stands there, his face hidden, sighing to himself. Still so cold. He walks toward a massive gateway, looking at it with a heavy, judging heart. What is that guy even thinking? Just shouting orders everywhere. Is everyone a micromanager these days? The door creaks open, and a blinding light washes everything away. He can only hope that today, just maybe, there will be some actual progress. Two figures stand face to face, their identities hidden, but the pressure they radiate is insane. "Let's talk," one says. And let's keep it to just talking. A massive, shirtless man sits alone in a dark corner, listening as the other figure repeats the same chilling question from before. "Just who exactly are you, M?"